My name is Suja. I am surrounded by losers. Compared to redemption, I think complaining seems more fun. The cowardly and socially phobic princess, the contrasting monitor with low self-esteem and sensitivity, the seemingly optimistic abstract girl. Everyone has her own regrets, however. When the losers gathered around Suche, the seemingly unreliable boy led them out of their inner shadows, and when the girls finally realized their feelings, they suddenly discovered that their childhood sweetheart, a true darling of heaven, suddenly appeared beside Sujo loser. Then give me another hard defeat. Crying also requires time. Chapter 1. You are quite a contrast, military advisor. How do I pursue this? I really like this. Don't make a noise, this belongs to the military advisor. Tongren Shopping Center. Suja naturally shook off his friend's arm that was resting on his shoulder and stared straight ahead. Following his gaze, you can see a girl who was 160 centimeters tall, with fair skin, a high ponytail, and a sweet smile. Life is hard, and senior year of high school is even harder, but fortunately I am lucky today and there are beautiful women looking at me. For boys and adolescents, it is difficult to resist this temptation. Niu Hao, whose arm was thrown away, seemed very dissatisfied. He looked back at Suja, first clicked his tongue twice, and then taunted, "Look at how capable you are. You can't even walk when you see a beautiful woman. Pay attention, after all, we are people of status. The most you have is an ID card." Suche glanced at him with disdain and turned back to continue reading. Niu Hao suddenly became anxious. "I say, you are so rude. As the saying goes, looking at a beautiful woman at first sight is a sign of respect. You keep looking at her, always respect." After interrupting his good friend again, Suja finally looked away reluctantly, and then said with some regret, "What a pity. There's a man next to him." "Nyozi, what do you think the probability is that this man is his family member?" "Inversely proportional to your chances of being a clown." The two stopped communicating and began to use body movements to closely touch each other's faces. After playing around for a while, the two of them felt bored. The tasks in the third year of high school were already heavy and the pressure was great. They came out for a stroll and actually ran into a couple of idiots. It was, damn it. Are those who play with abstract things destined to be single? Suche couldn't understand why, with his handsome looks and extraordinary conversation, he had never had a romantic relationship in 3 years of high school. This wasn't right? If it were any other time, with the normal way good brothers get along with each other, the son next to him would have started to scold him a long time ago, but the other party remains silent, which only proves that he is really handsome. Crying. Suche was lost in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from the side, which made him very dissatisfied as he was looking forward to a bright future. "What's crying?" Subconsciously following Niu Hao's gaze, Suja was stunned on the spot. The beautiful girl who was smiling sweetly just now was now covering her mouth, crying, staring at the man in front of her in disbelief, while the boy opposite him showed a guilty look. After a while, the girl ran away crying. The boy seemed to want to chase her, but finally stopped. Although he didn't see the whole process, Suja could probably imagine it. He couldn't help but sigh that people nowadays are getting more and more damned. No matter what the reason is, can this be rejected? It's really like drought kills drought, and flood kills flood. Most people would sigh and criticize the boy when seeing this kind of scene, and then maliciously speculate about his sexual dysfunction. However, at this moment, Niu Hao beside Suja was like a chicken blood. "Well done. It's finally my turn. Look at my zero fragrance. I can control it with ease." Niu Hao took out some strange spray from somewhere. Who knows, it was shipped from a certain website for 9.9 yuan. After spraying it randomly, it just made Suja cough twice. "What are you doing? What are you doing? I told you that you don't understand anything and just go in there. It's easy to get yourself into trouble." Suche did not intend to attack the other party, he simply thought that this behavior was extremely heroic. However, Niu Hao's answer was, "The reason doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I have the same last name as the child. Facts have proved that this is a world where you make a living by your looks." When the two men approached, the beautiful woman was squatting in the corner with two boys around her handing her tissues. If Nyozi was squatting on the ground crying, would anyone be unable to resist kicking him? "I couldn't resist it anyway," Suja couldn't help thinking. Normally speaking, girls should be very vulnerable at this time, but the beauty in front of him seemed particularly stubborn, and the two boys who approached her acted like clowns. Just when Nyozi was about to start laughing, the two boys showed no intention of leaving. Instead, they stood aside with interest, looking at Suju and the others with a half smile. "It's your turn to be the clown." To be honest, Suja really wanted to join in and lean next to the two buddies to laugh together, but in the end he held back. Nyozi's face was serious and his fingers began to tremble slightly. He seemed to be gathering strength. After a moment, he actually stuffed the tissue paper he had prepared directly into Suja's hand. Lao Su, you should come. I suddenly feel like I'm not that eager to get out of being single. No. You're a poet? Suche was speechless. This kid actually got scared at the critical moment. He was so confident just now, but now two bystanders immediately became dispirited. To be honest, Suja didn't want to go. As for things like youthful love, it was just talk. Looking at beautiful women didn't mean liking them. He wanted to turn around and leave, but when he looked back, he saw that the two guys who had just failed took out two jokers from somewhere and pretend to be ready to throw it behind him at any time. What the hell? Against the Tian gang? No. What are you two clowns pretending to be? Suja was speechless. How could anyone go out with an ID card and a copy? But at this moment, he couldn't back down. Suja was not so timid. He strode forward and headed towards the corner. Just as he approached the girl, a gust of fragrance suddenly blew in his face, and he couldn't help but smell it. It's really not abnormal, it's a normal human reaction. Here Suja didn't know how many times he had practiced the simple act of mixing his voice into the ultimate hoarse and bubbly masculine voice. This time, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. It was still the same ending. The beautiful woman didn't seem to want to pay attention to him, nor did she want to accept his tissue. Taking advantage of this time, Suja also quietly observed the other person's face. Damn, I have to admit, she is really a beauty. It may not be clear from a distance, but up close, she is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. Class monitor? The face in front of him seemed to be more and more similar to the face in his memory. Suja's pupils contracted instantly, but fortunately he controlled his voice. The girl had no intention of paying attention to Suja before, but when she heard the word class monitor, she suddenly raised her head. The moment he saw his face, Suche became even more certain the girl was the monitor of his class. Suja opened his mouth in surprise, because this was completely different from the Chiu Ran in his memory. The class monitor in his memory wore a school uniform and a pair of thick glasses every day. Her outfit was so rustic, which was completely different from the beauty in front of him. Moreover, he was usually extremely serious and harsh. To be honest, Suche disliked him. The two looked at each other in silence, but Suche felt that he could not go on like this, and he wanted to break the silence, but at critical moments, people's brains always work very slowly, and they may even come up with some stupid ideas. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Suche's first words were, "Squad leader, you, what a contrast." Chapter 2. Does she smoke and drink in private? Who said this monitor is mean? This monitor is awesome. Although he knew he had said the wrong thing, seeing Chiu Ran who was so different from what he remembered, Suja's first reaction was, this girl wouldn't smoke and drink in private, right? Hearing Suja's words, Chiu Ran's face turned red instantly, but turned into anger the next moment. This doesn't sound like a good thing at all. But the next moment, the anger on her face turned into panic. Without any hesitation, she stretched out her snow-white little hand and covered Suja's mouth directly. Fuck, if I had known I would have done it myself. Nyozi was so distressed when he saw this scene that he even smacked his lips subconsciously, imagining that his mouth was covered. Chiu Ran immediately realized that her action was not good. After a brief thought, she snatched the tissue from Suja's hand, wiped her tears hastily, and then rushed to the side. Suja stood there in a daze without reacting. At this moment, he had not yet reacted. Shocked, the squad leader, who seems to be harsh and old-fashioned, actually, what does the ugliness in school have to do with me outside the school? A pure boy high school cuckold. They smoke and drink in private, in public and shopping malls, expose themselves. Ahem, that's not right. Throwing out all the abnormal questions in his mind, Suche began to think rationally, but he didn't have time to think, as Nyozi next to him came over and hit him. Oh my god, how did you do that? I feel like you two know each other. It's no wonder that Nyozi was alert. When the two of them looked at each other just now, anyone could tell what was going on. Suche had a strong desire to share this kind of gossip, but he stopped just as he was about to speak. Although he didn't like Chiu Ran, this was someone else's privacy after all. If he hated the mean squad leader, he could refute him directly instead of spreading these nonsense. It's irrelevant. Suche waved his hand casually, indicating that the topic should be put on hold. Nyozi did not ask any more questions. but just looked suspiciously in the direction where Chio ran left. Shallow, angle omega, dividing line. Is it the glasses that have sealed her beauty? Or is it some kind of Asian evil magic that's at work? Suche spent the whole afternoon thinking about this problem. But even after finishing 2 bottles of Dayo, he still didn't figure it out. After strolling around for a while, I prepared to go home. After all, I am now in my 3rd year of high school and time is tight and the tasks are heavy. Suja has an advantage, which is that he won't think about things he can't figure out. Anyway, Xiao Ran has nothing to do with him, so he doesn't bother to care about the other person's affairs. Suja returned to the community with familiarity and went up to the 4th floor where there was no elevator. He began to breathe slightly. As soon as I took out the key, I heard bursts of crying coming from inside the door. To be honest, any normal person would feel scared, but Suja skillfully inserted the key and took a step forward. The crying sound was not fake. As soon as I opened the door, I could see a girl in her early 20s lying on the sofa and crying. The girl's name is Sun Yan, and she is Suja's biological sister. She's an old lady in her 30s, but she's still wearing kitty cat pajamas and acting cute. I'm really impressed. Maybe the relationship between siblings will always be like this. To outsiders, the beautiful Sun Yan is an ugly girl in the eyes of her younger brother. However, this time the elder sister did not get angry. Instead, she couldn't help but pounce on him and hug Su Zhe. Suja had a blank expression on his face. Instead, he looked at the mobile phone on the sofa. The phone was still playing loudly, and one could tell at once that it was a very obvious AI synthesized sound. Imagine that one day your brother who grew up with you suddenly died, and you didn't cry, but soon after, perhaps when you picked up an object, you suddenly remembered every little thing you had together. Feeling the soft body in his arms, Suja's mouth twitched fiercely, then he grabbed the old woman's neck and threw her back onto the sofa. How many times have I told you to stop imagining that I'm dead? Suche was speechless. What a female poet. It's fine if other siblings quarrel, but this woman always fantasizes about what would happen if he died. Sun Yan wiped the corners of his eyes and said with sobs, I don't know why, but I always feel great like this. Just imagining it gives me a tingling sensation. Even though it hurts, it feels great. My dear sister, does that prove that you still love me? Of course. Even though we quarrel a lot, we are siblings after all. Then pay me back the 200 yuan you owe me. One thing at a time. Sun Yan quickly wiped away her tears within a second, and then her face became serious. The emotions that had been brewing for who knows how long disappeared in an instant. It was a close call. I almost gave you the money back on impulse. Suja gritted his teeth and suddenly had an urge to throw this woman out. Brother, please lend me another 200. My sea service payment is coming up. I'll pay you back when I get my salary next month. Oh, and wash the clothes while you're at it. Go cook me 2 more dishes. I stepped on you, I scalded you. Suche spoke in a sweet voice but did not utter a single dirty word. How can I curse this? I can't choose. Although cursing, Suche walked into the kitchen very naturally, threw the clothes into the washing machine, then took out vegetables and meat from the refrigerator and started cooking. The diligent younger brother is reviewing for his senior year of high school while taking care of his disabled sister. Well, it sounds very inspiring. By the way, Shinro just called me and said that you didn't reply to my message. You are too much. Halfway through the cooking, the woman started to make noise again, but what she said caught Suche's attention. Tang Shinro, childhood sweetheart, went to study in Country M 3 years ago and has not returned yet. She is Suja's absolute best friend. You don't understand. How can there be so much fussing between buddies? Like you women. We usually don't reply to messages if we don't want to. Suja said casually that the chat records between him and Niu Zi usually only contain one word. Sun Yan's tone became strange. Have you forgotten that the other person is a girl? All buddies. Looking at his brother's busy figure, Sun Yan sighed slightly. I have to say that Suja's craftsmanship is quite good. It can only be said that having a disabled sister at home has helped Suja develop many skills. After dinner, he returned to his room, and as if he remembered his sister's words, he turned on his mobile phone vertically. Tang Shinro, who was far away in Country M, did send him a message. It was not an important message, just sharing some daily life. Suja tried to reply, but after a long while, he couldn't utter a word because he was not interested in what the other party shared. After thinking about it, he put his phone aside. If you don't want to reply, then don't reply, but you can't get angry, you dude. Chapter 3. Let's go. Otherwise, you will have to pay 200 yuan just to watch the fun. Life in the third year of high school is very tight, not to mention that Suja has a disabled sister. Suja's parents do business in another place, but their son is at a critical moment in the college entrance examination, and they are worried, so they let his elder sister Sun Yan move in to take care of her brother. It just so happened that Sun Yan also worked nearby, but the two of them might never have thought in their lifetime that the development of things might be far beyond their imagination. Dude! I want apple pie for breakfast. Eat your XXX. Suja, who got up at an unknown time, was roaring in the kitchen. Listening to Sun Yan's hazy, half-dead voice, the veins on Suja's hand holding the spatula even bulged. Is she really here to take care of me? Why does it feel like something is wrong? Abandon. 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 The sounds of pots and pans mixed with the sound of abandon of hard reviewing. This is the sound of youth, the breath of hard work, mixed with just a little bit of frustration. When he reached Sun Yan's door, Suja wanted to kick it open, but the blood suppression in his bones made him give up this decision. Sure enough, when he opened the door, the old woman was covered in the quilt, with only a pair of long white legs exposed. Damn old woman! You deserve to never find a partner. Suja muttered to himself, then slammed the plate heavily on Sun Yan's dressing table. Seeing that the other person's essence or oil had slightly vibrated, Suja nodded with satisfaction. Humph. Don't think I'll always be nice to you. I have a temper too. Gently closing the door, Suja ran out of the house holding a piece of toast. He got up a little late today, but fortunately he had a private car. Beep beep beep. Nyozi had been waiting outside for a long time on his electric scooter. At this moment, he was looking in the direction of Suja, as if he was expecting something. Walk. Sitting in the back seat with familiarity, Suja finally had time to take out a pack of milk. Drive slowly. This is what Suche always reminded Nyozi to do, not because he did not trust Nyozi's skills, but because the other party's electric scooter had no brakes. What is a lifelong friendship? Suja felt that Bruce might be much safer driving than this, but it didn't matter. The worst that could happen was just a fatal injury. Why didn't my sister come out? There was some regret in Nyozi's voice, as if he had been looking out there for a long time just to see Sun Yan. She doesn't want to work today, and I've asked her manager for leave. Oh wait? Why do I feel like something is wrong? The tram sped away. The two of them had walked this road countless times. Suja sat in the back seat, and his mind unconsciously recalled what happened in the mall yesterday. He felt as if he was in a dream. You really can't judge a person by appearance. Is it so exaggerated just because she took off her glasses? Oh no! Is this girl targeting me? After all, I found evidence that she smokes and drinks. Suche began to worry, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he had no reason to be afraid. The normal development should not be, class monitor, you don't want others to know what you look like outside of school, right? Damn, why does it feel a bit vulgar? Suja was lost in thought, and at this moment he suddenly heard Nyozi's strange cry, Old Su. Look! There's something exciting going on. What the hell? Suja muttered, but the moment he turned his head, his attention was immediately attracted. It wasn't that he saw anything, he just saw a circle of people in front of him, but isn't that enough? Although he didn't know what happened, I believe that no Chinese person could resist the urge to go over and take a look. Lao Su, I seem to be late. Who do you think I am? Pull the car over here. Suche launched a war roar without hesitation. Are you kidding me? If you don't watch the fun, are you still a Chinese? In fact, Nyozi also wanted to watch, he just wanted to find a supporter, but his electric scooter had no brakes, so he could only slow down, and when he got close he could only paddle forward step by step with his feet. Both of them were very excited, but they were dumbfounded the moment they got close. I saw an old lady lying in the center of the crowd. She was wailing on the ground and looking at the passers-by around her pleadingly, but the passers-by around her were avoiding her gaze and no one dared to move forward. Zhao! I shouldn't have come if I had known. Nyozi made a regretful sound. This classic scene was almost like a copy of the original. If I help, I'll risk bankruptcy. If I don't help, I'll have to face the condemnation of my conscience. Lao Su, this is simply unsolvable. What's so unsolvable about this? Just stand on the moral high ground and condemn those with weak consciences. Nyozi was speechless, but he had already turned the handlebars. Forget it, we can't stand this excitement, let's just go. Helping an old lady is like playing mahjong. What's the meaning? If the game gets really big, everyone watching will have to throw in $200. Su-Che nodded in agreement. He had seen a news report some time ago about an old man who fell down and no one helped him up. As a result, his children checked the surveillance footage and sued more than 20 passers-by. What a joke! If this happened even without help, what would happen if they did? Putting aside the facts, don't you, who are reading this book, have any responsibility? The electric scooter had no brakes, so it turned very slowly, and just when Nyozi was about to turn around completely, Su-Che suddenly interrupted him. Wait! Wait! Someone's passing by. Su-Che's voice was filled with excitement. No matter what the result was, he would see a wonderful and lively event today, but Nyozi didn't seem to want to watch it very much. Firstly, it was because he was almost late, and secondly, it was because he was really scared. But seeing his friend's excitement, Nyozi could only remind him indirectly, Lao Su, what do you think happened to a Mercedes-Benz that it turned into a bicycle? I sold it to support the Han Dynasty in 3 kingdoms, what's wrong with that? It's okay, it would be embarrassing if a group of people surrounded an old lady, but if a young girl helped the old lady, then it became a legendary story. But whether it was a legendary story or a joke from hell, it all depended on the old lady's thoughts. At this moment, in Su-Che's eyes, the old lady's face seemed to have half darkened, and the remaining half was shining with divinity. One thought can reach the sky. No fear of gods or demons. Old man, are you okay? The girl who suddenly appeared attracted everyone's attention. It had to be admitted that she was very pretty, with a cute face that looked a little childish. Although she looked unconfident, her eyes were extremely determined. Coupled with her good character, she was like a little princess. I originally thought that her face was enough to attract me, but I didn't expect that she had such a kind character. Whose general is this? Su-Che had already raised his phone and started recording. You ask why he was recording? Su-Che himself didn't know. Anyway, the memory was not used up, there were bursts of praise all around. Although no one dared to help, it did not affect everyone's affirmation of this behavior. After all, there are still many good people in this world. The old lady was even more grateful and shed tears. She held the girl's hand and couldn't help shaking. Good boy. Good boy. You are the only one who dares to help Grandma. You are such a good boy. If it were someone else, they would have bumped into me and run away long ago. Chapter 4, A Moment of Cheerfulness in Exchange for a Lifetime of Introversion. Lu Sisi is an introverted little girl. She is the kind of person who will blush unconsciously when talking to strangers, and makes people around her couldn't help but sigh, baby, you are a sweet and soft little cake. But Lu Sisi really doesn't like this kind of personality. She really doesn't like people calling her weak, so she plans to establish a new personality today, on the day of her transfer, in this place where most people don't know her. Yes. It's decided. My new personality will be that kind of helpful, optimistic, and cheerful little girl. Lu Sisi made up her mind. If she didn't establish a new personality after transferring to another school, wouldn't it be in vain? Good. Then the first step to change herself was right in front of her. The girl who used to blush when talking to strangers now resolutely chose to help the old lady in front of her. And sure enough, a moment of cheerfulness was exchanged for a lifetime of introversion. Seeing the kind and amiable old lady's expression suddenly change, and hearing the discussions of as expected around her, Lu Sisi stood there, apparently having lost all means of resistance. No, sister, can you react to my facial changes? Su-Che laughed strangely at the side. He was still immature. How did he say that? There are still many bad people in this world. Mother-in-law, it really wasn't me who hit you. Lu Sisi was about to cry, but she still sniffed stubbornly and explained in a trembling voice. What? I'm so old and you still want me to do squats? The old lady read the reply randomly. The smile on Lu Sisi's face did not disappear, but it was completely transferred to Suja's face. Can you please think about it again? I fell so badly, I can't just be given in 4 drip. Let me tell you, There are surveillance cameras all around here. What? You said my wallet is a little empty? The onlookers have begun to consciously retreat. It has reached the point where people are willing to throw in $200 just to watch the fun. They absolutely cannot stay here for long. Lao Su, the wind is blowing. Niu Zi also turned the handlebars. He couldn't watch this excitement any longer. He said that from the first glance, this old wall lamp didn't look like a good person. Just when Niu Zi was about to start the electric scooter, he suddenly felt a resistance. Suja stopped the vehicle with his foot and looked in the direction of the girl with a slightly hesitant look. This action immediately frightened Niu Zi. He held Su Che's shoulder and said very seriously, Lao Su, you are not someone who meddles in other people's business. Listen to me and don't get involved. It can be seen that Niu Zi was really anxious, but Suja looked at the girl for a long time without saying anything. It was not that he had any other thoughts, but he simply felt that good people should not be so miserable. Although he had a smile on his face just now, Suja couldn't smile at all in his heart. Lao Su. Don't make noise. I have my own rhythm. You have your horse. Su Che still walked towards that direction. Niu Zi kept scolding Su Che from behind, but he still turned the car aside and followed him. Damn it! What a sin! Su Che was not a good person. He had thought carefully before going. Lu Sisi immediately noticed Suja's figure. Her helpless eyes were suddenly filled with expectation. At the same time, a middle-aged man jumped out of the crowd. According to Suja's experience, this man should be the old lady's son. Everyone around was talking about it, but Suja acted quickly. Before the scammer could say anything, he went to find Lu Sisi first. Oh, number, up. Give me your number and I'll add you, oh. Although she didn't know why this boy who suddenly appeared asked for her contact information, Lu Sisi was completely confused at this moment. She took out the latest model of Yali 18 and added Su Che's size 00. So rich? Suja smacked his lips and sighed subconsciously. Add friends, approve, and send videos, all in one go. First of all, I'm not here to help you. This is the video of you helping someone just now. I recorded it for you. I don't know how they will make a scene, but I suggest you call the police directly. You should be able to explain clearly with this evidence. Finally, don't come to me. Nothing that happens has anything to do with me, because I said from the beginning that I'm not here to help you. Lu Sisi's brain was a little overloaded at the moment. She thought Suja was a hero who stood up, but she didn't expect he could also be considered a hero. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Sisi is not a stupid person. After thinking it over, she already knew how important this evidence is. Suja nodded, turned around and left. This was the limit of what he could do. He had no control over the rest of the situation or how much money the other party was blackmailed for. Turning around and leaving, at this moment Suja felt like he was walking with the wind. As expected, there should be more good people in the world. As he was sighing, Suja suddenly felt a darkness in front of his eyes. He looked up and saw a burly man in a suit, about 1.9 meters tall, standing in front of him. Suja subconsciously stopped, and after the other party's first words, Suja suddenly felt like the sky had fallen. Don't leave yet. Spicy meatballs. Regret. Now the person involved is very regretful. No, buddy, you have this equipment. Why are you still trying to steal porcelain? Why don't you just go and rob? This arm feels thicker than my calf. If it hits me with a punch, won't it be covered with bruises? The young man stood at attention. Suja was not moved and really did not dare to move. The big man's appearance completely attracted everyone's attention. The most panicked among them were the old lady and her son. Did I bump into you? The big man stood in front of Lu Sisi, his face gradually becoming ferocious as he looked at the mother and child opposite. No, my mom fell down by herself. It's okay. It's okay. Following one's heart is a science, and Su Che believes that fighting violence with violence is also a means. Zhao. We are one people, not buddies. You have a bodyguard. Why didn't you use him earlier? Suja wanted to curse, but when he saw the burly man and Lu Sisi coming towards him, he smiled from the heart. Little brother, thank you so much for today. There are so few young people like you nowadays. Come on, you must not refuse. At this moment, Suja finally understood the purpose of the big man asking him to stop. Looking at the 10 banknotes handed over by the other party, Suja's eyes turned green. Damn it! If this is all for the Three Kingdoms kill, but would it make me seem too tacky if I just took it? Hey, you said this, hey, I didn't say hey, you, hey, no, look at this, hey, you, without saying a word. I put $1,000 in my pocket and still kept my face. Just learn from me. After the crowd dispersed, Suja still felt a little scared. He swore that he would never get involved in such a thing again, but when he touched the yuan in his pocket, he still felt comforted. He randomly picked out 5 of them and stuffed them into Nyozi's pocket. Even though they were father and son, they couldn't share the responsibility, but they had to divide the money by themselves. Nyozi seemed a little scared as well, and the 2 of them walked in silence towards the school. As expected, he must be late. Nyozi was in class 5, and he was in class 2. As soon as he walked to the door, Suja immediately saw a familiar figure. A simple school uniform, glasses, lenses thick enough to protect against bullets, messy hair. Who else could it be but the class monitor Chiu Ran? Subconsciously thinking of the beauty that day, Suja's eyes gradually became unnatural. Chiu Ran obviously noticed Suja's gaze. The moment she saw Suja, a barely perceptible panic flashed in her eyes. Suja suddenly laughed in his heart, and suddenly felt that he had a way to fight back against this mean and venomous squad leader. As long as I say, class monitor, you don't want to, class monitor, I really have control over you. Suja! You're late. Go back to your seat and stand. Your mother. Chapter 5, from today on, started dating masterpiece. This is not right, right? Suche, standing at his seat because he was late, asked himself a soul-searching question. According to the plot, shouldn't it be that I have caught the other party's handle, and then the other party begged me with a pleading face, don't tell anyone, as long as you don't tell anyone, she will agree to anything for me. Then he looked down and said, choose the firewood stick or mine. B. Interruption sound effect. What? Were you tortured again? You, Susu, are such a loser. Suja didn't even bother to turn his head when hearing the teasing voice in his ears. If the class monitor Chiu Ran was the girl he hated the most in the class, then the woman next to him was the girl Suja felt most helpless with. Zhugeling, a woman with nothing to show for her except her surname, was very pretty, but Suche's evaluation of her was a woman who has no sexual desire. As a pure-hearted male high school student who was extremely eager for a romantic life, this kind of evaluation is extremely vicious. Of course, the most important thing is that this woman is more abstract than him. Like Suche, she is the kind of person who completely ruins her appearance with her mouth. Hey, you must have violated the rules again, right? Suja blushed upon hearing this and argued, I'm just late. Being late can't be considered a violation of discipline. Can something that happens to scholars be considered a violation of discipline? After that, words like heroic act and happy to help others were said, and a cheerful atmosphere suddenly spread from the tables in front and behind. In fact, Suja and Zhugeling have a good relationship. One word to describe it is, we are all brothers, but it must be admitted that Zhugeling destroyed most of Suja's beautiful fantasies about the pure girls' high school. Why do I feel like Chiu Ran is always looking at you? Did you offend her? Suja, who was still thinking about what happened in the morning, was shocked when he heard this. He did not look at Chiu Ran, but looked at Zhugeling in surprise. Is this woman a spirit? How could she be so perceptive? Isn't she always like that? She's always picking on me. Susu, do you think the monitor likes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhugeling was halfway through his words when Suche almost laughed out loud. He waved his hands, vehemently objecting. I think you ate too much and had hallucinations. How could you come up with such an absurd conclusion? Not every girl who is interested in a man will deliberately cause trouble for him. Can you distinguish the plots in the novel? I can tell you now that even if Chiu Ran died outside, and jumped out of experiment 1, he would never like me. The expression on Zhugeling's face became even weirder, and then she showed a strange smile, Anya smile JPG, which made Suja's mouth twitch. Ding-ling-ling, the bell rang and the classroom gradually became quiet. Suja was very glad that his head teacher did not come during the morning reading, otherwise he would have been severely tortured. Now that the class was in session, he was fine. The teacher would most likely let him sit down and start teaching directly. Classmates, we are already falling behind. Although school had only started for a week, Suja was already a little annoyed by such talk. But with the teacher's words, "Sit down and listen to the class," Suja suddenly found the talk much more pleasant. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Chil-ran. This was a normal human reaction. However, what Su-che saw was not the back of Chil-ran's head, but a pair of eyes that were obviously concerned. The moment he saw Su-che, Chil-ran turned his head instantly, looking a little flustered. As expected, "You still care a lot." Suja curled his lips. His grandmother cared about him but didn't give him a back door. She really had no sense of human conduct. However, Suja had no intention of telling anyone. As he said, although he didn't like Chil-ran, he wouldn't be so tasteless as to use other people's privacy to attack others. Experimental number 1 high school is a key high school in Qingfeng City. Teaching in such a high school is relatively easy because the students are more self-conscious. Of course, there are exceptions. Fuck. So blatant? I won't let you off the hook. Zhuge Ling looked at Su Zhou as he skillfully took out his cell phone and started fiddling with it, with an envious look on his face. Just stop it, it's a big deal. Su-che ignored the abstract woman beside him because he suddenly discovered something more important. Open your phone and click on the OO message. Bamboo Bear, are you there? That's right, it was the girl from before. I was only thinking about being brave and righteous, and almost forgot that I had added such a kind, cute, and seemingly rich pure high school girl. Suja, who had almost no friends of the opposite sex, could not suppress his excitement when he saw the "Are you there" on the screen. Hee, this avatar is so cute no matter how I look at it. Tisk, look at your dead look, why don't you hurry back? Zhuge Ling was very disdainful of his buddy's attitude, but Su-che did not reply to the message immediately. Instead, he showed a very serious attitude and said to Zhuge Ling, do you remember the message you sent me last night? Remember, I asked you if you were masturbating. Last sentence. Suja coughed awkwardly and looked at Zhuge Ling. You mean, you don't chat, don't socialize, don't go out, stay at home all day long, and then suddenly a beautiful girl with fair skin, sweet and cute, nice voice, gentle personality, compatible values, good at taking care of people, and likes to wear JK skirts transfers to school and says to you, I have been paying attention to you for a long time, why can't you see through my feelings? Zhuge Ling's voice sounded sarcastic, but Suja's smile became brighter. Yes. The answer is yes. Su-che answered firmly. The more he looked at this cartoon avatar, the more he liked it. This is what a high school girl should look like. Little Bamboo Bear, so cute. Unlike Zhuge Ling, who insisted on calling her the sexy female cockroach, how could I possibly have a high opinion of her? By abstract woman, what a fool. Stop drooling. I just asked him if he was there. Is that a big deal? Zhuge Ling rolled his eyes. At least we should arrange a meal together, right? Zayas Huxiang, sorry, thank you so much for what you did today. Judging from your school uniform, you should also be from experimental number 1 middle school. I just transferred here today. My name is Lu Cici. If it's convenient, can I treat you to lunch today? Oh, and the friend behind you as well. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Koroko speaks. If it wasn't for class, Suju would have grabbed Zhuge Ling's neck and pressed her face hard against the screen. Zhuge Ling's face was full of disbelief at this moment. After a long silence, she managed to utter, Susu, did you see her killing someone? Bah! This is called personality charm. What do you know? Shrimp head girl Su-che no longer paid attention to Zhuge Ling. After thinking for a long while, he began to reply, frowny face, the eel is not as good as Pinocchio, you are too polite. I should have time, but my friend probably doesn't. A perfect answer, polite yet elegant. Suja turned off his phone and felt that the boring class seemed much more interesting. I've never been in love, but that's a thing of the past. Start today. Data Live. Chapter 6. No. Who asked you? I started playing with girls when I was 3 years old. When I was 5, I made 2 boys 6 years older than me cry. When I was 12, I was still bathing with girls. Now I'm 18, and have never even had a relationship. Su-che always felt that something was wrong, but it didn't matter anymore. To be honest, he really likes this girl Lu Cici. She has a face as bright as the moon, a kind character, and money. Who can resist her? Zhuge Ling, today is very important, give me some advice. How about, you talk less? You're actually quite pretty when you're silent. Zhuge Ling looked Suche up and down, and finally gave him some very pertinent advice. Silence. Suja did not reply. As expected, this woman could not say anything good. By the way, Susu, do you have $20? Lend it to me and I'll pay you back next week. Do I look like a wealthy man? How can I support the Han dynasty if I lend you all my money? Suche asked a soul-searching question, but considering his relationship with Zhuge Ling, he took out the money without any hesitation. You're borrowing my money to spend on other men again, right? What are you doing this time? Don't underestimate Zhuge Ling, this abstract girl. She also has someone she likes. That's a boy named Chen Qing in her class. He is usually lazy and carefree. To put it simply, he is a slacker. In high school, I liked gangsters, in college, I liked rappers, during military training, I liked instructors, and during internship, I fell in love with my leaders. Well done, Zhuge Ling, you have it all in your life. Don't talk nonsense this time, it's serious business. It's his favorite TF anniversary. I saved up money to buy him some peripherals. What? Suche took the money back. He could lend the money, as the other party would pay it back. But if the other party lied, Suche would not tolerate it. Come on, Zhuge Ling, let me tell you, which grown man can like TF? Suja had been talking halfway when Zhuge Ling handed him his cell phone. After taking a look at the surrounding pictures, Suja suddenly realized something and handed over the money. Ah, King Hibiscus, it has some taste, but not much. It's just a product of the old-fashioned school. The reformists are all into electronic cigarettes now. Ignoring Suja's teasing, Zhuge Ling set off as soon as the bell rang. Looking at her back, Suja curled his lips in disdain. As he said before, it is impossible for an abstract woman to have loved. However, the abstract man still has some chance. The protagonist is self-absorbed, and there is no opposition between men and women. I'm going to start too. The first step is to find out which class Cece is in. Suja's thinking was very clear. Such a beautiful girl suddenly transferred to the school. He didn't know how many people were watching her. He must act quickly. Just as he was about to get up, a familiar figure suddenly appeared and sat in Zhuge Ling's seat. Class monitor, Suja showed a very awkward smile. He had never expected Qiu Ran to appear. Looking at the other person's plain appearance, the scene of that day flashed unconsciously in Suja's mind. So beautiful, I really can't tell her. These glasses so amazing. Suja had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and Qiu Ran didn't seem to want to speak. She just sat there without saying a word. Fortunately, the two of them usually had some unfriendly interactions, so the classmates around them didn't care. You're such a jerk. Say something. Suja clenched his fists and gritted his teeth gently. He felt that the atmosphere couldn't go on like this. Just when he was about to speak, Qiu Ran at the side spoke first. She lowered her voice so low that only Suja could hear it clearly. Yes, what you saw that day was real. His name is Su Jianghao. We grew up together. I like him, so I wanted to confess to him before the college entrance examination, but Suja was dumbfounded. He clearly noticed that Qiu Ran's face became extremely lost, and then she began to tell him every detail of their childhood sweetheart history. Suche had a polite smile on his face, but there was only one question in his mind. No. Who asked you? Why are you telling me this? What does it have to do with you if you confess and get dumped? Don't bother me when I'm trying to pick up girls, okay? It's really incomprehensible. Who cares about your shit? Even if you die single, die outside, and jump out of experiment 1, what does it have to do with me? How could someone just make someone stand in the corner during the day and then come to complain later? But the education Suche received from childhood to adulthood made him extremely well-mannered. Although he was very dissatisfied in his heart, his face still showed an attitude of listening. Don't get me wrong, smiling at you is just a courtesy. Would he said he would always be with me, but he turned out to only see me as his sister. No. Big sister, don't cry. Looking at Qiu Ran, who was lying on the table sobbing silently, and then looking at the classmates who had stopped talking, they all looked at their classmates with strange eyes. Suche had 1,000 mmp in his mind, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. Qiu Ran. You deserve to die. Haha, it's nothing everyone, go away. Suche laughed and tried to dismiss the people around him, but this action made the people around him look interested. Sister, please say something. I won't tell anyone about your affairs. Xiao Ran cried for a while and seemed to have recovered a lot. She raised her head and wiped her tears, and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else, I just, Xiao Ran was suddenly stunned. She suddenly realized that she didn't know why she came to find Suja. Maybe she was afraid that the other party would tell others, or maybe she was eager to explain, but she herself didn't know why. Maybe she just wanted to vent her feelings to Su Che, the only person who knew the truth. Xiao Ran suddenly realized that he didn't even have someone to talk to. It's okay, I'm fine, there's nothing going on between me and Suja. Xiao Ran left in a panic after saying a few words, leaving behind only classmates with gossipy faces and Suja, who was in tears. No, elder sister. You'd better not say it. When the bell rang, the break was completely wasted. Su Che was in a bad mood. He lay on the table with a poker face, but soon he found something that interested him, because Zhuge Ling also lay on the table with a poker face after he came back. No, Suja's keen intuition told him that something must have happened, but based on his experience, he should not provoke this woman at this time, as it would lead to misfortune. It seems like everyone's love luck hasn't been going so well lately. Ugh. Crow's mouth, I'm definitely not one of them. Chapter 7, Forgetful Pork Rib Soup, Heartless Dry Pot Chicken. How can I get rid of Niu Zi and create some alone time for the two of us? This was a serious issue, and as lunch was approaching, Su Che had to make a decision. Brothers are brothers, but this is still a matter of one thing and one thing only. Su Che would not even blink an eye when it comes to sharing the 500 yuan, but if it comes to finding a partner, I'm sorry, Niu Zi. I will try my best to find a sister-in-law for you. Zhuge Ling seemed very depressed the whole morning, which was not in line with her style of painting abstract women. However, Suja did not ask her. He knew very well that Zhuge Ling must have a strong desire to talk, because he had received hints from Zhuge Ling countless times in the morning. Su Che believed that as long as he asked what's wrong, Zhuge Ling would definitely tell him everything. But so what? I have already said that spending money on men will bring bad luck to my whole life. And spending money on men other than me will bring bad luck to my whole life. There was still no good way to get rid of Niu Zi. While I was thinking about it, I heard Niu Zi's voice in my ears. Lao Su. Here. Niu Hao waved his hand at the door, and Suja was shocked. He really couldn't do it? However, when he looked towards the door, his pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it, why is Lu Sisi standing with Niu Zi? Masaka. Bad guy, you're really bad. Suja rushed forward in 2 steps, and when he got closer he found that there was a boy standing next to Lu Sisi. Suja knew this boy, Shenluan, who had been the top student in the grade for many years and was an absolute top student in experimental number 1 middle school. Didn't you expect, Lao Su, Lu Sisi transferred to our class? Niu Zi said excitedly, but Suja's eyes were already a little strange. Lu Sisi still looked very shy, and it seemed that she was not used to the new environment. But she still plucked up her courage and called a few people to go to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Suja clearly noticed that Lu Sisi seemed to be very close to Shenluan, and it was obvious that they had known each other for a long time. Su Che hugged Niu Zi and asked in a low voice, Niu Zi, why is there a man here? What do you think the probability is that this man is her family member? Inversely proportional to your chances of being a clown. Don't even think about it. They're childhood sweethearts. Lu Sisi transferred here just for Shenluan. Don't even think about it. As if he had guessed Suja's thoughts long ago, Niu Zi patted his best friend on the shoulder and said. Su Che had a blank expression on his face, without the slightest emotion fluctuation. As expected, everyone's love fortunes have not been very good recently, hey? Where have I heard this before? Who said it? Oh, aren't they just childhood sweethearts? What's the big deal? Why did you transfer to another school? How boring. Lu Sisi, no exaggeration, no criticism, just like that. I'm dying of laughter actually. I don't really want to be with you. This guy is really funny actually. I also have a childhood sweetheart. Lu Sisi is really just average tisk, to be honest. It's really pretentious, very funny, so there really is no hope. The 3rd floor of the cafeteria is a small kitchen. Normally, ordinary students are not eligible to eat on the 3rd floor even if they are rich. But Niu Zi just told Suja that Lu Sisi's father donated a dormitory building to the school, so a single room was specially opened for Lu Sisi in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Su Che couldn't figure it out, but he had one advantage: he would stop thinking about things he couldn't figure out. Although the development of things was seriously beyond his expectations, Fortunately, he was quick to accept it. Since I can't get close to the rich woman, I must get a good meal from her. The private room was very large, and it was obvious that the school attached great importance to Lucici. The four of them quickened their pace along the way because there were so many eyes paying attention to them. The four of them sat down, but the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Lucici looked embarrassed, and it was obvious that she was not very good at communicating with others. Shenluan didn't say a word from beginning to end, and had a nerdy face the whole time. He even took out a small notebook and recited something while sitting in the box. Oh my god. No, are you really learning? After all, he is the top student in the grade. Suja now just wants to order some food. Thank you so much for today, otherwise I really don't know what to do in the end. It was the host Lucici who took the initiative to start a conversation. Her smile was rather stiff, but it was obvious that she was trying very hard. It's okay, you can handle it without us. Suja didn't intend to take credit for it. He was only concerned about the food. For some reason, the moment he saw Shenluan, all his fantasies about Lucici disappeared. It was very natural, so natural that Suja himself found it a little unbelievable, just like an old man who had abstained from sex for many years suddenly became sexually frigid. Now when he looked at Lucici, he no longer had that heart-pounding feeling, but only the joy of a luxurious meal ticket. The meal was rather awkward. Nyozi was the one who livened up the atmosphere the whole time. Shenlin didn't say a word the whole time, and didn't even communicate with Lucici. He seemed to be in an unnatural mood, while Suja ate heartily. You have to say, the food on the third floor of the cafeteria is great. This private room is exclusively mine. Suja, Nyohao, you can come here to eat at noon in the future. You're welcome. After all, I just transferred here and don't have many friends. It's fun to eat with you. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Lucici extended a polite invitation, and Suche and the other man of course just laughed it off. What a joke. In this situation, it's enough for everyone to save face. It's just a chance encounter. If you get too close, it would be impolite. I really like what a famous philosopher said. Hey, are you really eating? It was so nice not to have to fight for food, but it was a pity that there was only this one meal. Nyozi found that Suja's condition had not been right since the meal. He sighed secretly and vaguely guessed something. Lao Su, don't be sad, it's not a big deal, there are better things ahead. No. There's nothing better. Nyozi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no. The two of them had been playing together for so many years, there was no way Nyozi couldn't tell which words were jokes and which were serious. He wouldn't make a wrong judgment. What Suche said just now was absolutely serious. Alas, I didn't expect that the sudden appearance of Lucici would be such a big blow to Lao Su. Nyozi was about to comfort him, but the next moment he heard Suja said with great sorrow, there's nothing better. The pork rib soup I just had is absolutely unbeatable. Damn it, I won't be able to eat it anymore. I guess that's why you haven't said anything? What else? Don't you have anything else to say besides pork rib soup? And dry pot chicken, it's also delicious, I can't make it. Nyozi is speechless. Asshole, I'm so worried about you, and you're here talking to me about forgetting about pork rib soup and heartless dry pot chicken? Chapter 8. My childhood sweetheart encourages me to be an abstract man every day. As for the impact on mood, there is actually some. After all, no one can explain the troubles of youth clearly. Suja found that everyone around him was very strange today. The strange squad leader actually came to him in the afternoon and said a lot of nonsense, which made him confused. This girl must have some mental problems. Zhuge Ling rarely spoke all day. It seemed that she had suffered a blow. She had long been reminded that the conservative Furon King was no longer popular. She refused to listen when she was asked to give her an e-cigarette. Did she hit a wall? As for myself, I didn't feel anything, but I was still reminiscing about the delicious food I had at noon. Oh, how nice it would be if I could have food to eat every day. When Suche walked into the house, he immediately saw the eye-catching takeout box on the table. Wait a minute, if this were the life my parents envisioned, this would be the life I should be living now. Hey bro, let's eat shrimps tonight, I want to eat shrimps. Sun Yen was lying lazily on the sofa, and it was obvious that he had not gone out all day. Suja didn't say anything. He put down his school bag and walked straight to the kitchen. This action immediately caught Sun Yen's attention. Oh no. No, I'm not in the right mood. What happened? Did someone dump you? Annoying sister, you are really annoying. Suja's impatient voice came from the kitchen, which made Sun Yan's face look even more gossipy. However, she did not ask more questions. How could a sister take her brother's troubles as fun? After finishing the meal, Suja pushed the bowl towards Sun Yan, then turned around and walked back to the room in one go. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes, which made Sun Yan frown. After thinking for a moment, she immediately went to wash the dishes, while Suja beautiful. The melancholy plan was a great success. Don't laugh out loud, or you will definitely be caught and sent out to wash dishes. Family members should live in intrigue. Suja grew up with Sun Yan, so he thinks everyone in the outside world is a good person. Your thoughts are indeed dark, but compared with my sister, they are still a little childish. Ding 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 ding. Just when I was feeling smug, I heard a series of bombardment from my cell phone. I could tell from the frequency that it was very urgent. When he opened his phone, it was Tang Xinro, who was far away in country M. She sent him a voice message. Suja subconsciously clicked it, and suddenly a very elegant voice came from the phone. To be honest, after living for so many years, Tang Xinro's voice is definitely the most pleasant one Suja has ever heard, no doubt about it. Although the two of them often bicker, Suja still has to admit it in this regard. Go! Go! What are you still hesitating about? The very elegant voice was hurried, and the words she said were very inconsistent with her elegant voice. Suja put down his phone and turned on his computer. His actions were urgent, but he was still muttering, "There's nothing we can do about this internet-addicted girl." Meanwhile, across the ocean, in a dormitory of an aristocratic high school, a girl wearing bare pajamas and with messy hair was sitting on a gaming chair and flipping through her phone. The girl had waist-length hair that was wet, as if she had just washed it. Her small face was very delicate. Although she was young, her breasts were already quite big. Although she was only wearing pajamas, her every move was full of elegance. She had an indescribable temperament, a very distinctive oriental beauty. After listening to the voice message sent by Suja 3 times in a row, Tang Xinro's beautiful big eyes gradually narrowed. No. His tone is a little impatient. He must be in a bad mood. If Suja can be in a bad mood, it must not be a small fight. Combined with his recent remarks about wanting to fall in love, could it be? Tang Xinro's eyes suddenly widened, and then the smile on her face froze. She skillfully opened another app on her phone. At the same time, Suja's phone flashed 2 faint lights inconspicuously. A small dot appeared on Tang Xinro's phone. She slowly zoomed in, looked at it, and then patted her chest in relief. Fortunately, I stayed at school that day and didn't go to parks, cafes, cinemas, hotels, or other dangerous places. Suja certainly couldn't have imagined that the mobile phone Tang Xinro gave him actually had such a little function. At this moment, he was opening the League of Legends with great anticipation. Jerk off twice must jerk off twice. The study schedule in the 3rd year of high school is very tight, but playing a few games should not be a problem. Besides, he really didn't want to play, he was playing with Tang Xinro. Hey, after putting on the headphones, the familiar voice came to his ears again. Suja had heard this voice for 18 years. Although Tang Xinro went abroad when he was in high school, the two of them had to video chat at least once every 2 days, so there was no sense of strangeness. Why are you so slow? Did something happen at school? Tang Xinro asked nonchalantly while entering the player selection interface. Don't mention it, alas, Suja sighed, but his hands were not idle. I'll catch the funeral crocodile for me later. No time. I'm playing Jungle Draven. I have to go into the enemy jungle at level 2. I don't have time to catch you. Tang Xinro, is that the poet thing you're playing? Then we play Robonyo in the bottom lane? Or you, Ash, my nanny. Suja fell silent. How could this woman be so abstract? But she was really addicted to the internet. She didn't play games before, but became addicted after going abroad. She dragged herself to play games every day. Damn it. Do you really think the education environment in China is the same as yours? However, in the past 2 years since I went abroad, the other party has also become smarter. When I was in junior high school, she didn't let me play games every day and asked me to accompany her shopping. But after going abroad, she changed completely. She is proficient in League of Legends, Three Kingdoms, Naruto, Identity V, and Genshin Impact. This actually made Suche very happy. The child finally grew up and became somewhat useful. He could help him fight in the battlefield of heaven and earth and the qualifying matches. Why aren't you in a good mood? Can you be more serious when playing games? Suja, have you been dumped? The girl's casual voice came, and along with her voice, the sound of first blood was heard in the game, and Tang Shinro's jungler Draven successfully counter-jungled. Hey, that's about the same, Tang Shinro. Is there anyone in this world who likes abstract men? I suddenly feel so childish. Maybe, should I change myself? Maybe that would be a good choice. Normally the two of them spent most of their time bickering, but at this moment, Suche was really reflecting seriously. There was no doubt that those who played with abstract ideas were not worthy of love. Executed, you have been killed by a creep, Tang Shinro, what are you doing? Suja was stunned. He had half his life left after counterattacking the jungle, but when he looked again, he actually lost the tower? What the hell was he playing? Tang Shinro didn't say anything, but she held the mouse tighter, with a very dangerous arc in her eyes. After a long silence, she regained her composure and said seriously, who said that? Who said abstract man is bad? Abstract man is awesome. Suja, you don't know. I'm abroad now, and abstract men are very popular. Believe me, girls like humorous boys. Don't change, just continue to be yourself, and you will be single soon. What is our relationship? Could I possibly lie to you? Chapter 9. What kind of internet addict girl is this? The gaming chair was shaking slightly, and a pair of white and tender little feet were pacing constantly, proving the owner's uneasy mood. At this moment, Tang Shinro was staring at the crocodile on the screen. Her eyes were empty and her mind was full of thoughts. What's going on? Why are you suddenly changing your temper? No way, aren't you always just talking nonsense? Could it be that you really met someone you like this time? A drop of cold sweat appeared on the beautiful girl's forehead. What was going on? According to her speculation, the probability of Suja, a funny man, getting a girlfriend should be only 6.75%. But if the other party is serious, I don't know what she was thinking about, but Tang Shinro's pretty face flushed slightly. It can be seen that her emotions are extremely unstable, but the tone of her voice did not change at all. I say, aren't you ashamed? Oh, some people cry and make a fuss because they can't find a love relationship. So pitiful. What's good about being in love? Can she help you catch the crocodile when you're playing Funeral Crocodile? Can she give you a Zhangba when you're playing Luyan? Can she give you a full draw win by Mion Returns? She can't do any of these. So what's good about being in love? Isn't it fun for us brothers to play games together? Suja was silent for a moment. What Tang Shinro said was indeed very tempting, but he soon reacted. That's not right. Can you do what you said? Come and get the red. No more romance. Suja's face changed instantly. I'm not a bad brother. Once I get my own red buff, I'll go home and prepare for a funeral. If I don't beat the shit out of you when I come online next time, won't I? His mood gradually improved, and Suja began to focus on the game, not noticing that Tang Shinro was chatting with him about what happened during the day. You know what, I was really attracted to this girl, but for some reason, after seeing the man next to her, I no longer liked her. After being killed by the opponent again, Suche started smashing the mouse. Tang Shinro said for no apparent reason, and her movements began to change. That's right. She obviously has someone she likes. It's very rude of you to get close to her now. Listen to me and stay away from her in the future. Otherwise, I will lose face if you become a clown. Tang Shinro patiently persuaded Suja, who readily agreed. He no longer had any thoughts in mind. He would rather do nothing than make a mistake. After playing 2 games, Suja planned to log off. After all, he was already a senior in high school, and taking out more than an hour a day to play games was already very indulgent. After bidding farewell to Tang Shinro, the internet-addicted girl, Suja began his low-quality review. Meanwhile, Tang Shinro stared at the offline name on the computer for a long time. The next moment, she opened her phone and began to carefully check the chat history with Suja, focusing on Suja's voice, followed by Suja's circle of friends, WeChat step count, and, what the hell? You're in your 3rd year of high school, and instead of studying hard, you're just doing useless things. The girl suddenly pouted, hugged her long white legs and leaned back in the chair, not knowing what she was thinking. Creaky, the door was pushed open. Tang Shinro lives in a double dormitory and has a local roommate. What caught my eye was a head of dazzling blonde hair, and then Delay. Tang Shinro looked at her best friend Delay with some envy, and subconsciously gestured towards her chest. Oh. Shinro, are you playing League of Legends? I like it too. Let's play together. The blonde beauty seemed very surprised. She walked straight up to Tang Shinro and pressed close to her, making very intimate gestures. Oh no, Lillian, I don't want to play. I don't like playing games. But every day, yeah, I play every day, but I really don't like playing games. Any game. Abandon. 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 It is obvious that English is Suche's weak point. He is born unable to learn it. He really wants to give Qin Shi Huang a world map to completely eliminate this evil thing. Suja lay on the bed, looking at the vocabulary list and putting on a mask of pain. Experimental number 1 high school is definitely a key high school, and the fact that Suche was able to be admitted proves that it has its merits. Suche was best at Chinese, with an average score between 130 and 145. Especially for composition, there will hardly be any points deducted. My math score is average, but if I perform exceptionally well, I can get around 135. As for English, the fluctuation is quite large, ranging from about 20 to 70. I have an English test tomorrow. I'm afraid the old lady will torture me again. What should I do? An old figure appeared in Suche's mind, and his scalp suddenly felt tingling. It is better to strike first than to be tortured. Hey! Shouts out that he wants to make beef noodles. I have a plan. First, hang yourself at the door of her office when you go to school tomorrow. Second, during the test, he took off his pants and shit in a 360-degree spiral in the classroom. Third, hold the other person's head and tell her that my rules are the rules. Fourth, after being tortured, he went home and sulked, leaving Tang Shinro to guess. Fifth, personality activation. Ahahaha, since we're already on this topic, why not have a go? Putting down the English book, Suche took out his cell phone. Just when he was about to start, suddenly sent a few messages. Soft-boiled egg, picture, soft-boiled egg, picture, soft-boiled egg, picture, soft-boiled egg, picture. Tang Xinden, I just went shopping. Which one looks good? He clicked on the picture very skillfully. Tang Shinro was a woman who loved taking pictures. She would post many of them every day. Suja was used to it. The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. The third one out of 10, 8 points are black stockings. Sugar-hearted egg, superficial, that's all you can do. Suja said nothing, but just kept opening the fifth identity. At the same time, do you still like black stockings? Tang Shinro stared at her phone with a smug smile. She took out 4 pairs of different stockings from the shopping bag and placed them on the bed, then began to select them carefully. Oh right. I almost forgot. Tang Shinro saved the third picture and then decisively sent it to her. Moments. Only yellow eel is not as visible as Pinocchio. Today the old lady is at work and not eating at home. Oh yeah, Mambo not having to make breakfast. Suche happily made a Mambo sound. If it were me, I would be too lazy to make it and could just go out and have a quick bite. But if Sun Yan is at home, I can't do it. Wait, isn't she here to take care of me? Niu Zi had been waiting outside for a long time, and Suche had greeted him in advance, so neither of them had eaten. Come on. I'll take you to an absolutely amazing place. It's newly opened. Niu Zi suddenly beamed with joy, and Suche was also full of curiosity. Although Niu Zi looked like this, he was a picky person. He mentioned the delicious places, so it must be, this is what you call delicious, looking at the ordinary buns, ordinary soy milk, but the extraordinary half-exposed treasure of the proprietress, Suja fell into deep thought. Ah. When did I say delicious? Didn't I say great? Niu Zi looked at the busy proprietress and took a big bite of the bun. Is that an apron she's wearing? Are you sure it won't expose her? If she doesn't show off, then the customers will. Suja suddenly raised his head. Damn, why is this kid talking so philosophically today? But I think we should still pay attention to the food when we eat. Why? You don't like it? Then change to another one? But then again, the two of them were munching on buns, and you know what, they felt a lot better after that. It was magical, but the next moment, Suja's sight was blocked by someone. Just when he was feeling a little dissatisfied, he was suddenly stunned. Lu Cece? She is also coming here to eat? Chapter 10. Wow. You dare to speak loudly, so impressive. Is this experiencing life? Suja could never imagine the reason why Lu Cece, with such conditions, would come to such a small restaurant to eat, not to mention that she had a socially anxious personality. I never expected that there would be so many sights to see so early in the morning. At this moment, Lu Cece was standing in front of the counter, surrounded by people. It was obvious that her brain had crashed. People who often go to breakfast shops during the morning rush hour know that if you order something, you have to fight for it. Although there are still many good people in this world, there are also a large number of people without quality. If you want breakfast, you have to shout out what you want to eat with full energy. Remember, you have to shout loudly. It doesn't matter whether the boss hears you or not. The most important thing is to let the people in the queue hear you. This is a warning and also a declaration of sovereignty. The loudness of your voice is directly proportional to the chance of you being cut in line. Otherwise, the following will happen. I saw Lu Cece standing in front of the counter, whispering something to the boss, but her voice was so soft that it was drowned out by the voice of the NPC that randomly refreshed behind her. Boss. A tray of buns and 2 bowls of soy milk. Boss, 3 fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding. Okay. I'll be right there. Hey little girl, what do you want to order? Okay, I'll be right there. Hey, little girl, what do you want, boss? Okay, I'll be right there. Maybe the boss would occasionally have a change of heart, but the next moment an old man or an old woman would stand horizontally beside Lu Cece, parallel to her position. At this time, Lu Cece would smile awkwardly and take a step back. Hey, this girl, how can she have a meal with this kind of personality? Suja actually didn't intend to get involved at first. Tang Shinro was right. The two of them were just casual acquaintances. It would be impolite to get involved. But seeing that Lu Cece had been standing there for 5 whole minutes without ordering anything, Suja couldn't help himself. These old guys really have no manners at all. And it's not that Suche was disrespectful to the elderly. It's just that after observing for 5 minutes, he found that only 2 high school students cut in line, and the rest were almost all elderly people. What is the wasted generation? In Suche's opinion, high school and college students are definitely the most qualified age group. Lu Cece. Over here. The sudden voice made Lu Cece's body tremble. She subconsciously looked around. When she saw Suja, he actually looked relieved. Nyozi looked at Suja in surprise and said nothing. He didn't call Lu Cece because he was afraid of irritating Suja. He didn't expect Suja. Wait. Could it be that he really was wasting the food yesterday? This heartless bastard. Lu Cece sat down and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, E-people are born to be the toys of I-people. What do you want to eat? Suche asked. A bowl of soy milk will be fine. Lu Cece stretched out a finger and carefully placed it in front of her chest. Boss. A bowl of soy milk. Very loud, as if he was demonstrating, Suja's voice attracted the attention of the whole audience, but it seemed to be very effective. In just less than 30 seconds, the proprietress came over charmingly with a bowl of soy milk. Lu Cece took a sip cautiously. She seemed to want to say something, but when she saw the 2 people opposite her were eating hard, she held her words back. After a long time, Lu Cece finally said in a weak voice, "Thank you, not to the extent, not to the extent." Suja waved his hands repeatedly, but when he looked up, he suddenly saw Lu Cece's lost expression. No. What's the matter? Suche was confused. Didn't he do a good thing? In an instant, a familiar melody suddenly sounded in Suche's head. I feel sorry for your pain and want to solve it for you. Bah. What a licking dog lyrics. Take the lyricist out and shoot him for 5 minutes. Why do you want to eat outside? Isn't the cafeteria good enough? After finishing a tray of buns, Lu Cece only sipped half of her bowl of soy milk. Damn, is this the realm of ladies? If it were Zhuge Ling, you would be considered clean if you didn't finish the drink in 3 gulps. I think I should get more exposure to the outside world. Lu Cece seemed to want to explain something, but she didn't finish in the end. Suja immediately understood. Well, it is indeed an experience of life. Suja, you are so awesome. You dare to speak so loudly. The sudden praise confused Suja. Are you sure you are praising me? Why do I always feel like I was just saying, come on, come on? Everyone, look at me. I have something to announce. I am a XX, handsome guy. Do you have the illusion that, but looking at the admiration in Lu Cici's eyes, it was definitely not fake? I can only say that she just happened to be in the field that she is good at. Wait a minute, why is the field I'm good at so useless? With the addition of Lu Cici, Suja and Nyozi could no longer develop many topics, and even the frequency of peeking at Delay's boss lady decreased a lot. Overall, it was still a loss. The breakfast shop was very close to the school. Lu Cici obviously didn't drive, and the two men couldn't just leave her behind, so Nyozi simply pushed the cart and walked away. Suja swore that this was definitely the most embarrassing part of the journey. Suja couldn't talk to Nyozi because it would make Lu Cici feel isolated, but talking to Lu Cici, never mind. Just look at the way she keeps squeezing her school uniform hands and you can tell that she is extremely nervous. I really can't believe that a girl with such a personality would dare to help a strange old lady. It's hard to imagine how much harm a scam would cause to an introverted girl. Wait, suddenly I remembered. Could the reason why Lu Cici is so nervous now be related to her brave act that day? Suja's eyes gradually became compassionate. The girl's kindness that day probably overdrew his courage for a whole semester. Hey look! Shenluan! Nyozi suddenly called out, and Suja looked carefully and immediately saw Shenluan, who was wearing glasses and holding a small notebook and reciting something. Shenluan and Nyozi are in the same class, so it is normal for them to greet each other, but the moment they saw Shenluan, Suja and Nyozi both unconsciously turned their gazes to Lu Cici. Sure enough, the girl showed a happy expression, and then, Shenluan quickened his pace as if he had seen a ghost. Could it be a misunderstanding? After Tang Shinro's brainwashing yesterday, Suja felt that it was not good for him to get too close to Lu Cici now. Sure enough, his childhood sweetheart got angry at the sight of him. However, Lu Cici smiled bitterly and shook her head. Don't worry about it, it has nothing to do with you. The person he is hiding from, it's me. Chapter 11. How dare a mere menial disciple criticize a direct disciple? What? Shenluan did it too. Suja couldn't find any excuse to reject a girl like Lu Cici, but according to his observation, the interaction between Shenluan and Lu Cici, their childhood sweethearts, was almost 0.0. Could it be that he is a zero? Su Che began to make malicious assumptions without hesitation. This was normal, after all, there were still many bad people in this world. Maybe I'm too willful. He's a little uncomfortable with his sudden transfer. Lu Cici gave a bitter smile, and her expression looked even more lost. Oh, I feel sorry for your pain. I want to solve it for you, Zhao. Get out of my mind. F.A. 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 Suja could not be blamed, he really couldn't figure it out. When they reached the classroom door, Lu Cici invited Suja to lunch again. To be honest, Suja was very tempted. The taste of pork rib soup and dry pot chicken still seemed to linger in his taste buds at this moment. But after thinking about it, he still refused sternly. As a pure love warrior, he would look down on himself if he approached her at this time. I returned to the classroom and sat down. I arrived early today and there were not many people in the class. Hey, you look pretty good. How's the hookup with the rich woman going? Hibiscus King is not good to smoke, right? Do you regret not giving me an e-cigarette? From Zhuge Ling's sarcastic tone, it can be heard that this woman should have recovered. After all, her health bar is proportional to the degree of her venomous mouth. However, Su Che was no pushover, and just a few words from him made Zhuge Linghong warm up. I don't want to bother with you, just help me look after the teacher according to the rules of the underworld. I was given some free time yesterday, and today it was my turn. Zhuge Ling opened Tomato novel and happily clicked on my own bookshelf. Suja subconsciously glanced at. After being rejected by my childhood sweetheart, I transformed into the Queen of Contrast? Huh? How can there be such a stupid book? Suja was too lazy to complain. It was probably another stupid article about the return of the Dragon King. To be honest, he always felt that any author who could write novels on Tomato was more or less mentally abnormal. Zhao. F.A. 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 Just as he was sighing with emotion, Zhuge Ling next door made a sound of breaking defense. No, how can someone's defense be broken just by looking at a tomato? Isn't that all fun? What a joy! The heroine dressed up carefully and asked out her childhood sweetheart. She mustered up the courage to confess her love to him in the mall, but the damn hero rejected her and even said that he only treated her as a sister. What's even more infuriating is that there were two clowns watching beside them. I have always been following this author. Her books are all very interesting. Why is this one so abstract? This is not pleasant. This is not pleasant at all. Bang! 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 Desk HP 3-inchum? Suja frowned unconsciously, as if he had thought of something, but he didn't have time to think about it, as his teacher walked in with a big belly. Don't get me wrong, Suche's class teacher was a man, a middle-aged bald and greasy man. Who said that men can't have big bellies? I'm suing you for sex discrimination. Look carefully, this middle-aged bald and greasy man is called Xiao Shuai. At this moment he is scanning his own class, preparing to pick out two unlucky guys to torture. The boy's name was Xiao Su. He was sitting upright at the moment because he was the one who was often tortured. Looking at Suche, who could not find any fault with him, Sun Shuijian was even a little disappointed. He could only say that old Sun was indeed a bad person. Who is late today? Class monitor Lao Sun has an interesting accent. He always suddenly raises his tone on some words you would never expect, thus proving his unique attribute. Who is late today? Squad leader report. The squad leader is late. Suja laughed strangely in his heart, and suddenly he realized that Chiu Ran's seat was empty. Ahahaha, this time it's finally my turn, right? TSK. You say that? Read your book. The word tisk is used very vividly. A simple tisk perfectly expresses Lao Sun's 3 parts disdain, 3 parts sarcasm and 4 parts indifference towards Suche. Your mother. Suja shut up, but he was not convinced in his heart. It was too disgusting. He now realized that the grade 3 class 2 of experimental number 1 middle school had a damn stupid system for cultivating immortals. A strong person like Chiu Ran, who is the class monitor, study committee member and one of the top 3 students in the grade, is definitely a direct disciple who can use the class's ultimate imperial weapons at any time. As for myself, a player who was ranked around the top 100 in my grade, I was probably just a menial disciple in Lao Sun's mind. In front of Suche's eyes, old Sun seemed to have slapped himself 3 times. How dare you? How dare a mere menial disciple slander a disciple who has been taught by a disciple? Pa! This slap is a sign of your blindness. Pa! This slap is for showing disrespect to your elders. Pa! This slap is for you, damn Zhuge. I was led astray by her. My first priority now is to quickly uninstall the tomato novel from my phone, he muttered to himself, but the next moment Suja suddenly realized something was wrong, because everyone in the class was looking at him. I think I cursed out loud? Can you hear what I'm thinking? Suja looked around blankly and finally realized that something was wrong. Chiu Ran did not ask for leave, and according to her habits, she should not be late. Suja was speechless. Damn, is it necessary to make such a fuss about being late? True disciples are also human beings. There will be times when they go astray. Putting all that aside, why are you looking at me because she is late? Suja, do you know what's going on? Old Sun asked, as if to say, evil disciple, why don't you come here quickly? No, how could I possibly know? Suja was speechless. Why did everyone ask him? Was he familiar with Chiu Ran? That woman was always looking for trouble with him. He should be the most innocent one. In the whole class, no, in the whole school, you are the only one who is close to Chiu Ran. If not you, who else can I find? Zhuge Ling was muttering quietly beside him, and Suche's mouth twitched when he heard this. No, why is she getting close to me? Doesn't she have? Suja's thoughts suddenly stopped halfway, and he suddenly realized that Chiu Ran had always been a loner in school. She hardly communicated with even her deskmate, let alone a best friend. She didn't even have any friends. She was also alone in physical education class. It seemed that she was always studying. From this point of view, it seems that Nima really interacts with me the most. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, kid? Old Sun's eyes were filled with more scrutiny. I heard that you made the squad leader cry yesterday, right? The corner of Suja's mouth twitched suddenly, and he looked around blankly, trying to get help and explanation from his classmates. The students said nothing and just nodded. Ha ha ha, Blaze. Chapter 12 Sir, the way they tortured people is changed. Slurp slurp drink 2A. Holding a cup with tea stains in his hand, he drank old tea leaves that he didn't know where he came from. He took a big sip at first, and then took a big mouthful of old phlegm mixed with the broken tea leaves in his mouth. It was like a dam. Who would repair it? Then he crossed his legs to show off the socks with toe holes that he wore on his cotton pants. Sure enough, old son, I feel like I'm going to hum softly in the next second. Suche felt that this was a form of corporal punishment. He felt that his position in class 2 was equivalent to, teacher, what I gave you is a calendar. Lao son, the teacher will hold a grudge. Tell me, what's going on? Don't try to lie. I've heard from my classmates Suja didn't understand why he was inexplicably called to the office, and for such a ridiculous reason. Damn it, which bastard reported me? Puppy love? Me? Me? Are you talking about me? Suche pointed at himself in disbelief. He said that he wanted to have an early love affair, but the conditions did not allow it. What's more, the object was Chiu Ran. It is no exaggeration to say that if conditions permit, Suche would like to knock out the stubborn Chiu Ran with a 360-degree spiral. I just called Chiu Ran's mother. She said Chiu Ran didn't ask for leave. The situation is very serious now. If you know anything, you'd better tell me as soon as possible. You don't want Chiu Ran to get into trouble, right? Old Sun was heartbroken, and his tone showed helplessness at having his beloved disciple defiled. Even a clay figure can get angry, let alone Suja. Facing such a nonsensical accusation, Suja could no longer hold back. Old class monitor, we should look at the evidence, right? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that my relationship with the class monitor is not good. 8 out of 10 times I was punished were because of her. Do you think I could have a premature love affair with her? Suche seemed very angry, or perhaps he was not pretending, because he felt that there were few normal people around him who knew that Old Sun would reveal a meaningful smile. All right, it's not like the teacher hasn't been young before. Girls are looking for trouble with boys, and only with you. Doesn't this speak volumes? Those little tricks of yours are just what the teacher left over. What the hell is this nonsense? Suche now wants to dig out everyone's brains to see what the brains are actually made of. Why do all people take this kind of novel plot as the truth? Know who said that if a girl has a crush on a boy, she must cause trouble for him? Isn't that crazy? He was 100% sure that Chiu Ran was looking for trouble with him simply because he liked to torture him. Teacher Chiu Ran is here. Suche's anger had begun to build up, and just when he was finally about to explode, someone suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Really? That's great. Old Sun heaved a sigh of relief. If Chiu Ran disappeared, he would be responsible. What's more, this was his beloved disciple, a candidate who could compete for the position of the first true disciple in the 3rd year of high school. You're lucky you came quickly, otherwise I would definitely settle accounts with Old Sun today. You shouldn't bully an honest person like this. Suja walked back to the classroom calmly. He considered himself lucky, otherwise he would never let him go today. Chiu Ran, where have you been? Your mother said you left a long time ago. Old Sun's tone was very stern. After all, Chiu Ran had been a good girl for 3 years, and today's situation was already very serious. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and Suche suddenly became curious. What was going on with this nerd who only knew how to read? Chiu Ran did not reply. She lowered her head and said nothing, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she silently raised her head and fixed her gaze on Suja. Danger. Suja subconsciously felt that he should dodge, but was immediately locked in place by Lao Sun's stern eyes. At this moment, Suja's mind was blank. No, elder sister, why are you looking at me? Have we ever communicated? Don't let the misunderstanding deepen. There was even a burst of gossip in the class. Suja wanted to cry but had no tears. Today he learned another truth: when people are extremely speechless, they will laugh out loud. Donnie Yen points to a place and laughs. JPG, if the class had not started, this farce would probably not have ended. Suche was extremely depressed because rumors had already begun to spread in the class. Hey Susu, an elbow strike from Zhuge Ling. Suche replied listlessly. Your wife. Your mother. Zhuge Ling realized that Suzhou was really depressed, but she was such a foul-mouthed person that she didn't know how to comfort others. I also think that old Sun is too bullying, but to put it bluntly, it's you, Su Su, who is too cowardly. Why don't you dare to fight with old Sun? It turns out that the abstract women should stand in a row and then shoot wildly with Gatling guns. At least Suche thought so. DDDOO sent a message, Little Bamboo Bear, Suja, let's have lunch together at noon. I ordered a lot of dishes, and I can't finish them all by myself. Hey, girls from other classes are better, although I don't have any feelings for Lucici now. Who can refuse a girl like this? Il is not as good as Pinocchio. Okay then, but let me treat you to a meal some other time when I have the chance. I can't always let you pay for it. Bamboo Bear, let's go to the same breakfast shop tomorrow morning. Suja suddenly realized a problem. Could it be that this girl regarded herself as a backup hidden energy source for people with social anxiety? It can be seen that this girl has been trying to change her personality, and the voice I shouted this morning really set a good example for her. But it's also good I don't lose out. I can eat one less meal at the cafeteria on the third floor. The corners of Suja's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt better. Zhuge Ling on the side seemed to have a sudden change of heart and decided to seriously coax Suja. Susu, I won't eat in the cafeteria at noon, so I'll order some takeout for you too. To be honest, the sincerity is absolutely full, but what are Suja's conditions now? That's the existence of drinking pork rib soup and spitting it out. Forget it, order a takeaway from a Chinese restaurant named XXX, which is a gamble on a chef's career. Add a black liquid stomach nourishing spoon, superfine hairy chopsticks, man, super loud, iced black tea with unknown blending pigment, a grilled sausage worth 0.01 yuan for a collection, and a pre-made candy. Damn, it's okay, Zhuge Ling. My opinion is that it's not as good as Pin Hao Fan. Zhuge Ling's face gradually became gloomy, and then he silently cancelled several treasure shops in his collection. I feel that abstract men should stand in a row and be shot by AKs, at least Zhuge Ling thinks so. I was taking a small class, torturing Zhuge Ling, and chatting with Zayas Huxian while studying. Hey, my mood gradually improved a lot, until the break. Suja was still imagining the delicious lunch and didn't notice that there was a different person next to him. When he saw Qiu Ran sitting next to him again, Suja immediately put on a mask of pain. Sir, the way they torture people has changed. Chapter 13. You can't hide your love for someone. I don't understand, Fenghawa accent. Why are everyone talking about Suche being caught for premature love, as if this second squad battlefield is destined to be? I forgot the middle and I forgot the end anyway. The advantage is mine. Suja couldn't understand why this girl kept pestering him, but now this situation had a serious impact on his life, and there were some things he should make clear to her. When I wasn't here today, the teacher didn't say anything, did he? Qiu Ran spoke. Her voice was emotionless, as if she was asking, have you eaten today? I don't know, and I don't want to say. We don't seem to know each other that well, right? Big sister, there's no need for you to criticize me anymore. I don't care about the things between you and your boyfriend, and I'm even more lazy to talk about them. Although we don't have a good relationship, I'm not so tasteless as to gossip about other people's privacy. I don't care what you do outside of school, and I care even less about what you do inside school. In the future, please don't give me information that always causes misunderstandings, okay? And don't add anything to me, no one will care about your things. Qiu Ran was stunned, and Suja was also a little stunned. Could he say those words just now? In fact, he felt a little regretful after he finished speaking, mainly because he was a little annoyed by some messy things recently, so Qiu Ran seemed to want to say something, but in the end she didn't. She stood up silently and returned to her seat. I did not mean that. Suche muttered something in a low voice, but no one could hear him. For some reason, even through the thick lenses of his glasses, Suche seemed to see a pair of dimmed eyes. Were you having a fight? Zhuge Ling came back at some point and handed Suja a lollipop. I am the victim, okay? Every day he either makes me stand in the corner or remembers my name. Which normal person would like such a person? Suja tore open the wrapping paper and muttered subconsciously. Don't say that. I heard that the monitor used to. If you don't want to know, don't tell me. Don't you know that knowing too much about other people's lives will have cause and effect? Suche said this very seriously, and it can be seen that he does not think this concept is feudal superstition. I don't want to get involved with a guy like that. Although he said he didn't care, his actions were very honest. Suja's family education was quite strict, and he had an older sister, so this was the first time in his life that he had spoken such harsh words to a girl, but based on his observations throughout the morning, Xiao Ran seemed to be fine. He attended classes as usual and took notes as usual. That's what I said, how could someone be so fragile? Suja felt relieved. Now that he had been explained clearly, at least he would not be bothered by her in the future. After organizing my notes, it's time for the long-awaited lunch. When I stood with Lu Cici again, the looks from my classmates around me were obviously wrong. It was just a coincidence to have a meal together, but you were addicted to it, right? Whether it was Lu Cici or the third floor of the cafeteria, they were both hot topics, and Suja was obviously deeply involved in them. The students in other classes were fine, but Suja found that the students in his own class looked at him completely differently. It was a kind of indescribable contempt? Not really. A love guru once said, you can't hide your love for someone, but if you love two people, you have to hide it. But Suja, you really don't betray others, right? You just got entangled with the top student class monitor, and now you're flirting with the beautiful transfer student in a private room? Children? Is this right? It seems that I have caused you trouble. Lu Cici said this a little embarrassedly. If it was someone else, Suja would definitely think that this sentence was sarcastic, but when it came to Lu Cici, he didn't feel that way. Suja was sure that this girl just didn't feel safe in the new environment, so she looked for the only person she knew to be her dining companion. Weird. Isn't it said that women can build unbreakable friendships in 3 minutes? Why does Lu Cici seem to have no such skill at all, and most importantly, where is Shenluan? The childhood sweetheart was supposed to transfer to another school, and he was heartbroken for 1,001 times, but the overbearing rich woman was only for him. How come the number of dinner appointments with him is not as high as that with a stranger like me? It should be more than just a stranger, it should be 1/3 of the dinner friends. As a person with a little emotional intelligence, Suja naturally would not ask such an embarrassing question. Of course, the most important thing is that when they went up to the 3rd floor, they saw Shenluan eating on the 1st floor. What's going on? Is he really gay? This cannot be blamed on Su Che's malicious speculation. It is just that this boy's behavior is really not in line with the standards of a normal man. Conditional conversion. If your childhood sweetheart transfers to your school for you, Suja couldn't even imagine that kind of scene, but that girl Tang Shinro shouldn't be able to do that. Last time I saw you seemed to like the pork rib soup and dry pot chicken here, so I asked the chef to reserve a portion. Listen to it. What is the sound of nature? Sometimes you have to admit that a lady from a noble family has the advantages of a lady from a noble family. There is no such thing as an arrogant and domineering playboy? That's all made up in novels. At least the children from wealthy families that Suja had met were all polite, had high emotional intelligence, and knew how to think for others. Lu Cici was able to notice what he liked to eat during their first meal. This woman had such a terrifying insight. Suche naturally laughed politely twice, then began to eat with relish. Hurry, this might be your last meal. Nyozi still seemed a little uncomfortable. This kid always wanted to pretend to be a decent person, but his attitude at this moment made Suja feel extremely disgusted. A slight sigh was heard. Although it was very slight, Suche still caught an obvious signal. After eating the last piece of spare ribs in the bowl, Suja adjusted his facial expression to the best, opened his eyes wide, looked at Lu Cici with anticipation, and said, Shenluan, why didn't he come to eat with us today? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became quiet for a moment. Lu Cici pursed her lips, then sat up straight and said in a very serious tone, maybe my arrival caused him trouble. Luan came to my house when he was very young. At that time, my personality was similar to now, and then, oh? Really? Then what? How so? It's human nature. It's not true. I don't think so. On the contrary. And then? Lu Cici's eyes became brighter and brighter, and her speech speed became faster and faster. She responded to every word Suja said, and even took time to drink some soup. What, you ask for the story? Sorry, I don't remember. Suja pursed his lips, hoping Lu Cici could speak slower. I want to drink pork rib soup tomorrow. Chapter 14. You should try to understand her. Life is like a workout. You can't escape it, and most people can't enjoy it. As the school bell rang, everyone walked out of the classroom happily. Regardless of whether they were day students or boarding students, their happiness index at this moment should not change. Xiao Ran packed her books silently. She packed very slowly, and her style was even out of tune with the people around her. Xiao Ran's deskmate was a girl with freckles on her face. She packed up quickly. Although she didn't talk much to the class monitor next to her, it was normal for her to say hello before leaving, but today, she just stretched out her hand and suddenly retracted it. For some reason, Xiao Ran always gave people a feeling that strangers should stay away from her. Forget it, why bother trying to please someone who doesn't like you? It is no secret in the class that Xiao Ran is a loner. Logically speaking, girls rarely become completely isolated from each other. After all, there are still many good people in this world. However, Xiao Ran is an exception. It's not that no one tried to get along with her, but they all dispersed after hitting a wall. This is understandable. No one likes to be friends with a class leader who has a poker face and is completely unkind every day. After the girl left, Xiao Ran's movement of packing up the books froze for 3 seconds, and then he continued packing as if nothing had happened. She subconsciously looked towards the door. Suja suddenly elbowed Zhuge Ling. This was a childish move, causing many girls around to tease her. Your husband. His eyes became even dimmer, and Xiao Ran packed his school bag and walked out of the school gate. No one communicated with her along the way, or it could be said that there was a no man's land around her. It's already the 3rd year of high school, and everyone knows what kind of personality each person has. Leaving the school gate, taking the bus, and returning to the community, everything seemed to be like a machine. It was not until the moment she took out the key that Xiao Ran finally showed some emotion. Her hands trembled a little, but she quickly adjusted herself and turned the handle, pushing the door open gently. A woman was sitting in the living room, looking at the door. It seemed that the woman had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Ran did not look up at the woman, as if she was avoiding something. Where did you go during the day? Why are you late? The woman's voice was not calm, as if she was about to cry out at the next moment. However, it was this voice that put Xiao Ran under great pressure. She didn't even dare to face it and walked towards her room without even changing her shoes. I asked you where you were fooling around. The unknown volumes on the coffee table were thrown all over the floor. The woman was already crying. Xiao Ran's body trembled. She stopped where she was, but still didn't have the courage to look up. I provided you with food, clothing, and education. Everyone in the family said you were sensible. But now you are so different, Xiao Ran, skipping school and falling in love too early. Your teacher called me and asked, when did it start? What's the boy's name? Every word struck Xiao Ran's heart like thunder, making her tremble uncontrollably. She didn't dare to explain because she knew very well what the explanation would bring. You won't tell me, right? You won't tell me, right? I'll go to school with you tomorrow. I'll find him. I'll find his parents. Ask his parents to discipline him. If he doesn't study hard, don't let him affect others. The woman seemed to be having trouble breathing. She breathed heavily as if she were a victim. Xiao Ran remained in a numb state until she heard her mother say that she was going to school. Her pupils suddenly contracted violently, as if she thought of something, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. No! You can't go to school, you can't go to school. This was the first sentence Xiao Ran said after returning home, but her voice was hysterical and her eyes were filled with extreme fear. No one knew what she was thinking. Xiao Ran didn't know how she spent the next hour. When she returned to her room, she felt her mind was blank and her face was covered with tears. After closing the door, she collapsed on the ground powerlessly. In fact, she didn't go anywhere today. She just stayed at the school gate for a while for no reason. She just wanted to be late once, wanted to be punished to stand once, wanted to live your life once on your own terms. This idea had been in her mind for a year, but she didn't dare to realize it until today. However, she paid a price. After he was punished to stand, he seemed quite angry. No wonder he hates me so much. A figure suddenly flashed through his mind, and Xiao Ran subconsciously hugged himself tightly. She used to think that Suja had no special meaning to her, but now she suddenly realized that he was the only person who could communicate with her normally. However, he might be the person he hates the most. Her hand subconsciously reached out to her arm, and the next moment, Xiao Ran actually twisted her arm hard. Looking through her sleeve, she could see that her arm was covered with red bloodstains. Ding ding, the ringing of the cell phone made Xiao Ran stunned for a moment. She hardly received a message from her husband in a year. Xiao Ran picked up the phone very eagerly, with anticipation and even desire on his face. Yellow eel is not as good as Pinocchio. I said something harsh today. I didn't mean that. The problem is that Lao Sun put all the problems on me. What I mean is, I don't think you are boring. I am still quite interested in you, no. Forget it, what's the point of saying so much? I will treat you to the cafeteria at noon tomorrow, no more than 20 yuan is fine. Looking at the strange ID, it took Chiu Ren a long time to realize who it was. She opened her eyes wide and read the message over and over again. Pucci suddenly, she laughed out loud, wiped away her tears vigorously, and sat down at the table as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Autumn, hello? No, sister, where are you? Looking at the apology message that he had considered for 20 minutes before sending, and seeing the other party act like this, Suja felt his defenses broken. Tang Shinro, you fooled me again. Apologize. Why should I apologize? It's not my fault. I don't care. I will definitely lose face now. I don't know how that girl will laugh at me behind my back. Damn it. This is all your fault, Tang Shinro. Don't worry, don't think too much. Girls' thoughts are not that complicated. A gentle voice came from the other side of the headset. The girl's voice seemed to contain a smile, which sounded very reassuring. There's no such thing as a naturally introverted person. Since she's willing to get close to you, that's a signal. I think you should try to understand her. I don't know about others, but if it's you, I believe you will definitely change her. TSK, I don't want to change her, Suja muttered, but he always took Tang Shinro's words to heart. On the other side of the ocean, the girl smiled sincerely. She felt very proud that the person she liked had always been a very gentle person, although he looked a little unreliable, but she would never have imagined that because of her suggestion today, she would not be able to laugh for a long time to come. Chapter 15. Are you really unable to reject others? Brother, what do you want to eat in the morning? Hey! I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Eating noodles is the Su family's most deceptive way of doing things, but as Sun Yan is the one who eats whenever he wants, it's difficult for him to say much. It seems a bit unreasonable to let my younger brother, who is in his final year of high school, take care of my older sister, who is already working and has all the limbs intact, every day. Abba. What am I thinking? This is all his fault. Sun Yan sat at the dining table in a daze, wanting to just have a quick meal, but when she saw Suja take out a roll of noodles from a corner, her pupils suddenly contracted violently. No, our family isn't going to be so destitute, right? As a typical northern family, the Su family has some habits that cannot be changed in this lifetime. For example, although every household has noodles, they will never be served on the dinner table. As we all know, in the north, hand-rolled noodles, instant noodles, hungry dried noodles. If your northern friend brings you a bowl of noodles, don't hesitate, just break up with him, because it's not that he doesn't consider you as his friend, he just doesn't consider you as a human being at all. Stop it, you asshole. Are you going to destroy this family? Seeing that Suja was about to put the noodles into the pot, Sun Yan rushed out in one step. If this bowl of noodles was served on the table today, the relationship between the Su siblings would probably be over. Su Che frowned immediately, looking very dissatisfied, as if he liked eating instant noodles. It was really confusing. How could someone who didn't cook have the right to bark like a dog? Sun Yan seemed to have noticed that her brother was in a bad mood. She felt a little embarrassed. She first put away the noodles, and then asked carefully, "Or I also have a homemade side dish, get out. Take your noodles and get out of the kitchen right now." Suja did not hesitate at all. In fact, the reason why he cooked was not only to serve his disabled sister, but also because hand-rolled noodles, instant noodles, hungry dried noodles, shit, General Raiden's cuisine, Sun Yan's cuisine, I am boiling. Original. Suja's mood these days is not very good, or a little confused. If you want to say what happened, it seems that nothing happened. However, anyone who is used to a life pattern that is suddenly broken may feel a little uncomfortable. This may be the trouble of growing up, but it's a lucky thing that there's always someone to do stupid things with you. Sitting on Yozi's brakeless electric scooter, my mood seemed to improve a little. The relationship with Lu Cece must have reached the transformation stage. When I saw her in the breakfast shop, she had changed from trembling all over when greeting me to just trembling her arms when greeting me. Obviously, it is definitely a huge improvement. Your task today is to buy 2 trays of steamed buns, a bowl of tofu pudding, 2 bowls of soy milk, and 2 tea eggs. Remember? When he entered the breakfast shop, there were still a lot of people. Suja had an appointment with a friend, so he only cooked for Sun Yan in the morning. Moreover, he did not forget the purpose of today's meal. Lu Cece pinched her school uniform and looked at the boss shouting at the front desk. Her fingers were shaking with nervousness. 2 drawers of buns. What's next? I forgot everything. I don't understand. Fenghua accent. Suja really felt that it was a bit exaggerated. Is there really anyone who is so socially phobic? When we were chatting about gossip yesterday, I felt that Lu Cece was actually quite talkative. Then let's do it step by step. I want 2 trays of steamed buns, with pork. 2 trays of steamed buns, pork, Lu Cece kept mumbling, and her fingers seemed to be pinching the corner of her clothes with even greater force. Suja sighed secretly when he saw this situation, but he felt that the more this happened, the more he should train the other party. Otherwise, how could the other party live like this, huh? A child from a working-class family like me is actually worried about how a princess from a wealthy family will live. No, oh. Right. No, oh. Right, he did not forget his mission. Although Lu Cece now gave him a strong desire to protect him, the closer it got to this point, the more he could not be soft-hearted. Cece, we just came out of experimental middle school. We can't lose face. Be more energetic. Su Che's encouragement seemed to have played a big role. Lu Cece nodded vigorously and walked towards the team in front. Her figure was very thin, and compared with the crowd who were desperately squeezing towards the front, she looked a little pitiful. Good job. Let's see what she does. Su Che expressed his sincere praise. He decided that 3 minutes was the deadline. If he could not break through within 3 minutes, then he, the great man, would have to take action himself. Today the boss lady seems to be wearing something cooler. That's great. While concentrating on respecting the beauty, Suja suddenly found that there was something wrong with Niuzi beside him. It didn't matter that the other party didn't say anything, the main thing was that the other party didn't even look at the proprietress. This is definitely a problem. Niuzi is just a lazy and lecherous guy. Suja immediately became serious. This is definitely not a trivial matter. Niuzi, if you really encounter any problems, just tell me. With our relationship, you will have a chance. Niuzi said nothing, but just sighed. After a long time, he murmured, Lao Su, what do you think is the purpose of human life? If a normal person heard this sentence, the first reaction would be that this person was depressed and must be comforted quickly, but Su Che knew the other person too well. When the other person said this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Suja opened his mobile phone as quickly as possible and logged into a website with his fingers moving. 0.3 seconds later, bang. 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 Table HP 3-inch. Fuck Nyohao, you poet. You fucking sage. Moment, are you going to report my website? Su Che's voice was very loud and attracted a lot of people's attention, but without exception, no one looked at Su Che strangely. Instead, they all cast their eyes on Niuzi. This kid was really born. I just think we shouldn't indulge in the temptation of the moment. Niuzi is still the same stubborn person, and this is not the first time he has reported Su Che's website. Come stand up. When a northerner said this, the situation was about to escalate, and just at this moment, a petite figure stood in front of Sujad. I don't know when Lu Cece came back, but her face looked not very good and she looked aggrieved. We're out of steamed buns. The boss said, we're out of siamai. Lu Cece's voice became smaller and smaller, and her eyes became more and more lost. She put 2 baskets of siamai on the table and seemed to be in a low mood. Suja understood the general idea at a glance. It was really a case of choosing the right dish for the right person. The boss probably didn't have enough buns to sell, so he recommended something else. And Lu Cece, this girl shouldn't refuse anyone. Lu Cece felt really aggrieved. She was clearly at the front of the line, but the boss told her to give the buns to the people behind her and told her the same for the steamed dumplings, but she had clearly been waiting in line for so long. You should learn to say no to others. A familiar voice came to my ears, but it seemed a little gentler. Lu Cece did not reply, but just tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. She suddenly felt so useless. She didn't dare to refute him in person, and she couldn't even get angry secretly. She just felt wronged. Something seemed to press down on her head, and a warm hand rubbed her head. Lu Cece's face turned red instantly. She had only seen this kind of scene in TV dramas. No. Don't touch my head. Just touch, okay then. Chapter 16 Challenge yourself with multiplayer sports. You really won't reject anyone? That's amazing. Suche originally felt that his action was a bit offensive, but it was just a bold little attempt. Suddenly discovering Lucici's more magical attributes, Suja felt that as a normal man, he must do something at this moment. For example, he took his hand off Lucici's head and put it on his belt, then said, "Choose the firewood stick or mine, BBBBBBBBB, audio effect approved." Nyozi couldn't maintain his sage moment at this time. No. How come you suddenly got the hang of it? Didn't you say you were only interested in the ingredients? The dog thing is mimicking a baby. Lucici's brain was a little confused, but the next moment she was attracted by Suja's actions. Bang! Table HP 10-inch boss, I don't want the Siamai anymore. I want a refund. Very loud, the sudden shout made Lucici lower her head immediately. At this moment, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Oh my god! Return? The legendary Return, the one who has to endure the great condemnation of conscience, face the disappointed eyes of the boss, and the malicious speculation of passers-by? Oh my god, how can this be done? How can people be so timid? Looking at Lucici, who lowered her head, and then at Suja, who was about to make a big move, the boss immediately understood what was going on. After all, he knew very well what he had done before. What's wrong, little brother? Is there something wrong with the Siamai? The proprietress walked over, twisting her waist, trying to use her skills to seduce, but Suche had overdrawn his sage moments at this moment and was completely immune to this kind of coquettish posturing. This, there's no marinated shrimp oil. How can I eat this? I'm telling you, I won't pay you if you finish it. Okay, I'll refund it to you. Do you need anything else? No need. Let's go eat at another restaurant. What Suja said was very offensive, but it didn't matter, because he would never come to this store again. This is how men buy things. Once you find something you are not satisfied with, you will lose a permanent NPC. This is really a mess. If you don't sell buns, there are plenty of people selling buns. The thing that Qingfeng City has the most is breakfast shops. He took Lucici to another store. Lucici didn't say a word the whole time, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Suja had completely changed. Is he a Superman? How did he say these words? Every word was so vivid that I wanted to find a crack in the ground just by imagining it in my mind. You don't have to be so sharp with your words. It's all about your aura. Hey, I'd like to introduce someone to you. Stay with her for 2 days and I guarantee that your personality will change. As Suche was trying to persuade him, he suddenly thought of someone, Zhuge Ling, putting the abstract girl and the good girl together. Oh, no. Who the hell came up with this stupid idea? Suja regretted it instantly. Qingfeng City finally had a sweet girl. He absolutely couldn't let Zhuge Ling lead this rare girl astray. Damn, he really didn't use his brain just now. Imagine Zhuge Ling's posture. In fact, her appearance is comparable to Lucici. If she doesn't open her mouth to speak, hang on, Lingzi. I will go to the ends of the earth to find you the best poison to make you mute. Suja regretted it, but Lucici seemed to be very interested. Unconsciously, she had already shown an attitude of trust in Suja's suggestion. After all, it was Suja who resolved the disaster of transferring on the first day. It can only be said that the first impression is really important. That's great, let's ask her to come to the 3rd floor for dinner today. I'll order some more dishes. I'm so angry. Is Lingzi being treated specially without knowing it? Suja absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. Forget it today. I've agreed with a classmate that I'll treat her to lunch at noon today. Why not do it another day? Suja suddenly thought of Chioran. And he felt that with that attitude, the other party would never come. But since he had promised someone, he had to be prepared for everything. It would be too ungentlemanly to stand her up. Can I come along? Lucici's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she wanted to challenge the excitement of eating with so many people. The 1st floor of the cafeteria, no more than 30, is that acceptable? No problem. I can do anything. Don't talk about double standards. A beautiful, rich woman treats you to special meals every day. What's wrong with adding $10 to the budget? I ask you, what's wrong with you? When I returned to the classroom, I saw the fixed NPC again. Xiao Ran was like the world boss who wandered around the door every day with a small notebook of the ultimate imperial soldier, but unfortunately, now is not the time for her to attack freely. Now is my turn. Play. After hesitating for a moment, the man who was just described as a Superman by Lu Cixi actually swallowed his saliva. Tang Xinru was right. How could a grown man like me argue with a young girl like her? Anyway, there was no one around, so lowering my posture would not damage my image. Having made up his mind, Suju increased his speed by 40%. Good morning, squad leader. Silence, voiceless, but not awkward, absolutely not awkward at all. Your mother. Inner voice. Suju returned to his seat as if nothing had happened, and just as the two of them were walking side by side, the girl pushed her glasses and a tiny curve inexplicably appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lingzi, lunch is my treat. The first floor of the cafeteria is no more than 8 yuan. Zhuge Ling lay on the table without even raising his head, stupid, in a clear and loud voice, no more than $10. 15. Are you going to ruin our friendship? Whatever. At worst I can just steal your food. 15 then. The damn abstract girl is really hard to deal with. If it were Lu Cixi, even if I only let her eat 2 pieces, she would probably just eat the white rice with tears in her eyes, looking aggrieved, and then force herself to smile and praise the rice for being delicious. What's going on? Why are you posting this private part? Damn it! You have to stand up straight. Zhuge Ling raised his head with the phone in his hand, and Suju finally discovered the reason why the other party was depressed. Is this author poisoned by gas? What kind of crap did she write? Not only was she rejected by her childhood sweetheart, but she was also constantly pressured by her single mother, and even the school clown stepped on her. Is this really a tomato? It can be seen that Zhuge Ling really put himself into the situation, but Suche didn't quite understand. Isn't it that it's so painful to watch? Do you have to watch it? Are you asking for trouble? No. I want to watch it. I don't care about anything else. I have to watch the scene where the heroine rises up and tortures the abstract clown in the school. Suche was speechless. Did they offend you by playing with abstract ideas? Besides, others are qualified to say this, but are you, Zhuge Ling, qualified to say this? I never thought that one day I would be able to gather 3 people of the opposite sex for dinner. Suju couldn't believe it. His popularity with the opposite sex was very poor. Before entering high school, he only had one opposite-sex friend, Tang Xinru. After entering high school, he could only barely add Zhuge Ling. But will this girl come or not? I always feel that her attitude towards me is extremely disdainful. Suju was very confused, and Xiao Ran just replied, oh, what does that mean? I actually wanted to ask, but I always felt that I would become a clown if I went up. It's Tang Xinru's fault. If she hadn't sent that message, nothing would have happened. Suche abandoned the messy thoughts in his mind, began to listen to the class, and yawned. High school life was always so tiring. It was not until the lunch bell rang that Suju finally regained some energy. However, when he looked up, a stern figure appeared in front of him. Eat 20, right? Suju was stunned. He thought she would not come, and most importantly, damn, there is actually someone who rushes out to grab food during lunch break faster than me. Looking him up and down, Xiao Ran was like a robot, without any emotion, looking down upon him. How can I give up? I always feel like she is despising me. Chapter 17. A group of strangers got together and pretended to be familiar with each other. AUV, you're not going to carry anyone on your back, are you? As expected, the moment she saw Xiao Ran, a certain abstract woman made a sarcastic remark. Wait a minute, how much did she just say your budget is? Zhuge Ling, who was just about to eat melon, seemed to realize something. His eyes gradually became dangerous. How come Suju, that bastard, suddenly had 5 yuan less in budget when it came to her? And she had fought hard for it. Am I just an accessory? Zhuge Ling suddenly realized a terrifying possibility and couldn't help but take a breath. Born evil Uchiha brat, I will personally. Suju was too lazy to explain. He was even a little flustered at this moment. No, how come this person was like a ghost, floating over here suddenly? He thought she was not coming. Before Zhuge Ling started making a fuss, Suche ran out first. Just then, Nyozi also came over, and Suche discovered another figure, Shinluan. He actually followed today, but he seemed to deliberately keep a distance from Lu Sisi. Instead of eating from the small kitchen on the third floor, people came to the canteen on the first floor. Oh, I seem to have discovered some pattern. Suja looked thoughtful, and suddenly some bold and bloody guesses came to his mind. Wow, there are so many people. Zhou Sun's face, Zhuge Ling can now confirm that she is just an accessory. Damn Suja, he should have fought for another $5 of budget earlier. It's strange to say, although it's only been 2 days since I last came to eat on the first floor, Suja actually felt a little strange. Damn capitalism, it's really hard to go from luxury to simplicity. There are 3 men and 3 women, and the distribution is reasonable, but from Suche's perspective, everyone's condition seems not quite right. How should I put it? It's like a group of people who don't know each other at all are forced to sit together and pretend to be familiar with each other. Suju and Nyozi didn't care. They just talked about what they wanted to say after dinner and were the most relaxed people in the place. Zhuge Ling was also unaffected, and she seemed to have developed some special interest in Lu Sisi. Damn abstract girl, stay away from the sweet girl, bastard, who on earth suggested bringing them together? Bastard, Shinluan and Xiao Ran's conditions seem to be similar. After all, they were both direct disciples who were among the top 3 in their grade. However, they did not seem to have the mutual respect that direct disciples have. Instead, they were the furthest apart from each other. Lu Sisi was very nervous, and the nervousness was visibly evident to the naked eye, but her face was filled with inexplicable anticipation, as if this was a very unique experience and challenge to I am a god to be able to gather such a group. You're welcome. Mr. Su will pay for all the consumption today. Nyozi tried to ease the atmosphere, but it seemed that only Lu Sisi clapped her hands awkwardly. Damn Zhuge Ling, he actually secretly added 2 sausages, and the budget was directly exceeded. Suche's heart was bleeding. Could the money saved from grilling sausages be used to support the Han dynasty? The egg drop soup is here as the man with the most bonds in the audience. Suja felt that he should be responsible for the task of livening up the atmosphere. The egg drop soup was placed in the middle. Although it was only on the first floor of the cafeteria, the meal for 6 people was quite presentable. Okay, let me briefly introduce you. Xiao Ran, Zhuge Ling, Lu Sisi. I'm sure everyone knows this one, the top student in the grade. The introduction was a bit awkward, but what Suja never expected was that the first person to respond to him was Xiao Ran. Oh, this little girl was the first to give him face. He decided not to think about her in his heart for the whole afternoon. I just transferred here and don't have many friends. Nice to meet you all. Lu Sisi's words were very stiff and she lacked confidence, but Suja knew that this was her last ripple. So cute, your skin is so white, your hands are so small. Let's compare the size of your hands. Zhuge Ling has high emotional intelligence, but it seems a bit too much. Why the hell would you say such critical words? She is obviously a beautiful woman with outstanding looks. Why does she act like a pervert when she opens her mouth? Looking at the abstract woman who was doing all kinds of things to Lu Sisi, Suja regretted his decision more and more. He knew very well that Lingzi was a kind person and she did this just to make Lu Sisi integrate faster. However, overly abstract behavior would definitely be a heavy burden for an extreme social loser like Lu Sisi. That's enough. If you're excited, just go ahead and do a few mambo. It's not over yet. Faced with Lu Sisi's pleading gaze, Suja quickly stopped Zhuge Ling's nymphomaniac behavior. I wonder if it's an illusion. When Suja glanced over, he seemed to see Xiao Ran eating across from him and couldn't help but smile, but it seemed like I was dazzled again, because when I looked at it again, it seemed to have turned into a poker face again. More and more people came to the cafeteria, and faint discussions gradually became heard. The news that Lu Sisi's father donated a building was no longer a secret, so she was destined to become the subject of everyone's discussion on campus, and today, everyone was having dinner together on the first floor, and they were at the center of public opinion. Although Lu Sisi was not good at dealing with this kind of situation, it was obvious that she had gotten used to it. However, Suja suddenly discovered something unusual. The 3 men were sitting in a row, so Shinluan was sitting on his left. Suja clearly discovered that as the rumors around him increased, Shinluan, who was beside Suja, ate his meal faster. So sensitive? People who don't know would think you used the spring breeze elf, Suja thought in his heart. He now probably understood what Shinluan's situation was. He has a strong sense of self-esteem, is sensitive, cares a lot about what others say, and cherishes his reputation. He has a very classic personality, so his actions are not difficult to understand.
Suja has also heard some rumors recently.
Maybe as Lu Sisi said, her arrival really had a significant impact on Shenluan. Look. This is the classic saying of reading too much to be stupid. Su Che's words are not a mockery, but an evaluation from the perspective of understanding.
Don't pay attention to them. When you are famous, you are prone to gossip. Hey! Let me tell you a joke.
As expected of a good partner, Niu Zi would stand up when Suja was silent, so that the dinner would not be dull. Asshole, don't underestimate the bond between us. It is said that there is a little girl who sells nuclear bombs. In the cold winter, she is working hard to sell nuclear bombs. Niu Hao is a boring kid.
This is not Su Che's evaluation, but the evaluation of people around him.
Everyone advised him to give up abstract ideas because the program he came up with great effort was not as effective as Su Che's casual remark, maybe this is his talent. Looking at the old stories he tells now, they are as boring as he is. Later, the little girl was so cold that she ignited the nuclear bomb. Everyone in the town saw her grandmother.
Ha 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 ha, funny, interesting, pa pa pa, applause, what? A nuclear bomb blew up a piece of clothing, an abstract woman asked in confusion.
Chapter 18. Life is all about facing doubts. Only then did Niu Hao realize that the difference between the ace team and the ordinary team was not just on the surface, and a deep sense of loss swept over him. He hated it.
What is a natural abstract holy body?
Even a player like him who tried his best could not compare to Zhuge Ling's casual remark in his entire life. Puff, what no one expected was that the first person to laugh was Qiu Ran, who had always acted like he didn't want to be approached by strangers. Everyone's eyes were instantly cast on her. Qiu Ran's face flushed slightly, and then she immediately adjusted her state and continued to eat.
What do you mean? Lu Sisi's face was full of confusion. What was the connection between the whole town's ascension to heaven and the clothes exploding?
Hey, I suddenly found that the squad leader's skin is also very good, white and tender. Zhuge Ling seemed to have discovered something and focused her gaze on Qiu Ran on her right. Qiu Ran paused her eating action. Seeing that Zhuge Ling was about to take off her glasses, a trace of panic finally flashed in her eyes.
Lingjia, what are you doing? Why are you still doing it? Sit down.
Suja gave a stern order, and then began to have a friendly exchange with Zhuge Ling. Wenya. Qiu Ran seemed to be relieved. She secretly glanced at Suja opposite her. At this time, he was not very charming and was speaking sweet words, but she suddenly discovered that Su Che's appearance was still very outstanding, of course, provided he didn't open his mouth. In fact, up to now, the atmosphere at the dinner table has been quite harmonious, which can be seen from the gradually comfortable state of Lu Sisi, a socially incompetent person.
I'm stuffed.
At this moment, Shenluan suddenly stood up, turned around, and left while speaking, and his movements were very fast. To be honest, it ruined the atmosphere a bit. Suja thought he had kept a distance from Lu Sisi, and it shouldn't be him who broke them up. As if he thought of something, he subconsciously cast his gaze towards Qiu Ran opposite him.
I'm not full. Qiu Ran raised his head and looked directly into Suja's eyes. No, I don't mean that. You make me sound so stingy. Suja was speechless. How could this woman always find his weakest and most embarrassing points?
Her lethality was even comparable to that of 2.5 Zhuge Lings.
Luan has been under a lot of pressure recently because of me. Haha, it has been like this since he was a child. Everyone's speculations are always malicious. But
Lu Sisi's voice became smaller and smaller. At first, she was explaining for Shenluan, but halfway through, she couldn't help choking up as several people were silent. Everyone was not deaf and could hear similar rumors. It is normal that these remarks, such as climbing up to rich women, being a follower, fawning on the rich, and freeloading, cannot be stopped at all. After all, there are still many bad people in this world. It is obvious that Shenluan cannot withstand such pressure. Maybe he and Lu Sisi are childhood sweethearts, but he has a strong self-esteem and cannot tolerate such remarks.
He is a proud man. He is the first in the grade and a direct disciple in the eyes of the teacher. He can gain everyone's recognition with his own abilities. So can you understand such a person? Anyway, Suja couldn't understand it. Damn it, you are provided with all the good food and drinks, and your childhood sweetheart comes from far away to transfer to your school to accompany you, and you can't stand a few words from you. Damn, if Tang Shinro had this ability, she would just lie down. What's wrong with being a follower? What's wrong with eating for free? What's wrong with hooking up with rich women? These are all abilities. Just learn them. All we can say is that Suche was precocious. At the age of only being a senior high school student, he understood truths that many people find difficult to understand before the age of 30. Summary: Shenluan is an idiot. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. I can't stop others from saying anything, but I really think everyone is a very good person. Tears rolled down from her eyes. Few people could understand Lu Cici's emotions at this moment. Why were the friends she made with all her heart maliciously speculated as followers by others, as if everyone approached her for money? She obviously treated others with the most attentive and enthusiastic attitude, but she always put so much pressure on those around her. Zhuge Ling put down his chopsticks and touched Lu Cici's head. Qiu Ran silently took out a pack of tissues and handed it to her. Don't guess what others are thinking. A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Compared with the voice in his memory, it was more serious and formal. At this moment, Suja looked directly into Lu Cici's eyes and said slowly, "They are making malicious assumptions, so what do you think of us? Why do you think this is stressful for us? Do you think you have caused trouble in our lives? No, you don't understand us in life. We have to face doubts constantly. Those who can't stand it will naturally leave. The doubts in your eyes are actually nothing in my eyes. But what I don't want to see is that there is a doubt coming from you." Suche spoke slowly, but everyone could hear him clearly. Lu Cici stood there in a daze. The boy didn't speak in a preaching tone and was even smiling, but every word he said seemed to carry light, shining on her face. Qiu Ran continued to eat, but her eyes seemed to twitch, as if she wanted to look up and see something, but she suppressed the movement. Only Zhuge Ling and Suja made eye contact. They smiled at each other, as if they could communicate with their eyes. Zhuge Ling, don't think I don't know, you just want to continue to eat on the third floor. Suja, I advise you to mind your own business. Husky pointing at people. I'm sorry Poor Lu Cici was played around by two abstract monsters, but Suche didn't just want to get a free meal. He was really not afraid of the rumors around him. What's wrong with eating for free? What's wrong with hooking up with a rich woman? What's wrong with being a lackey? When you go to the third floor cafeteria on your first day, they will be amazed at your status. When you go to the third floor of the cafeteria on the third day, they will maliciously speculate on your motives. When you go to the third floor of the cafeteria on the seventh day, they will slander your character. When you go to the third floor of the cafeteria for a month in a row, they will curse and say that this kid deserves to die. When you go to the third floor of the cafeteria for a semester in a row, they will ask, "Dad, please open a class." I will kneel down and listen. Having said that, but Suja, a grown man like you, might still be a little inconvenient with Cici. It was obvious that he had not reached an agreement with Zhuge Ling. Brothers can eat well, but not too well. Let me treat everyone to a meal tomorrow. After all, we are all friends now, right? Lu Cici said cautiously to Zhuge Ling. That brings me back to the topic. Chapter 19. The 3-year period has come. The Dragon King returns. The friendship between girls improved really quickly. Suja thought Lu Cici didn't have this skill, but now it seems that the problem is not with her. Looking at Lu Cici communicating normally with Zhuge Ling, Suja couldn't help but sigh that this world needs abstraction to save it. The abstract men and women in the eyes of others are actually sacrificing their own elegance in order to light up the warmth in others' hearts in the name of humor. You may ask me why I made such an evaluation, because this is exactly me. Suja expressed his satisfaction. At this moment he suddenly realized a problem. He didn't seem to be eager to fall in love. He just needed a few friends of the opposite sex. The boy couldn't tell why, but he always felt very satisfied. The world is a circle. When I was young, I thought it was shameful to have a relationship with girls. When I grew up, if there was no girl I knew around me, I would feel inexplicably lost. Sometimes I didn't really need this opposite sex friend to do anything, but I always longed for it inexplicably. Suche was a normal teenager. He also had such youthful troubles, but not now. Hey? Did Qiu Ran smile just now? Was it my illusion? Didn't notice, but it doesn't matter. After having a good meal and a good drink, I feel relaxed. If I could have a satisfying physical education class in the afternoon, and then watch a movie after evening self-study, it would be really refreshing. But unfortunately, in domestic high schools, especially in the senior year, physical education teachers are fragile and sensitive creatures.
They will appear at the door, in the office, and anywhere except the playground. The description may be a little inaccurate, but in Suche's eyes, the physical education teacher was like a new chicken. The customers liked him and he was happy to work for her, but every time he would be ruthlessly suppressed by the old procuress, Lao Sunday. "Mr. Su, do you want to take physical education classes? As long as I ask, you can arrange it for me immediately." A boy in the back row looked at Suja eagerly and said in a low voice. "Then you arrange it." Suja didn't take it seriously and responded casually. Suche had a very good relationship with the boys in his class, or it could be said that with a personality like his, he would never lack friends wherever he went. Of course, we are talking about people of the same sex here. Wait a minute, what are you talking about, you grandson? Who is arranging whom? Suja suddenly reacted. He stared at the boy in front of him with wide eyes. The boy's name was Ma Chang, and he was a famous troublemaker in the class. "Of course it was you who arranged it for us brothers." Ma Chang came up with a smile and placed his hands on Suja's shoulders unconsciously. You are such a good brother." Suja was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears, and then he patted the other person's shoulder with his backhand. "It's just brothers. Without you, who will treat me as a human being? Physical education class? Lean on me? You mean, it's my turn to beat old son?" Suja looked at them like they were idiots. It was really funny. What was physical education? That was a supreme dungeon that only the sex headmaster was qualified to open. Even the dungeon spirit physical education teacher couldn't control it. How could I? A mere errand disciple? What difference does this make in letting Ben Boba deal with Sun Wukong? No, maybe Ben Boba's success rate is higher than mine. Of course I'm not asking you, Mr. Su, to say it. What I mean is... Ma Chang lowered his voice and his eyes began to unfocus. Suja followed his gaze and immediately saw a conspicuous ponytail. Oh, by the way, direct disciples are qualified to open the supreme copy, and the supreme master will also give them some face, but what does all this have to do with Suche? Get lost. The words were very clear. Suche didn't understand why people around him would have such strange fantasies. Because Chiu Ran always made trouble for him, he thought that he liked him. What kind of twisted logic is this? Is this a plot that only appears in novels? And the most amazing thing is that almost everyone agrees with this. If Suja hadn't pried into Chiu Ran's secret, he might have been narcissistically brainwashed by this group of people. But Suja, who already knew everything, knew very well that he liked Goba. The other party was just torturing him. No, go talk to the monitor. We haven't had sex since school started. Don't lie to you guys. We saw you guys eating together at noon. Many boys gathered around him, making Suche feel what it meant to be in a difficult situation. Even though she doesn't like me, I treated her to a meal today anyway. From a friend's perspective, I probably have 2 or 3 opportunities for negotiation. Amid the crowd's pleading, Suche's mind gradually began to conjure up some weird ideas. Why do I feel like the 3-year period has come to an end and the Dragon King has returned to his throne? Fight. Ciao. Those who are afraid of death are not heroes. Finally unable to resist the nagging of the people around him, Suja decided to give it a try. After all, if he lost, he would lose face, and the face of the abstract man was worthless. If he won, that really means the Dragon King has returned. The class was so small that a group of boys gathered together and could be considered to be plotting loudly. Chiu Ran was sitting in the first row. She lowered her head to review, and seemed to have heard nothing. But if you looked closely at her eyes, you would find that her eyes were unfocused and could not reflect anything. I walked forward quietly, with people whispering behind me. Don't lose face. Good job. Be more alert. Well, let's see what he does. Isn't this my way of encouragement? Suja was speechless, but he had the will of the people on his shoulders, and he had a reason not to lose. Class monitor, physical education class, roll. Get out if you want. Move forward, squat, stand up and look back, all in one go, as if you had rehearsed it. See, it's useless. Suche said his farewell words in the most relaxed tone. The whole process from starting over to returning took no more than 10 seconds. Embarrassing. Not really not. I said there was nothing, but you still kept scrolling?
Don't you believe Mr. Su? Pucci Suja didn't care about other people's reactions. Zhuge Ling's ridicule was the fatal blow. Its true people shouldn't take themselves too seriously. When the bell rang, no one dared to move. The physical education teacher was even too lazy to show up. He was very conscious of being a newbie. Old Sun walked in slowly with his big belly and his tea-stained cup. Seeing the unhappy looks on the class, he felt happy instantly. Class leader, how's our study progress going? Old Sun took a sip of tea happily and spread the book on the podium. Teacher, we are ahead of other classes. The students have also performed well in the past few days. We can have physical education class. Old Sun stopped swallowing his tea. He looked at his disciple in disbelief, his eyes full of question marks. This is not right? Is this how the script came about? In fact, his previous words were a signal that the progress did not matter, but just letting the student representatives come out to give a step. As a result, his most trusted disciple today actually, not only Old Sun, all the students in the class looked at Chiu Ran in disbelief. But after only 2 seconds, the whole class immediately turned their attention to Suja, their eyes full of admiration. There was no expression on Suja's face. The next moment, he raised his head slightly and met Lao Sun's eyes. Old Sun had an illusion that the corner of this kid's mouth seemed to be crooked, and at the same time, an inexplicable voice seemed to whisper in his ear, the 3-year period has come. The Dragon King returns. The 3-year period has come. The Dragon King returns. The 3-year period has come. The Dragon King returns. Chapter 20. Why do magical girls do bad things? I don't understand, Sun Hua accent. Looking at the crooked-mouthed kid below, Old Sun was full of question marks. Good boy, I really underestimated you. You actually cut off my source of income? A martial arts master who went out for a meal was actually robbed, but even though he was unhappy, he had to maintain his dignity. Once the words were out, he had no choice but to let these brats go. Oh yeah, Mambo, accompanied by pleasant cheers, everyone rushed down the classroom quickly. Hiss, I didn't expect you guys really. Zhuge Ling covered her mouth in disbelief, looking back and forth at Chiu Ran and Suja. An anti-smile gradually appeared in her eyes. Did I say your brain is a decoration? Save it for counting the moon at night. Su Che fought back without hesitation. After a brief moment of pride, he suddenly realized that the misunderstanding had deepened. But what on earth was Chiu Ran thinking? She couldn't be that stupid, right? I can't figure it out, but if I don't understand, I'll just stop thinking about it and enjoy my physical education class first. There is not even a physical education teacher for physical education classes. This may be the most useless position in the school, even worse than the security guard. This is a rare moment of relaxation, and it's all thanks to President Su. Sure, Boss Su, how far have you developed? You are so good at hiding your true intentions. Although you may not agree on the surface, your heart is actually with you. I've seen Suja since he was little. He has that kind of energy. Suja on the playground was a little helpless at this moment. He didn't even know who was slandered for a moment. But what was Chiu Ran thinking? Subconsciously searching the playground, the girls seemed to be discussing something, while Chiu Ran was sitting quietly in a corner, looking at something on his phone. As expected of a direct disciple, he is so blatant that even if the teacher sees him, he would think he is using his cell phone to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. If it's a menial disciple like Suja, then I'm sorry, the sect suspects that there is a 10,000 souls banner hidden in your phone. Someone patted his shoulder. Suja turned around and saw Zhuge Ling walking towards him with 2 cans of Coke. Go deliver it to the squad leader. Isn't it for me? You deserve it? I'm not going, Su Che decisively refused. What a joke. Wouldn't it cause even greater misunderstanding if he went there at this time? Hey! Who said at noon that we shouldn't care about other people's opinions and let others believe in us and not doubt us? Isn't that for free food? No. Are you admitting it? The corner of Zhuge Ling's mouth twitched violently. That damn abstract man was really hopeless. Sitting side by side, this abstract man and woman seemed to be more serious with each other. Did you find out? Zhuge Ling said slowly. What did you find? It seems that the monitor is not as lonely as the rumors say. How do you know? I saw her smile several times during the meal. Suja raised his head. The side profile of Zhuge Ling, this woman, was surprisingly sweet. It can only be said that it was very attractive when it was not abstract. I found it too. Then don't you think? I don't think so. Don't you know that knowing too much about other people's lives will have consequences? Suja opened the Coke and took a sip. Zhuge Ling stared at his profile and was stunned for a moment. She suddenly realized that the boy next to her was actually more thoughtful than she had imagined. Don't pity others for no reason. This is actually the greatest disrespect. Suja said this, finished his Coke in 2 gulps, and then walked towards Chiu Ran. Aren't you going? Cici asked us to have lunch tomorrow. I went to inform her of this. Zhuge Ling squeezed the Coke in his hand and frowned slightly as he looked at the boy's back. This grandson said a lot of things. Could it be that he just wanted to drink Coke? Shallow, angle omega, dividing line. Hey, Coke is really delicious, and it's iced. It seems to be quite refreshing to be handsome occasionally. It seems that I only used a little trick to scare Zhuge Ling. The classmates behind him had already started to make a noise, but Suja didn't care at all. And the fact that Chiu Ran could make this decision today proved that she didn't care either, unless she's an idiot. Tiptoeing forward, Chiu Ran was sitting in a cool corner, looking at something on his phone. To be honest, Suja was very curious. He had seen Shin Luan, who was ranked first in the grade, listening to English recordings while eating. As for Chiu Ran, who was ranked in the top 3 in the grade, he should be similar. Slowly leaning behind Chiu Ran, the other party was so fascinated that he didn't notice him. Suja slowly leaned over and fixed his eyes on Chiu Ran's mobile phone. Unexpectedly, just one glance and Suja's pupils contracted violently. I'm so hot. Classic prison food. AUV, guess what? I just watched it today. Hey, isn't this classic prison food? Chiu Ran's body trembled noticeably, and then he quickly covered his cell phone with his chest, as if some huge secret had been discovered. Hey, don't put it away. I really didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Suja seemed really excited this time. He looked at Chiu Ran as if he had seen a treasure. I just take a look. Chiu Ran's voice was obviously panicked. It turned out that she still had that habit. Who asked you? Just take a look? Suja's eyes were scrutinizing, and then he showed a brilliant smile. Just take a look. Come, I'll recommend you a few that topped the charts this month. Suja was really interested this time. Although he realized the contrasting attributes of Chiu Ran the first time, he never expected to encounter the real contrast today. I told you to just take a look. I don't like watching these things, and I don't need your recommendations. Chiu Ran seemed even more flustered. She put her cell phone into her school uniform pocket and turned around to leave. Why do magical girls do bad things? Because it's fun, Chiu Ran blurted out, but only 0.01 seconds later, she immediately reacted. Her feet froze in place, and her face quickly turned red. Great, I didn't expect you to be such a squad leader. Suja was suddenly scared. Why was he scared? Nonsense. Fortunately, he didn't ask the other party before, what should I choose between the fire stick and mine? It looks like the other party should be able to understand. Come on. Let's exchange ideas. This is the masterpiece I compiled this year. Suja excitedly took out his cell phone and forcibly pulled Chiu Ran to his side. It was a pleasant surprise. This was really a pleasant surprise. This was Suja's hobby, but few people could communicate with him. Niuzi also liked to watch, but Suja didn't like to communicate with him, because this grandson was the most annoying one among the foreigners. He would start to talk after no more than 3 sentences. Hey, then let me test you. Chiu Ran staggered when she was pulled. She seemed to want to leave, but seeing the strange looks from her classmates, she didn't dare to move too much. She sat next to the boy and stared at his profile. The joy on his face was definitely not fake. The playground, a boy and a girl, a cell phone. After a while, Chiu Ran, I have some insight. Chapter 21. Every boy has a big sister in his heart. What are they doing? I don't know, but it looks like Mr. Su was tortured. Suja is indeed the focus of the whole class now, and he chose the style of play that will receive the most barrage of comments. Please watch this, it's really awesome, an absolute masterpiece. I believe everyone has the experience of recommending their favorite anime to people around them. The anticipation and longing at that moment, and the speculation of friends praising it after watching it, everything can stimulate people's adrenaline. Xiao Ran tried to look down at the boy in front of her, but Suja, no. Who asked you, who was 1.8 meters tall, was a whole head taller than her, but even so, she tried to show disdain in her eyes, because she was indeed in the initiative now. Don't look, these two cold and heartless words made Suja feel like his heart was stabbed by an arrow. Damn it! Suja gritted his teeth. Why did he have to be the man in front of him? There were too few people who watched the wild animals these days. Steamed Gooseheart. The girl's last words had a fatal effect on Suja. As he walked past lightly, a rare smug smile appeared on Xiao Ran's face. Her steps were getting faster and faster. It was more like she was escaping than walking. With his head lowered, hiding his face as much as possible, Xiao Ran kept mumbling something, seeming to be reciting or chanting. Why do I feel like you are asking the squad leader for something? Zhuge Ling came over and laughed at the right time. To be honest, she was really curious about the change in their relationship. However, Suche ignored the other party's meaning and just muttered to himself, "Get out of here, you damned onion." The movie probably can't be shown, even the direct disciple doesn't have the ability to do so, and Xiao Ran, the direct disciple, seems to have lost the trust of the Supreme Master, but everyone is content. Who needs a bicycle these days? There seemed to be more discussions in the class. Suja was very clear that misunderstandings were almost inevitable, but he didn't care. For this kind of thing, the more you explained, the more trouble it would cause. If you ignored it, you would be overwhelmed by new gossip in a few days. The English test is coming out tomorrow. What should I do? I'm so annoyed. Zhuge Ling was not the only one who was troubled, but she was indeed the only one who showed it. Suja roughly recalled that he was guaranteed to get about 16 points, and with the lucky dice he made himself, he should be able to get 70 or 80 points, right? However, such a result is definitely a big win for Curry in experimental number 1 middle school, which is full of top players, and is not even as good as Zhuge Ling. I really missed the time when teachers asked classmates to grade each other's papers. It was so wonderful. Zhuge Ling supported her chin and began to dream as usual. She was not the only one who was caught up in fantasy at this moment. I vaguely remember that the only thing they had to worry about at that time was that their scores were too high and attracted the attention of the teachers. Hey, 2 wrong answers, 2 more wrong answers. It's not a bad idea. Your paper is so neat, I'll give you an extra 20 points. Memories of the past came to their minds, and Suju and Zhuge Ling looked at each other with bitter expressions. The reason why this system was cancelled is also ridiculous. It was because 2 true disciples whose average scores were over 135 points had a quarrel with each other. Although you got everything right, your P is too connected. I can't give you this point. It's okay, but you didn't finish copying the closed test, so the symbols you wrote can't be counted as correct according to the rules. Oh, is that so? Then I'll have to pick the score on this paper. Then, putting aside the test paper, can I deduct 20 points from you? Then the 2 women started pulling each other's hair. I vaguely remember that Suja was still laughing foolishly. Hee, I love watching 2 women fighting the most. However, the laughter did not last long, as the elders of the sect decided to cancel this method of mutual judgment. Suche and Zhuge Ling were dumbfounded at the time. Why was it S2 who were finally exposed after their palace fight, who was swimming naked? It was clearly seen when they ran aground. For Suche, it was not a matter of swimming naked. He was allergic to sea water. I say, you really can't fool yourself with your English level. After all, we are the number 1 high school in Qingfeng. If you continue like this, you can only dance in a bar. Zhuge Ling was rarely serious. With her average level of 80 or 90 points, it was enough to torture Suche. What's wrong with bar dancing? With my looks, I can survive as a gigolo in the future. At least I'll be a gigolo king. Then you wait a moment, I will definitely find the best poison for you to make you mute, then maybe you can really become the king of ducks. Zhuge Ling said very seriously. Ding ding, the phone suddenly vibrates. Suja subconsciously turned on his cell phone and then put on a mask of pain. Waste, buy 2 pounds of shrimp after school and 2 pounds of meat. Your sister and will be back in the evening. Waste, buy more. Never mind, you decide it's your turn anyway. During the sprint period of senior year, I got up during the day to prepare breakfast for my good-for-nothing sister, then rode an electric scooter without brakes to go to school, risking my life. At noon, I used my only money to treat 5 people to a meal. In the afternoon, I was humiliated by a bad woman for attending physical education class for the whole class, and was mocked by a funny female classmate during evening study. Now the good-for-nothing at home is pointing fingers at me. Beautiful, I feel like I've had it all my life. But Sister Renan. Suja's mind gradually began to emerge, a tall, sweet-looking woman. The most important thing is that she is 36E. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt some motivation. It turns out that every teenager has a perfect big sister in his heart, and this older sister in Suche's heart, how can I describe it? She is really a big sister. I seem to have a little more motivation when buying groceries, it seems. I haven't seen it for almost half a year. At the same time, the Su family, looking at her best friend sitting opposite her, Su Nian couldn't help but go up and rub her hard twice. It's so unfair. Why do you just? Is there a recipe? As best friends, such an action was not offensive, and Tao Anan seemed to enjoy it. What kind of recipe is that? This is all talent. Just give up. Tao Anan hugged Su Nian's neck affectionately, stimulating Su Nian constantly with the squeezing action. Tisk, you've been gone for half a year. You won't leave this time, right? Su Nian hugged the other person with his backhand. Although he complained, he could not hide the joy in his eyes. I won't leave for the time being, and I've decided to do something I like. Tao Anan's face was also full of joy. Although she was at Su Nian's house, she felt inexplicably at ease. How is my brother? I haven't seen him for half a year. Speaking of Suja, a light seemed to flash in Tao Anan's eyes. As Su Nian's best friend since childhood, Suja's trajectory in her life is also very clear. He is still the same. Su Nian showed a very disgusted attitude towards his own brother. Is he still so outstanding? That's right, he is your younger brother after all. Tao Anan nodded, with some expectation in his eyes. Excellent. Him? Su Nian's face became distorted, and various ugly photos of Suja kept appearing in his mind. Forget it, this guy who doesn't respect me. Crunched. The sound of the door being pushed open interrupted Su Nian's words. A tall and slender figure appeared, accompanied by a magnetic and slightly hoarse voice. Sister, I'm back. Chapter 22. Today's victory or defeat. Su Nian's defeat. Looking in the direction of the voice, Tao Anan's eyes suddenly lit up. The person who appeared in front of her was a 1.8 meter tall, handsome, innocent high school boy with a sunny smile on his face. Although the boy was only wearing the simplest school uniform, this kind of dress stimulated Tao Anan's different aesthetic sense. The boy looked at her, his eyes were so pure, but the joy and dependence deep in his eyes could not be hidden. Wow. I haven't seen my brother for only half a year. How come he has become more handsome and more manly? Tao Anan began to scream crazily in her heart, but a gentle smile still appeared on her face. Looking at her own brother and her best friend flirting with each other, Su Nian glanced at the two of them in disbelief. Is there any normal person in this room, and does this little calf Suja always do this? No. Is this your style of painting, let alone anything else? Just the words that the other party said as soon as she entered the door, pretending to be 3 parts childish, 3 parts filial, and 4 parts kind, made Su Nian feel extremely disgusted. Where's the energy that usually makes you call me old woman as soon as you enter the door? At this moment, Su Nian seemed to have the law of heaven and earth behind him, and he was threatening Suja. I don't care who you are, get off my brother. Immediately. At this moment, Suja felt that his eyes were not enough to see. He had not seen Sister Renan for half a year. She went to work in another place half a year ago. After not seeing her for half a year, not only did the years not leave any traces on her face, but she became even more radiant and charming, especially the pair of E, which is simply irresistible. But who is Suja? He is a proper gentleman. At this moment, his eyes are full of affection and longing for Sister Renan. How can there be a trace of evil thoughts? After all, a love guru once said, when you look at a woman, you must first look into her eyes. If she doesn't look at you, then go look at her bare. I say, you too, that's enough. Su Nian quickly interrupted their disgusting scenes. She felt that if she didn't stop them, her best friend would come up and give her a facial cleanser, but Tao Anan cannot be blamed for this. Who would have thought that such an abstract brother could maintain a perfect personality in front of Tao Anan for more than 10 years? Can you believe this? She vaguely remembered that at the age of 6, Suja could already act pitiful, curled up in Tao Ainan's arms and giving herself the middle finger. It was not until that day that Sun Yin clearly knew that her younger brother would become a great man in the future. He is so scheming at such a young age. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Sister, wait a moment. I'll go cook first. Adjusting his smile into the most polite arc, Suja turned around and walked directly into the kitchen. I remember my brother is already in his 3rd year of high school. Isn't that too hard? Tao Ainan said from the bottom of his heart. It's a bit hard, but my parents are not around, so I can take care of my sister more, which is something I'm happy to see. Suche did not look back, but casually rolled up his sleeves, revealing his biceps that he had trained for many years. Nima idiot xxxxxxxxx. You. XXXXXXXX. After hearing Suja's words, Sun Yin's mind began to generate garbled text. Does this bastard always do this? No. Why do you, such an abstract person, have to show a perfect image in front of my bestie? What are you trying to do? Can you really marry her? Sun Yin didn't understand. She was sure that Suja was deliberately disgusting her. Sarah Dumulu search 1st floor all for Wow book, Korean Destiny, Who played the music? Before she knew it, Sun Yin could hear faint Korean sounds in her ears. When I looked back, Tao Ainan was already staring at the kitchen with a crazy look on her face. Don't add random music. Asshole. Sun Yin felt like she was going crazy. Isn't it? Do you have so many scenes in this chapter? Nian Nian, look how sensible your brother is. You are 25 years old, but you still let your brother cook for you. He has to rush. No, he's not usually like this. Listening to her bestie's words, Sun Yin's face began to distort. She subconsciously looked towards the kitchen, but vaguely saw an even more distorted face. It's nothing. Why should we care so much about family? Suja's Yang Guang's voice came from the kitchen, and along with Tao Ainan's gaze, he shook the wok fiercely. After all, we are family. Sarah Dumulu search 1st floor all for Wow book. The corners of Sun Yin's mouth began to twitch wildly, and suddenly he felt that the suppression of his blood suddenly failed at this moment. Suja was so happy at this moment. Although he didn't look back, he could already imagine Sun Yin's distorted face. I have never forgotten it. The flower language of gardenia is forbearance. There was a small dining table and a strange atmosphere. Tao Ainan looked at Suja. Suja looked straight into Tao Ainan's eyes, and Sun Yin looked at the dishes. Although he felt disgusted by his brother's pretentious attitude, he had to admit that after his training over the years, Suja's cooking skills were absolutely impeccable. Eat, just treat it like your own home. Isn't this Sister and Anne's home? Sister Anan, I have always cleaned your room for you. The shrimp that Sun Yin picked up paused in the air, and then his eyes gradually became dangerous. The Su family's house was indeed a 3-bedroom house, and the extra room was reserved for Tao Ainan. Of course, Tao Ainan's house also reserved a private bedroom for Sun Yin, but I was the one who asked this brat to clean the place. This brat. Sarah Dumulu search 1st floor all for Wow book. Don't sing anymore. Sun Yin's eyes swept across the dining table and stopped accurately in front of Suja. Yes, absolutely yes. There was pride in this bastard's eyes. Sun Yin, why do you have to act like this in front of my bestie? Answer me? Suja, come Sister and have some shrimp. When Suja put the peeled shrimps into Tao Ainan's bowl, the music in Sun Yin's ears could no longer stop. My brother is so sweet. He must be like this to a lot of little girls, right? How could that be? I have almost no friends of the opposite sex. Real? Of course it's true. I can't cheat on a woman. Suja's face was serious, then he smiled and put another peeled shrimp into Sun Yin's bowl. Sister, eat more. Sun Yin stared blankly at the shrimps in the bowl, completely stunned. Today's victory or defeat? Sister, Sun Yin's defeat. Brother is so nice. Then brother, please help Sister in again. Chapter 23. How much money did she give you? I'll give you double. Come on, listen, let me see. No, Sister, and don't make it spicy. Hey, are you blushing? Come, let me see if you are developing normally. Sister, and don't do that shallow angle omega dividing line. Sun Yin looked speechlessly at the two psychopaths in front of him who seemed to be enjoying it. Wasn't it just taking off a shirt that made such a noise? Am I also a part of your play? Wow. My brother has 6-pack abs. Tao Anan couldn't take her eyes off Su Zhe. He looked very thin, but she didn't expect him to be the type who looked thin when dressed and had muscular body when undressed. Years of exercise had indeed given him a relatively perfect figure. Sister Anan, what are you going to do? To be honest, she is just an 18-year-old boy. Although she is a little scheming, it is still a bit embarrassing to be shirtless at this time. Your sister Anan has come back to start a business this time and is in need of some models, but aren't you too picky to choose this guy? Su Nian explained on the side. I'm not really a model anymore. I just organize some comic conventions and other activities myself. They are all people I get along well with. It's not very formal, but now I'm lacking something. Tao Anan stared at Su Zhe's body, and the meaning was self-evident. Some pillars are missing. I believed you year after year when you said that cosplay is not about looks, although there are still many people in this circle who use love to generate electricity. As the organizer, Tao Anan obviously has to consider more. He must have a few good appearances. After all, publicity still needs to be promoted. Tao Anan immediately thought of the Su siblings. Apart from anything else, their looks were absolutely first-rate. Moreover, Su Nian himself was a senior cosplayer. When he was in school, he used to skip meals to buy cosplayer costumes. Me? I haven't had any plastic surgery either. Su Zhe was a little unconfident now. He felt that he was just a bad anime watcher at best. Su Nian had wanted to drag him into cosplay in the past, but when he saw his sister's wallet dry up because of cosplay, he resolutely refused this bad habit. This is the same reason why Su Che didn't smoke. It costs too much, so he should save as much as possible. Sister Anan, I really do $1,000. Then I'm definitely going to help you. Su Che spoke righteously. How could he refuse? He couldn't refuse. What if all these 1,000 people were to go to the Three Kingdoms killing? I'm so mad. I can't even think about it. If you have any good candidates around you, you can introduce them to me. Of course, they will all be paid for. Su Zhe nodded without hesitation, and his mind started to become active. If he didn't make a profit from the price difference, he would look down on himself. But what Sister Anan wants is a high-quality cosplayer. Who should she look for? Niu Zi? Forget it. Maybe you will even have to pay him money. Ling Zha? His appearance is acceptable, but this mouth, Lu Cixi? It's perfect, but there's no way such a young lady would be tempted by such a small amount of money. Qiu Ran? If she showed her outside school manner, it would be more than enough, but she didn't look very familiar and this girl would probably give him a cold look. Shallow, angle omega, dividing line at night. Qiu Ran nervously locked the door, turned off the lights, and wrapped herself in the quilt. When she thought about what she was going to do next, she couldn't help but blush. The girl opened her phone under the quilt, and her breathing became rapid. She logged into a website she had collected, her eyes widened, and she began, watchanime.no. You watch anime and your face turns red like a bubble teapot. No one can explain hobbies, and it is even more rare to meet someone who has the same hobbies as you. Qiu Ran took out a piece of paper from her pajamas, and what was recorded on it was the masterpiece that someone had told her about during the day. She didn't dare turn on the sound because she was afraid her mother outside the door would hear it. After all, the existence of her phone was now a secret, but she didn't dare wear headphones because she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hear her mother outside the door. If Su Zhe saw such a difficult scene, he would be so moved that tears would well up in his eyes. This is how one should look at foreigners. They can actually do this in such a harsh environment. Compared with her, he is just like a rookie. A bit of insight. Although the viewing experience would be poor without sound, Qiu Ran is already very satisfied, especially, this was the first time someone shared something they liked with her. Beep, beep, beep. The phone vibrated twice, and Qiu Ran was so scared that her hands shook instantly. The movement of lying flat and the falling of the phone caused the phone to hit her nose directly. Whoa! Qiu Ran murmured unconsciously, pulled back the quilt and looked towards the door. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that there was no movement outside the door. Rubbing her sore nose, she still looked at the OO message with some anticipation. The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Is it him? That's right, no one else has sent me messages except him. Qiu Ran stared at the message over and over again, completely unaware that the corners of his mouth began to curl up slightly, but what she didn't understand was that it was almost midnight, and this person would deliberately come to ask her if she had watched the anime he recommended? Isn't this something very important? Ran didn't hesitate at all as he watched the masterpiece playing silently. I didn't see it. The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. It's really awesome. Oh, just take a look. I really didn't lie to you. Suche felt that he seemed to have some problems. This was his hobby, and he was eager to make other people like the things he liked, but it seems a bit perverted, but it doesn't seem to be compulsive, just a little urgent. It's rude to disturb a girl so late. A gentle and familiar voice came from the headphones. Tang Shinro seemed to have gotten used to Suja's habit. That's right, there are so few people in this world who share the same hobbies as me, and you are one of them. Suja sighed, thinking that only Tang Shinro could have common topics with him, but this girl obviously didn't watch it when she was in junior high school, but seemed to become interested in it after going abroad. Could it be that this was the cultural influence of foreign countries? In fact, Suja did not simply ask this question. He had already started to think about the issue of cosplay that Sister Anin mentioned. After all, Sister Anin said that the introducer was for Yuan Zi. So do you really want to introduce your squad leader? He may not agree, right? Your relationship seems to be just average, Tang Shinro said meaningfully. In fact, she hadn't said another word. I'll give you double the amount she offers. Can we not attend this comic convention? Chapter 24. If you don't come, I will be very sorry. Tang Shinro was very anxious now, extremely anxious. She had thought about a lot of things before, and once thought about staying in the country for the sake of the silly boy by her side and rejecting the plan to go abroad with her parents, but she knew Suja too well. Although he seemed crazy on the surface, he was actually the most thoughtful one. He would never allow herself to give up her future just because of his own wishes, but if I just go like this, I'd feel a little uneasy. However, Suja had already shown the aptitude for an abstract holy body when he was in junior high school. Oh, humor was still popular at that time, so according to Tang Shinro's precise calculations, as long as he watched closely, there seemed to be no problem. As expected, I was not disappointed. The abstract man really could not have love. No, he just needed to wait a little longer. But now, I vaguely remember Tang Shinro saying to Suja with a smile, it's okay to lie to yourself, but it's wrong to lie to your brothers. But after learning that Suja now had several friends of the opposite sex, Tang Shinro could no longer sit still. No. Nothing happened in my first and second year of high school, and now that my third year is approaching, you tell me my house is going to be robbed. Although Suja clearly stated that he didn't like those girls, and the situations of these girls were somewhat special, Tang Shinro knew very well that it was because they didn't know Suja well enough. What if it doesn't work? Take a plane, the 3-year period is up. I want to return home immediately. No. I must make this money. What should I do? What should I do? Suche's thoughtful voice came from the opposite side. This fool is still thinking about money. He is so slow. Like you said, neither is appropriate. And directly saying it's utilitarian seems too strong, as if you went to them for money. In my opinion, the most important thing for you right now is to review. Comic exhibitions waste too much time. Be good, let's not go. I'll bring you 4090 when I go back for the new year. Hearing the last string of numbers, Suja suddenly took a breath of cold air. His monthly living expenses were only 2,000, and 500 of them were college entrance examination subsidies. As a peer, could Tang Shinro actually do this? Is this what it means to raise a son in poverty and a daughter in wealth? After chatting for another half an hour, Suja hung up the phone. He lay on the bed and began to think randomly. What Tang Shinro said makes sense. Isn't it too presumptuous to go straight up? And I think I should really focus on the college entrance examination. Suja's heart began to waver. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep. No. Tang Shinro is such a brother. She gave me 4090. I have to show some sincerity too. Suja sat up suddenly. He felt that he should earn more money to buy something high-end to repay Tang Shinro's 4090. As for deceiving him, that was impossible. After all, 60% of his electronic devices and clothes and socks were given to him by Tang Shinro. You said it's hard to be brothers, let's dream together. With pleasant melodies ringing in his ears, Suja gradually fell asleep. Tang Shinro must be very touched to have a buddy like him, right? Chalo, angle omega, dividing line. The great Tao should not be so small, and the Dao companion should not be so few. Feeling the breeze on his face, Suche sighed seriously. Although the usage is not very standard, this is basically the meaning. Take it all. You can't just give up the money for the sake of face. Go talk to Lu Sisi first. After all, you should pick the weak ones. Suja's speculation was a bit evil, but Lu Sisi had the buff that she couldn't refuse. If she sold such a beautiful face to Sister Anan, she could get at least 1,000 yuan. What the hell am I talking about? How come a good invitation suddenly became sour? Arriving at the familiar breakfast shop, Suche planned to settle the matter while eating and then mobilize other people. As for Niu Zi, and just treat it as a free gift. When the time comes, I will cosplay as Xie Jian, and I probably won't even need to put on makeup. The bond with Lu Sisi seemed to have been strengthened again. Now when she greeted him, she was like a normal person. It's just that the other party's condition doesn't seem to be very good. To use a malicious and inappropriate metaphor to describe it, it's as if his body has been hollowed out. No way, a rich girl also wants to be Spider-Man. It's hard to imagine that such a simple, kind and lovely child actually has a QQ space, but who is Suja? I don't care if you are stingy or not, I will just form a formation. I am a milk dragon, I am a milk dragon. It wasn't that unexpected. Seeing that Lu Sisi was obviously not in a good mood, Suja suppressed what he wanted to say. Although it is clear that the other party will most likely not refuse if you tell them, you can't just throw away your moral integrity for money. After all, there are still many good people in this world. Sorry, I don't have much appetite today, so I won't eat. Lu Sisi gave Suja and the other two a bitter smile. She seemed to have no strength to speak. Something doesn't feel right. Suja suddenly realized that it was not as simple as just using up the space. After all, he knew this well. Even if he did it 8 times a night, he would not be so listless, but Suja soon found out the answer because he saw Shenluan hurriedly passing by the school gate again. Did you see it? He's number 1 in the grade. Yeah, I thought he was some tough guy, but he's just a driver's son. What driver? Didn't you say you were childhood sweethearts? He's the driver of my childhood sweetheart's family. I think he's really lucky. What kind of novel plot is this? Just let him have a domineering rich woman fall in love with me? This sudden news made everyone feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Suja's mind. He vaguely remembered the burly man who suddenly called him on the day he first met Lu Sisi. The uncle was a good man and gave me 1,000 yuan. I didn't expect that he was Shenluan's father. What a ridiculous relationship and plot. Suche was also sighing at this moment, but he didn't quite understand the discussions of the people around him. What on earth are these people laughing at? Why is Shenluan feeling inferior? He didn't understand. In his eyes, this was a very beautiful story, but his thinking seemed to be different from that of normal people. Maybe I shouldn't have come here and ruined his life. Having grown up together, Lu Sisi understood Shenluan's character. Maybe she really hadn't thought it through. Just as he was sighing, the voice of the boy beside him came quietly. If that's the case, it's such a pity. Lu Sisi's body suddenly stiffened. The regret in the boy's tone was definitely not fake. She suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing, but she didn't dare to look up at the other person's eyes. What does he mean by this? It seems like I have hurt other people unintentionally again. Chapter 25. Without any hesitation, Suche reacted completely instinctively. What on earth does he mean by that? Hearing the young man sigh next to her, Lu Sisi couldn't help but tremble in her heart. For some reason, the words Suja had said to her before came to her mind again. Those who can't bear it will naturally leave, but I hope there won't be any doubts from you. What does he mean? Suche's figure kept appearing in her mind. From the time he stepped forward for her when they first met, to the time he helped her integrate into the school. She didn't even realize it, but unknowingly she had become accustomed to his presence. Did I say something wrong just now? Life shouldn't just be about love. What I said just now seems to make other people seem unimportant. Lu Sisi was a person who was extremely prone to internal friction. At this moment, her mind was in a mess and she started to have even more wild thoughts. At the same time, Suche frowny-face, if you don't come, what should I do? Will I be unable to eat any food from the small kitchen on the 3rd floor? I really don't understand what Shenluan is thinking. How can a person be so brave? For the sake of self-esteem, he doesn't want anything. If it were him, study? Learn shit, master. I will not return to the stable zone. I want to join Dacia Communist Youth League. Look, is this the correct way to unfold and the correct style? But in fact, there is no shortage of people like Shenluan in the world. A very typical personality, sensitive, but according to Su Che's hometown dialect, it is more preferable to call him twisted, but it seems that Lu Cece doesn't have the energy to do those trivial things now. She should retreat quickly, otherwise she will probably be pulled back by her again and start to review her experience as a loser. I don't know what's going on in these people's brain circuits. Why do they always like to hold someone and talk about it non-stop when it's clearly a failed experience? If you don't know, you would think you won the MVP. Seeing Suja returning to the classroom without looking back, Lu Cece became even more confused. Oh no, is this the worst possible situation? The three biggest illusions in life: there is no one in the bush, I can kill him, and he likes me. This formula is generally applied to losers, describing the behavior of a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, mostly used for criticism and ridicule. But the fact is that even a goddess cannot escape the constraints of life. There's nothing I can do. They look so similar. When Su Che was leaving, there was a look in his eyes that showed 3 parts of loss, 3 parts of hesitation, and 4 parts of pretending to be free and easy. They were so similar. Now that I think about it, it does seem a little unusual. We haven't known each other for long, but he has always taken such good care of me. What I just said has hurt him, but achoo. Who the hell is telling tales about me behind my back? As soon as Su Che walked into the classroom, he couldn't help sneezing. Lu Cece's product probably can't be sold anymore. Bah, I can't recommend it, but just now when he was leaving, there seemed to be something wrong in the look in his eyes. Was he going to tease me behind my back? Suja frowned and thought, but it didn't matter. As long as he could get a free meal, nothing else mattered. There aren't many choices. The softest persimmon has lost hope, and the rest are just hard bones. At this moment, Ran was still wandering around the classroom door like an NPC. It doesn't seem appropriate to find her, right? Although she has been labeled as a contrast in my mind, it can't be that contrasting, right? Imagine a serious and old-fashioned monitor wearing a cute cosplay costume? Suja immediately felt goosebumps all over his body. How can a person be so bold? But how can such an abstract picture be visualized in my mind? Su Che was very curious, and the visual he created was quite good. It might be because he had seen the squad leader's true appearance before, so he had a general idea of what it was like. You know what? This effect actually hits Su Che's aesthetic point. Imagine a serious and even slightly disgusted person wearing cute clothes and dancing for you. What about the political commissar circle? It seems interesting, but this kind of thing can only be thought about. Well, if it doesn't work, then Lingzi will do. At worst, I can just not let her open her mouth that day. Poor Zhuge Ling would never have thought that she had been doomed to fail. At this moment, she was burying her head, apparently playing with her mobile phone, and occasionally looking up to take a peek, looking very peak-like. Or let's choose Chiu Ran. Seeing Lingzi's sneaky look, Suja couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you still reading that stupid novel? How is the plot going? You know what, Tomato novel really has a certain magic, although this is not the first time I have complained about the stupid novel that Zhuge Ling read, but you know what, he was really curious about the plot that followed. It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned it, but as soon as he mentioned Zhuge Liang, his face immediately turned red and warm. Don't mention it, don't mention it. I really don't know what the author is thinking. Not only did the heroine not severely punish the clown in the class, she even showed a tendency to hook up with him. Damn Minotaur. Damn yellow hair. When can we write him to death? Is there such a plot? When Su Che heard this, he immediately became interested. He fully supports this point. As a pure love god of war, this Minotaur must die. They are childhood sweethearts. Why are you interfering? I support you. I will go and see secretly when this yellow-haired guy dies. Su Che echoed a few words, then took out some snacks from his pocket and handed them over with a smile. When asking for help, you naturally have to have the right attitude. Lingzi, you didn't have breakfast? Come, I have a homemade side dish. A simple action made Zhuge Ling completely on guard. Something is wrong, this grandson Suzhou, forget it, I can't eat it. When I was leaving this morning, some idiot defecated in the hallway unit, so I had to skip breakfast. No way, you can swallow this? Before Zhuge Ling finished speaking, Su Che covered his mouth in surprise. However, just 0.01 seconds later, he wanted to slap himself in the face, without any hesitation. Contestant Su Che reacted completely instinctively. He just retorted directly. At that moment, he had forgotten that he was asking for help from others. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Zhuge Ling's face became unusually cold as the passengers on the tram. Su Che became extremely embarrassed as his sister who was pretending to be asleep. Operation. Fortunately, a familiar voice came to my ears at this time. It was still that poker face, but the cold words spoken by the other party at this moment seemed particularly pleasant. There is no other choice. This is the last option left. Thinking of this, Su Che raised his head and looked straight into Chiu Ran's eyes. There was no change on Chiu Ran's expression, but her hands, which were scratching her homework book, were unconsciously exerting force. Suja didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Chiu Ran's eyes widened a few times. Squad leader, have you watched the show I recommended to you? Chapter 26. The case is solved. Suja Tia has a crush on me. Click. A hole was made on the exercise book with the cover. Su Che suddenly felt that the squad leader in front of him seemed to have entered the second stage, and even the shadow of Susanoo appeared faintly behind him. What kind of inherently evil Uchiha brat is this? Gently smoothing the poor homework book of some unfortunate dam, Chiu Ran began to ponder the deep meaning of Su Che's repeated questions. According to her character and personality, she should curl up the corners of her mouth, reveal a cold sneer, and then look down at the other person fiercely. But at this moment, looking at Suja's expectant eyes, Chiu Ran felt that if he did this, he might miss something very important. I saw a little bit. Really? How is it? It's barely watchable. Chalo, angle omega, dividing line. We still need to have dreams. Even though they are unlikely to come true, they don't take up much space at all. In fact, Suja was not looking for people just for money. As an old fan, he still expected some people who truly loved this industry to work together for a goal, and Chiu Ran barely met this standard. As for Zhuge Ling, pure and fresh as a cicada, just crawl. Class monitor, let's discuss something. Chiu Ran knew very well that to judge a man's sincerity, one must look into his eyes. If he is scanning your figure, it proves that this man is not sincere. If he looks into your eyes at first sight, that proves that he is good at pretending. Suzhou is the former now. But the strange thing is that Chiu Ran can see some sincerity in such an obscene action on Suja. She had the illusion that the other person was not looking at her figure, but at a clothes hanger. Would you like to have lunch together today? Su Che made an elegant invitation that was hard to refuse, but Zhuge Ling on the side curled his lips in disdain. This grandson, if someone doesn't know, would think it's you who's treating us. How can someone eat for free so elegantly? Chiu Ran immediately understood what the other party meant. What Lu Sisi said yesterday at noon was actually very clear. No, she returned to her attitude of keeping strangers away. Lu Sisi had only met her once, so how could she possibly go and eat with her for free? Chiu Ran felt that it was impossible to eat with someone you had just met, and she couldn't imagine that there was really someone in the world who could do that. This answer was actually within Su Che's expectations. If she showed up in the private room on the 3rd floor today, she would not be Chiu Ran. However, Suja was very understanding. After all, she was just meeting someone and she was just trying to get away with it, eh? No. Oh, how presumptuous. What's wrong with just meeting each other? Do you know what it means to feel like old friends at first sight? Are you scolding me again? Seeing that Chiu Ran was about to leave, Suja immediately made a heartbroken expression. I'll treat you to lunch, no later than 15. On the 1st floor of the cafeteria. Chiu Ran stopped, and Zhuge Ling looked at Suja in confusion. Is there any difference between you please and Lu Sisi please? Zhuge Ling said, as a good brother, I really don't want to see you act like a clown. 20, make a deal. Chiu Ran laughed, and Zhuge Ling's face was full of disbelief. No. She just agreed to it? I don't understand. Linghua accent, why didn't you go to Lu Sisi's dinner party, but went to Suja's? No way? Are you two really having an affair? Go away, don't ask so many questions. You won't understand a woman's mind. Suja waved his hands, too lazy to explain. I don't really care about that. The point is that I can't go to the 3rd floor today. Zhuge Ling covered her chest. Did she really think that her face was given for nothing? If Suja was there and used him as a springboard, she could have tried to get close to him, but that was the limit of Lingzi's psychological endurance. But if Suja was not there, please, Lingzi is also a simple and shy little girl. Okay, Chalo, angle omega, dividing line. Rumors stop at the Y's. But people will never realize that in the process of stopping at the Y's, the people who were spread the rumors may have died long ago. But Luz Cece's worry is that this is not a rumor at all. Of the perfect campus life she imagined with her childhood sweethearts did not happen, and a passionate love affair in her youth was even more impossible to achieve. Luz Cece was still a little girl after all, and although she came from a wealthy family, she was still full of extreme romantic ideas at this age. The filter of childhood sweethearts was so heavy that she didn't even realize what the other person was thinking. And now there is another problem. Because of her subconscious remarks, she may inadvertently hurt another kind boy. Oh, what should I do? Suche seems unhappy. But after all, thanks to Luz Cece's conditions, countless people have liked her since she was a child. She has become completely accustomed to being liked by others, but Suja gave her a completely different feeling. No boy had ever been so natural around her. That's right, it was natural. Although they didn't spend much time together, Suja really made Luz Cece feel the embodiment of friendship. Although he is usually not reasonable, he will stand up for you when you are most helpless, help you integrate into a new environment, tell you earnestly how to get rid of your social phobia, stand up for you when a bad boss bullies you, worry that you will not be able to adapt to the new environment, and even be willing to accompany you for meals. Oh my God! How can this be called friendship? If this isn't love, then what is this? Suja, as if she suddenly realized something, Luz Cece covered her mouth. Could this be friendship? If this was pure friendship, she would, calm down, this is not the first time I have encountered this situation. As if she had thought of something, Luz Cece forced herself to calm down. It didn't matter. Rejecting a relationship proposal was one of the things she was best at. But when she thought of Suja's regretful face, she realized that she seemed to be a little lacking in energy. Suche is different from those boys. It's hard to say exactly what happened, but Luz Cece knew that she owed Suja this. Suja was a very good boy and he deserved someone who loved him more. Wait a minute, these are just my guesses. What if Suche doesn't like me? Luz Cece fell into deep thought. This was indeed a very important question, but it didn't matter. During lunch today, she would try to test his attitude a little bit. Having made up her mind, Luz Cece's anxious mood finally recovered a little, and at this moment, beep beep beep, Yellow Eel is not as good as Pinocchio. Cece, I have something to do at noon today, so I won't eat with you guys. Have fun. The moment Luz Cece saw the message, her brain instantly froze. He didn't even want to come and see me. The case was solved. Suja Tia had a crush on me. Chapter 27. I can't cheat on a woman. Akia, he sneezed violently. Is it because so many people have been teasing him behind his back recently? Suja sighed. It was a pity that he couldn't eat the delicious food in the cafeteria on the third floor today. However, Chiu Ran absolutely could not go to the third floor, so he had to make some sacrifices today. With Chiu Ran's looks, selling her to Sister Anan for 1,000 yuan shouldn't be a problem. It's just a bowl of pork rib soup. If she doesn't want to drink it, then don't drink it. I can still clearly distinguish what is more important and what is less important. An elbow strike from Zhuge Ling. I admit that I was just talking nonsense before, but now there is definitely something wrong with the monitor. I'm telling you, have you been a little too ambiguous recently? Do you feel that the monitor seems to be really interested in you? He's just a little arrogant. Zhuge Ling said seriously. Do you think I'm that kind of person? What kind of person? Is he the kind of man who gets complacent and starts fantasizing after just a little bit of normal interaction between friends? And then if the other person is a little bit off, he gets so excited that he sighs that he is a sinner? Suja's face was filled with the radiance of a Sigma man, but Lingzi didn't seem to understand. At the same time, Achio. Luz Cece sneezed violently, but she didn't care. She didn't have so much time to pay attention to her body. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Suja was really a friend she valued very much, and she really didn't want to lose him. I am really a woman with deep sins. Chalo, angle omega, dividing line. Feeling Zhuge Ling's resentful gaze, Suja led Chiu Ran towards the cafeteria on the first floor. Why is he resentful? Because Lingzi's application for a 10 yuan meal fund was severely rejected by General Manager Su. As for going to the third floor to eat for free, forget it, it's too social. Although Lingzi is known for being shameless, he can't do such a shameless thing, I can only say. Lingzi, you don't understand why you eat this meal, so let your uncle do it. The strong never complain about the environment, but Suche considers himself a weak person, so he not only complains about the environment, he also complains about the strong. Really, is it necessary to eat so many dishes in one meal? Do you know that there are many poor children in this world who can't even get enough food? He complained at the ceiling above his head, then looked back at the simple meal on his plate and felt much better. Complaining cannot solve problems, but it feels good. The more you complain, the better. It's a pity that most of life is just talking to a cow. After taking a look at the cheap 8 yuan meal on her plate, Xiao Ran didn't feel any sympathy, but instead spent the maximum budget. Damn woman, I'll sell you out when I get back. Suche thought viciously, took a bite of the cauliflower, and then spit it out. Without exaggerating or criticizing, I feel that what Sun Yan did is not as good. What's with that expression on your face? Xiao Ran, who came back with a full plate, saw Suja's strange-looking posture at first sight, and subconsciously moved the plate towards himself. Nothing. I've been staying up late lately. My face is a little out of shape. See? This is the abstract man, who would rather destroy his image than hide his bad habit of being picky about food. After all, for abstract men, appearance is always the first chip they throw out. Staying up late is a chronic death. Surprisingly, Xiao Ran actually showed concern for Suche for the first time. And this should be a kind of concern, right? Then isn't living also a slow death? After pushing all the cauliflower on the plate to the corner, Suche finally started to eat, but Xiao Ran put down his chopsticks and even took a breath subtly. Why couldn't I find a reason to refute him when he said such nonsense? Why are you daydreaming? If you live, you will die. If you stay up late, you will die too. So if you stay up late while you are alive, it will be a double negative, right? So if you want to live 100 years, you have to stay up late. Xiao Ran was too lazy to respond to the other party, but the corners of her mouth twitched inexplicably, as if she herself was not aware of it. What do you want from me? Straight to the point, without any further ado. This is indeed Xiao Ran's way of ninja, strongly resisting the urge to jump up and pat the other person on the head. Suja tried to keep his expression as serious as possible. Class monitor, do you know about the comic convention? I know. Do you have time? Silent, but delightful. In fact, Suche expected that Xiao Ran would most likely reject him directly, then give him a contemptuous look and scold him, miscellaneous, but he never expected that Xiao Ran's reaction to hearing the word comic exhibition seemed to be greater than he imagined, and it seemed that, are your eyes glowing? Throwing a chopstick of fried pork with chili into his mouth, Xiao Ran began to chew slowly. Comic convention? Is that the one she always wanted to go to? 18-year-old girls all love beauty, and Xiao Ran is no exception. However, due to some special reasons, she can only hide all of this. She has only seen the so-called comic exhibition on her mobile phone. As a senior comic book fan, that was even a scene in her dreams. It may sound a bit exaggerated, but for Xiao Ran, it is indeed a luxury. Class monitor, how about it? Think about it. I'll pay for the costumes. You'll pay for the costumes? Xiao Ran's eyes brightened. His biggest worry was solved this time, but her excitement quickly subsided. She placed her chopsticks solemnly on the table and looked directly into Suja's eyes. Have you joined some pyramid scheme and are planning to sell me out? How is that possible? I can't cheat on a woman. His body was not shaking, his breathing was not disordered, and his eyes exuded sincerity. He should not be lying. It seems that I have misunderstood Suche. If Xiao Ran could stick close to Suja's chest, he would be able to hear his heart beating hard. What a cunning woman, I felt like I had no flaws. How could she have discovered me? How could I give up? Fortunately, I was one step ahead. Suche felt that his plan was halfway accomplished, and at the same time, Lu Sisi passed by Suja very casually, and Suja didn't notice it at all. Damn it, I didn't hear clearly. Did Suja go to find his cold squad leader? Lu Sisi's mind was full of thoughts, but somehow, she felt even more guilty, because in the short time she passed by, she only heard one sentence. I can't cheat on a woman. As expected of him, it is indeed Suche's character. But what happened to him that made him say such a thing? Could it be related to me? The third floor is very deserted today, with only Lu Sisi and Niu Zi there. Niu Zi looked even more uneasy. He actually didn't want to come because it was too embarrassing, but Suja deliberately sent him a message, telling him not to neglect the financial sponsor, as he had something to do today, and asked Niu Zi to be emotionally prepared. After all, Suche could still distinguish between one meal being full and another one being full, but who is Niuzi? He talks like a tiger, but in actual combat he is a cowardly lizard. He could still let go when Suche was around, but now that there are only two of them left, his true colors are revealed. Why does the atmosphere feel a little off? Shouldn't you be worrying about Shinluan's affairs? Why does it feel like old Su has gotten involved? I hope he doesn't create any problems for me. Niuzi picked up the teacup tremblingly, and before he could drink it, he heard Lu Cici's voice coming from the opposite side. Nyohao, what kind of person do you think Suju is? Chapter 28. What a reserved, traditional and popular man, Send. In Niuzi's mind, women are more difficult than mathematics. If you write a solution in mathematics, you might be given 2 points, but in front of a woman, once you write out a solution, you must give a satisfactory answer, otherwise you might as well not write it at all. If you write it wrong, you will get negative points. Fuck, why do I feel like I've wasted these days? I'm just sitting here eating like Lao Su, but why do I feel like I have a long memory gap compared to others? Niuzi said that you didn't include me in the save file, right? I feel like an NPC, but what does this mean? Even if Niuzi is slow-witted, he knows what it means to ask another man in front of a man, but doesn't she have a childhood sweetheart she likes? Could it be, rich people really play with flowers, but what should I say? Although I always complain about it, at the critical moment, how could a father betray his son? After thinking it over, Niuzi spoke cautiously. Old Su, first of all, I think he is a reserved person. Every time I asked for the website, I was too embarrassed to ask, so I just secretly checked my phone records. How subtle. Reserved. Lu Cici frowned and thought, it's really rare to hear a boy described like this, but, that's right, if you can't express the love you want, isn't that implicit? Secondly, Lao Su was a relatively traditional person. Niuzi said seriously, when applying glue, don't look at the strange things, don't look at the crowd, don't look at the bullhead. Isn't this traditional enough? Traditions are good. Good habits. As a child who grew up in a large family, Lu Cici has been deeply influenced by traditions. Also, don't look at Lao Su like this, he is actually quite popular with women. Every time after the abstraction, the girls around me will quickly shirk. Your husband, your husband, your husband. Isn't this good luck with women? Is that so? That's right. After all, Suju is such a good man, it's only right that girls admire him. Anything else? Seeing that Lu Cici seemed to be getting more and more interested, Niuzi finally couldn't continue making up stories. He had tried his best, and this was his last ripple. Why don't you tell me about you and Shinluan? I think I understand. Life is not just about love. Let me talk about Suche first. Niuzi immediately put on a mask of pain and said, no, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Shallow, angle omega, dividing line. Okay. Come to my house tonight to try on the costumes. The comic convention is on Sunday, and it's run by an older sister of mine. It's absolutely guaranteed. If you're suitable, I'll pay you. It's a guaranteed win. Suju finally got the girl. It can be seen that Qiu Ran was very excited, but he seemed to be struggling with something. Who else did you notify? Not yet. You seem to be the right person for now, Suche responded, somewhat confused. Don't notify anyone else and I'll go, otherwise forget it. Qiu Ran said seriously. A what? Suju was full of questions. Isn't it? Sister, are you a very unremarkable contestant? Why are you so resistant to meeting acquaintances? Is it so difficult for a beautiful girl to show her beauty? Suche didn't understand, but it didn't affect him much. He didn't plan to find someone else anyway. $1,000 is $1,000. Don't be too greedy. You don't have to be too embarrassed. In fact, you have a lot of candidates. As if seeing the doubt in Suche's eyes, Qiu Ran showed a rare shy attitude. My request was indeed too much. Suja, he should have a lot of friends to notify, but because of me, all of them fell through. I feel like a vicious woman. You are different from them. Qiu Ran suddenly raised his head after hearing this completely unexpected sentence, and met a pair of sincere eyes. Different, he said. I am different? What does that mean? He was filled with thoughts. This evaluation was very strange, and for Qiu Ran, it was very luxurious. Of course it's different. You're more valuable. At this moment, Suja looked at Qiu Ran in front of him as if he was looking at a god gone Ning. Okay, this wave must be taken in full as for sincerity, my friend. Don't you think God Gon Ning is not sincere? Beep beep beep. No son, Lao Su save me. Click. He turned off the phone without hesitation. Boring kid, he can't even shout for help. What can't you do if I ask you to go to the third floor for a special class? He really doesn't know how to appreciate his blessings. I'll fine him 800 yuan, Chalo, Angle Omega, dividing line wow. Yesterday? 7.4 Jean, Zhuge Ling usually makes ghost calls, but this time it really attracted a lot of attention. 7 pounds and 4 ounces? Where did you catch it? Fishing your mother. My eldest sister gave birth. Fortunately, it wasn't Lao Sun's class, otherwise this woman might have jumped up and headbutted me. Hey, I saw you secretly looking at the monitor several times in this class. I say, you can't be really. Zhuge Ling really felt that something was wrong. They were indeed just talking nonsense before, but now they were eating together and secretly looking at each other. Lingzi didn't believe that there was no trick. Boring Suja didn't respond much, because he did have a different feeling a little hot. Suja suddenly realized that he had achieved another life achievement today. The first time I bring a girl home Tang Shinro doesn't count. Although I have no interest in each other, I believe that this will definitely leave a deep mark in my youth. It's a bit of a loss. Is it the first time for her? Suja was somewhat dissatisfied. In his imagination, the first girl he brought home must be someone very important to him. After all, he was a very traditional, reserved man with a lot of luck with women. He felt that this first time was a bit too casual. Didicho, where is your home? Oh my god, a true disciple actually took out a magic weapon in class. Can you be worthy of the Supreme Master? The eel is not as good as Pinocchio, it's not far. We can take bus number 16 and arrive in 3 stops. Shio, do you take the bus every day? The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. No, I ride an electric donkey every day, but if I take you today, you can ride. Shio, you continue to take the e-mule, I'll take the bus. What? Suche took back the half-written words. No. Lingzi, Suche makes an elbow strike. Am I very shameful? Looking carefully at Suja's face, Zhuge Ling was very surprised. Is this a question that an abstract man can ask? It's hard to say. Chapter 29, the anime you are watching is not very common? You better not have a day when you worry about your appearance. Otherwise, I will definitely pull the hood off you. Suche thought viciously in his heart. As expected, I didn't get any positive feedback from Zhuge Ling. Why didn't I learn my lesson? But the recent situation is indeed not optimistic. How can we still favor boys over girls? It's all about favoring girls over boys. Suja silently opened his wallet and then became deeply worried. Has my eyesight deteriorated to such a terrible degree? I can't even see the money when I open my wallet. Asshole. Couldn't you hear me when I shouted for help? I was guarding the small electric scooter without brakes, and the noisy voice came to my ears again. He glanced at Niu Zi, who was hurrying over with great contempt. The best way to deal with the other party's exaggerated attitude was to ignore him and let him embarrass himself. I'm wondering what's going on, Lu Sisi. You two don't have much space to be alone. Why do I feel like I'm missing a part of my memory? What happened to Lu Sisi? At this moment, Suja's mind was full of the upcoming comic exhibition, so he didn't pay much attention to Niu Zi's words. Anyway, this kid was usually not a big deal. On the way home, Suche even saw Chiu Ran waiting for the bus at the bus stop. Of the other party obviously noticed him, and then looked away like a thief. It felt very stealthy. No. Big sister, are you really going to this extent? If you don't know, you might think you are having an affair. Beep, beep, little bamboo bear. Suja, do you have time this weekend? There is a new amusement park in the city. Do you have time to go together? Suja was stunned by the sudden news. Combined with what Niu Zi had said before, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. I don't know what Lu Sisi is thinking, but he definitely doesn't have time on weekends, and weekends are an important time to replenish funds. Sorry, I have some things to do over the weekend, so maybe we can do it next time. Bamboo bear. Okay then. Not far away, Lu Sisi was sitting in a luxury car, watching Suja leave. At this moment, she has thought it through. She doesn't want to lose her friend Suche, who is really a good person, but this is not love. She has someone she likes, but friendship and love can definitely exist at the same time.
We want to be best friends, but he seems a little reluctant. Seeing that Suja rejected her without hesitation, Lucici's mind began to race wildly. Is she really starting to run away from herself? But the more this happens, the more she can't give up. Since she has decided to change her personality, she should start from here. Miss, please don't be angry. Luan is just like that. I will teach this brat a lesson later. When the driver saw his lady like this, he immediately understood what was going on. This damn son of mine must have made the young lady angry again. I really don't understand why the young lady transferred to this school specifically to accompany him, and he doesn't even appreciate it. Damn you, little bastard, how can you be so brave? As Shin Luan's father, his desire for his son to become successful reached its peak at this moment. Luan can be wherever he wants to be. There's no need to force him to go back with us. I've figured it out. I should respect his decision. This is how you should act when you like someone. The driver frowned upon hearing this. No. Why does it feel like something is not right, miss? Why were you so calm when you said this? Is this your style? Chalo, Angle Omega, dividing line brother is back. Go wash your hands and try your sister's cooking. Such a harmonious scene would never happen in the Su family, so it only proves that this sister is not Sun Yan. At this moment, Tao Anan was in the kitchen, busy with something. She looked a little flustered, but in Suja's eyes she seemed so warmed. Is this the kind of treatment I deserve? Can I have a new sister? What are you thinking about, kid? Do you want to change your sister? A sinister voice sounded in my ears, and when I turned around, I saw a distorted face. It's not that you can read my mind. Are you the protagonist or am I the protagonist? Suche was speechless. Was his thoughts really so easy to guess? By the way, brother, why didn't the female classmate you mentioned come back with us? Did something go wrong? As Tao Anan spoke, she had already hurriedly put the dishes into the plate and asked as she took it out. Suche suddenly felt embarrassed. How could he explain this? It seemed as if the other person despised him, but as a responsible man who would never deceive a woman, it is acceptable to lose some face. She said she had to pick up a package first, and then I came back first. I was thinking if I could cook dinner first, so I didn't wait for her. Is face important? Face is very important. Those who say face is not important are because they cannot get face. I'm really looking forward to it. The person my brother recommended must be pretty good. I didn't have much confidence this time, but with you guys promoting it, I believe there will be no problem. Tao Anan looked very excited, and it was obvious that her words came from the heart. This is her first entrepreneurial project after returning to her hometown, and it is of great significance to her life. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Suja rushed to open the door first. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little nervous. No. I didn't steal, why should I feel guilty? We obviously don't have any relationship, why do I feel like I've been caught in premature love? Gently pushing open the door, the four people present at this moment all looked very nervous. Chiu Ran, who was always aloof, was pinching the corner of her clothes at this moment, looking very embarrassed, which was beyond Suche's expectations. No, are you blushing like a bubble teapot? What surprised her even more was that the author's family actually had two such beautiful older sisters, especially the one on the left. This bust is estimated to be, in short, he looks very kind and approachable. Have a seat, take a seat, and make yourself at home. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Suja's hobby is to maintain a perfect personality around people Sun Yan is familiar with, and Sun Yan happens to have this habit as well. At this moment, in Chiu Ran's eyes, Sun Yan is a gentle, kind and particularly approachable older sister. Chiu Ran usually doesn't attract attention, and some people even say that her clothes are rather rustic, but who are Tao Anan and Sun Yan? One has been in the circle for many years, and the other has taken this as a career. They can see Chiu Ran's solid foundation at a glance. This girl has such good skin. Got it. I've come up with a great theme. The moment Tao Anan saw Chiu Ran, she became excited. An excellent comic exhibition not only needs solid funding and excellent models, but most importantly, it needs to catch up with the current hotspots. When Suzhou and Chiu Ran stood together, an excellent golden idea came to her mind. That's right, that is to promote through the currently very popular and hot anime series. Thinking of this, she handed over her mobile phone. When seeing the theme of this event, Chiu Ran's eyes suddenly lit up.
while Suja was not interested. Ah, this show, I've seen this show before, Dong Shuelian, the funeral attendant, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the three women present all twitched their lips. Tao Ainen smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, the show you're watching is not very common. Chapter 30 gives you two choices. Uncommon then rare?" Xiao Ran asked blankly. She didn't know why, but she seemed very embarrassed at this moment. The heroic demeanor of a disciple taught by a teacher in school disappeared without a trace. Maybe I remembered it wrong, haha, let me test you. I couldn't help but gasp. As a veteran anime fan, it was indeed humiliating to see something like this happen. However, we have to admit that Sister Anan has a good vision. Although she is passionate about it, it is not just about passion. As a girl who has just resigned and is urged by her family to go on blind dates every day, she needs to achieve some results as soon as possible to prove herself. Maybe she doesn't need any honor to prove herself, but she needs honor to confront her parents. Come on, let's eat first. Xiao Ran, right? My brother always mentions you at home. Sun Yin felt that she should do something at this moment, so she changed her usual giant baby attitude and went over to Xiao Ran enthusiastically to ask her to sit down, with a disgusting anti-smile on her face. At least in Suche's eyes it is disgusting. No. I don't understand if you can stop talking nonsense. How can a person be so useless? Do you need to follow a formula even for polite words? What do you mean by always mentioning her? Can you just say this casually? Suja deliberately emphasized that his relationship with Xiao Ran was average, and asked him not to say anything that would embarrass others when others came, but Sun Yen obviously didn't understand. No. That's not right. She understood. This damn old woman did it on purpose. Suja and Sun Yen's eyes met at the dinner table. It looked so warm and harmonious, but both siblings knew very well, the dispute has begun. Xiao Ran looked very uneasy sitting at the dinner table. It was obvious that she had not expected this situation. She wanted to understand the situation and then go home quickly. After all her time was overloaded, but after hearing Sun Yan's words, Xiao Ran still looked in Suja's direction curiously. The other party actually avoided her sight? No. Why should I hide? I'm not a thief. Why should I feel guilty? Suche didn't understand it at all, but it was like the body's self-protection mechanism. Of course, it was not his problem, it was all because of that damn old woman. Oh, I'm doing a job that makes me want to die, but it's actually just to make a living. Now I finally understand what it means to hate something you do. Tao Ainen flipped through the documents and sighed sincerely. Unable to stand his stupid boss and stupid colleagues, he resigned and decided to devote himself to the industry he liked, ready to live a happy life. However, it turns out that once something is linked to work, it completely destroys your interest in it. Tao Ainen likes anime, cosplay, and everything about the virtual world, but she doesn't like finding venues, models, negotiating sponsorships, and a lot of other brain-intensive things. Forget it, let's eat first, we'll chat slowly. The more Tao Ainen looked at Xiao Ran, the more she liked him. Good boy, you have indeed recruited a potential stock. This girl is definitely a waste of talent in a place like school. Who can see her beauty? Only an old-fashioned person like me can see the other person's background at a glance. I originally thought that Suja was good-looking enough to fight, but I never expected that he could be a master. Whose general is this? Xiao Ran was quite resistant to eating, not because she didn't want to eat, but because she really didn't have enough time. But it was the first time for Xiao Ran to go to someone's home, and the other person was so warm and welcoming. Xiao Ran really couldn't bring herself to say no. Picking up a string bean, Xiao Ran suddenly realized that she seemed to have never mocked anyone except Suja. But why is this? It seems that I just subconsciously feel that. Won't the other party be angry? If Suja could hear the other person's inner voice, he would be so angry that he would tremble all over. Who among the tyrants understands this? Just because I have a good temper, the other person should be treated like this? It's true that people who are kind are taken advantage of. Forget it, don't bother with her. Just let her ride you. Suja likes to be passive anyway. BBBBBBBBB, audio effect approved. In fact, the prospects for comic conventions are not very good right now. The first problem is the flow of people, and the most important thing is the distribution of personnel. Tao Ainen looked at the information on his mobile phone, looking a little conflicted. Yes, the current comic convention market is no longer what it used to be. The first comic conventions were a place where 100 flowers bloomed. People from all over the world gathered together because of the same interests, sharing the joy in their hearts while avoiding their inner troubles. But now, although Suche didn't pay much attention to it, he was also clear about the general categories. Point 1. Yunkas cosplay whatever is popular, don't watch the animation at all, just follow the wind and make your face jump. Point 2. The little time and space policeman, whose specific catchphrase is, woo woo woo, this is not right, that is not right, this is not okay, that is not okay, our treasure has been desecrated, you are not allowed to read XXX. The original author of XXX worked hard for a day, and finally died when he saw that his work that broke the circle was unilaterally banned by his so-called fans. Point 3. This is borderline, I don't want to comment on this. Suche, I like it. Where is the security guard? Shut up, clown. The security guard is watching too. 4. A lazy photographer who has no photography skills but must make an appointment. Point 5. Personality, hey, it doesn't feel pure at all. Tao Ainan's eyes were hazy, as if she was reminiscing about the purest era. Times are changing, Sister Ainan, take it easy. Work is just work, don't take it too seriously. Suja was really afraid that Tao Ainan would impulsively want to create a nostalgic server for sentimental reasons. Don't think about it, he will definitely lose money. Who said these beans are old? These beans are amazing. The climax like sigh directly boosted Tao Ainan's vanity to the highest point. Xiao Ran frowned slightly. She was too embarrassed to say that the food on the table seemed uncooked. Suja said nothing. He casually spat out the beans in his mouth and started to eat the rice. Then he naturally picked up some food for Sun Yan. Xiao Ran was extremely envious of the warm scene. Don't worry, I'm not that old-fashioned. Now I just want to make some progress in my career and avoid blind dates. Tao Ainan is not the kind of person who would dwell on trivial matters. One can't just give up money for the sake of sentimentality, right? It's right to follow the trend. The most popular anime right now is The Burial of Tusei, ahem. Fu Lilian. So I plan to use the key role in the film as the main gimmick for publicity. Of course, we have another option, which is also the most popular one at the moment, but the choice is still up to you too. After all, you are the protagonists. As Tao Ainan spoke, her eyes moved back and forth between Suzhou and Xiao Ran, and then she gradually revealed an inexplicable anti-smile. Are there any other masters? Suzhou became curious. Fu Lilian is the most popular anime series recently, and it is extremely popular. Suzhou couldn't think of anyone else who could compete with it. Sister Ainan, what you are talking about is, Tao Ainan smiled and took out a mobile phone from her 36E Bear. And then Xiao Ran and Suzhou saw an extremely familiar interface. Original God, suppressed voice, start. Very loud. Chapter 31. What kind of two-spined newt family is this? I'm Chao. Yuan. No. Since when did pornographic cameras become available for dinner? A table of veteran comics immediately showed expressions of extreme disgust, but you have to admit that in the comic convention market, Genshin Impact is really far ahead of the rest. No, don't you think your voices are too sharp? Even if you don't like the game company, the game characters are innocent, right? They are all our daughters, Tao Ainan added with great sorrow. How many bunny girl cosplayers should we arrange? That's all right. Shallow, Angle Omega, dividing line. The original God is very powerful, but as the top card, there might be side effects now. This is Suzhou's first cosplay. In fact, the character he wants to cosplay the most is Sasuke. After all, this is exactly me. It is said that when Kishimoto was drawing this character, he followed me for 5 years, and finally drew the same appearance, the same eyes, but a different life story. The same is true for you. Imagine wearing a white robe at the peak of your beauty, standing in the center of everyone's attention, wearing the most expensive contact lenses, and when you see someone, you say, Amat Ras, pronounced Coke. Without exaggerating or understating it, it was truly delightful. What? You said that we don't give out ninja scrolls here, why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing that both protagonists were in a dilemma, Tao Ainan smiled and gave her own advice. Personally, I prefer the character of Fu Lilian, because although the original God is popular, there is no connection between men and women. Isn't this a waste of 2 models? Of course, it's just a suggestion. The final choice is still in your hands. Is it interconnected? Suzhou frowned in thought, and at the same time put the beans into Sun Yan's bowl with smooth movements. If we talk about the male-female linkage, then he actually has a better choice, that is the stick hero. If the famous scene can be restored at the Comic Exhibition Center, choose the firewood stick or mine, I can't say anything else, it's guaranteed to be a hit, but even Suche did not dare to speak out this kind of abstract thinking. He could only hope that his future partner would be willing to satisfy his little quirks. However, Suja was still very resistant to forming a couple with Chiu Ran. He always felt inexplicably awkward. But Sister Renan was obviously more inclined to this plan. Although he knew very well that the other party would not say anything if he proposed another plan, she was his good sister after all, and Suja definitely hoped that the effect would be the best. I'm fine. Suja was still hesitating, but Chiu Ran on the side was the first to agree. Her face was unusually calm, as if she had no idea what this concept was. However, in a corner where no one could see, the beans in Chiu Ran's bowl had been crushed into pieces by her chopsticks. Great! I think you two are a perfect match. Tao Anan nodded excitedly. This was the best solution in her mind. Then let's get down to business first. Although she felt it was impolite, Chiu Ran really didn't have time, she really needed to go home. Yeah, maybe something happened at home. Putting beans in Sun Yan's bowl, Suja had actually noticed Chiu Ran's urgency a long time ago, which could be seen from the frequency with which her fingers moved on her trouser legs. Okay, then let's go change clothes. Tao Anan actually also felt a little hot. Looking at the man and woman in front of her, the extremely passionate Tao Anan seemed to have returned these two kids. Maybe they can really save domestic cosplayers. Then let's have a clear division of labor? Sun Yan also became excited immediately. As an old cosplayer, Sun Yan and Chiu Ran at this moment looked like two pieces of unpolished jade in her eyes, which could be turned into stunning works in a matter of minutes. Then I'll take my brother away. Tao Anan smiled and took Suja's hand into the room, while Sun Yan took Chiu Ran to her own room. Sun Yan's room is very big, about twice as big as Suja's rooms, and in such a large room, 1/3 is occupied by wardrobes. Come on, little sister, welcome to Cammy's world. Sun Yan seemed to have changed when she entered the room, with a sacred glow on her face, and as she moved, Chiu Ran seemed to see things in the world that were difficult to understand. Is this the family of the two-spine newts? This background is really too strong. Looking at the beautiful clothes in front of him, Chiu Ran stood there in a daze. If you didn't know, you would think this was a fitting room. Come let me see, sister, don't come let me see if you are developing normally, sister. Please don't. Shallow, angle omega, dividing line. Why do I feel like I heard some strange noise? For some reason, Su Zhe, who was putting on makeup, frowned, as if he heard some extraordinary noise. Don't move! Tao Anan, who was putting on makeup, seemed to have become a different person. She no longer had the gentleness of an older sister and looked extremely serious. Look at how work can destroy a person. Such a gentle person becomes Sun Yan as soon as he enters the working state. Has Sun Yan become a synonym for a status? Suja has very good skin. It is hard to imagine that Suja, who uses 14-in-1 magical products every day, bath, foot washing, facial cleanser, laundry detergent, toilet cleaner, can achieve this. Is this a talent? The more she painted, the more satisfied she became. Tao Anan's mood also improved a little. Little girlfriend, no, instead of the shyness and fierce rebuttal that one might imagine, Suche's reply was frighteningly bland. This made Tao Anan lose interest immediately. It was indeed impossible to make such an evaluation. Girls' makeup should be done more slowly, who would have thought? When Sun Yan was putting on makeup, she turned into a gentle older sister, and her words of concern melted Chiu Ran's icy face. But if Suja was present, he would definitely notice that his sister's face looked strange and there was deep worry between her brows. You look so pretty. If I go to school like this, won't those brats be so pleased that they'll die? Sun Yan gently combed Chiu Ran's hair. Her movements were so gentle that Chiu Ran couldn't help but close her eyes. Are you still okay? Chiu Ran seemed a little unconfident. She had finished dressing up as Fu Lilian and slowly stood up. When she walked in front of the fitting mirror, she couldn't help but freeze in place. Is this really me? Chiu Ran couldn't believe her eyes. Although she would secretly put on makeup, she was not a professional after all. Now, after Sun Yan's hands, Chiu Ran seemed to see a brand new self. So pretty, I wonder which lucky boy or old sister will get her in the future. Sun Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Chiu Ran, using a very seductive voice, and at the same time gracefully raised Chiu Ran's hand in front of her eyes. This was a very classic teasing move, which made Chiu Ran's cheeks turn red quickly and she didn't dare to look into Sun Yan's eyes, but at the moment she turned her head subconsciously, Sun Yan's teasing eyes disappeared instantly, and then became extremely heavy, because in her sight, following Chiu Ran's raised sleeve, the girl's entire arm. There were deep bloodstains all over. Chapter 32: How to Become a True Hero? Really good. He is worthy of being my brother. I can't help but want to join him and form a couple with him. Looking at the work she had carefully created, stars began to appear in Tao Ainen's eyes, the slender figure in the clothes that seemed to be tailored to the body, and most importantly, the boy's facial features are very three-dimensional. At first glance, it gives people the feeling that the character has jumped out of a comic book. What? Suja was also very curious. It has to be said that cosplay is really a physical job. It is very uncomfortable to have a mess on the face, and the decorations on the body are also very fragile and will fall off if you are not careful. Poor Suche couldn't see what he looked like at the first moment, because his brother's room was not worthy of having a full-length mirror. Creaky, the door opposite was pushed open. Suja looked over subconsciously and was instantly attracted by the scene in front of him. He was mentally prepared for Chiu Ran's beauty, after all, he had seen her before. But at this moment, Suja had to admit that he was still shocked. Chiu Ran had a very good foundation to begin with, and with Sun Yan being a top makeup artist, the effect of 1+1 far exceeded 3. Suja was not the only one who was stunned, because Chiu Ran, who had just walked out the door, was also attracted by the boy in front of him. Originally this role was one that she liked very much, and at this time Suche, no. He is definitely not Xin Meyer. Their facial features are quite different, but Suja standing in front of him at this moment seems like a new hero. You may sound tough, but your body is honest. Looking at the two people passionately looking at each other, Tao Ainen on the side was very satisfied. It is no exaggeration to say that if you just take a casual photo and post it on the internet, it will definitely be a king bomb level existence. With a little publicity. Tao Ainen couldn't help but hum softly. Come, get close, let me see tsk. How right, being forcibly pulled together by Tao Ainen, the two seemed extremely unnatural. Although it was clear that they were just out to earn some extra money, given their delicate relationship. Come on, let's have an amazing classic scene? Tao Ainen became more and more excited the more she looked. She suddenly took out a handmade ring from her clothes and put it into Suja's hand. What classic scene? Suja knew very well what the other party was talking about, but he didn't want to do it in this anime. The most classic scene is when a true hero dares to express his love to a slow-witted elf. In front of the clock tower that represents time, he knelt on one knee and placed all his love on the ring. This is also the famous scene that many cosplayers like to reproduce. But Suche and Chiu Ran were obviously very resistant, right? Would they still be human beings after this? That's my squad. Leader. How can we get along with each other from now on? Is it, need to pay extra? Forget it. Is this appropriate? Just go to bed, you have to go to school tomorrow. Suche said this nonchalantly, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Looking back, Sun Yan was staring at him fiercely. The dunk she just gave him was also given by her. It's not, you, I am already a hero, why am I still indulging your bad habits? Why is Sun Yan so rude? Is it so painful to hit someone? Just when he was about to rebel, Suja suddenly froze in his place. No one probably knows Sun Yan better than herself. Although they usually quarrel, she will never do anything to embarrass herself in front of outsiders. Moreover, the opponent's force just now was very strong, which obviously went beyond the scope of fighting. This can only prove one thing, that the opponent was sending some signal, or reminding himself, did I say something naughty that I didn't notice? Suja began to ponder. Didn't he just say a few words to Chiu Ran? Isn't that normal? When the other party mocked him, he was even more ruthless. I should go home. Chiu Ran suddenly spoke while thinking. She looked at her clothes reluctantly and couldn't help but touch her face. Suja's family is really nice. Wait a little longer, is it urgent? Sun Yan was the first to speak to persuade her to stay. Suja keenly discovered that his sister's voice had become much gentler. Masaka. Could it be? Suja suddenly had an idea in his mind. Sister. We can't do this. If our parents find out, they will break your legs. I turned around and told my parents that I would try to break your legs as soon as possible. Just wait and see, old woman. The more Suja looked, the more he felt something was wrong. because Chiu Ran's eyes when looking at Sun Yan were actually full of dependence. As expected, this damn woman just liked to show her perfect personality in front of the people around her. I really don't understand how there can be such a boring person. What's the point of doing this? Can you still marry her? Do you have that function? It's really confusing. Chiu Ran still left in a hurry. It was obvious that she was really anxious. Suja, come with me. As soon as Chiu Ran left, Sun Yan immediately waved to Suja seriously. Suja's playful expression immediately disappeared. The fact that his elder sister called him by his full name so seriously proved that something was definitely not normal. This had only happened 3 times in the past 18 years. Shallow, angle omega, dividing line. Chiu Ran was smiling all the way home. If his classmates saw this, they would think that the class monitor had been possessed by someone. Suja's family is so nice, he has such an excellent and gentle sister. I couldn't help but sigh. As expected, disguise is the Su family's introductory course, you must remember. The Su family does not support idle people. However, as she approached the familiar unit door, the smile on Chiu Ran's face became less and less, but in the end she could only take a deep breath and then bravely open the door. The lights seemed to have become much dimmer, but that might just be Chiu Ran's illusion. You're back? Why are you running around at this time? Do you know that the college entrance examination is approaching? The familiar voice sounded again. Chiu Ran was used to it. She wanted to go back to her room directly, but her mother didn't seem to want to let her do that. Did you go out with that kid named Su? How many times have I told you? Don't hang out with him? He can't even get into experimental high school number 1. Wouldn't it be a burden to you if you hang out with him? Don't worry with you here, would he still dare to play with me? Chiu Ran replied coldly that her childhood sweetheart seemed to be different from others. Not only did he not get the support of his family, but he was even driven out by his mother like a plague. Not just him? Wouldn't anyone else who appeared around him be driven away from this family? As expected, I should be alone forever. The shouting and cursing behind him did not stop, but Chiu Ran no longer wanted to listen. The good mood he had just felt disappeared without a trace in an instant. Closed the door tightly. Home doesn't seem to be a safe haven. The phone on his chest vibrated twice. At home, Chiu Ran didn't dare to turn on the sound. The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. I suddenly remembered that staying up late and living a long life are not equal, so I should start to rest early, so that I can live longer. Chiu Ran was full of questions, not understanding why he would make such a serious correction to the nonsense he had said during the day, but it still feels pretty good. Chiu Ran felt the anger in her heart release a little, and her fingers began to tap slowly. Autumn. Oh, the eel is not as good as Pinocchio, just go to bed early. Ha! The girl's eyes suddenly widened. Normally, once she typed "oh," the other party should have been silent. Why is there still a response today? The NPC evolved. Go to bed early? Tell me? The girl's eyes seemed to brighten a little, but then dimmed again, put down the phone and didn't respond. Everyone around her will eventually be driven away, so it's better, let them never appear. Chapter 33. Where is the best place to strengthen friendship? Hey, I don't have much appetite lately. I feel like I can't eat anything. The sweet and soft sister Sun Yan started to express her feelings early in the morning. She didn't expect that best friends could make progress together. After Tao Anan came back, not only did they not degenerate into each other, but Tao Anan even helped Sun Yan develop a good habit of getting up early. Although this hit sister and Anne's self-confidence a bit, Suja still forcibly took over the responsibility of making breakfast. Suddenly I realized, what Sun Yan made wasn't that bad. I said I don't have much appetite. Seeing his brother looking thoughtful, Sun Yan emphasized and hinted again. Dog. Su Che replied readily. Dog meat? Dogs are so cute, how can we eat them? But it seems okay if we save half of one. Sun Yan stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. No, I mean to replace you with a dog. Dogs have appetites, are not picky about food, and are easier to serve. It's amazing, really amazing, considering that Tao Anan was still there. Is this guy finally unable to hold back, and is he going to reveal his true nature? Don't you want to give up the perfect personality you've maintained for 18 years? Suja really didn't have the energy to compete with Sun Yan in wits and courage now. His mind was full of one problem: why does an 18-year-old girl have blood marks all over her body?
A lowly personality, strict family education, excellent but useless grades, and scars all over the body. At this moment, in this situation, there is no other answer. Domestic violence. Su-che was in a very heavy mood. If we change the perspective, all the abnormal behaviors shown by Chiu Ran would seem very reasonable. But that was only what Sun Yin saw. I didn't see it. Su-che believed more in seeing is believing, or rather, he really didn't want to believe his own guess. Just eat it. After throwing 2 bowls of noodles on the table, Su-che was already planning to pack his school bag and set off. Looking at the 2 bowls of noodles in front of her, Sun Yin has realized the seriousness of the matter, but she is not such an unreasonable person. Seeing that Suzhou is not in a good state, she just lowered her head and began to slurp the noodles silently. Tao Anan certainly didn't like eating noodles, but she was very supportive and even made excuses for Su-che. Nyen, it's good to have something to eat. Your brother has worked so hard. I think you, as his elder sister, should work harder, right? It's a miracle that you still have a job after taking so many days off a month. Sun Yan slurped 2 mouthfuls of noodles and then put on a mask of pain. TSK, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to clean up and do something myself. Then I will shoulder the burden of the whole family, and you, the brat, will only need to do the laundry and cooking. The door is now closed, but Suzhou, who had just walked out of the room, stopped. He still heard Sun Yan's last words. People speak their mind when they are speaking without restraint. That's right, they are siblings after all. Although they quarrel sometimes, the feelings between them are unmatched by anyone. Do you also want to support me? Sun Yan, this guy, I'm inexplicably touched. But I appreciate the kindness. This guy, just be able to support himself. Su-che smiled and sighed. This woman has finally grown up. Just as he was sighing, the sound of conversation inside the door could be heard again. The real economy is not doing well right now. What are you going to do? I'm going to open a restaurant and a laundry. You're quite ambitious, Wait a minute. Suzhou suddenly realized something. His face froze, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, then he stomped his feet hard and turned away. It's such a place that makes people not want to stay. Sooner or later, I will find a truckload of bread men to break the legs of this old woman. Chalo, Angle Omega, dividing line. I happen to have 2 tickets to the opera house. Someone gave them to me, and I don't mean any other things. But if you want to see them, I happen to have time. In front of the gate of experimental number 1 middle school, in a luxury car, Lu Cece looked down at the 2 beautifully packaged tickets and kept muttering something to herself. Her breathing gradually became rapid, as if what was about to happen was an extremely severe test for her. Making friends, she was very serious about it. After looking up information for a whole night, she decided that good friends should go out together, but movie theaters seemed too ambiguous. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Cece set her sights on the opera. Elegant and harmonious, it's a great place for friendships to flourish, but the biggest problem now is, how to say this? I kept drafting in my mouth, vaguely remembering that the last time I took the initiative to invite someone was the last time. He wouldn't refuse if we just went to see the opera together, right? There shouldn't be any ambiguity in opera, right? No one would misunderstand such a pure act. Countless thoughts emerged in Lu Cece's mind. She was worried about too many things. It was even more difficult for her to imagine the scene of being rejected. If she was rejected even from watching the opera, did it mean that the other party no longer intended to be friends with her? Lu Cece suddenly had an illusion that she was paying friends fees. Old Shen, who was sitting in the front driver's seat, showed a sincere smile at this moment. Although the young lady's voice was very low, he knew clearly in his heart who the young lady was talking about. Childhood sweethearts are special, it's just that my son has too much self-esteem. Can't he learn from his father? Be able to bend and stretch? Fortunately, the eldest lady did not give up. Where is she going to invite Luan? It doesn't matter where you go, as long as you have the intention. Miss, please don't worry about Luan. Uncle Shen, I'm leaving. Old Shen wanted to give his son another shot of prevention, but just as he was halfway through, he saw his eldest daughter hurriedly get off the car. Looking in the direction of the figure, Old Shen saw a wobbly and familiar little electric donkey. No. Have we been giving these 2 guys too many scenes recently? Chalo, Angle Omega, dividing line. Suzhou. I feel that my bond with Lu Cece has deepened, from being able to greet me normally to her greeting me with a sweet smile on her face.
Why so many adjectives? Crunch Nosy was very unhappy and did a tailspin. For an electric donkey without brakes, this was a very dangerous move, but Nosy was just unhappy. Suja? What does Suja mean? Please don't be so obvious about your double standards. Do you really think of him as an NPC? Nosy wanted to jump out of the car and yell at Lucisi, "I'm not a human being? Am I a human being?" Chapter 34. Why has this person never appeared in my plan? How strange. Is there any humanity left? Is there any humanity left? Aren't the supporting characters considered human beings? Nosy was screaming wildly in his heart. Shut up, Snow Leopard. Suja's indifferent voice came, and Nosy was stunned in an instant. No. Can you hear my voice? What's the matter? With the disgust in his tone, Suche certainly knew what Nosy was thinking. After all, no one knows a son better than his father, but Lucisi is not the kind of person who is impolite. The fact that she can leave Nosy behind only proves one thing: she is very nervous now. But what was she so nervous about? In fact, Suja attached great importance to Lucisi, and he attached great importance to her in a way that no one else could touch her. Bastard. What are you going to do with my genuine third-floor VIP meal card? Suja will not give up the right to eat for free. If anyone dares to get involved, he doesn't mind smashing Varuto and then killing the person with a dump truck. Oh no! I left Nyoha behind. Damn, that's so rude. Lucisi's face suddenly turned red again. As a typical lady from a noble family, she cared very much about other people's feelings, but there was really nothing she could do. The moment she saw Suja, her brain froze for a moment. Suddenly I felt that Lucisi was from Piltover and her brain was a single-core processor. What on earth did you invent? Great inventor. I invented Lucisi's head. Shut up, clown. What would you like to eat today? Lucisi volunteered, and it was obvious that she still wanted to challenge her weak spot. 2 trays of steamed buns, a bowl of soy milk, and a bowl of tofu pudding. That's all. Suche was in a heavy mood, so he decided to eat less today. Okay. Lucisi agreed happily, but the moment she turned around, her momentum instantly wilted. Seeing this scene, Suja nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, this kind of Lucisi is reassuring. The one just now was so cheerful that it was a little abnormal. Old Su, are you in sage mode now? Nosy had actually wanted to ask this question for a long time. Suja looked very abnormal today. Get lost. Oh, I see. Pretending to be cool. Nosy understood instantly, and finally knew why Lucisi was so concerned about Suja. The bastard was secretly pretending to be a cool male god behind his back, right? You like pretending, right? You wait and see when you get to the first experiment. The hood must be removed for you. Ling Ning has even kicked off the thread for you, and you are now a baby. Stupid, pronounced in a clear and loud voice. Suja was too lazy to argue with the other party. His mind was full of what Sun Yen said to him. Damn it, I told you not to know too much about other people's affairs, as it will have consequences. I could have reasonably complained about Chiu Ran, but now I'm being morally kidnapped by myself. Next. How should we get along? Suche fell into deep thought. He himself said that casually pitying others is actually the greatest disrespect to others, but when it really comes to that time, it is not something that an individual can control. Ahaha, Bowsy is here, came Lucisi's voice. It was obviously the same abstract lines, but it was so damn sweet when it came out of her mouth. It can be seen that she was in a good mood. The social operation was a great success today. Maybe the boss found his conscience, or maybe the passers-by's quality exploded. Today I didn't encounter any queue jumping. It seems that there are still many good people in this world. Great. I feel like the buns you bought are even more fragrant. Kotsu. Listening to Suja's words, Nosy felt like he was about to vomit the overnight meal. Damn, this rich woman deserves you to hook up with her. You can blurt out such disgusting words. Suja, it feels like you have it in your life. Facing Nyozi's contemptuous eyes, Suche's expression remained uncertain. That if you want to eat for free, you must have the right attitude. Suche clearly defined his identity from the beginning to the end. He has no money and no friends. If he can't even provide the most basic emotional value, how can you eat? You are shit. Do you really think that anyone can get this meal for free? Keeping the sponsor happy at all times is the attitude that a freeloader should have. However, Luz Cici's state seems to be a little bit wrong. It's expected that she lowered her head and was shy, but what does your shy state mean? It's not a big sister, it's just a normal dog-licking compliment. I believe that with your identity, you should be immune to such words, right? Suja didn't understand. Are all rich women so easy to please? I vaguely remember seeing a 300-pound rich woman on TV slapping someone if she said something wrong. Ha! With a grim expression, Suche, thin mosquitoes and flies, Full of energy, it's okay holding the 2 tickets in her hand, Luz Cici's fingers began to tremble slightly again. Damn, she forgot another important thing. What would Nyohao think if he invited Suja now? Luz Cici, where is your brain? Why are you so rude today? Should friends be so hypocritical? For something like this where there are only 2 of us, we should invite them separately, but should I also buy a ticket for Nyohao? After all, we are all friends. Why did this happen? Luz Cici suddenly realized. What's going on? Why has such a living person never appeared in her plan? How strange. Chalo, angle omega, dividing line. Really, what's there to be entangled about? Respect your fate. This is not caused by me, so just do what you want. Suju is not a person who likes to waste time. When he encounters something, he usually finds fault with others and tries to keep himself in a good mood this time. I believe it is no exception, not to mention that it really has nothing to do with him. Just now Luz Cici seemed to want to say something to me at the school gate. I didn't seem to notice. Damn it, because of Chiu Ran, I ignored the sponsor mother. My VIP meal card will not expire. Suche was very regretful. He knew that friendship needed to be maintained, and rich women needed to be maintained even more. When he arrived at the classroom door, he still saw that familiar figure. However, when he saw Chiu Ran again, Suja's eyes were obviously much heavier. Without speeding up his pace, Suche slowly moved closer. Bath on ho. No response. I said. Good morning. Logically speaking, Suche should have gone back after not getting a response, but today he actually blocked me and repeated it openly. Chiu Ran raised her head, still with that playful smile on her face, but she just glanced at him and then looked away. The figure didn't move, but he didn't say anything else. Oh, the girl uttered a word reluctantly. A breeze blew by. It was the wind brought by the young man, but how could a human bring up the wind? It must be my own illusion, but just think of him as the breeze. Chapter 35. We have something personal to discuss. When you are in doubt, you can ask the spring breeze. What is the spring breeze? The spring breeze is very important, no? Why would a foot massage advertisement appear in the territory of the leader of the immortal way in Experiment 1? What kind of evil cultivator is this? How could he sneak in here? Picking up the small card on the table, Suche began to look at it carefully. A bit of insight. In fact, Suche has always been very interested in foot massage. He vaguely remembers passing by a foot massage parlor when he was in junior high school. The dim lights and the charming technicians left a deep impression on the young Suche, but unfortunately, Suche at that time was deeply poisoned by books and became blind to some principles. Thus, the famous scene was born. Hey little brother, my chest feels stuffy, come in with me and talk. I'm not going. I want to go home and eat. Hey, little brother, you must be tired from going to school every day. Come in and I'll wash your feet for free. I'm not going. I want to go home and eat. Little brother, have a meal. Damn it. The clever little Sue, the awakened Zhong Su, and the regretful old Su. Is this how it was back then? Mom, it's all your fault. Why is the food you cook so delicious? Maybe if Sun Yen had been the chef back then, I wouldn't have so many regrets. TSK, Tisk, you're reminiscing here with this little card. What? Have you ever experienced this? Zhuge Ling sneered, but her hand naturally snatched the small card. Isn't it right for a girl like you to be so interested in it? Here, I return it to you. Zhuge Ling handed over a $20 bill, still staring at the small card with curiosity. What? King Hibiscus was sent back? It was obviously Suja's turn, and this might be the point where Suja had the highest output against Zhuge Ling. Lingzi, actually, I've always been curious. What do you like about this player who always makes purple noises when he opens his mouth? Suja was really curious this time. It was really hard to evaluate Chen Qing as this boy. He had too much of a mixed up vibe. You judged him by his appearance, didn't you? He is actually a very profound person. Zhuge Ling didn't even raise his head, but it was obvious that he was very confident when he said this. There's no hope, this child is ruined. Su Che stopped talking and began his low-quality review. This pretentious behavior left old Sun, who was full of expectations, disappointed again. Not Lao Sun. What are you expecting? I have something to announce. Holding his tea-stained teacup, old Sun actually walked out with the demeanor of a noble lady in just a few steps, which made Suja unable to help but simulate the scene just now in his mind. Very good. After reading Lao Sun, if you don't open the magic software, then you are this, thumbs up, in the city. Forget it, it's no use telling you. In half a month, our city will join hands with Experimental Number 2 Middle School, Experimental Number 4 Middle School, and Timing Number 1 Middle School to go to Qinghai University for exchange and study. Of course, communication is secondary. The most important thing is the joint examination competition during the communication, which will give you extra points. Let me tell you first, our class has 2 places, one of which has been selected for classmate Qiu Ran, and I have decided to hold a test for the remaining place in a few days. The whole class was silent. It seemed like the amount of information was a bit overwhelming. These 4 high schools can be regarded as the pinnacle of education in Qingfeng, and Qinghai University is the only bar dance in the province. Under such an election mechanism, it can be said that many masters gather here. What kind of war of 100 races is this? But what do you mean by Qiu Ran was chosen? Old Sun, is he too lazy to even try to hide it? But it was true. As one of the top 3 absolute strong men in the grade, Qiu Ran was indeed qualified and no one questioned that. Hey Susu, an elbow strike from Zhuge Ling. There are extra points. I heard that those who rank among the top in the joint entrance examination can get 10 extra points. Zhuge Ling seemed very excited. Just thinking about this kind of thing was enough to stimulate the hormones in his body. However, Su Che curled his lips in disdain, looking very disdainful. What's the use of that? They don't even know who needs that point. I can already win the 100 races war, so why would I need that 10 points? The strong will always be strong, and the weak will become weaker and weaker. It's just a matter of circumstances. And why do I feel like I went to Piltover for the last school? Qiu Ran, the designated true disciple, is from Upper City, while a kid like me from Zon can only curse at him. But, no matter how much abuse he gets, at least his character hasn't collapsed, right? Damn it. Don't think you're safe just by hiding in the Upper City. The classmates were all talking about it, but Su Che didn't care at all. This could barely be considered one of his strengths. He would never invest any energy in things that did not belong to him, but what he didn't notice was that someone in the front row seemed to be staring at him, with intentions, hard to tell. Chalo, angle omega, dividing line. When someone returns your money, you must be careful, because it is very likely that she is using a bug to refresh your vigilance value. For example, Lingzi. Now he didn't say he wanted to borrow money, but he emphasized the need to eat dirt countless times this morning. Hint me? You little brat, what kind of scene has Master Su not seen? As long as I ignore you, you will be the one who is embarrassed. Suja said nothing, and even took the initiative to meet Zhuge Ling's gaze. You want me to take the initiative to give you a way out? Oh, I just don't mention it, I'm so anxious, Susu. What do you think of me? Alright Lingzi, stop talking just based on our relationship. Come give me your phone. What? Wow. Where did this 150,000 come from? Friendly communication, no. If I had known you were so short of money, I would have sold you first. Suja regretted it. If he knew Zhuge Ling was so anxious, wouldn't he have severely lowered her price and then made a profit from the difference through the middleman? But now that he had already promised Qiu Ran, he would have to miss out on this fat sheep, Zhuge Ling. Suja, someone is looking for you. But at this moment, the sound of gnashing teeth came to my ears. Why the gnashing of teeth? Suja looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Lu Sisi at the door. She was standing timidly at the door, looking inside cautiously. A girl from the next class coming to visit would naturally be a hot topic, not to mention a focal figure like Lu Sisi. Suja was really shocked at this moment. Is Lu Sisi crazy? How could she appear here with so many eyes and public opinions? Kid, is this your style of painting? At this moment, Lu Sisi's style in Suja's eyes suddenly became Jojo Lu Sisi Dior. I am no longer a human being. Suja, he took 2 steps at a time and ran over amid the teasing of people around him. Damn it, Lu Cece must have encountered something big to be able to come here under such great pressure. But what couldn't be said on the phone? Masaka, has my VIP meal card expired? Suja, would you like to have lunch together? That's it. Suche was puzzled and showed a very abstract expression. Old man, subway, mobile phone JPG, is it worth making a trip for such a small matter? What is a mobile phone? Could it be that Lu Cece's phone is broken? Suche thought about it, and this was the only possibility he could think of. But when it comes to broken phones, I suggest you check Chuanjuan, which is an official second-hand verification site. Oh, I didn't get Guangxi's call, then Lu Cece should just throw away the broken phone. Although he couldn't understand it, Suja suddenly realized that the sponsor's mood was not right. Suja, if you still want to eat her food, show some attitude immediately, without hesitation. Is there any need to think about this? Listening to the words of the people around me, you deserve to die. Suche's vanity and sense of security reached its peak at this moment, and just when he was about to agree, I want to talk to him about something at noon today, a familiar voice sounded, and it didn't seem as cold as imagined, and it carried some emotion, which was rare. Private matter, the girl added again. Chapter 36. Is this the treatment an abstract man deserves? Hee, I love watching two women fighting the most. Looking at the exciting scene in front of him, Zhuge Ling only regretted that he didn't have a bucket of popcorn in his hand. Su Su has made it big. Who could have imagined that an abstract man would one day be fought over like this? The class was already in an uproar. No, buddy, is this how you should be treated? Everyone is talking about playing with abstraction, but you suddenly came ashore without telling anyone, right? I thought it was shocking enough that the daughter of the wealthy family next door came to my house in person, 3 parts shyness, 3 parts weakness, and 4 parts expectation, but I never expected that someone would actually go up to me. Whose general is this? Oh, it turns out that he is the general of my class, and a general at that. In fact, most people like to spread rumors. Anyone who knows a little bit about the relationship between Xiao Ran and Suja knows it, but this does not affect their bragging. But now, what the hell, we agreed that everyone was just bragging? Why are you serious, Suche? A rare case of pig brain overload. No matter which one it is, it seems to have nothing to do with me. Lu Cece, why are you here if you don't want to go and hang out with your childhood sweetheart? Don't taint our pure relationship as friends. And Xiao Ran, did you come up with such a way to torture me? Yes, you did succeed. This. Suja stammered, damn it. I didn't commit a thief, why should I feel guilty? We need to talk about serious business. Xiao Ran looked into Xiao Ran's eyes and emphasized again. Finally, she found a legitimate reason. The comic exhibition matter did need to be discussed, but you spent the whole morning doing nothing? Why did you have to jump out at this time? Don't panic. Don't panic. At this time, you just need to keep silent. Lu Cece is such a socially anxious person, and she can't refuse others. If you delay for a while, she will run away. How the hell did I come up with this idea? Suja despised himself a little. After all, he took advantage of Lu Cece's weakness. If it were in the past, Suja would not have hesitated at all. Who is Xiao Ran? I'm really not familiar with her. Don't contact her anymore. I'm afraid Cece will misunderstand me, but now, he subconsciously looked at Xiao Ran's arm. Although he couldn't see anything through the school uniform, Suja just couldn't say no. I'm sorry, Cece, I want to be a good person. What's with that look of yours that's 3 parts stubborn, 3 parts unwilling, and 4 parts determined to win? Lu Cece, stop. This is not your character, asshole. The two girls looked at each other calmly, without much emotional fluctuation, but neither of them had any intention of backing down. I'm determined to make this dinner appointment today. Seeing that the situation on the scene was at a standstill, Suja felt that he should do something. How about, together? Suja asked cautiously, but as soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to slap himself. What kind of stupid statement is this? It's in stark contrast to yours and is completely on the same level of pig-brained. Okay, what was unbelievable was that Lu Cece actually replied weakly, okay. This simple word immediately made Suja burst into tears. It has to be Cece, the sweet girl saves the world. How considerate, shallow, angle omega, dividing line. How the hell did this group of gods get together again? Suja, who was holding a bowl of egg drop soup, couldn't help but complain as he looked at those familiar figures. And, why am I the one treating again? If you keep doing this, the Han dynasty will be destroyed. Sorry, Prime Minister, I can no longer provide you with military supplies for the northern expedition. What? You mean the Zhuge Liang of the past? Haha, then Prime Minister, you better get off your feet. I will wait for the god Zhuge Liang to support the Han dynasty, but this is already the best solution. We can't just let the two of them stand there and be laughed at by others, right? That's not right. I didn't do anything. Why should I have to endure all this? You laugh at Changgu for dying early, Changgu laughs at you for not having sex enough. But I didn't do anything. Why should I be treated the same as Changgu? I don't understand. These two girls must have colluded to trick me. Sure enough, if you spend too much time with someone like Sun Yan, you'll start to see that everyone is bad. Swipe my meal card. As soon as he sat down, a meal card was stuffed into Suja's hand. Suja was immediately moved to tears. Squad leader, I shouldn't have assumed maliciously about you before. Okay. No one is shirking. Those who shirk are idiots. Point 1 Can't just give up money for the sake of face with Chiu Ran's sponsorship. Suja felt a little relieved. The happiest people at the table were Niuzi and Zhuge Liang. They did nothing but come here to eat for free. And it was Suja's meal. How happy. Two bastards. They were useless when something happened. Suja cursed inwardly. When they were in dispute just now, Lingzi didn't even come up to help him out. And Lu Cici's unusual behavior was definitely related to Niuzi yesterday. What on earth did this grandson say to Lu Cici yesterday that caused this girl's personality to almost change? Hey Susu, an elbow strike from Zhuge Liang. It is easy to arrange 3 men and 3 women to sit together, but Shenluan is not here today, so it is more reasonable to sit in different classes to avoid embarrassment. Su Che really didn't want to pay any attention to this disloyal and stupid woman, but he was afraid that she would say something shocking and he wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. What does it look like it? Like what? If 2 women fall into the river, who would you save first? I cannot swim. Obviously, Su Che's straight male answer could not satisfy an abstract woman, and her curiosity was now stimulated to the extreme. Then let me ask you, Lu Cici and the squad leader were both thrown into the desert, and they were both dying of thirst, but you only had 1 bottle of water. Who would you choose to give it to? Don't say half for each. Zhuge Liang emphasized deliberately, as if he had anticipated Su Che's words. Suja was speechless. What a noisy woman. However, when he heard the question, he subconsciously looked up and glanced. Lu Cici looked away subconsciously the moment she and Suja looked at each other. No. Why are you blushing? Damn it, don't tarnish my innocence. As for Chiu Ran, the other person looked straight at him, generously and coldly. Hurry up and tell me, Zhuge Liang seemed even more excited. Okay, just a bottle of water, right? I won't give it to anyone. I'm just gonna pour the entire bottle of water right onto my dick. Whoever wants to live, come up and drink. Chapter 37, Do things one by one, and make friends one by one. What are they whispering about? It feels so loving. I envy Zhuge. Is this what friends whisper to each other? Lu Cici, who was sitting opposite, was obviously attracted by the actions of Suju and Zhuge Liang. This is what she has always been pursuing. Friends can talk about anything, everything seems so natural, eh? But why did Zhuge Liang's face turn red? It turns out that even abstract things can be strong or weak. For example, Zhuge Liang couldn't handle Su Che's burden at this time. What the hell is this? However, could it be that he was using his angry attitude to speak his mind? Lingzi seriously suspected that this was Suja's true thought, but she had no evidence. What a fuss. It seems that Zhuge Liang didn't study hard. Science shows that rectal medication is always the most cost-effective solution. It's definitely not that Su Che has other ideas. By the way, Cici, I think you guys should have been informed about going to Qinghai University to participate in the 100 Races War, right? Have you chosen the candidates for your class? As students, they should discuss things that students should discuss. Su Che could not let the situation become awkward, he had to bring up new topics. Yes, I have been notified, but it has not been confirmed yet. Currently, only Shenluan and I have been confirmed. Lu Cici responded quickly, seeming very satisfied with Suja's attitude of taking the initiative to talk to her. That's natural. After all, she's the financial sponsor, so we still have to take care of her emotionally. There should be only 2 places in your class, right? Cici, are you such a good student? Class 2 and Class 5 are both rocket sprint classes. Although Shen Luan is number 1 in the grade, Xiao Ran is not much worse than him. They can only be said to be evenly matched opponents. Therefore, it is unlikely that the other party has more places than their own class. Lu Cece was a little embarrassed when she mentioned this. I was indeed selected internally, but it was not based on my grades. Awkward. I should have changed the subject earlier. It can be seen that the school still attaches great importance to Lu Cece, but she does not seem to like this privilege very much. But who is Su Jia? He is a Sigma man with high emotional intelligence. At this moment, he must say something to make amends. Isn't this good? We can just go out and have fun together. Hey! Why didn't you ask Shen Luan to come and eat with you? What is high emotional intelligence? What is caring? I invite your childhood sweetheart to dinner today, and you have the nerve to kick me out when I go to eat tomorrow? Everything you say and do is full of scheming, so you should learn it unexpectedly. As soon as Su Jia finished speaking, the joy that Lu Cece had just felt disappeared without a trace. She lowered her head, pouted her lips, and began to eat the white rice. Suddenly, I don't want to go to Qinghai, No. What's that expression on your face? Am I helping you to get together? Su Jia was very confused. Lu Cece was so weird today. He vaguely remembered that he had deliberately brought up the topic of Shen Luan to make her happy before, but why didn't the same trick work now? Isn't it true? Is Shen Luan no longer strong in this version? When was he weakened? Why didn't anyone inform me? Su Jia didn't understand, while Qiu Ran on the side seemed to unconsciously straighten his chest, showing a bit of inexplicable pride. He looked at Lu Cece as if he was looking at a loser. You're so involved with your childhood sweetheart? Not your sister? Then what advantages do you have? These people were very confused. Su Jia felt that there might be something wrong with his thinking. He subconsciously picked up the iced black tea on the table and had to take a sip while it was still cold. Otherwise, after it returns to room temperature, this thing will turn into horse urine. Man, very loud. However, Niu Zi's sudden words made Su Che completely lose his appetite. No kid, this isn't funny. Su Jia's eyes turned serious. Although many people were making fun of Lauda, he was half a fan after all, and he would never allow Niu Zi to slander him like that. Hey, why do you call him Lauda? Zhuge Ling seemed to be very curious. She might be the only girl present who could understand man. Because we must remember that the dead are the greatest. Niu Zi added this, which immediately made Su Che dissatisfied. What are you barking about? Do you know how hard Lauda works? You will never know what happened when that little boy named Ke first touched a basketball. Su Che began to popularize the idea to a few people with great sorrow, and finally restored some reputation for Lauda. Wearing the number 8 jersey and sleeping 8 hours a day, so this is the Mamba spirit? Not bad, very self-disciplined and inspiring. Zhuge Ling exclaimed. Su Jia, don't be sad. Lauda will be fine in heaven. Maybe God just likes basketball, so he took him away. Listen, what is comfort? How high is Lu Cece's EQ? She is not at all like those people who are sarcastic. God loves music and took away the Huang family. Xiu Ran also sighed silently. She didn't expect that this little girl's hobby was quite retro. God likes dancing and took Jackson away. Niu Zi finally said something human. There was a moment of silence. Everyone seemed to have their favorite idols and were remembering them at this moment. However, a certain abstract girl seemed to realize something. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Hey, I suddenly realized. In fact, God only needs to take away one person." Ouch, what are you doing? Ahaha, damn Zhuge Ling. He finally showed his chicken feet, didn't he? This time Su Jia really couldn't stand it anymore, so he stopped pretending and came clean. In fact, I'm not a fan of Lauda. My real identity is, it is. Shallow, angle omega, dividing line. Yohao, I beg you, I'll give you $10, delete it and let me talk about it. Looking at Zhuge Ling, who blurted out, Niu Zi was madly complaining in his heart, what kind of gifted monster is this? Is this really what she said casually? Didn't anyone tell me before I came here? Don't you see how gloomy Zhuge Ling is? Niu Zi is not the only one who envies Zhuge Ling after all. Although she is not a competitor at the dinner table at the moment, you have to admit that she is the one closest to Su Zi. It is hard to imagine that the friendship between abstract man and abstract woman would one day become the envy of others, but maybe that's how it should be. People who sacrifice their own elegance to bring joy to others deserve this treatment. Lu Cece finally put away the 2 treasured opera tickets. She actually thought about inviting everyone to watch it together. She had money, but for some reason, she just didn't want to do it. Things have to be done one by one, friends have to be made one by one. Deal with Suja first, then deal with the others. You can't bite off more than you can chew, Lu Cece thought in her heart. But why didn't you say it on the phone? I don't know, maybe. Lu Cece's phone was recycled on Juan Juan. Xiao Ran was always very calm, and seemed not to give in when they were fighting for something. But when someone sat next to her, she didn't react at all, and just glanced to the side from time to time. That was Su Che's right hand, and the other person was wearing a ring on his right hand. It's not expensive, just a prop. A prop that should be used on her but never is. Chapter 38. What kind of shady PY deal are you two engaging in? What kind of weird scenes are these? As a professional cosplayer, you shouldn't overly pursue the linkage with the characters around you, but should pay more attention to your own makeup. After simply comforting herself, Xiao Ran tried to look away, but sorry, she really couldn't. Strange, there are no zombies in the school. Who planted this cauliflower pitcher? Looking at Suja, who was chatting and laughing while throwing the cauliflowers on the plate one by one in a very natural way, a picture suddenly appeared in Xiao Ran's mind. As similarly, Suja threw the uncooked beans into Sun Yan's bowl one by one. It seemed very heartwarming before. They were really an enviable pair of siblings, but now, why is there cauliflower in cauliflower fried meat? How abominable, Su Che cursed in his heart. Shouldn't a chef who can't separate meat and vegetables reflect seriously on his own problems? Is there any fun place in Qingfeng? I just came here and I'm not very familiar with it. If there is any fun place, we can go together when we have time. While the idea of defeating them one by one should be more difficult, so Lu Cece decided to infiltrate the enemy first, and I feel that these people are all very good people. I feel that this school transfer has been relatively peaceful, but it seems that we have reached a stage of losing streak now. Su Che has already rejected my invitation twice. If everyone comes up with an excuse again, impossible, absolutely impossible. This is my turn. Harvest, Lu Cece was shouting loudly in her heart. Cold knowledge, if you are going to travel to an unfamiliar place, never ask a local. Su Che's words were deeply recognized by other locals at the table. What? You mean traveling? I won't go there. As a native of Qingfeng, Suja said that he has never been to any of the popular tourist attractions on the internet. They are all just a scam. Ah? Is this something you can say? Does this count as another rejection? But it probably doesn't count. Lu Cece was completely wilted. She couldn't tell how she felt about Suja. She felt that his attitude was very good and he promised everything you said, but when you thought about it carefully, he didn't do anything. But you still couldn't get angry. You're still thinking about going out to play. Study hard. Do you know how many days are left until the college entrance examination? Nyozi slurped the egg drop soup loudly, and the boring child was showing off his presence again. You? Is it appropriate for such words to come out of your mouth? Suja was disdainful. In Old Sun's eyes, people like him who were ranked around 100th were just menial disciples. What were those who were ranked after 200th considered? Alchemists. No, it should be the medicine used in alchemy. Ha ha ha, I did it. I did it. The classic scene is born again. Nyozi encourages learning. Nyo Hao was naturally very unconvinced. It was fine if others said so. Aren't we all from Zhuan? What are you doing here? What? You want to go to the upper city to play? Originally, the target of this battle should be Nyozi, but Xiao Ran on the side pushed his glasses and said to Suja seriously, in fact, based on your score, it is possible for you to break through to the upper city. After all, your English is so poor. Su Che, who was about to say something else, suddenly restrained his words. No. We were all joking. Why did your tone suddenly become serious? No. Isn't it disappointing to talk about studying? And is this praising yourself or insulting yourself? Is Suja's English very poor? Lu Cece, who was sitting opposite, seemed very curious and asked Nyozi in a low voice. I've gotten a high score of 80 points when I performed exceptionally well. If you mention this, Nyozi will no longer be sleepy, because this is Suja's biggest weakness. An extraordinary performance of 80. What about that not being extraordinary? 18. Lu Cece covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god. There is another master, Su Che took in the entire scene, but he did not react at all. Isn't it obvious what it means for a teenager who was the top scorer in Chinese in his grade but only got 18 points in English? That's right. That's Wolf Warrior. I'm such a Wolf Warrior. This is a good thing. Don't be discouraged, Suja. If you can make it into the top 100 in your grade, that's really amazing. After all, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Listen, what is emotional intelligence, low EQ speech? Your English is too poor, high EQ speech. You have a lot of room for improvement, birth speech. 18 hee abstract speech. 18? What 18? Hey, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Suja, the center of public opinion, had no reaction. This is a required course for an abstract man. He is not surprised by praise or criticism. After all, our master Su has seen all kinds of big scenes. He calmly put a piece of fried meat into his mouth and chewed it. At least at this moment, Suja was damn elegant. Lu Sisi pinched the corner of her clothes and exerted force with her fingers. Hey! She suddenly had an idea, a good idea to quickly warm up the friendship. Suja, actually, my English is not bad. If you have time, I can help you with your studies. These are two very coherent sentences, but unfortunately they were not said by the same person. Chiu Ran didn't even turn her head, but her words did attract everyone's attention. Lu Sisi's eyes were about to shed pearls. Why was she one step behind? It was estimated that no one could hear her soft voice just now. She just wanted to fit in with them. Why was it so difficult? Su Che's face was full of question marks. No. This topic of study is not over yet, right? I didn't say anything just now. Did I give you too much face? If I talk about studying again, you will fly. Just consider it as repayment. Twice in thanks. In fact, there is no need to add the following sentence. Zhuge Ling, the drug expert, couldn't help but shook his head, but what insidious PY transaction are these two talking about? Suja knew that the other party was talking about the comic exhibition. According to Sister Anan's idea, she was going to give Chiu Ran 2,000 yuan for her appearance. Suja didn't understand the market situation, but he thought it was pretty good for an inexperienced high school student. No, Lao Su, are you really going to learn it? You can't do this. Niu Zi was completely panicked this time. No. If you really go to the upper city, then I will blow up the parliament. Don't worry, study. You won't learn anything. This is President Su, and what he says is always so reassuring, but Niu Zi's mood didn't seem to have improved much. As the college entrance examination approached, everyone's pressure was increasing exponentially. Forget it, I don't have much room for improvement. I probably won't be able to get into any prestigious university. Niu Zi sighed, and suddenly seemed to have made an important decision. If it doesn't work, then, oh, by the way, let me ask you guys something. Does my uncle's military service affect my going to jail? Chapter 39, let's play some boring love games with her. What? You want to take the prison exam? No, will my uncle's time in prison affect my military service? Niu Zi quickly changed his words and almost let his uncle live a good life. It was really wrong. I don't understand, but this thing has some influence to some extent. Su Che did not have the habit of pretending to know everything when he did not, but he also felt sorry for Niu Zi's situation. After all, they were brothers, and he certainly wished the best for Niu Zi in matters of right and wrong. Of course, it's good, but not too good. It feels so unfair. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. What era is it in? We still have to deal with collective punishment? I really don't understand. Zhuge Ling said indignantly. After all, Lingzi has always been a simple and kind little girl. Maybe they're afraid that these criminals will make a comeback and do something uncontrollable? Su Che was quite understanding of this policy. Although it was unfair, he could only say that his ancestors had used up the cost of his trial and error in advance. Nonsense! Why do you say that they are uncontrollable? Zhuge Ling was obviously dissatisfied. Any examples? Where can I find an example of this? Lu Sisi said quietly, perhaps only she could hear it clearly. Of course. Who? Zhuge Ling looked at Su Zhao in disbelief. In this era, is there anyone who could escape this sanction? Fahai, who? Fahai. Suja slowly wiped the corner of his mouth, looked at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and said with a smile, after being suppressed by Fahai, Whitesnake has a criminal record. There were no relevant regulations at that time, so her son Su Shilin took people to destroy Leifong Pagoda as soon as he became the top scholar. Isn't this the former #1 examiner? Everyone was silent. It was such nonsense, but it seemed as if a picture appeared in their minds. Su Shilin, hello? Is this Fahai, the director of Shihu's sub-district office? I am the top scholar Su Shilin. Fahai, humph. Su Zhuan Yuan. I am a Buddhist monk and know nothing about the mundane world. Su Shilin, oh? Really? Then I have to issue some imperial decrees. Notice on rectifying the illegal construction of Leifong Pagoda and surrounding buildings and ordering their demolition within a time limit. Westlake Flood Control Guidelines and Policies. Notice on adjustment of some management personnel. Regulation on the unbridled propagation of religion and the illegal farming of temples. Fahai, I'm already honest, please let me go. Chalo, Angle Omega. Dividing line. Some people are always inexplicable, or in other words, a woman's mind is never understandable. I thought it was just a casual conversation at the dinner table, but Xiao Ran actually came to inform me seriously that she wanted to improve my English grades to repay my favor. No. Are you sure you are returning a favor? Suja's head was full of question marks. Why would anyone force you to study? If you are really embarrassed, can you give me half of the money that Sister Anan gave you? This is true gratitude. Xiao, do you still ride an electric bike home at night? Il is not as good as Pinocchio. Yes, what's wrong? Xiao, I'll take the bus back today, it saves time. No. Woman, are you ordering me? Moreover, you took out the magic weapon while sitting in the first row. What a troublesome woman. If you want to go home with me at night, why don't you just say go home with me? Why do you have to go through so much trouble? However, Suja did not think much about this situation. He probably felt that it would be impolite not to go back with his family after meeting them yesterday. I have seen many of these twisted people, and they are so easy to understand. Today is the day for taking promotional photos, so logically we should save time. Well then let Nosy go away by herself tonight, but the useless sister ordered a few more dishes, so I have to serve her. Damn it, Il is not as good as Pinocchio. I have to go shopping for groceries in the evening. Are you going? Autumn, oh? No, sister, what the hell are you doing here? Suja found that he really hated this answer now. It didn't express the meaning. It just made you guess, and you had to guess correctly. This is really making things difficult for me. Fat Tiger, Shallow, Angle Omega, Dividing Line Class 5. Damn it, where did this kid go again? He seems sneaky and doesn't seem like a good person. Looking at the message on the phone, Nyo Z muttered a few words in dissatisfaction. Asa brother, he certainly hopes that Suche will get better on major issues, but it can't be too good. For example, Suche's current treatment is already very wrong. Ushio Nyohao, who was holding a mobile phone, suddenly shuddered. After all, when holding a magic weapon, one must be extremely alert to any movement around. Fortunately, Lucici's voice was so recognizable that Nyo Z quickly relaxed. Ouch, what are you doing? This is scary. Sorry, Lucici apologized repeatedly, and then asked seriously, Nyohao, do you go home with Suja every day? Not really, he has something to do today. Nyo Z suddenly felt a little regretful when he was halfway through his words. Although Suja didn't say anything, he knew it very well in his heart, and it was definitely not a good thing. Oh no. Did I sell out old Su accidentally? Nyo Z woke up, but it was too late, because Lucici had already floated away with a smile like a little butterfly. Hee, it's a rare time to be alone this time. I guess you won't refuse. Holding 2 theater tickets tightly in her hands, Lucici will definitely win today. Cici, I was thinking deeply in my mind, but a familiar voice came to my ears accompanied by bursts of booing. Lucici subconsciously looked back and found Shen Luan standing in front of her without her knowing when his face looked a little stiff, and he seemed to be uncomfortable with the booing around him. Damn it, say something. Shen Luan gritted his teeth. He knew without even looking that he was being tortured by his father. In fact, he knows how Lucici feels about him better than anyone else, but he just doesn't like those remarks that seek to curry favor with the powerful, which seriously damages his self-esteem. But hiding like this all the time doesn't seem to be a solution. That's right, it's all because of the man's responsibility and has nothing to do with the boy next door. Cici, I thought about it carefully and I still think that studying is the most important thing at the moment.
I want to apply to Kyoto University, so before the college entrance examination, no problem. Lu Cece interrupted her conversation. Her voice was very sweet, but it made Shenluan stunned. Shenluan was completely dumbfounded. What does no problem mean? Still, seeing Shenluan still in a daze, Lu Cece gradually showed a puzzled expression. She only had one question now. Frowny face. No. Who asked you? He clenched his fists. The booing behind him seemed to get even more intense. Thinking of his father's words, Shenluan relaxed a little. Old Shen, oh, can't you give in to me as a little girl? Girls need to be coaxed, you know? Dad is right. The Lu family treats us well, so even if it's just a boring love game, we should just cooperate with it reluctantly. Thinking of this, Shenluan seemed to have decided something. He decided to sacrifice part of his review time. Is this a movie ticket? Is it for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Shenluan had already noticed the 2 tickets in Lu Cece's hand. Of course, the most important thing was his father's reminder. Just when he was finally ready, the girl's hand, but it shrank suddenly. Are the traces of dodging so obvious? Chapter 40. Put more pressure on others. To be honest, the moment Shenluan approached her, Lu Cece felt that she should be filled with joy.no. What does it mean to feel happy? When did happiness become an optional state? Shenluan's sudden change did shock her, but to be honest, his behavior of suddenly coming here to grab tickets in a self-righteous manner still felt a bit silly. Even with the filter of childhood sweethearts, life should not be bound by love. If you completely abandon the friendship you have carefully maintained for the love in front of you, is this really good? This is not a good thing. Lu Cece is absolutely sure. Shenluan subconsciously took 2 steps back at this moment. Although he didn't know why, it was really too embarrassing, especially when the discussions behind him sounded again. Words like self-indulgent and driver are frequently heard. Hey, seeing Shenluan leaving dejectedly, Lu Cece wanted to call him. This was the first time that he had been so proactive since she turned around. According to the setting, she should be happier, right? No, what do you mean by according to the setting? Isn't the purpose of transferring to another school to get rid of those fixed settings? Forget it now that things have come to this. Let's make friends first. Shallow, angle omega, dividing line. Ding. Student card. Looking at Xiao Ran, who went in to find a seat after just a quick glance, Suja couldn't help but make a face from behind. Bye, you little bastard. You stingy person, you don't even think of giving yourself a drop of water. Although there were only a few stops, no one would choose to stand. But as soon as Suche entered the carriage, he was immediately in trouble. The layout of the bus is that the back half has 2 rows of scattered seats, while the front half has 3 seats on each side, which is the best choice to permanently consolidate the bond between 3 people. When there are 2 people, it would be a little awkward. At this time, Xiao Ran had already sat on a 3-seater seat on the left, and the other party was looking at him calmly, as if waiting for his choice. There are definitely more entanglements in life than you can imagine. For example, if he directly attacked the 3 people in front of him without hesitation, he would be afraid that Xiao Ran would turn into a watermelon strip in the next second. Family members, who understands? Today when I was taking the bus, a guy with a shrimp head suddenly appeared. It's just imagination. Xiao Ran wouldn't do that, but this is the stop in front of the school after all. To be honest, the probability of running into acquaintances in this car is quite high. Perhaps sitting 1 seat apart was a better choice, Suche thought, and then resolutely sat next to Xiao Ran. There is no reason, I just feel that if 1 seat is separated, it will cause more problems. Don't ask any questions, it's just a man's intuition. Are you nervous? Xiao Ran asked in a low voice. At this time, the car had slowly started to move. How can I not be nervous? Did you know that Xiao Yi from our school a while ago? He was just riding on the bus, and then he was slandered and secretly photographed by a fairy. Although it was finally verified that there was nothing wrong, he was still ordered to drop out of school. Suche also lowered his voice, and the fear on his face did not seem to be acted. It's so scary, you guys. I feel like I'm going to get depressed soon. That's too much. What about that girl? Xiao Ran seemed very interested, and her reaction also made Suja stunned. Normally, when he talked about this kind of topic, shouldn't the other party give him a critical look and then add a sentence? How could it be? Turns out it's because Xiao Ran is a normal person. Big courage. I want you to be alert to the massive number of cases, you Longma. What else can I do? I'll be admitted to graduate school. This joke is not funny. I really got admitted to graduate school. Suche never expected that he and Xiao Ran would stare at each other in bewilderment over such an abstract topic, but unfortunately, he was really not talking about abstract things this time. Xiao Ran was silent, looking very shocked. Suja yawned and closed his eyes to rest. Although he didn't make much progress in his inefficient review, he was very tired. It's like when you slack off at work all day. Even though you didn't do anything, you still feel very tired. In days, Suche seemed to hear Xiao Ran muttering softly, "It's really unfair, but it's okay. If someone slanders you, I'll stand up for you, and that's a draw, isn't it?" She's still thinking about this? Wasn't that just a random remark, but Xiao Ran had finally managed to communicate with me, so I couldn't spoil the fun. Thank you so much. Hey, it's good to have a T0 player to lead. What did you say? No Chalo, Angle Omega, dividing line. The train arrived at the station, not his home, but Tongren shopping mall. Suche got off to buy groceries, but at this moment, the two of them were revisiting the old place, and the atmosphere unexpectedly became a little subtle. I can't provoke her anymore. What if she gets angry and stabs me? Although Xiao Ran's expression did not change, Suja had such a high EQ that he would never mention the embarrassing situation that happened last time. Entering the vegetable market is like entering Suche's domain, just like Jackie Chan entering a furniture store. The domain expands. Xiao Ran followed Su Zhou in a daze, watching the big boy in front of him skillfully lingering in front of the various vegetable stalls and bargaining. It seemed he was different from his usual self. After all, the usual Su Zhou is too abstract, and now such a Gu family like Su Zhe suddenly appears. I can only say, Su Zhe, you are quite a contrast. Boss, a bunch of lettuce and a bunch of coriander. Hey, young man, you're here to buy vegetables again. Would you like some of the newly arrived green onions? No, Suche politely declined the other party's recommendation, and after weighing the lettuce and coriander, boss, can you bring me 2 green onions? That won't do. I'm telling you, boss, I'm a student, please give me 2. You can't even be born like that. Oh, then no more lettuce and coriander. Hey, you're really a genius. Xiao Ran silently took 2 steps back. Is this guy socially awe-inspiring? How could he even say something like, I'm a student and I'm sending him off? But he is really brave. This is a compliment from a positive perspective, without any sarcasm. Hey, how do you know he will definitely send you? After buying the vegetables, Suja felt someone pulling his sleeve. He turned around subconsciously and saw Xiao Ran's inquiring eyes. It seemed that the squad leader was still much weaker in other areas. Suche did not answer directly, but told a story. I used to have a streamer I really liked, who opened a peripheral store, but business was not good, so the boss took out all the peripheral products in the store. As a result, when he wanted to open a store later, he never succeeded, because at that time there were always comments in his live broadcast room saying, "Don't buy it. I will give it away if it goes bankrupt." It's a very sad story, but Xiao Ran doesn't seem to understand. As expected, we can't give too much kindness to others. But doesn't the story you told mean that the boss shouldn't give you any gift? Xiao Ran didn't understand. Isn't this a contradiction? However, Suja's expression became very strange. You misunderstood. What I meant is that most of the time, you can gain a lot by putting more pressure on others. Xiao Ran asked in confusion. Because I was the one who posted the comments. Chapter 41. Next time you do something bad, remember to call me. Just a joke. How could Suche be born like that? But what he said is indeed true, and it is hard to comment on it. I can only say that there are still many bad people in this world. Why are there so many bad people in this world? Xiao Ran naturally didn't believe Suja's nonsense, but she still sighed unconsciously. It can be seen that this girl still has some sense of justice. So, if you are kind, you will be bullied. You still have to resist at the critical moment. Not sure if it was his intuition, but Xiao Ran felt that Suche seemed to be hinting at something, even though the other party didn't even turn his head. I can only say this much, and it would be impolite to say more. After all, changing someone else's fate without authorization will bring serious consequences, but his previous judgment was correct. There was indeed a huge contrast between Xiao Ran in school and outside of school. Although she was still wearing the old-fashioned school uniform, her state had changed a lot, and she seemed to be very curious about everything around her. Well, I can only say that she was another social loser like Sun Yan who had little social experience. We'll take some photos later.
But I don't think it'll be too formal, and then we'll just have to wait for the official comic convention on Sunday. I think you don't have any social anxiety issues, right? As if he had thought of something, Suche suddenly turned around and asked curiously, "You have to know that they are going to be the mainstays of the show this time. They are bound to be the focus of the whole show. If they were lose Cece's character, they would lose the money. I'll definitely do the job if I get the money." Still giving the same straightforward answer, Suche curled his lips in disdain. What a boring woman. After buying the food, the two prepared to go home quickly. After all, Zhou Ran's time to stay outside was extremely limited. Passing by the cashier counter, Zhou Ran discovered another side of Suche. Watching the polite and elegant big boy chatting with the young salesperson in front of him, Zhou Ran suddenly realized that you are the real contrast. So this abstract side only appears in school. 46.50. Get a free raffle ticket if you spend 50. How about it, handsome boy? Do you want to add something else? For a newt, the word lottery is quite attractive. Even though I know that an 80% chance of winning is just for consolation, the anticipation of seeing the screen flashing with gold is something that no one can ever resist. But it is impossible to spend money. I will never spend money in this life. I can only rely on being handsome and cute, begging for these things to make a living. Thank you. It's only a few bucks. Can you give me one? That won't do. The lady at the cashier refused without hesitation, and then casually threw the lottery ticket to the one next to it. Thank you. Zichui Suche took the lottery ticket without hesitation. His series of actions were so smooth that Zhou Ran, who was standing behind him, was stunned. The next moment, she nervously stepped forward and grabbed Suja, and even looked around furtively, and asked in a furtive manner, "Hey, isn't this considered stealing? People have told you it's not allowed. You want to get something for free, but you don't want to take any risks. How can there be so many good things in the world? As the saying goes, wealth and honor come with risk." However, Suche was amused by Zhou Ran's attitude at this moment. This girl is usually very serious. Who would have thought that she is so dull in life, and seems to have no common sense at all? Isn't this a kind of contrast? Suddenly some other ideas came to his mind. Suja grabbed Zhou Ran's sleeve and quickly walked towards the lottery table. "You can have it. Since it was stolen, I must find someone to share the burden with me." Suja suddenly pushed Zhou Ran forward and then stuffed the lottery ticket into her hand. Zhou Ran was really at a loss at this moment, because her sense of morality and her bravery were fighting each other wildly. Suche was very happy to see Zhou Ran like this, and even wanted to record a video of her, because he felt a kind of pleasure in forcing a good woman into prostitution. Of course, we can't blame him for being perverted. After all, these are two eternal hobbies of men: persuade a prostitute to become a good woman. Draw a decent woman into the water. Even though I really wanted to go to the lottery, it was still worth it to see Zhou Ran like this. Suja was very confident about his luck. After all, Chen Daozi was able to win 37 million with only 20 yuan. Then if Suja wins it with a lottery ticket, it's not a problem. Hey, how come I stood up without realizing it? When can I sit down again? Zhou Ran certainly didn't know that Suja's inner drama was so intense at this moment, but for some reason, she felt a sense of excitement in her heart. You know what? She has never had such a sneaky experience in her life. How could he do this? How could a person be so bold and so immoral? Holding the lottery ticket in his hand, Zhou Ran stared stiffly at the lottery table in front of him. The lady in charge of the lottery smiled kindly at her, but it was this smile that made her feel even more. Get excited. Wait a minute. Why is he excited? When Suja realized this, he felt something was completely wrong. The contrast a bit too much. Please, sister, not to mention that it was given to me voluntarily. Even if I secretly took a lottery ticket, you should not act like a sister-in-law who followed her brother-in-law to have an affair. Feeling that this girl was making a big deal out of nothing, Suche gradually became silent when he thought about the environment in which he lived. It seems like I should be nicer to her. As I was thinking, a golden light suddenly flashed before my eyes. Hey, where did the golden light come from? Isn't it? Since when can free players flash golden light? Looking at the second prize waved by the front desk lady, Suja was stunned. Don't underestimate this second prize. Anyone who understands this kind of lottery mechanism will know that it is almost the jackpot. Hey, I got it. The frost that usually hung on Zhou Ran's face was no longer visible at this moment. She hugged the prize doll in her arms with indescribable excitement on her face. In a person's life, the first time always leaves a deep impression. The first time I cried, the first time I laughed, the first time I washed my feet,
the first time I beat my feet, ahem. The same is true for Chiu Ran, the first time to draw a lottery, the first time to win a prize, and the first time to steal with someone. At this moment, the girl still thought that Suja had taken the lottery ticket by chance. Let's run quickly, don't let us be discovered. Originally, the moment in front of me was quite warm, but looking at Chiu Ran, who was acting sneaky and even pulling up his sleeves, he was extremely nervous. Suja suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? Don't do such immoral things again in the future. Chiu Ran looked into Suja's eyes and said seriously, poor girl, she may not be able to sleep tonight. I hope she doesn't have too strong a sense of morals. However, Suja had no intention of telling her the truth. Instead, he found Chiu Ran very interesting. Don't worry. Normally, I wouldn't dare to do that. Aren't you here to share the guilt with me? If we get caught, we'll be caught together. Suche joked. It was an outrageous remark, but Chiu Ran actually thought about it seriously at this moment, and finally muttered in a voice that only she could hear, then next time you do something bad, find me to join you. Chapter 42, Pure Love. God of War plus Pure Love plot plus Pure Love tendency. Sun Yan couldn't wait any longer after returning home, but Tao Anan seemed a little embarrassed. After all, it really didn't look good for the whole family to be waiting here for someone who was preparing for the final sprint of his senior year of high school to come back and cook, but Sun Yan obviously didn't have this awareness. After all, her dream was to open a laundry and a property management company, and her brother only needed to be responsible for washing clothes and cooking. Yes, it's really too hard. After all, Suju only needs to run 2 stores while supporting a large family, but Sun Yan has to consider very complicated things, and we still need to add some elements of the original God. Although the reputation is not good now, the fan base is still very large after all. It seemed that Chiu Ran stayed a little longer today. I don't know what price the poor girl paid. But Tao Anan didn't want to waste such a good model, so he wanted to take advantage of this time gap to activate the original God.no. Sister Anan? Are you still thinking about your original God? What should I do if I have a senior original batch at home? Should I fork it out? Chiu Ran was quite resistant at first, but she could not resist the kindness of the gentle big sister, Sun Yan. It can be seen that she had a very good impression of Sun Yan. It can only be said that this woman disguised herself too well. I should have cooperated with you in the performance, but I turned a blind eye, old woman. You're such an idiot. Listening to the laughter and business flattery in the room, as a native northern man, Suja really couldn't stand it anymore. To be honest, in the north, the kitchen is a place that men are never allowed to set foot in. Which northern man doesn't lie on the sofa at home like a big boss and live a life of having everything provided for him? In other words, Suja couldn't stand their cooking skills, so he volunteered. It was definitely not because of his low status. What? Why is the only domestic violence relief center for men in China in the province where Suche lived? I told you to mind your own business. Are you deaf? Husky pointing at people. When the last dish was placed on the plate, Chiu Ran had completely turned into the shape of the original God, while Tao Anan was squeezed into various shapes. As the saying goes, one should play to one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. Tao Anan knows how to show her strengths, but can you please let go of that girl and squeeze me? I have no choice but to do it. Shallow, angle omega, dividing line amidst delicious brother is awesome. Tao Anan would not be stingy with her praise. After all, it doesn't cost any money. Oh, not worth mentioning. Suja's expression was very calm, but if any normal man were here, the corners of his mouth would be harder to suppress than AK, and Suja was no exception. Tao Anan is very good at providing emotional value, as evidenced by the fact that she could make Suche smile with just a few words. Chiu Ran looked at the table full of delicious dishes with no disguising her surprise on her face. She never expected that someone like Suja would have such skills. Wait a minute? What is a person like Suche? But seeing Tao Anan couldn't hold back her smile and constantly praising him, Chiu Ran gradually fell into deep thought. Do boys like to hear such compliments? But it feels so childish, just like coaxing a child. Listening to Tao Anan's words, my brother is awesome, he's delicious, my brother is the best. Chiu Ran felt as if he had stepped into a kindergarten. Sun Yan seemed to have long been accustomed to Tao Anan's attitude. People who were not familiar with her would think that she had a people-pleasing personality and was the type that could be easily bullied, but if you think so, you are totally wrong. Liking to praise others does not mean being simple. In Sun Yan's mind, Tao Anan is actually the image of a bad woman, of course, a bad woman in a positive sense. You don't understand, right? Actually, male psychology is the same as child psychology.
Boys of this age, in particular, are very competitive and crave affirmation. As if seeing Chiu Ran's confusion, Tao Anan lowered her voice and smiled as she instructed. Oh, thank you. Chiu Ran lowered her head quickly. It was so embarrassing. Not only was she caught peeking, but her thoughts were also understood by the other person. However, Sister Anan really understood this child. Tao Anan's eyes narrowed into crescents. This little girl seemed aloof, but in fact, Tao Anan had completely understood her after spending some time with her. She didn't have any aloof personality at all. Instead, she was a little silly and seemed to lack a sense of security. Look, this is the ability of a bad woman. She has seen through Chiu Ran's underwear after just such a short time together. I can't say I like him, but I absolutely don't believe that you have no interest in your brother at all. Tao Anan turned his gaze to Su Zhu again. Su Zhu, who was in a human-like posture at this moment, looked extremely good in Tao Anan's filter. Brother, do you have a girl you like, or what kind of girl do you like? Although she was asking Su Zhu, Tao Anan secretly focused her attention on Chiu Ran. Sure enough, when she heard this sensitive question, Chiu Ran subconsciously clenched his chopsticks. Although there was no expression on his face, he was obviously listening. Sure enough, oh, I am such a smart woman. Tao Anan felt a little proud in her heart. She could tell the general idea of this boy and girl at a glance. What kind do you like? It was obviously a very general question, but Su Che was suddenly stunned. Yes, what kind of love do you like? Adolescent boys have always longed for love, but if you really let him say it, Su Che seems to have no idea in his mind of if it was Su Che in an abstract form, he might have just laughed it off. But now he was in the stage of maintaining his persona, so after thinking about it, he answered seriously and solemnly, Sister Anan, you know, I am absolutely pure love. The two women present nodded. Sun Yan showed a disdainful smile, and I've never been in love before. The two women present nodded. Sun Yan smiled disdainfully, so, there's a little bit of that plot. Su Che said this very obscurely. After all, there were 3 women present. But this was not what he said to maintain his persona. He really thought so. In fact, he had a most offensive word in his heart that he hadn't said. He had psychological misophobia, a very serious one. Oh, I understand. Tao Anan showed the classic smile of a bad woman. It's just, a virgin. It's okay, it's not shameful, it's a sign of keeping oneself clean. Chiu Ran still lowered his head to eat, but suddenly he felt that the food on the table tasted a lot better, or in other words, a lot purer. Tao Anan's eyes were more appreciative. She didn't feel offended. Instead, she counted on her fingers and said, pure love war god, pure love plot plus pure love tendency. So my brother hopes that in the future, I hope the other half I find in the future will also be a virgin, a vicious sister suddenly added. Chapter 43. Hey, why are you still as stupid as you were in junior high school? Sure, Sun Yan, I think you are really good at entertaining people, why don't you go out and work on your own? At this moment, Su Che felt as if he was holding his breath and couldn't breathe, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. That's very well said, my dear sister. Don't say it next time. Puchi Chiu Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was obvious that Suja's frustrated look was a rare scene for her. After all, Su Che was a notorious tough guy in school. He took "it's better to put pressure on others than to reflect on yourself" as his motto and had rarely suffered such a setback, but Suja was not the kind of person who had no temper. After being offended, he had to express his attitude. He would not wash the dishes tonight. He gave them a harsh look. After the meal, everyone set off immediately. After all, today was the day to take promotional photos. Even though it was not very formal, the promotion still had to be done. If he really became famous, he would most likely be able to take over Guangxi's job. Then Su Che could openly Zhuan is an official second-hand inspection. Ahem. Stop, I haven't transferred the money yet. The place chosen for taking photos was a very ordinary outdoor scene. After all, as a self-employed entrepreneur without the support of his family, this was the last ripple for Tao Anan. Fortunately, the makeup artist here is first-rate, so there should be no problem with the promotion. What? You said the most important person for taking promotional photos is the photographer. That doesn't matter. Suja has never worried about this. Sun Yan's photography skills can only be described as average, very average, but no one is worried at all. You say I don't understand photography, then I say you don't understand Sun Yan. Although she is not the best photographer, she is the best photo restylist. Of course, today's two models don't seem to need too much photo editing. TSK. Some inside one has to admit that Chiu Ran is still extremely beautiful at this moment. Of course, you have to ignore Suja's contemptuous and teasing tone in advance. Maybe there aren't too many other thoughts, but isn't it a common problem among men to flirt with pretty girls? If you don't believe me, let's vote. Point 1. This is a common problem among men too. Hard talk. 3. Hard-mouthed and cowardly. Thank you. You are also very suitable for this role. Why don't you scold me? Su Che showed a bewildered look. Isn't this the line you should say? Did you see it? This is the daily life of the abstract man, using his own twisted thoughts to drive the twisted thoughts of others. Hearing Suja's words, Chiu Ran's beautiful eyebrows suddenly frowned. She had been thinking about Tao Ainan's words all the way. Men's thinking is actually like children's thinking. As long as you say something nice, you can easily deal with them. But why did he say this when I praised him? Damn it, could you please show me that perverted expression of yours? Strange person, strange request. Maybe Chiu Ran has realized the cause of the problem. Maybe it's because her voice is not that coquettish. Maybe what boys need is not praise, but emotional output like acting coquettishly. But I'm sorry, I can't do it. Imagining Tao Ainan's tone and expression, Chiu Ran suddenly felt that there was no need to please others. Isn't it? Is Suja worthy of that? His brows furrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth became more and more disdainful. Without the slightest deliberate effort, he subconsciously showed his most disgusted attitude. Abnormal. Comfortable seeing Chiu Ran finally returning to normal, Suja finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he first left the house, he felt that Chiu Ran was a little bit abnormal. Isn't that your character setting? Are you just trying to fit in? Or is this disgusted face more suitable for you? It would be even better if you changed the perverted to Zaku, bullshit. What is this? Only the god Lubu can call me a bastard. Get closer, get more intimate, don't forget your role settings. Tao Ainan reminded them loudly, feeling that the two models she hired at a high price were not in good shape. Can't say close, can only say no relationship. You can imagine Fu Lilian looking at Xin Meyer with a look of disgust, and then Xin Meyer deliberately keeping a distance from Fu Lilian, being on guard as if the other party was about to invade the territory of De Wu at the next moment. No. You guys are acting as a couple. Can you be more natural? Be more natural. Tao Ainan felt so miserable that she could not even cry. This money was probably going to be wasted. It can be seen that both of them have controlled their emotions, but why is there an indescribable feeling of awkwardness? Isn't it so difficult? Aren't my eyes affectionate enough? Then what is affectionate? Don't you know that your nickname is Qingfeng's most affectionate? Suja didn't understand. He felt that he had performed impeccably. It was obvious that the other party was looking at him with disdain the whole time. No. Brother. You have to be sincere. Do you understand? Imagine that you are with your favorite girl, imagine the past, and your face should be full of longing, and... Oh, how do I put it? Tao Ainan was dancing with excitement over there, and it could be seen that her face was indeed a little red, but the love heart that the other party had circled around her Yimingjing's body was still very impactful without exaggeration or understatement. How can I imagine this? I've never been in a relationship before. Su Che grumbled in dissatisfaction, but gradually began to take it seriously. It is very difficult to bring artistic conception into one's mind, let alone someone who has no experience. Although Su Che always talks big, you know what, the figure that left a deep impression on his life seems to be, just as he was about to deny this idea. After all, no one could leave an impression in Qingfeng's most affectionate heart, but he didn't know how to maintain it. Suja's eyes seemed to be in a trance suddenly, and the girl's face slowly materialized, revealing a sweet smile, clear and beautiful. Su Che had never been in love, nor had he ever heard any sweet words of love, but at this moment, he seemed to hear a familiar whisper in his ears, "It's been so long. You're still the same as you were in junior high school, hee so silly." He slowly stretched out his hand, as if trying to catch that figure, and Suja's eyes gradually became gentle. Beautiful. This is the state. This is the state I want. Tao Ainan, who was standing by, suddenly became excited when she saw Suja's state. The look in his eyes was gentle yet clear, just like the love of a brave man for a slow-witted elf, obscure but endless. Looking at the hand the boy extended to her, Chiu Ran subconsciously shrank back a little. She breathed rapidly, as if she didn't dare to look into the other person's eyes. Damn, how could her state change so quickly? It turns out, the impression he left on me wasn't that bad. Xiao-Ran only felt her heart pounding, her gaze gradually softened, then she stretched out her hand, and the picture froze. The hero's love is restrained, while Fu Lilian's love is confused. At this moment, the two of them completely imitated the characters in the plot. It was so perfect. Xiao-Ran felt that the whole world was quiet. She thought she would be shy when her hands were crossed, but unexpectedly she did not feel that way. It was as if everything was a natural process. Maybe his eyes are too clear. Long time no see. Just as she was in a daze, the boy spoke slowly. Although she was a little confused, Xiao-Ran was completely attracted by the other party's gentle voice. There was no follow-up. The confusion in the boy's eyes seemed to disappear suddenly. 3 seconds later, haven't seen you for a long time. Flillian. Chapter 44. I saw in a trance that I was so milky. Minotaur is a very impolite word, usually appearing in forums and other places, but fortunately Suche doesn't play these games, so, +3 Suja was sure that he had lost his temper just now, but why did Xiao-Ran also lose his temper? What? Did you also see that you were too milky? Why do I feel like your eyes are about to be drawn? Xiao-Ran, you'd better die because of your childhood sweetheart, otherwise, wouldn't I be a minotaur as well? Perfect. If we can get this out there, we'll have it. Tao Ainan's joyful voice perfectly interrupted the two state. Xiao-Ran lowered his head subconsciously, as if he had just done something very shameful. Sure enough, emotions are something that must be led by one person. I should go back. I don't know if it's my illusion. Xiao-Ran seems to be eager to leave, maybe because there is not enough time, but maybe, brother, go and see Xiao-Ran off. Upon hearing Xiao-Ran's request, Tao Ainan immediately gave Suja a wink. In fact, Suche was very resistant to this kind of thing, but after all, he still had to maintain his character, so he turned around and looked at Xiao-Ran and said, Squad leader, can I see you off? This is a good way out. The other party will usually refuse at this time. Oh, I have to admit that this is a word that can easily make people blush. Suche thought of many possibilities, but ignored the most common one. It was so embarrassing that Suche didn't even know how to write these two words. They were obviously two people who didn't know each other very well, but they still had to come up with this I'll see you off plot. It was really unbearable. Sitting on the bus, the two were silent, but Xiao-Ran seemed to look at Suja from time to time, or rather, at the handmade ring on his finger. There is a way to escape from the embarrassment. Xiao-Ran's home is not far away, so Suja chose to play an exciting game of Three Kingdoms during this period of time. Junba, the selected general Zhuge Liang, felt Xiao-Ran's gaze and sighed awkwardly. Hey, this phone is really a phone. Beep beep. This is the sound I hate to hear most when playing games, but it saved my life at this moment, because the sudden pop-up message made Xiao-Ran consciously and politely look away. It's too timely, of course, and can only be used against people with a strong sense of morality. Sugar-hearted egg, are you still hanging out so late? Eel is not as good as Pinocchio, How do you know? Looking at the message sent by Tang Shinro, Suja's mind was full of question marks. What did this sudden and incoherent sentence mean? He thought she was looking for him to play with her. Tang Xin Dan, don't worry about it, hurry back and play online. Is there anything more important than playing online? And didn't we agree on this today? The eel is not as good as Pinocchio, I love to tell little lies. Big idiot. On the other side of the ocean, a certain cold and aloof girl let out a cry of despair. Tang Shinro sometimes felt helpless. She was grateful for Suche's slowness, but sometimes she was easily defeated by this slowness. So, is it out of sympathy? The girl hugged her legs on the bed, rested her chin on her knees, and muttered to herself. In fact, she also knew a lot about Xiao-Ran's affairs, and it was she who asked Suja to try to contact her. Since they were both girls, she could understand how helpless she was in that situation. But Tang Shinro knew that she shouldn't think this way, but she did regret it now. The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. Oh, wait another 20 minutes, I don't want to come out at night, but isn't this rude? Is that an explanation? Tang Shinro snorted coldly at the message on her phone, but the corners of her mouth had already curled up unconsciously. It seemed that she was not that slow-witted. She could also hear how she felt, but you still can't reply to him immediately. Men need to be kept in suspense. You have to give him a feeling of being close yet distant in order to firmly grasp his heart. I thought this in my mind, but my hands never stopped typing. What? You said you couldn't reply right away? Doesn't typing take time? Isn't that a long time, sugar-filled egg? Well, I'll be waiting for you. Wait for me? Suja, who was on the bus, looked at the message with a puzzled look. No, why do I feel like everyone around me is a little abnormal these days? If it were a normal tone, shouldn't it be? Your dad asked you to come back soon. Are you deaf? Suche couldn't understand, and at the same time, the 8th Army battlefield, impeccable as thinking, eggs, 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 slippers, slippers, slippers. It was silent, and Suja didn't know how he got all the way here, but Xiao Ran seemed very comfortable. Since getting off the car, her steps seemed to be very slow, and she even jumped slightly a few times. The night breeze blew, and Xiao Ran closed her eyes slightly. The boy next to her was a little bit behind her. The two did not communicate, but Xiao Ran liked this atmosphere very much. Taking a walk with others is a very pleasant thing. Thank you, let's stop here. Although she enjoyed this feeling, Xiao Ran still stopped on her own initiative. It would be very dangerous to go forward. After all, if her mother saw it, the consequences would be something she could not bear, even if there was nothing between them. Go to bed early. Compared to goodbye, Suche prefers to use this sentence. He was a little impatient at first, but at this moment, seeing Xiao Ran with a wry smile on his face, his mood gradually calmed down. He subconsciously looked into the distance. The neighborhood was dark, like a beast with its mouth wide open. Sometimes home is not a safe haven, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Suja retracted his gaze. Things like saving girls were only seen in anime, but after thinking about it, he took off the handmade ring from his hand and handed it over. Like this? Here you go. It's okay, it's not worth much, it's just a small prop. Suja had long observed that Xiao Ran looked at the ring from time to time. It couldn't be said that he was saving her, but if she liked this little thing, he would just let her play with it. Unexpectedly, the woman turned around and left, and her originally gentle eyes turned into that familiar contempt. Not you. Suja was speechless. What a stubborn woman. If she likes her, just like her. But she rolled her eyes at me even though I gave her the gift. What a shame. She has no manners at all. I probably won't have time to play games today. I've wasted so much time and it's time to review. Suche is still very principled, at least he will not deceive himself or others. I'm just sorry, Tang Shinro, that I can't accompany this internet addict girl today, but, thinking of the scene in front of my eyes before, it was the scene when Tang Shinro came back during the Chinese New Year last year. I clearly didn't have any feelings for her before, so why did I suddenly think of her? Didi, Tang Xin Dan, I heard from my sister that you were in a bad mood when you were taking photos today? Why? Were you thinking about your dream lover from the past? The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. I suddenly realized that I was too milky. Chapter 45. This kind-hearted boy must have endured a lot at this moment, right? Lu Cece is really surprised now because the trajectory of her life is gradually developing in the direction she desires. In the past, Shenluan refused to travel in the same car with her because he didn't want his classmates to see him and gossip about him. But today, Shenluan seemed like a different person. He actually took the initiative to get into her luxury car, even though she didn't invite him. Love has come, and friendship is next. Lu Cece was in a very good mood, so good that she even forgot to say hello to Shenluan. Old Shen, who was driving, was feeling rather conflicted at the moment. He was quite happy that his son had finally listened to his advice and did not lose face for the eldest lady. The confusing point is, isn't the eldest lady's mood too calm? Miss, are you going to school? Old Shen asked cautiously. No, I have an appointment with my friend for breakfast. Luan, are you going to the cafeteria to eat? Uncle Shen, you can drop me off on the roadside and take Luan to school. Lu Cece said this very seriously, not noticing how abstract her words were. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the electric donkeys passing by outside the window, as if she was searching for something very seriously. The father and son in the front row both twitched their lips violently, especially Shenluan. He admitted that it was his jealousy at work. Although he was unwilling to pay attention to Lu Cece before, most of the reason was because of inferiority complex. It was impossible for no one to like such a girl. So he mustered up the courage to try it out last night, and got a positive answer from Lu Cece. Luan, of course I like you, but I respect your decision. We can start again when we are in college. Can you say like without any expression? Shenluan has never been in a relationship, but he can clearly feel that Lu Cece's condition is not right, and the reason is attributed to the boy from the other class. There are some things you can do without, but you can't live without them. Is this Niu Hao? Then let's go together finally. finally heard his son speak human words. Old Shen was in tears at this moment. You little brat, if you had known this earlier, wouldn't you have taken him down long ago? Sure, Lu Sisi didn't think much about it. She thought it was a good idea, but her eyes were always looking out the window. Uncle Shen! Uncle Shen, stop the car! Stop the car! Suddenly, Lu Sisi shouted excitedly, and Shen Luan's face became even uglier, because the other party had never been so emotionally moved by others before. Want to make a leap forward? Young people? You still have to be down to earth when doing things. Shen Luan thought to himself that young people nowadays like to do these crooked things. Su Zhe. Here, here. Well, Niu Zi has given up completely. He subconsciously shook the emule twice, but it did not affect Su Zhe's stability. Hey Lao Su, Shen Luan wasn't in a good state yesterday. It seems like he has figured it out. Seeing Shen Luan getting out of the car, Niu Zi reminded him very loyally. Oh, what about you? Is this your line? Su Zhe suddenly realized that an O at a critical moment can easily break people's defense. Not bad, not bad, this will be my move from now on. I can only say that the yin and yang still depends on the monitor. What did Niu Zi say just now? What happened to Shen Luan? Think it through. Young people are teachable. At your age, you actually want to study. How can your father sleep well? Su Zhe made an admiring expression and fully affirmed Shen Luan's behavior, which made Niu Zi in the front row stunned. What's going on? Aren't they having an affair? Why is Lao Su reacting like this? Lao Su, it's okay to lie to your brothers, but it's not okay to lie to yourself. Su Zhe. What are we eating today? Oh, by the way, can Shen Luan come with us? Lu Sisi trotted over immediately, no longer feeling awkward. Since Su Zhe was a head taller than her, she looked up like a little sister waiting for praise. Shen Luan? Shen Luan, who was following behind, suddenly changed his expression. From childhood to adulthood, when had Lu Sisi ever called him by his full name? Is it because of this kid? He had never paid attention to him before. After all, he was just a chor's disciple wandering among the 100 disciples. He was not worthy of his attention at all. What was so good about this guy? It was really funny. He is just 1.8 meters tall, handsome, and has a nice voice. What are these for? Can they add extra points to the college entrance examination? Shen Luan's pride comes from the heart, because he always believes that these conditions will become the cheapest capital after entering the society. Lu Sisi is really short-sighted. Can a rich girl also be obsessed with boys? Is it my illusion? This grandson seems to be staring at me? Shen Luan is a person who cannot hide his emotions. His disgust and disdain are all written on his face. Growing up like this, the only trait he has successfully hidden is probably his inferiority complex. Su Che didn't know how he had offended this boy, but he was never one to suffer a loss. Forget it, let's wait and see. I randomly picked a store. There were a lot of people there today, but Lu Sisi still looked eager to try. This was a complete challenge for her. Sisi, today's task is 3 drawers of steamed buns and 2 bowls. You let Sisi, a girl, go shopping? Su Che's intuition was correct. Although he didn't know how he had offended this grandson, it seemed that the other party was here to cause trouble today. While protecting a girl is so elegant, your dad is so handsome, Su Zhe sneered in his heart. It turned out that warm men should be ranked behind dogs, but even though he thought so in his heart, Su Zhe's face showed a confused look. He first looked at Shen Luan in surprise, and then looked at Lu Sisi blankly with an apologetic expression. Sorry, I'll go. It turns out that men are also capable of tasting tea, but regardless of gender, they can only taste the tea of the same sex. Shen Luan saw it, but it was useless. Luan. I asked to go there myself. Su Zhe is helping me. Lu Sisi rarely showed some emotion. Su Zhe was her good friend, and she was a little embarrassed to bring Shen Luan to have a free meal today, but he never expected Shen Luan to speak like this. What did Su Zhe think? Does he feel he is asserting his sovereignty? The more Lu Sisi thought about it, the more scared she became. If she had known, she would not have brought Shen Luan here. Su Zhe had invited him to dinner at school before. Why is he like this now? Especially when she saw Su Zhe's bewildered expression, Lu Sisi felt even more uncomfortable. This kind-hearted big boy must have endured a lot at this moment, right? It was all because of his own stupidity that he actually brought Shenluan in front of him. Isn't this intended to provoke him? After all, Suja had a crush on her. Lu Sisi believed it without a doubt. Chapter 46. He himself felt disgusted by this gossip. It's okay, I'll be there. Sisi, just sit down. Suja stood up with a smile, breaking the deadlock. His compromise made Shenluan's face look much better, but it made Lu Sisi feel even more guilty, because from her perspective, Suche's smile looked like a bitter smile no matter how you looked at it. It's like being bullied but still having to humble yourself for fear of making things difficult for those around you. Lu Sisi could understand this feeling very well. After all, she herself was a person who was easily caught up in internal conflicts. On the contrary, looking at Shenluan, he actually showed a hint of smug smile at this moment, as if he was very satisfied with Suche's compromise. How can this be possible? Suja must be feeling very bad right now. At the same time, Suche, damn it, you were the one who provoked me first, you damn warm-hearted man. I'll let you fly if you act cool. After making 2 bowls of tofu pudding, Suja's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't have any feelings for Shenluan. After all, what did their childhood sweetheart relationship have to do with him? But he had to stir up trouble when he hadn't done anything? Sorry, I am not some delicate male king. I have plenty of strength and means. Ahaha, tofu pudding is here. All kinds of life are reflected on a small dining table. In Lu Sisi's eyes, Suja's current smile is pretending to be strong. In Shenluan's eyes, Suju is trying to please others but retreating when he knows it is difficult. But in Nyozi's eyes, and you, my friend, you definitely didn't hold your fart well. Nyozi calmly moved his stool backwards, trying to keep himself as far away from the table as possible. This time, Suche was holding tofu pudding towards Lu Sisi and Shenluan with a shy smile on his face. You really have never seen the Black Snake Club. Today I will show you what the Black Hand is. Thank you. Lu Sisi took it with a red face. Suja was such a nice person. He must have felt very uncomfortable, but he was still so generous. He even showed love to Shenluan, who was targeting him. Lu Sisi placed her bowl steadily on the table, and just when Shenluan was about to take his bowl, Suja narrowed his eyes slightly and kicked his left leg towards Shenluan's legs. The word stir may not be very accurate in describing the subject. A more accurate description would be entangled. As we all know, when you want to trip someone, you must destroy the balance of his feet. The same is true in reverse. Wrapping your feet around someone else's legs can achieve the same effect. There were exclamations, sounds of bowls breaking, and screams. Suja fell to the ground and threw the tofu pudding in his hand towards Shenluan's crotch inadvertently. Suja! Lu Sisi reacted quickly and ran over as soon as she saw Suja fall to the ground. It's okay. Suja lay on the ground rubbing his arm, making a hissing sound from his mouth. Shenluan was dumbfounded. He just kept taking tissues to wipe the stains on his body, and then his face gradually became ferocious. This grandson did it on purpose. He was absolutely sure that it was he who tripped his foot on his leg just now. This bastard. He actually scammed me. Suja, you. He turned around and glared at him angrily, but the next moment Shenluan saw another pair of unfriendly eyes. It was Lu Sisi. It might not be visible inside, but when Lu Sisi walked outside, she saw at a glance that Suja's foot was still hooked on Shenluan's ankle. It was self-evident what had just happened. Oh my Lao Su, why did you fall down? This shouldn't happen. Is the floor so slippery? Not wanting to let the scene fall into silence, Nyozi jumped out at the right time and questioned Suche's behavior. Suja could hardly hold back the smile on his face. He had no time to mourn for the death of President Su. The next person to appear on the stage was the ultimate king of supporting roles, the invincible bondman, the boring Niu Hao. It's okay, my foot slipped. With just a few simple words, Suja expressed 3 parts of grievance, 3 parts of unwillingness, and 4 parts of loneliness. The reluctant push of Lu Sisi coupled with his lost expression at the moment broke Lu Sisi's heart. Lu Sisi gently helped Suja up, her mind going blank. Suja's acting skills are so good that he can compete with old monsters like Su Nian every day. How could a simple-minded Lu Sisi recognize that, in her eyes, Suja was now like an abandoned child who was ruthlessly abandoned by his friends because of mere love? Her eyes seemed to be saying, I knew that if you and your childhood sweetheart weren't free, you wouldn't come to me. Tomorrow if you come to play with me again, that won't work. Good tea. Good tea. At this moment, the other 2 men present made the same cry. Although Nyozi was definitely helping Suja, it did not prevent him from feeling sick at this attitude from the bottom of his heart. Shenluan apologized to Suja. Lu Sisi was really angry. It was too much, too much. Suja was such a good person who had helped her so much. How could Shenluan do this? Did he ever respect himself? As the saying goes, when someone slanders someone important to you, he is not looking down on your friend, but on you. But it is obvious that many people do not understand such a simple truth, and some even smile and join in slandering others. The value of this statement: some people are born with poor brain function, but because they can take care of themselves, they are mistaken for normal people, continues to increase. But Lu Sisi was obviously not a stupid person. At this moment, she was really sad. She liked Shenluan very much. Although she hadn't seen him for so many years, the filter of childhood sweethearts made him infinitely perfect in her heart. That's why she came here. At the age when she was just beginning to fall in love, the first person she thought of was him. Although the process was not so smooth, Lu Sisi believed that they would get back the feeling they had before, but now it's different. She seemed to have suddenly realized that if a person couldn't even tolerate his own friends, would he like her? Not to mention liking her, he couldn't even respect himself. Apologize to Suja. Lu Sisi emphasized again seriously. Shenluan's face flushed at this moment, not because of Lu Sisi's favoritism, but because this grandson Suja actually gave Lu Sisi the middle finger behind his back on such an important occasion. No, how can someone be so childish? But it turned out that Suche was very successful, because Shenluan became visibly popular. If he doesn't provoke me, I won't bother to target him. Behind Lu Sisi, Suja lowered his voice to explain to Nyozi. As for why he explained like this, it was because he himself felt disgusted by the gossip he had just heard. It's really disgusting, but it doesn't matter. This thing only helps relatives and not the people. Nyozi made a vomiting gesture, and then said, Sisi Lao Su and I will leave first. There is no need to quarrel. Forget about the apology. We are all men and can understand. Lu Sisi was stunned on the spot. Shenluan was being stubborn and Suja was feeling aggrieved. As a bystander, Nyoha's words were the final blow to Lu Sisi, who said Nyoha was boring. Nyoha was awesome. Chapter 47: How to Eat Free Food While Standing? I say, you are too mean and disgusting. After leaving the breakfast shop, Nyozi gave Suche a complicated look. He couldn't learn it, he really couldn't learn it. How could a person be so bold? I could faintly hear Lu Sisi shouting from behind, but it would be stupid to turn back at this time. A real man never looks back at an explosion. I said I didn't provoke that kid, right? Why are you so angry? I don't understand. Suhua accent. Suja was actually lost in thought. How could a mere freeloader like him offend him? Moreover, he had treated him to a meal before. This damn guy really had no conscience at all. You really don't know? Nyozi looked at Suja with an extremely complicated look. You know? Could it be that he doesn't want us to eat for free, so he's targeting us today? No. He's targeting me. Oh, it's really weird. Looking at the extremely speechless Suja, Nyozi really didn't know what to say. How could such a scheming person not even see that Shenluan was jealous? But Shenluan is also a remarkable man. In the past, he acted noble when a rich woman was pursuing him, but now that old Su has gotten a little closer to him, he has started to let go of his dignity. It's really a mess anyway. Shenluan's mental attitude is, I disdain to take shortcuts, I can rely on my own efforts, but if you want to take shortcuts, that won't work. Only I can do this. He really wants both. Sure enough, there are still many bad people in this world. If you can't figure it out, then forget it. Although I used some tricks today, I guess Lu Sisi didn't have a good impression of me. After all, he was her childhood sweetheart. Even if he was wrong, this kind of thing should be done by helping relatives, right? At least that's what Suja thought, because he was such a person. Hey, let's go back to the first floor of the cafeteria. It's a pity for my pork rib soup. To be honest, it did have some impact on my mood. After all, the sponsor whom I had been licking for so long gave up completely today, and Suja was still a little reluctant. When I walked to the door, I happened to meet Chio Ran's eyes. Oh, that's right. My bond with Chio Ran has also been greatly improved. In the past, you could just send a good night message to the NPC on your phone and it would trigger the NPC's exclusive reply. Oh, now, we can communicate within 3 sentences before the "oh" sound is triggered. I can only say that this is a huge improvement. It is almost equivalent to the difference between 3 lucky stars and 6 lucky stars. Is it possible to go to the 3rd floor to eat? This is a very profound question. What Suja is thinking about now is how to eat free rice while passing by each other. No communication, not even a breeze. There shouldn't be such a thing as a breeze in a teaching building, right? No. No. Xiao Ran was sure that the young man beside him could bring a gentle breeze and a unique fragrance, but today it's all gone. No breeze, no fragrance. Why? Oh, it turns out that I didn't say hello to myself. Why didn't you say good morning to me, Humph? Men are all like this, careless, but it doesn't matter, no one would care about such things. With an expressionless face and pushing up his glasses, Xiao Ran stood in front of Suja. Monitor, I'm not late morning. Suja frowned and raised his head, as if trying to see something from the other person's expressionless face, reading comprehension. What kind of mood does the word early in the text express at this moment? It expresses the author's homesickness. B. Just a simple greeting. C. Iron crushed D. Obtuse Angel. A few days ago, Suja really wanted to brush up on his relationship with Xiao Ran, because after all, he got 1,000 yuan from her, and they would be his partners in the future. But today, I'm sorry. You want me to play the love game with her? Ametros, magnetic, I don't have time to play with you today. Little devil. So Suche's answer was, oh, they passed each other again, but Xiao Ran stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. Oh? What does oh mean? How could he do this? I finally mustered up the courage to say good morning to him, but he just replied with an oh? Is it difficult to say good morning? Or is there another reason? Doesn't he know that saying oh to others is very rude, who is so perfunctory when answering other people's questions? It turns out to be, oh, back to the desk. Although today is Friday, for a senior high school student, it is actually not something to be happy about. Suche had to attend 4 remedial classes in 2 days, and this level was the most indulgent among the general senior high school students. I feel like I'm more tired during the holidays than at school. Why do I feel a chilly wind blowing over me? Suja sighed, and the next moment the gaze that was staring at him suddenly disappeared. He turned around and saw the half-dead Zhuge Ling. There were probably only 2 people who could make this woman so quiet. The first is a broken heart. Although he has never been in love, Suche can predict the ending. The second is, stop it, Susu, my period is coming. He waved his hand weakly. You know what, Zhuge Ling looked quite beautiful in his weak state. This word may not be an accurate description, but it is indeed true. It's so hard to be a woman. You have to bleed so much every month. Women are so hard to kill. They bleed so much every month and yet they still survive. Abstract men and women obviously look at problems from different perspectives. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ling was about to jump up and hit Suja's knee, but just as he moved, he twitched the corner of his mouth fiercely. Suja had always been curious, was it really that painful? But it should be quite painful, because Sun Yan was too weak to hit her during her period, which showed how fierce this thing was. Su, what should I do when my period comes? It can be seen that Lingzi has become numb. She actually asked a man such a question. However, Zhuge Ling's voice was soft and sweet at this time, and she was surprisingly gentle. After Suche thought carefully, not recommended. Zhuge Ling endured the severe pain and gave Suche a headbutt, then walked towards the toilet while holding his stomach, but the next moment he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became panicked. Damn it! I didn't buy sanitary pads. Zhuge Ling's face became even paler. If she was asked to buy them at this time, she would probably die on the way. Here a familiar hand handed her the thing she needed most, but it must be admitted that it did look a bit abnormal for a grown man like Suja to hold a sanitary napkin. Susu, I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby. You're so perverted. If you don't want me to throw it away. Yes, but why are you, a grown man, preparing this thing? If I don't prepare, do I expect you, a pig-brained person, to prepare? Suche replied very impatiently and began to review, but Zhuge Ling suddenly froze in place. She suddenly remembered that every time her period came, Suja would bring her sanitary napkins on time. For a high school student, this is an extremely shameful thing, but the bad friend in front of him, seemed to have changed. Although his mouth was still very poisonous, Zhuge Ling felt really warm in his heart. Very warm. Yes, someone cares about you all the time. Is there anything happier than this? This woman, has she eaten too much? Feeling Zhuge Ling's strange gaze, Suja was very puzzled. I treat you as a buddy. What did that look you just now mean? Don't ask Suche why he has to buy sanitary napkins at this time every month, because he doesn't buy it. Sister Sunyen will beat him to death when he gets home at night. Chapter 48. Indeed, she is just a bit rich, Lingzi. Please, just copy it for me. I will copy it. No, Susu, no, just copy it, please, Lingzi. I really didn't lie to you. I was always wrong. I'll copy the wrong ones too, please, Lingzi. At worst, I can copy it back to you later. You are discussing such profound issues? The students in the front row couldn't stand it anymore and turned around with a puzzled look. JPG from an old man's cell phone on the subway. Oh no, I just wanted to copy an assignment. Suja felt aggrieved. As expected, abstract girls are all heartless. I just put on my ultra-thin Sophie and then she turned around and ignored me. I just wanted to copy her a little bit, but she wouldn't let me. I really want to slap her and turn her into super thin Sophie. How about I lend you mine? A very soft voice sounded, but when you saw the person, you would find an extreme contrast. The girl who was speaking was named Lu Chang. She weighed nearly 200 pounds and sat in front of Su Che. This moment, she was handing over a workbook with a somewhat evasive look in her eyes. Seeing this scene, the students around her were ready to start making a noise, and those 3 words had even come out of their mouths. Lu Chang immediately lowered her head in disappointment. After all, girls with her body shape would be the focus wherever they went. Of course, that didn't mean she had a good reputation. Thank you so much. Lu Chang was about to pull her hand back with some inferiority, but the next moment, the boy's joyful voice immediately dispelled the haze in her heart. Gritting her teeth and mustering her courage, Lu Chang handed over another small bread from her school bag. Oh, I just happened to not have breakfast this morning. Thank you, Lu Chang. There are still many good people in this world. Su Che tore it open and stuffed it into his mouth, then began to eat it vigorously. No. You're welcome. Lu Chang's face turned visibly red. Although she knew very well that those scenes in youth anime would never happen to her, she was already very satisfied just with this. Hey, your wife bullshit. Your wife. Don't rob it, Mr. Su's wife. Zhuge Ling frowned in dissatisfaction. She usually liked to play this kind of joke, but she always thought it was too much to say it in front of others. Lingzi's bottom line was to play the joke secretly. Subconsciously looking back, Zhuge Ling was surprised to find that President Su didn't seem to be affected by the words and was still happily eating the bread. Hey, elbow strike from Zhuge Ling. Don't bother Susu, they are talking about your wife. Very quietly, Osuche suddenly found that this word was really easy to use. It had a lot of style and its meaning was very clear. After swallowing the last piece of bread, Suche smiled faintly. If it was behind their backs, I might say it with them, but if I were to tease such a nice person who copied my homework and gave me bread, would I still be a human being? Hey, don't tell me, Lu Chang's homework is better than yours. I don't know what these people are laughing at. Don't they know what an angel investor is? Zhuge Ling was not angry at all despite being compared to him. Instead, he gradually smiled. This guy is still very handsome when he is serious. Sure enough, people who play with abstraction are very kind, just like her, but kindness is different for different people. For example, giving others sanitary napkins is a treatment that others will never be able to enjoy no matter what. Hee, the Monkey King laughs. Classmates, we are already behind schedule. Even Lu Sisi couldn't stand the same old lines. Of course, the most important reason might be some other things. At this moment, Lu Sisi finally discovered a problem. Why could she adapt to this new environment so quickly? It was because the sense of security was all given by that man. Since what happened in the morning, Lu Sisi found that everything around her seemed to have changed. Her classmates became more rigid, the buildings became distorted, and even the air seemed difficult to breathe. What kind of Chinese Cthulhu was this? She suddenly realized that she had no one to talk to in this school. When she thought about having to eat alone at noon, with no one around, and being pointed at by students passing by, that kind of thing must not happen. She picked up her phone and wanted to send a message to Su Zhe, but after deleting and reducing the messages, Lu Sisi finally gave up. For a person who was easily caught up in internal friction, she could not bear the cold words she imagined from the other party. Did you know that loneliness increases? Going to eat alone, going to the movies alone, going to the hospital alone. This is an increase for the general public, but for Lu Sisi, going to the toilet alone is a torment. She always couldn't help feeling embarrassed when she saw the girls in her class walking together in pairs holding hands. With her personality, it stands to reason that she should not be unable to make friends, but her identity is destined to not be the best in the eyes of others, because everyone will have a sense of contrast, so she can be a friend of many people, but she will definitely not be someone else's best friend. Luz Cece believed that as long as she opened her mouth, she could find a small group in the class to integrate into, but she didn't want that, because if she rashly inserted herself in, even though no one said anything, the whole group would become extremely awkward, but this is also human nature. After all, people will subconsciously hold malice towards things they cannot possess. After all, there are still many bad people in this world. Look, your husband. The teasing voices of the sisters holding hands were heard in the corridor, which made Shenluan, who was passing by, quicken his pace. He didn't like this kind of joke very much. The girl who was being teased had no intention of refutation, and even blushed subconsciously. The girl's name is Mo Yun. She is also a top student at the level of a direct disciple of Class 2. Of course, there is still a big gap between her and Shenluan. I say, Yun, you don't really like Shenluan, do you? Girls at this age love gossip the most. They can be more restrained in the corridor, but when they go to the toilet, they will completely let themselves go. Mo Yun didn't mean to refute. After all, it was no secret that she liked Shenluan in Class 5. Who wouldn't like a boy who was good at studying? And the most important reason was something she had never told anyone in her heart. But Shenluan is not that easy to pursue. Her childhood sweetheart has even come to school to pursue her. Humph. It's really unfair. Not only does the school not care about such blatant premature love, it even protects it. That's right. They have money and have donated a building. What can we do? But don't worry, Yun. Luz Cece is also a bootlicker. She can't compare to you. I feel that Shenluan's attitude towards you is even better. Come on. Don't lose face. Mo Yun was very confused now. Why did the topic suddenly turn to Luz Cece? To be honest, although they were rivals in love, Mo Yun had no ill feelings towards Luz Cece. She even liked girls like Luz Cece, who were gentle and kind without any airs, but looking at the distorted faces of the girls around him, Mo Yun immediately understood. Sure enough, there are still many bad people in this world. If you want to join a circle, you have to give up a lot of things, which is why some people would rather walk alone. For example, Mo Yun now, she has no ill feelings towards Luz Cece, but in order to fit in, she can only agree, yeah, she is really pretentious, just because her family is a little rich. In one sentence, Mo Yun felt that her emotional intelligence was very high. However, when she turned around the next moment, everyone was frozen in place, staring at each other in surprise, dumbfounded. Chapter 49. When you curse someone, do it when they are around. Luz Cece actually knew very well that there would always be such comments, so she tried her best to avoid hearing them, but now it seems, I'm sorry. Excuse me, who made the above apology? Nonsense, of course it was Luz Cece. It is very normal for people to make irrelevant remarks when their brains are blank. Apologizing loudly and then turning around and running away is more in line with her style. Why is she apologizing? The girls who had been gossiping before now all felt guilty at this moment, and looked at each other in confusion. I felt so embarrassed that I almost threw up the food I had eaten the night before. A group of us were caught picking crickets behind others' backs, and the person being picked on actually apologized loudly. Why do I feel like something is not right? At this moment, the one whose brain was most confused was Mo Yun. If others were caught because they were guilty, then she was absolutely innocent and could not be more innocent. After all, she actually liked Luz Cece in her heart, but in order to fit in with her own circle, she had to say that, and the damn result, it's so unfair that I even want to cry. It's okay, Yun, we didn't say anything wrong, don't take it to heart, you don't have a good relationship with her anyway. The people around me tried to comfort me, but it always felt like they were dragging me down this time. Mo Yun finally did not agree with these people. She twisted someone's hand and ran outside without hesitation. She was a rational girl and she felt that she should explain. However, the moment she ran out, the sisters who were holding hands with her in the circle around her suddenly changed their expressions, and their eyes towards Mo Yun gradually became repulsive. Everyone is playing the role of the vicious female supporting role here. What do you mean now? You were there when they were slandering me, and now you are pretending to be noble? Bah! What a fool, don't cry. Don't cry. I'm already 18 years old. Grandpa said that at 18, I'm a big kid. Don't cry. Interesting fact, pursing your mouth as hard as possible can slow down the secretion of tear glands. After silently reciting the mantra of strength that her grandfather told her 10 times, Lucisi still couldn't help but shed little pearls. She felt wronged, very wronged. In her previous school, she had a close friend, but here she had nothing. I clearly told myself before that I didn't care about those things, but after hearing them, I still felt aggrieved. Why do you say she's pretending? Has she ever acted like a spoiled brat since she came to this school? She's always been very cautious, afraid of leaving a bad impression on others. The result is that no matter how hard she tries, all she gets in the end is slander. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go home. I want to go back to the Magic City. At this moment, this young lady finally uttered the most cowardly cry since her debut. I want to go home. These 4 words completely explain everything. There is no such thing as childhood sweetheart love. Fairy tales are all lies. No one is kind at all, and they are all slanderous, except he. Trying her best to avoid other people's sight, the figure appeared in front of Lucisi again. All the goodwill that brought her to this city came from that boy. Whoa, I really want to be friends with you. She could have held on for a while, but at this moment, little Pearl finally couldn't bear it anymore. Only after experiencing malice can we realize the value of kindness. Hey, Cece? Can I even imagine the sound? She raised her head subconsciously without even wiping away her tears, but in just a second, Lucisi turned her head away instantly. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Why is he here? Why are you here? Trying her best to wipe away her tears, Lucisi turned her back to Suju and said in a relaxed manner. Suju first took a bite of the spicy strips, then sipped on the popsicle, frowned and looked at the class 2, grade 3, at the door next to him, lost in thought. Yes, why am I here? Oh. I'm home. Lucisi soon realized what a stupid question she had asked. She didn't dare to look Suju in the eye and turned around to leave. For some reason, she didn't want Suju to see her in such a miserable state. However, as soon as she turned around, her hand was firmly grabbed. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she completely couldn't hold it anymore the moment Suju grabbed her. She lay carefully on Suju's body, and the choked sobs that she had to suppress came out. At this moment, Suju revealed an evil smile like the Dragon King returning. Although I don't know why, I have a strong feeling that my 3rd floor VIP meal card is back. Shenluan, I've told you that you don't know how to eat this free meal. Let me take over. You can't control it. It was not until the surroundings started to boo that Lucisi got up from Suju's shoulder embarrassedly. However, just as she calmed down, a pair of gentle hands were placed on her head. Suju's hands were like magic. Just a simple push could make people release all their grievances. Wow, don't touch my head. Just touch it. Okay, Suju laughed out loud. Who do you think researched this little thing of Lucisi? He would never refuse anyone. He gently stroked Lucisi's head, and then inadvertently smeared all the water on his hands from the popsicle on Lucisi's hair. Apologize. Emoya now had only one thought in her mind. Lucisi was really a very good girl, and she really wanted to explain things to the other party. Just as she was about to lose him, the commotion ahead immediately caught her attention. Emoyun couldn't believe her eyes. Didn't Lucisi like Shenluan? Why was she so close to another boy now? For some reason, Emoyun suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Isn't this a betrayal of Shenluan? Isn't this a kind of bullheaded man? Although the boy is tall and handsome, this is not a reason for Lucisi to cheat. Really, I thought she was a good girl, but she turned out to be. With this thought in mind, Emoyun walked up angrily. She seemed to have forgotten her original intention. She wanted to ask the other party this question carefully. However, when she was halfway there, she heard the boy in front of her say in an exaggerated voice, "There's no need to take this kind of thing to heart. Which class doesn't have a few bitches? If a dog bites you, can you bite the dog back? This is pure jealousy. The more you lack something, the more anxious you become. It's so dirty, so dirty." Emoyun had long heard that there was a Ching Feng #1 abstract in class 2, but she didn't expect to see it in this way. Hearing the other party's endless slander, Emoyun's mouth twisted, and she felt very aggrieved. What did she say? She didn't think that way, so why did you say that to her? Lucisi, when you encounter problems, do you only complain to men? Don't say that. Lucisi interrupted Suju. She felt that it was really rude to talk about others behind their backs, but judging from the smile on her face, Suja had been very successful in coaxing her. Sure enough, slandering others may not be useful, but it must feel good. Humph. Mo Yun couldn't bear it any longer. No girl could endure such dirty humiliation. She never expected that in such a short time, the offense and defense would go so different. Wan La. Lu Sisi immediately noticed Mo Yun. The scene just now appeared in front of her eyes, and she almost cried again. After all, she cared about other people's feelings the most. Suche smiled disdainfully. In fact, he had already noticed the other party a long time ago. That's right. I'm scolding you. If you're showing off, I'll let you fly. If the other person is not present when you scold him, it will be meaningless. Don't look at Lu Sisi's regret now, but remember, women are like this. You will never be wrong if you stand firmly on his side. Ciao. Do you really think that I got this meal for free? Just learn it. It's all about details. However, when he was comforting Lu Sisi just now, Suja felt two cold gazes. Hey? Why two? Chapter 50. Hey. I suddenly have a good idea. Your enemies bring you to your knees with vicious words and speculations, but Noxus lets you stand up and be reborn in rumors. But Suja did not like this way of comfort. He felt that if he was slandered, he had to curse back, otherwise he would definitely get sick if he kept it in his heart. Noxus asked you to stand up, but Shurima asked you to fly. As for the unknown girl who was scolded away and dropped her pearls by him, I'm sorry, Suja's bottom line is not to hit women, and the bottom line can be lowered infinitely above this. I'll go back first. Lu Sisi looked very anxious. After all, she had just run to someone to complain about being slandered, but ended up being caught red-handed for slandering others. Is there anything more embarrassing in the world than this? Even though she didn't say a word, what difference would it make if Su Che had spoken to her? Hey, that's what women are like. They say no with their mouths, but their bodies are very honest. Suja touched the other person's head with a smile, but he was already laughing in his heart. Even someone as innocent as Lu Sisi still thinks in a typical girl's way when a conflict occurs. Don't look at what she says. This is not good. It's too ugly. It's impolite. Bullshit. Brothers, don't believe women's lies at this time. What you have to do is to stand on her side unconditionally and slander her harshly. Women's mouths are deceitful. If you listen to her rational analysis today, I'm sorry, you're done. If you don't believe me, just look at her. Lu Sisi, who looks panicked, can hardly suppress the smile on her face. All I can say is that women are creatures that cannot refuse that kind of unconditional preference. Tisk, these are all leftovers from that woman. Let's have pork rib soup for lunch. Suja was very happy. This was the experience he had gained from being tortured by that woman since he was a child. He understood women's little thoughts too well. Really? How can you say that to a girl? Even if she talks bad about others behind their backs, you can't go this far. Lu Sisi felt very guilty. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were the one being scolded, you would definitely hide under the quilt and cry at night. But then again, why do you feel so happy? I have to say, it feels really good to have someone standing firmly by your side to help you out. Lu Sisi was a little coward when she was in Shanghai, but in Shanghai, she had the best girlfriends in the world to support her, so she only needed to hide behind them and act cute. And now, it seems I have made some good friends. Ding. I feel like my bond with Suja has improved. Do you want to be alone with him? Options unconsciously come to mind, but why is there only this one option? Don't think about it. I should go apologize to others first. This is how Lu Sisi's train of thought works. She is clearly the one being slandered, but when she sees the other person crying, she immediately panics. However, as soon as she entered the classroom, Lu Sisi saw a lot of scrutinizing eyes. Mo Yun was lying on her desk sobbing, and a group of girls were around her, whispering about something. Although she couldn't hear it clearly, Lu Sisi could probably guess what it was. Her whole body was stiff, her breathing was rapid, and her mind was blank. Lu Sisi felt as if the whole world was watching her. She didn't dare to move forward, for fear of hearing some insulting words. The eyes of the people around her seemed to have changed. The classmates who usually got along well with her also began to avoid her as much as possible. It can only be said that people are xenophobic. Although Mo Yun is also very outstanding and beautiful, she is still within the range of normal people. Now, if a conflict occurs, it will be transformed from an ordinary conflict into a class conflict. Lu Sisi sat in her seat, clenched her teeth, and tried not to cry. The thought of going home once again came to her mind. Why are interpersonal relationships so complicated? She just wants to live an ordinary life here. Most of the boys were there just to watch the fun, but the girls seemed to be united in their hatred of the enemy. At this moment, there are 3 people in this class with the most complicated thinking. Mo Yun lay on the table, feeling very nervous as he listened to the comfort from people around him. She had no more tears, so she started to think rationally. No matter how you look at it, she was wrong. But now that things have come to this, she really doesn't have the courage to stand up. Forget it, now that things have come to this, she will just lie down first. I didn't slander him, it's others who slandered me. It has nothing to do with me. You can say whatever you want, a classic escape, shameful but useful. Shen Luan's mood at this moment was also very complicated. He knew that Mo Yun liked him, but the other party's grades were not even in the top 10 in the grade. Boxers, but at this moment, as the man with the most ties in the entire venue, he felt that he should do something. Girls are usually at their most vulnerable at this time, so now is definitely a good opportunity. Shen Luan's lips curled up. Girls? That's easy. Could it be harder than math? But at this moment, an annoying figure appeared in front of him again. It was a very handsome face, but an expression that looked very annoying, and he even gave him a middle finger. Damn it, I've been too impulsive recently and have been completely led by the nose. After reviewing the situation, Shen Luan was very dissatisfied with his behavior. He felt that because of Suja's appearance, his actions had become like a dog licking. No. Instead of being passively restrained, it is better to take the initiative. Lu Sisi found a Suja to make me jealous, so why can't I do the same? I'll lick her. But that has never been my character. Shen Luan's eyes widened, and he unconsciously raised his right index finger to the sky. Hey! I have a great idea. After straightening his clothes, Shen Luan walked to Mo Yun in the most elegant manner and said rationally, Student Mo Yun, what happened? It must be a misunderstanding. It would be nice if this kind of thing could be explained clearly. Perfect, whether it's the perfect voice or the rational coordination, it's absolutely impeccable. I'm so handsome now. Unable to find any fault, Shen Luan subconsciously looked in the direction of Lu Sisi, but she saw an extremely disappointed look. Lu Sisi just glanced at him coldly and then immediately looked away. The expression on her face seemed to have become much colder. They grew up together, and he had never seen Lu Sisi behave like this before. What's that expression? Am I not mediating for you? Shouldn't you thank me? Shen Luan was stunned by the first glance and had no idea what the other person was thinking. One was confused, one was pretending to be asleep, and the third person with mixed feelings was Niuzi, Niusun, Lao Su. What happened there? Lu Sisi seems to have been isolated since she came back. Il is not as good as Pinocchio? Niusun, you send? What does it mean? The eel is not as good as Pinocchio. You mean, the daughter of the school director, the eldest daughter of a wealthy family in Shanghai, who casually donated a building to the school, and even the principal would greet her when they met. Lu Sisi is isolated in this small, shabby class? Chapter 51. Look at how wrong you have been. Is this how women think? Power doesn't generate strength, and strength doesn't feed back to power? Looking at the message on the phone, Suja's face became extremely distorted. This Lu Sisi is really an amazing person. She ruined a good hand of cards. Lingzi, elbow strike from Su Che. What would you do if you became a native of the country? I'll hide on the first day to see if there's anyone stronger than me. Give back to society the next day and try to become a national idol. And the third day? I don't eat beef. I looked at Zhuge Ling beside me, and then at the message on my phone. Something was not right. Women also have normal thinking. What about you? What are you going to do? Zhuge Ling asked, looking at Suja's strange look. Happy Superman. Unhappy? I'm still superhuman even if I'm not happy. What if there is someone as powerful as you? Watch out, Superman. Two people who usually never reach a consensus finally reached a consensus this time because they both felt that the other was hopeless. After a brief wording, Su Che asked tactfully, Lingzi, if you were a rich girl from Jiangsu, Zhejiang or Shanghai, how would you communicate with others in this class? Zhuge Ling rolled his eyes at Suju and said without hesitation, all I can say is that you are my dog now. Idiot. Pronounced in a clear voice, although it is abstract, you have to admit that Zhuge Ling's thinking is normal. You have never seen such a coward as Lu Cece. She is simply a shame to the Magic City. The Magic City is so cowardly. If Suche were to give you some power, I would never have fought such a prosperous battle in my entire life. What exactly do you want to say? Zhuge Ling looked extremely curious. Suja thought about it and realized that many people had seen him at the door before, so it was not a secret at all, so he described it to Zhuge Ling. Sure enough, Lingzi's expression became extremely distorted after hearing this. No, buddy. If I write an essay titled My Father, the School Director, and then cry a little, won't these bitches be ruined? No, sister, can you react to my facial changes? It has to be said that Zhuge Ling's idea was very harmful, but it was strongly supported by Suche. Cece is so pitiful, her family is so rich and she doesn't put on airs at all, but it's a pity that she ran into some bitches. That Mo Yun is not a good person either, and I don't know who is pretending to be pitiful. All I can say is that Lingzi is definitely a great lady, and if she were in ancient times, she would also be a heroine. Cece is treating me to a meal. Hello, Mo Yun pretends to be pitiful. Mo Yun is bad, let's accompany her today, send her a message, damn it. I feel sorry for her. Zhuge Ling said exaggeratedly. You just want to eat for free, right? Suche showed a look of contempt. Partly, but mostly I just want to help her out. Lingzi suddenly spoke in a serious tone, which made Suja confused. After all, it was rare to see Lingzi so serious. Eel is not as good as Pinocchio. Cece want to meet at noon? Zhuge Ling will treat you. Bamboo Bear, M. I want to cry, I just want to cry. If it weren't for this news, Lu Cece felt that she couldn't hold on any longer. Being isolated is really unpleasant. Mo Yun now regretted it a little. She was actually not a bad person, but she felt that she could not bear the consequences after the truth was revealed, so let things go on like this. Anyway, I didn't say anything on my own initiative. They spread it all. Covering his head with both hands, Mo Yun's moral values and shame were fighting fiercely. Huang Sheng is the abstract representative of Class 5. Others may not know Suche, but he knows him very well. After all, he had always silently regarded the other party as his rival, but it was a pity that the other party was a purely talented player that he could never reach. But Huang Sheng has a dream, and he feels that now is his chance to show it. In fact, he was attracted to Lu Cece on the first day of her transfer. Damn, this is definitely my cup of tea. However, he was numb after learning about Shen Luan's situation. No. How could anyone like a nerd? But it didn't matter. After all, Shen Luan was the top student in the grade. But who was Suja? He was also an abstract person. Why did Lu Cece go to him to complain when she was wronged? Is this right, kid? Is this right? You should know that my evaluation of Suche is a respectable opponent. Asa result, the bastard gave himself the following evaluation. I feel like the kind of person who would ask if I need to take off my socks when measuring my height the night before the physical examination, and then try to stay in the girls' group. When I was a child, I used my mother's phone to search for undressed pictures of female heroes in honor of kings and then forgot to delete the browsing history and got so anxious that I was exhausted. When I met a girl wearing a three-piece suit on the street, I pretended to be calm and checked my phone, and then secretly ran behind others to take in the Chanel breeze. Damn it. Huang Sheng didn't know why the other party could speak so many words so fluently, but he really had to delete this because one of his friend's defenses was really broken. I can't catch up with Lu Cece, but Mo Yun is not bad either. Since I can't get it, I have to slander it harshly. I have made up my mind. This time I can kill two birds with one stone. I must teach my grandson Suche a lesson. Finally, the get out of class was over. Huang Sheng rushed to Mo Yun, and then he saw a pair of extremely disgusted eyes. Damn you, little girl. What are you pretending for? I feel unhappy, but I still have to follow the script. Mo Yun, tell me, is it that Suja from Class 2 who bullied you? We are the girls from Class 5, and we spoil them ourselves, so how could we be bullied by people from other classes? Very loud, Huang Sheng's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lu Cece was obviously a little panicked. She didn't want to cause trouble to Suja because of her own reasons. Of course, the most important thing was, she was afraid of being abandoned again. Shen Luan raised the corners of his mouth subtly, but he had no intention of responding at all, and Mo Yun himself, God damn it, kill me. Right now. What is he talking about? What on earth is he talking about? Does he think he is writing a novel? Do you really think you are handsome? Help! I am so embarrassed. What about the old-fashioned lines from 800 years ago? How can you say them? Can you please let him die? Or let me die? Mo Yun's face turned red instantly. Looking at the looks from her classmates, she felt like she was performing a Xiangyao drama in front of the post-20s generation. She just wanted this matter to be over quickly and then find a time to apologize to Lu Cece in private, but she was provoked again by this idiot. More and more eyes were focused on her, and Mo Yun's heart almost stopped beating out of embarrassment. In desperation, she couldn't help crying, and she lay on the table with a crooked mouth and started crying. Can this idiot just die farther away? Woohoo! Look at how wronged he is. We spoil the girls in our own class. Huang Sheng felt comfortable. Perfect. So perfect, sure enough, girls will reveal their true feelings once they are comforted, and if I'm not mistaken. Mo Yun seemed to blush just now, right? Case solved. Iron's secret love. Chapter 52. I will drop out of school today. Please don't bother him. 18 or 19 years old is the age when boys are most easily instigated. Moreover, in front of girls, most normal boys will have some desire to show off. This has nothing to do with flirting with women. It is a normal psychological reaction. In addition, Mo Yun is quite popular in the class, so Huang Sheng only needed to incite them a little bit, and the boys in class 5 were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Of course, no one was targeting Lu Cece. The boys were not fools. In fact, many people came to the show just for Lu Cece, but Lu Cece couldn't see it. Seeing the situation in the class, she was almost crying. The fear in her heart was rising infinitely. She was not a person who liked to trouble others. If something like this happened, she really didn't know how to deal with it. If facts have proven that some people are born with poor brain function, but can take care of themselves, so they are regarded as normal people. Most of the boys just went there to join in the fun, like a peacock spreading its feathers to attract the opposite sex, but some took it seriously, especially the girls surrounding Mo Yun. They knew very well who the culprit was, but that was human nature. When you offend someone, you tend to blame them and create hatred towards them. This state of mind is partly due to fear of unknown consequences, and partly because you were simply bad. You seemed a little proud at this moment. If Mo Yun agreed with her, then she really disliked Lu Cece. Why was she so pretty and had a good family? As soon as she transferred to the school, all the boys in the class surrounded her. Tisk, you say you are childhood sweethearts, but when something happens, don't you go to other classes to cry to boys? Bah. You are such a jerk. Yun, don't cry. Huang Sheng is right. We can't let this end like this time. Don't worry, the sisters are here. We will definitely ask for an explanation for you. Wu Yu took the lead, and the girls around her also echoed her. Mo Yun looked up blankly, and her heart began to beat wildly. Isn't it not chaotic enough? It's obviously our fault. Why are you trying to blame others now? In fact, Mo Yun understands this truth. Most of the time, the abusers know better than you how wrong you are, so they will use more vicious behavior to erase the little remaining sense of morality in their hearts. What they want now is to label Lu Cece as a manflirt, so that most people will ignore the fact that they are the ones with the biggest problem. Lu Cece laid on the table, trying her best not to sob. She was ready to drop out of school. She didn't want to be a strong and brave little girl anymore, nor did she want to change her personality. She just wanted to go back to being a little coward again. Niu Zi was frantically typing something on his cell phone, seemingly communicating with someone. I feel like with this situation, Lao Su is going to be beaten to death. However, not long after the communication, Niu Zi suddenly froze in place, and then a very strange expression appeared on his face. He put down his phone and thought for a moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Looking at Huang Sheng, who was still shouting, his eyes gradually became compassionate. Lunch break is a time that everyone looks forward to, and Lu Cece is no exception, because she doesn't like this unfamiliar class, but now she is more afraid of this time than anyone else. Looking at those people in the class who were ready to make a move, Lu Cece gritted her teeth and finally mustered up the courage. She decided that she should be brave for once and had prepared a plan in her mind in advance. I'm sorry I'm dropping out of school today. Please don't bother Suji anymore, okay? Yes, this is Lu Cece's brave way. There is nothing wrong with apologizing herself, but she must not cause trouble for Suji. He must think I'm a troublesome girl, right? I don't want to leave him with such an impression. After all, I have been bothering him since we met. Lu Cece was very disappointed. She felt that she was a failure and could not do anything well. At the moment when the lunch bell rang, before the teacher even left the classroom, a familiar and somewhat euphemistic voice sounded at the door. I seem to hear someone looking for me. The voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and when they saw the face at the door, most of the people in the class blushed a little. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. If most people were just joining in the fun before, then Suche's appearance now was a naked provocation, and the most exciting thing is that some crazy girl in the class blurted out, "So handsome." This completely gave all the boys in the class a violent buff. Teacher, get out of class, should be over now. Suche ignored these people and looked at the teacher at the podium. The teacher, who was in his early 30s, was dumbfounded at this moment. Isn't this guy always so arrogant? Whose general is he? Look, theoretically speaking, as a teacher, she should have foreseen what was about to happen and should have tried to dissuade the student, but sorry, she is just a subject teacher. Why would she risk her life for a few $1,000s a month? Even if the sky falls, it is their class teacher who will bear the brunt of it, and playing Genshin Impact is a big deal now. The teacher left quickly, and the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became subtle. Sujo ignored everyone. Elson smiled at Lu Cece. His intention was very clear. I'm here to pick you up. There are many kinds of heart-throbs. It doesn't necessarily have to be a passionate love, nor does it necessarily have to be a vow of eternal love. For girls, it is actually very simple to fall in love. It is enough to save the situation in a panic and choose without hesitation. Suddenly I don't want to drop out of school, but I still don't want to cause him trouble. Unable to hold back her tears and laughing, Lu Cece moved towards the door. At this moment, the rumors behind her seemed unimportant. There was no need to have too many friends, 1 or 2 would be enough. Hurry up, we left early. Zhuge Ling suddenly appeared from behind Sujo and hugged Lu Cece into her arms like a hen protecting her chicks. Oh my, what a poor little thing. If I had the same conditions, I would let these people fly. Zhuge Ling thought so. Stop. But it was obviously not that easy to leave. Just as he was about to turn around, a scolding voice rang out. Suja looked back and immediately saw a girl pulling Mo Yun towards him. Mo Yun seemed to be a little resistant, but was still pulled over. As for the girl, she was unknown, but typical Fu Shou'er looks. Hey, Fu Shou'er who turns left is the hardest to kill. Suche looked very distressed. People with this kind of face always have strong attack power, second only to the guy on the forum. Suja, are you still a man? A grown man bullies a girl, and now you come to the class to protest? Do you really think that our class 5 is easy to bully? I don't care. Apologize to Yun Yun immediately. Huangling held her head high and chest puffed out, as if she had already stood on a glorious moral high ground. Suja did not look at her, but instead cast his gaze at Mo Yun, but the other party lowered her head, obviously not daring to meet his gaze. Suche was troubled. It would have been easier if a group of boys came, but now a woman. Just when Suche was in trouble, he suddenly felt the sound of wind breaking through the air, and at the same time a strong BGM sounded in his ears. I know your mother. Zhuge Ling said nothing, just slapped his hands. Chapter 53. You are not allowed to say anything about him. In Suche's evaluation, Lingzi actually has the attribute of being aggressive, but this is not a derogatory term. The reason why the two of them can become good friends is because Lingzi has such a chivalrous heart. The abstract girl always said in the self-study class that she dreamed of going back to the ancient times to become a hero. Suja felt that a girl who wanted to be a hero would never be a bad person. Zhuge Ling's action was so unexpected that Huang Ling was scared silly at the moment, but she had no time to dodge at all, because Zhuge Ling's spell had no advance motion at all. No. Planner, don't you see how shady Zhuge Ling is? How can this be played without being weakened? Reacting to Zhuge Ling is even harder than reacting to Beak. However, the imagined crisp slapping sound did not happen because someone responded to the shell. Su. Seeing Suja pinching her wrist when she swung it out, Lingzi was really a little unhappy, but looking at the clear light in the boy's eyes, she retracted it angrily. Suju is not a saint. If possible, he would rather resolve the matter peacefully. It's not that he is afraid of trouble, but after Lingzi slapped her, how can Lu Cece still live in this class? She will be completely isolated. The difference between men and boys is that the former will consider more, even if it means bearing some pressure that does not belong to them. You still want to hit someone? Come on. Hit me. Hit me. Seeing this scene, Wu suddenly became excited, and a harsh voice rang out, making Suja frown, but he ignored the other party and kept his eyes on Mo Yun. In fact, whether a person is unreasonable or not can really be seen from the surface. So do you need me to apologize to you? If necessary, I can apologize to you. The boy's voice was very soft, and it was completely different from when he scolded her before. Mo Yun didn't know why, but a blush appeared on her face inexplicably. She raised her head bravely and met his eyes. It seemed he was not as annoying as before. At least, he was reasonable. Mo Yun was ready to compromise. It was her own fault in the first place, so she should apologize and end it quickly. She really didn't want these superheroes around her to continue making trouble. His reaction was also observed by the people around him. Seeing that Mo Yun was about to compromise, many people panicked in an instant. Suja, what's the point of bullying a girl? Do you really think there are no men in our class 5? Awkward. No one responded. Suja looked at the person who suddenly jumped out and began to dig his toes into the ground. He doesn't think his lines are cool, does he? Su Che didn't understand. He thought that as an abstract man, he couldn't say such shameful lines. Who are you? Frustrated. Huang Shang now wished he could point at his nose and take his cyber mother away directly, rather than seeing the other party really not recognizing him. You. Huang Shang felt like he was vomiting blood in his heart, but before he could say anything, he heard Zhuge Ling say in a weird tone, "Although I don't know him, I feel that he is the kind of person who would sneak a peek at a girl's cuffs when she raises her hand when she wears short sleeves in the summer, and the kind of person who would pretend to play with his phone in class when it rains heavily and then sneak a peek at a girl's slippers. I feel like the kind of person who imagines that it's her when there's a blocked visitor in his space, but after unlocking the yellow diamond, he finds out it's Sister Pian who broke through the defense. He sees her recommendation on Douyin, so he also makes a recommendation, and secretly rejoices when he sees their avatars next to each other." Suja added with disdain. "Puff. I feel like I can't hold back my blood anymore. How come every word these two say is so hurtful?" Su Che swore that he did not cooperate with Zhuge Ling in any way. It was completely an instinctive reaction of the two of them. "All I can say is, don't underestimate the bond between us, bastard." However, there was no time for the two to be proud, and a response that was enough to deal with all the questions came out. "What happened?" Su Che closed his mouth and Zhuge Ling stopped laughing, and they both suddenly realized that things were not simple. "It's over. The guy on the opposite side is a 200-pound T0, I'm not kidding. Just because you have a mouth, it seems like you can talk, right? What's the point of bullying girls? You want to hit someone, right? Come on. Try to touch me. What the hell, a scum like you, I tell you, you are." An extremely crisp slapping sound resounded throughout the venue, and all of Wu Yu's insulting words were slapped back by this slap. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded, because the one who did it was Lu Sisi, who always looked pitiful. At this moment, Lu Sisi was standing in front of Suja. Her hands were trembling slightly, but she still looked at Wu Yu firmly, like a little lion protecting her own. In fact, she looks more like a Samoyed. Her pretending to be ferocious expression has no deterrent effect. Instead, it makes many boys in the class look like infatuated boys. "You are not allowed to talk about him." These words were shouted out. Although the voice was very soft and had no intimidating power, it was indeed shouted out. Suju at the back was silent. He never expected this to happen. Lu Sisi hitting someone was a situation he could not even simulate in his mind. "You can say bad things about me behind my back, you can bully me, you can make me drop out of school, but you can't say anything about him." The repetition seemed like a wrong sentence, but it was not. As she spoke, the girl's eyes were red, because, wow, my hand hurts. The familiar feeling fell on her head again, forcing Lu Sisi to hold the little pearl back. "Don't touch my head, just touch." "Okay, then too irrational. Have you considered the consequences?" Suja shook his head. He tried not to take action just to give Lu Sisi some leeway. "Pucci," the girl burst into laughter and turned back to meet Suja's eyes. "It doesn't matter anymore." Silence. Time froze at this moment, and everyone seemed to be watching a TV series, but it is obvious that a lot of people were broken down after watching it. Suja. Huang Shang was so angry at this time. He felt like a clown, however. Before he could say anything, a pair of strong hands grabbed his collar. Suzhou, with his 1.8-meter height, pinched Huang Shang like a chick. Kumyukuk Qingfeng is a northern city, and all locals can understand the value of this sentence. The boys in Class 5 suddenly became anxious, but as soon as the group of people moved, they immediately stopped where they were, because Su Che, who had been very kind just now, suddenly grabbed Huang Shang's hair and smashed him against the wall. Blood spurted out instantly, making everyone tremble. It's too cruel. I thought he was just joking around and making some harsh remarks, but this guy actually did something. Ah, I won't bother you, I'm leaving. Me too. Me too. Everyone scattered instantly, thinking that the boy was crazy. Just because of this, he lost his student status. It's not that everyone is disloyal, it's just that Huang Shang is not very popular. Of course, the most important thing is, this has already involved expulsion. Mo Yun was so scared that she started to cry. She hurried forward. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it now. Stop it now. Stop it now. Stop it now. Su Che said nothing, but just kept punching, and in a corner that no one noticed, before Suzhou took action, Niu Zi sneaked out from the back door. Chapter 54, This. Who put this problem student into my grade? This is a serious problem. Yes, Wang Jichao didn't dare to look up, but just agreed for a while. He vaguely remembered that he was 48 years old that year, standing like a minion in the principal's office. Being a principal is not an easy job. Although it may seem powerful and impressive, in reality, everyone is responsible for the same thing. If the school makes progress, it is the principal's credit. If problems are discovered, it is the fault of your dean of studies. For example, at present, experimental number 1 middle school, which is a key school in the city, has not seen such serious fighting incidents for many years, and Wang Jichou has not seen such arrogant students for a long time. Hey, you saw it today. I heard that the student has been sent to the infirmary? Lu Jianmen took a sip of tea. As the principal of experimental number 1 middle school, he didn't take this matter to heart. Logically, this matter would not be reported to his office, but, classmate Niu Hao, right? Tell me about the situation. Niu Hao smiled awkwardly at the side, and then instantly felt a cold light, which was the gaze of the dean. Good boy, you have learned to report to a higher level before you even graduate. What kind of big Buddha is this that even Wang Jichao can't control, and the principal has to step in personally? Niu Hao was really under great pressure at this moment. To be honest, he would rather fight with Suzhou than come to such a place, but Suzhou had deliberately asked him to come. So, Su Che, love your brothers or love gold? Niu Hao, love brothers. Su Che, love your brothers or love gold? Niu Hao, love brothers. Fortunately, Su Che did not put too much pressure on Niu Zi. He did not need to exaggerate. He just needed to be realistic. After listening to Niu Zi's story, the principal's office immediately fell silent. Suzhou. The head teacher Wang Jichao kept repeating the name, seeming to be searching for something in his heart. Suzhou seems to be ranked over 100 in the grade? How can he be a good student? As for Mo Yun, he seemed to be ranked 14th in the grade last time. It's really ridiculous. Such a poor student actually bullied the 14th in the grade and even dared to hit him? It's really lawless. As a dean of studies, Wang Jichao is somewhat capable. After all, the fact that he can remember the approximate rankings of all students proves that he is actually quite responsible. It's just that his views on slavery are a little too serious. Principal, you are right. This matter is very serious. Suzhou is not good at studying, but he is always the number 1 troublemaker. This incident has caused such a bad impact on our school. I suggest that he should be expelled immediately and his parents should be contacted to discuss Huang Shang's medical expenses. He was very firm in his belief. More than 10 years of experience as a principal taught him that when something happens, the most important thing is not to solve the problem, but to make a just cut. So you learn it. Well, go and call this Suzhou in. He's taking up such good resources at experimental number 1 middle school but isn't studying hard. There's no need to continue giving opportunities to such a student. Lu Jianmen nodded. He didn't really listen to what Wang Jichao said just now. He just heard one sentence: studying is not good enough, that's enough. As long as it doesn't affect the enrollment rate, or even improves it, it's better to open it. He gave Nosy a warning look and told him to leave quickly. This place was too stressful and he really didn't want to stay there. When I opened the office door, there were already quite a few people standing outside. Almost everyone involved is here among them. Mo Yun's face was the ugliest. She was so nervous that she almost cried. For a good girl like her, the principal's office was a daunting place. The culprit, Suche, acted as if nothing had happened and even found time to pat Lu Cece on the head. Lu Cece had no intention of resisting, but just held her cell phone, seeming to be hesitating about something. Shen Luan in the corner was so angry that he couldn't understand what was so good about such a rude thug. Did all high school girls like thugs? Is there any justice in this? But it didn't matter. Suja was so harsh this time. If he wasn't expelled, Shen Luan would just eat it. Life is really varied. Niu Zi looked at the scene in front of him and actually gained some insights. Lao Su, this is a serious matter. I think you are too impulsive. Alas, beauty is the root of trouble. Niu Zi patted Suja's shoulder and looked a little depressed. The principal had spoken, so he was probably going to be expelled. Suche said nothing, just clenched his fists and walked towards the principal's office. Suche was itching to fight. I'll go with you. A trembling little hand held Suja's hand. When Suja turned around, he saw a pair of very stubborn eyes. Be obedient, don't want. Oh, extremely aggrieved, it's so funny. A mere NPC dares to resist? You can't refuse someone else's buff, stand firm. Looking at this student who swaggered into the office, Wang Jichao's face began to twist. It was all because of this kid that the impression I made on the principal was so bad. Suja, right? This matter is very serious. As the principal, he would not get angry with ordinary students, but just a simple statement could scare most of the students to death, but this student seems to have no effect. Suja, you have really made it. I'm telling you, the school has decided to expel you. I'm telling you. You have no future. You won't even be able to go to college in the future. The principal was still a little reserved, but Wang Jichao had no intention of maintaining his image. The more he looked at this guy, the angrier he got. Suja frowned slightly. How could this person be so uncultured? First of all, you should apologize to me, then, apologize to the junior college. What did the junior college do to you? What did the junior college do to you? The author is the junior college. Not intending to pay attention to Wang Jichao, Suche turned his gaze to Lu Jianmen. Principal, I really wanted to help my classmates, but I didn't control the strength well. Help classmates? Lu Jianmen suddenly felt like laughing out of anger. This smooth-talking kid in front of him really thought that he could explain things to the principal just by meeting him like in the TV dramas. What a naive young man. The principal is the most unreasonable. Is this something you can say? Okay, then tell me, what injustice did you encounter that made you stand up like this? Bullying. These two simple words interrupted Lu Jianmen's sarcastic tone, and the entire office suddenly fell into silence. Bullying is a very serious word for schools. If the matter gets out of hand, it will be a fatal blow to the school's reputation. Sure enough, as soon as Suche opened his mouth, Wang Jichao was the first to get anxious. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our experimental number 1 middle school is a key school in the city. All students are excellent in both character and academics. How could there be such a phenomenon as bullying? Student Suja, please don't say anything careless. The look in his eyes was already very unfriendly, and Wang Jichao realized that this guy was preparing to destroy his job. Wang Jichao, who put this bullying student into my grade? Suche, you still know this is your grade. Chapter 55, Give him some power and a little willfulness. Dean, why is your head so pointy? Wang Jichao, then let me ask you, is the bully a man or a woman? If it is a woman, it is impossible. If it is a man, why not a woman? Wang Jichao said that his pig brain was overloaded. If he couldn't explain it clearly, then it would be really boring. Student Suja, it's okay if you make mistakes, just correct them. But don't say anything careless, you have to be responsible. Lu Jianmen put on his glasses and stared at Suja expressionlessly, with a full sense of oppression. In other words, it feels threatening. This student is really too ignorant. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, even if it is true, he cannot say it out loud. Okay. Suja, right? Tell me how you bully me. But if you can't come up with anything, it won't just be as simple as expulsion from school. Wang Jichao took a step forward, trying to use his body to put pressure on the other party, but unfortunately Suja was a head taller than him. Looking at the bald middle-aged man in front of him, Suche smiled sincerely. Why did he let Niu Zi go to the principal's office at the beginning? Because he knew very well that if he wanted to stay out of this matter, he had to make a big fuss. Only when it became a big fuss and everyone knew about it, could he bring out his greatest advantage. Wu Yu took the lead, and together with Huang Sheng and a few others, they bullied and isolated the new transfer student Lu Sisi. If I hadn't arrived today, I think something bad would have happened. You call it bullying, then it's bullying. What transfer student? What Lu? Wang Jichao suddenly stopped yelling in the middle of it, stood there, thinking, frightened, and sweating profusely. The simple expression perfectly presents a person's mental journey. Hearing this name, Lu Jianmen could no longer sit still. He sat up straight and subconsciously pushed up his glasses. Who? Who are you talking about? Lu Jianmen felt his heart stop. Lu Sisi? Was she the biological daughter of the school director? He had clearly told her to pay close attention to the student, so how could something like this happen? Suja did not answer, but the corners of his mouth gradually twisted, revealing the demeanor of a dragon king. Hate this guy for being too arrogant, and love, it feels like this kid has blocked something big. You bastard! Tell me what's going on. Wang Jichao was almost going crazy. If anything happened to Lu Sisi, he would be completely ruined. Not to mention her father's investment, he would be guilty of bullying. What was the name of that student just now? Damn it, why didn't he tell me the key point? Wang Jichao was so angry. Niu Hao only talked about the fight, because this guy didn't mention a word about the fight. Isn't it? Is there such an omission like you? You want me to die? Director Wang. A cold voice interrupted Wang Jichao. Wang Jichao looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Lu Jianmen's serious face. As the Dean of Studies, you should get along well with students. How can you be so harsh on them? Go and get Suja a stool. Wang Jichao was stunned when he heard this. Me? Me? Are you talking about me? It was a great shame and humiliation, but it could only be put aside for now. A stool was moved over shakily. The brat was not polite at all. He sat down naturally and crossed his legs. No. I originally thought that Shen Luan was invincible, but I never expected that there was someone more brave than him. Whose general is this? Oh, it turns out to be my general. Suche was very pretentious, but he was confident in his heart. From the moment he started, he realized the current outcome. He had no system, did not know how to cultivate, and at the age of 18 he could only rely on taking advantage of the situation to accomplish things that were impossible, completely different from Shen Luan's thoughts. Suja believes that the difference between humans and beasts is that humans can make use of everything around them. Of course, Suja does not have too much utilitarianism. After all, his original intention is to help Lu Sisi. If this matter had simply resulted in a conflict, he would have been summoned to Wang Jichao's office with his parents present and tortured to a pulp. The reason was simple. Wang Jichao's rank was not high enough and he did not take it seriously enough. So Suja wanted to make a big deal out of this, and take direct action and let everyone in Class 5 see it, so that Wang Jichao would not be able to handle it simply, and he had to report it to the principal. Now, no one can handle this matter simply. Student Suja, what exactly is going on? Let's not keep you in suspense. Facts have proved that Su Che's idea was correct. Lu Jianmen attached great importance to this matter, or to say, he attached great importance to Lu Sisi. Several girls in Class 5 were jealous of Lu Sisi's identity and spread rumors about her, bullying her because of her identity as the school director's daughter. Wang Jichao began to sweat profusely. It's not a child. Is that right? Is that right? Wu Yu and others outside the door felt a chill on their backs for some reason and felt that things were not simple. They also said, isn't it just by donating a building that they got in through the back door? Experimental number 1 doesn't need this kind of thing at all. Suja continued to add. Lu Jianmen began to sweat profusely. Then we isolated ourselves together with our classmates and stopped talking. Lu Jianmen interrupted Su Zhe, took off his glasses and began to wipe the lenses subconsciously. Beep, beep, beep. The office phone suddenly rang, attracting everyone's attention. Su Che curled his lips. It was really too slow. My name is Lu Sisi. Since I was a child, people have looked at me with tinted glasses, but I just want to be an ordinary person. But today I decided to make a small exception and use my power a little bit to protect the people I care about. Lu Sisi put down her phone with a stubborn look on her face. At the same time, Principal. A call from Yuchuan Mountain. Creaky. The door was pushed open. Seeing Su Che walking out with a smile on his face, many people present felt as if the sky had fallen. Hey, so-and-so, the principal is calling you guys. Su Zhe called out to Wu Yu, and the gossipers around her spicy. The women looked ashen in an instant, and they could probably guess what Su Zhe was thinking from his state. What happened? Lu Sisi, Zhuge Ling, and Niu Zi ran over nervously. A 3,000-word self-criticism will be announced to the whole school on Monday. Su Che said indifferently. Gone? Niu Zi asked excitedly. Originally, the principal was going to exempt me from the criticism report, but I unanimously requested that the entire school be notified. Su Che said very seriously. Childish. Zhuge Ling complained without hesitation, but still couldn't help but smile. When she heard that Su Che was going to be expelled, she was really scared. Let's go, let's go. Holding Niu Zi, Zhuge Ling was very sensible and left the venue to Lu Sisi. We experienced so many things today that everyone feels dizzy, but Lu Sisi seemed to be particularly sober at this moment. Her usual shy look did not appear. She looked up into Su Zhe's eyes and said very solemnly, Su Che. We'll be good friends for life. Okay. Su Che's answer ruined the atmosphere a little, but the impact was not that great. He didn't understand why making a friend had to be said so seriously. As expected, even he couldn't understand a woman's mind. Not just any friend. I mean a very good friend. Lu Sisi was a little anxious. She subconsciously stood on tiptoe, as if to emphasize something. I know. The boy's answer was still perfunctory, and he ruffled her hair casually. The two walked forward side by side and actually felt an extra level of warmth at the door of the principal's office. After a moment, Su Che seemed to suddenly realize something, stopped and asked curiously, why? That's what you girls call male bestie, huh? Chapter 56, Turn on the Time Management Master Mode. I didn't say it in vain, brother, I said it in vain. Brother, isn't that male best friend a pure Sima thing? As an absolute god of pure love, Su Zhe was quite resistant to the title of male best friend. As for male best friends, in Su Zhe's opinion, they are people who act like warm men with the purpose of hooking up, and then wait for an opportunity to destroy other people's feelings. And the most crucial question is, you really want her to give it to you? Okay, now choose your hero. Why are you so petty? If there was any problem between him and me, it would have happened long ago. How could it be your turn? He's heartbroken, so what if I comfort him? Wearing it doesn't count as giving. I hate all the idiots in this world who don't pursue pure love. You guys make dating like going to the toilet. It seems that insisting on pure love in this society is as ridiculous as if I went to World War II with nothing. Lu Sisi certainly could not have imagined what kind of mental journey Su Zhe went through in such a short period of time, but Su Che's answer was decisive. I don't want it. Didn't we agree to be very good friends? Lu Sisi grumbled aggrievedly. How could a man change his face so quickly? You can't be a male best friend. Su Zhe said seriously. What's the difference? My best friend Sima, I don't understand. Silky accent. If others said that they didn't understand, Su Zhe might think that they were pretending, but Lu Sisi might really not understand, so Su Zhe solemnly introduced her to what boys call a male best friend. Lu Sisi listened very carefully, and when she heard, I will really give it to you if you want it, her eyes became noticeably wandering. To sum up, I don't want to be born to destroy other people's feelings. But there's nothing you want to destroy. Lu Sisi finally got smart and found the loophole in her words. If I don't fall in love, no one will say anything. Ha? Huh? Su Zhe was stunned. You know what, it does make sense. Then let's make a deal. When you have a boyfriend in the future, we will keep our distance. I will never become the person I hate the most. Suja proposed a compromise. The god of pure love will win, you bastard, it's a deal. Lu Cici's eyes narrowed into a cute crescent when she smiled. Love or something, I don't want to talk about it anymore. He unconsciously, she had walked out of the teaching building. Lu Cici suddenly became excited. Isn't this magnificent life what she wanted? Although it was a little exciting, and all this, subconsciously, she shifted her gaze to focus on the boy next to her. The other person didn't look at her, but just raised his hand slightly to block the afternoon sun. It seemed that the angle was a hint. In Lu Cici's eyes, this boy seemed to be glowing. Ultraman, which boys often talk about, should be like this, right? Glowing. Big hero. Unconsciously grinning, Lu Cici silently took out 2 already wrinkled opera tickets. In fact, she had planned to give up and even throw it away, so it became so wrinkled now. She regretted it very much. She should have shown him her most perfect side. Would it seem like I was taking it too lightly? For the first time since coming to this school, Miss Lu urgently wanted to use her privileges to exchange for 2 brand new tickets, but the opportunity does not always come, so she must seize it. Suja, are you free this weekend? Suja frowned. Normally, if a girl asked you this, it would mean something obvious, but he really didn't have time. Not only do I have to be a pillar for Sister Inin, but I also have to attend 2 cram schools. The opera at 8 o'clock. Do you want to go? Suja lowered his head, stood on tiptoe, and presented his hands. Looking at the wrinkled ticket in the girl's slightly trembling hands, the words "I'm busy" got stuck in his throat. It's not that President Su would be tempted by beauty, it's just that Lu Cici is too easily consumed by internal energy. If it were Lingzi, she would just say it directly, but this girl would definitely think too much if he refused, and might even secretly hide in the quilt in the middle of the night to rub the little pearl. What time? I have something to do that day. 8 o'clock, choked up. No. Although the other party did not look up, his voice was choked with sobs, as if he was saying that he would cry on the spot if he did not agree. No, buddy, Suja suddenly felt his scalp tingling. What a tough opponent. The comic exhibition should have ended at 8 o'clock, at least the peak has passed, so 8 o'clock is not a big deal if the time management master is turned on, it should be in time. Suja had no experience in this area. After all, he had been asked out more times this week than in his entire high school career. Okay, but I might be late after my makeup class. Suche took the ticket and tried his best to prevent the other party from dropping the little pearl on the spot. Yeah. Lu Cici nodded vigorously, looking relieved. Suja, do you like opera? I don't know, I haven't seen it. How about the sensory? Not so good. Let's go to the movies next time. Sigma men never try to please women. Suja really doesn't like things like opera. After all, he is a vulgar person and can't stand such high-end things. Let's watch a movie. Lu Cici turned her head away. Would it be a bit too intimate for 2 people to watch a movie alone? This afternoon was wasted, and Suja was bound to attract everyone's attention when he returned to class. Most people said that he was not kind enough as he didn't even inform his brothers before going out to fight. I don't know how much truth there is in these words, but Suche still responded gratefully. Tisk men are really childish creatures? Seeing Suja couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, Zhuge Ling curled his lips in disdain. This damn abstract man. He was happy and took action directly. He didn't allow others to do it when he was doing it himself. Isn't he a poet? I'm protecting you. Not getting fired is just a hypothesis. If I really get fired, I'll be the only one fired. Zhuge Ling was stunned, and the sarcastic words were stuck in his mouth. No. How can I mock you if you talk like that? We are all dealing with abstract things. You suddenly become serious and it makes people uncomfortable, you know? Get rid of the sensationalism. I don't want to bother with you. Lingzi lay on the table and turned her head away. This damn brat definitely has an idle burden. Men are indeed very childish creatures. Although Suche tried his best to restrain himself, it was inevitable for an 18-year-old boy to become arrogant after becoming so popular and being flattered by those around him. Of course, there will always be someone who will put an end to your arrogance when you are showing off. Quiet. A cold voice sounded, seeming colder than usual. Xiao Ran looked around and picked up the Extreme Emperor weapon notebook. Is fighting something to be proud of? This sentence silenced everyone's anger, and Suche immediately became much more obedient. because he suddenly felt that his bond with Xiao Ran seemed to have returned to the initial stage. Suja talking during self-study class. Take note. Your mother. Chapter 57. I really miss you. Susu, elbow, what the monitor is jealous, he has a crush on me. Stop it, brother. Suja really couldn't handle this noisy woman, and the other party was still seeking credit, so some of his vicious remarks could not be stopped. Zhuge Ling kept looking at the two of them. She was not wrong. Xiao Ran looked back many times more often. She would never believe that these two people were not having an affair. Susu, you can't be wrong, this is a woman's intuition. Women? Where? Where are the women? Man, Zhuge elbow strike. I don't know where all the gossip comes from, but after school, Xiao Ran did walk past him casually, stomped his feet a few times, and then walked away. Cute, did you think I would say that? Are you crazy? Suche commented with a frown, unable to understand these inexplicable behaviors. To be honest, I am still quite tired today. After all, I am not sure about some things, but what this world lacks most is gamblers. After returning home, she handed the ultra-thin Sophie with one sanitary napkin missing to Sun Yan. As expected, she was looked at strangely by the old woman again. Brother, even if you have some strange habits and even if your parents don't support you, your sister will not discriminate against you. Go away, old woman. Is there anything more malicious than this in the world? Eat, take a shower and go to bed, close the door, fully charge the switch. Today is Friday and tomorrow is a holiday. Put your favorite snacks by the bed. TSK. You can say Suche is poor, but you have to admit that he understands life. Of course, every time you get everything ready, God always appears and closes your door and kicks down your window. The phone was buzzing, and I could tell the other party was very anxious. Ouch, so anxious, it wasn't God who came, but it was almost like that. Didn't I say I wouldn't masturbate tonight? This internet-addicted girl. After the voice call was connected, Suja didn't stop playing a thrilling game of Mario Kart. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you secretly taking my photos and doing something bad again? A pleasant and familiar voice came out of the headphones, but as soon as he opened his mouth, it was the old hermaphrodite. How do you know? Even though it was difficult, I still made it out as disgusting. A voice of extreme disgust was heard. As expected, one couldn't use this kind of mutual destruction fighting method with the abstract man. Tang Shinro, who was outwitted, has become completely famous, but will he really do that? Those photos I usually send him won't really play a role in enlightenment, right? Wait, don't let any weird symbols appear in your eyes. What a joke. I can only say that this girl has begun to overestimate herself, or underestimated Suja's ability. You don't even play games during the holidays, are you so studious? The Kitchen Crazy is on sale, do you want to try it? It's time to test the mother-son bond. As expected of an internet-addicted girl, she often looks for similar games that test friendship. However, Suja also likes them very much. After all, at least one person is happy every time, but this time, Suja subconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. No time, my friend is booked. I know. I'll wait until you come back from the comic convention. Tang Shinro's excited tone just now had obviously lowered a threshold, but it was still within a controllable range. Hey, I'm still busy, I have an appointment tonight. Pa. The sound of something falling to the ground came from the headphones, making a crisp sound. Hey! What's going on? What's happening? Suja put down the game and asked seriously. It's okay, the pancake fell. Country M also has pancakes? Of course. The last trace of smile on Tang Shinro's face disappeared. She picked up the latest lipstick she bought from the ground. The next moment, the carefully selected lipstick was pressed on the table and crushed into a ball of red mud. After letting out a long breath, Tang Shinro's tone returned to normal, and her voice also carried the teasing that Suja was most familiar with. Suja, there's no need to hide the truth about some things, right? Being single is not shameful. Listen, it's okay to lie to your friends about some things, but it's wrong to lie to yourself. Haha, of course, I don't doubt your meaning, it's just, Didi, Il is not as good as Pinocchio. Picture, I clicked on the message as quickly as possible, and what caught my eye was a beautiful opera ticket, but the ticket was a little wrinkled, which was strange, but these are not important anymore. What is important is Who is a good person who invites people to watch an opera at 8 o'clock? Ha? Then let me ask you, is this opera serious? Suche, you big fool. Can't you see what others are thinking? Watching an opera at 8 o'clock, it's quite artistic, so what are you going to do after watching it? Do you still need to find a hotel to discuss art? Tang Shinro was famous, really famous. She had noticed something was wrong a few days ago, but she never expected it to progress so quickly. She used to hate the two spine police officers the most because they were always talking about niche treasures, but now, Tang Shinro discovered that she was really pretending before. Don't you have a small treasure that you have kept by your side and hidden for so many years? What food protection? Send it to me. Whatever you say it Heisey, speak. Seeing the other party's silence, Suche instead became stern. After all, this kind of thing was very face-saving in front of his brothers. Which girl is this? Suja was a little stunned by this question. Shouldn't the normal reaction be, you deserve to die? Wait, why is it so bland? You know what, if the other party doesn't give you any feedback when you're showing off, then there's no point in showing off. Lu Sisi, that little coward I told you about before. She, without thinking, Suja told what happened today. The two of them often shared their daily lives, so this was not uncommon. Oh, then you are really amazing. The voice suddenly became cold, causing Suja to subconsciously stop the game in his hand. Suja felt a little guilty for some reason and muttered quietly, I have my own rhythm. What if you get fired? Have you ever thought about your future? Silent. Suja admitted that he was indeed a little impulsive. Now facing Tang Shinro's questioning, he actually felt inexplicably guilty. I was wrong, he snorted softly. It's not shameful to apologize to someone who truly cares about you. Poochie, the ice and snow melted, and a smile completely eased the tense atmosphere. Well done. How desperate would a girl be in that situation? Leaning against the bed, hugging her legs tightly, Tang Shinro's eyes were full of complex expressions. Seeing that Suja didn't say anything, she added softly, okay, this time, you're awesome. That's what I told you. Then I must be awesome. Suche immediately recovered and began to describe his heroic deeds with exaggerated words. The other party was silent and just listened silently. I don't know how long it took, Suja. I miss you a little bit. Stop messing with me, bro. Stop being disgusting so late at night. Suche rolled up his sleeves exaggeratedly and shook his arms as if to shake off the goosebumps on his arms. I really miss you, the girl repeated again. Silent, speechless. Suche said nothing, but his face turned a little red. Chapter 58, High-end green plums always used the simplest cultivation methods. Damn, my cabinet moved. I don't want to chat anymore. According to Suche's experience, if you give the other party any positive feedback now, you will definitely become a clown in the next second. I seem to hear the other party's cunning voice in my ears. No way, there really can't be someone who has thoughts about brothers. Suja, for so many years I didn't dare to say a word. I've been a clown too many times. I'm scared, choked up. Tang Shinro, you big idiot, he muttered softly, leaving the voice in silence. Ding ding ding, sugar-cooked egg initiates a video call. His eyes instantly became evasive, and Suja had to admit that even though he could react to shells, he felt a little panicked at this moment. Mr. Lu Sun once said, if you answer the call within seconds, you must be a clown. Let the purple egg fly for a while, quickly press to answer. If you can't even adjust your red temperature quickly, then you don't deserve to be a member of the Su family. Let me say it again, the Su family doesn't keep idle people. When he saw the familiar figure again, Suja had completely returned to his playful and smiling state. Can you react to my change of expression, prison girl? He tried his best to keep his expression casual, but he couldn't take his eyes off Suche. After just one glance, there is a sly smile on the delicate face, but it is not unfamiliar. The cute pink pajamas reflect the best age of the girl, and the unique sense of relaxation makes people feel subconsciously at ease. The most striking feature of her is her long, straight black hair, which is always attractive no matter how many times you see it foul. No one in this world can resist long straight black hair. This completely hit all of Suche's XP. This damn woman seemed to have stars in her eyes, shining brightly. Does it look good? Tang Shinro shook her little head cockily. It was obvious that this was a straight hook. Nice. So what if it's a straight hook? Go straight. This is Suche's way of forbearance. The corners of the girl's mouth curled up in an obvious arc, and she also had her confidence. Hey. At this time, some kids who don't like long black hair will ask, then let me ask you, if Suja doesn't buy into your tricks, then you won't explode. It doesn't matter, high-end green plums are always grown using the simplest methods, the worst option. Force Jingmei's preferences and use the characteristics of Yandere to forcibly change his experimental strategy. Change your style and try your best to become the person he likes. The best strategy, after you are 3 months old, hang around him every day. After about 15 years, you will be able to turn yourself into his XP. Some people also asked Suche, is long hair so good? What's wrong with girls with short hair? At this time, Suche would always be deeply in thought, and even look bewildered. I can't explain it, I just think long black straight hair is awesome. I regret it. Why can't I control my mouth? Why did you praise her? I'm going to be laughed at again. How can I fix it? The straight hook can also bite, and it has been in this life. Suja's expression changed 3 times in 1 second, all of which were seen by Tang Shinro. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and she could completely guess what the other person was thinking. If it's pretty, look at it for a few more times. I'm going to tie it up soon. The tone was full of pride, but not annoying, and no ridicule? What are you talking about? Why tie it up? It looks better with it loose. Suche obviously didn't understand and continued to make his straight male speech. The girl in the camera averted her gaze slightly, with a slight blush on her face. I won't show it to others, Tang Shinro muttered softly and took off a leather case from her wrist. Tang Shinro's diffused form is limited to video calls. Of course Suche couldn't hear it, so he said suspiciously, what are you mumbling about? Are you cursing at me? Regret. A very common emotion. It is usually used to describe clowns, but it cannot be too absolute. At least Xiao Ran thinks that such an evaluation is too sharp. What on earth was I doing before? When she thought of her superb performance in the afternoon, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What on earth is wrong with me? Why am I so willful and angry? Silently pulling the quilt, Xiao Ran buried his whole body in it, leaving only a small head exposed. Exposing what? It's hard to imagine that people can't even empathize with themselves a few hours ago. The gesture that seemed nothing before even had a bit of an idle heroine vibe to it, but when I reviewed it after I got home, I could only say that I was so embarrassed that I wanted to cry. But just as she had this emotion, the boy's figure seemed to appear in front of her, pointing at her fiercely. Cry loudly, wail, cry bitterly. How dare you, little kid from Jiangdong, cry. Why are you trying to be cool? You don't even consider the consequences. What if you get fired? Sister Anan is right. Boys are really childish. Xiao Ran was mumbling something in the room in a cowardly manner, holding the phone in his hand and opening the chat interface. When she heard the news today that Suche was going to be fired, she was really worried and even a little scared. So my emotions got a little out of control afterwards. After all, you were so worried about someone, but after you breathed a sigh of relief, you discovered that he was still there, looking smug. However, after calming down, Xiao Ran realized that it was her own problem. This somewhat willful way of releasing emotion should not be done by her, because she didn't have the qualifications, they didn't have any special relationship, she didn't even dare to say they were friends. Xiao Ran is a reasonable person and she thinks she should take the initiative to apologize. Don't get me wrong, it's all because Lao Chou is reasonable and won't act unreasonably. It's absolutely impossible for me to have any thoughts like I'm afraid that he will ignore me in the future, but Xiao Ran felt that he still couldn't apologize directly. The loss of sanity points would be too much and he couldn't afford it, but it doesn't matter, the smart monitor is prepared to play some wonderful and irresistible little tricks. Don't show off your ankles again. The long johns I bought for you have arrived. Put them on. Oh, and the skin care products I bought for you have also arrived. You must use them every day. I'm warning you, throw away that 14-in-1 product of yours as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Suja held the phone with a tingling scalp, looking at the talkative girl in front of him wearing a mask of pain. Author, the style of the painting changed so quickly? Is that correct? The previous second, the male and female protagonists of the Korean drama were looking at each other passionately, but after just a few words, it turned into Tang's mother who was eager to protect her son, and most importantly, why look down on his 14-in-1? That is his very proud niche treasure. Okay, but Tang Shinro, forget about other things, but you really don't have to buy me underwear and socks in the future. Suja protested seriously. No, the ones you bought are too ugly. The application was decisively rejected. No, man, is this thing ugly or not? Can anyone see it? Ding ding ding, show, I found a treasure, you can go and take a look. This is a very abrupt piece of news. In the past, I was the one who took the initiative to promote the show, and then I was ridiculed with the words "siege steamed gooseheart." Today this is, to be honest, I really didn't know what to do for a moment, but it doesn't matter. Suja recently learned a new skill from someone. Eel is not as good as Pinocchio. Oh, yes. Is there something wrong? It was very obvious when replying to the message during the video call. The girl on the other side asked tentatively, with just the right sense of proportion, "It's irrelevant." Chapter 59, How dare you? You want to disobey the 5 yuan 2 mutual assistance agreement? Who will wake up first from the dream? Suja yawned and looked very listless. What's the next sentence? Oh, I remember it. Your plan has been discovered. I chatted with Tang Shinro for half the night, but I am still not energetic now. No, it shouldn't be midnight over there. I glanced at the time, it was 9:20, which was okay for a weekend, but for a senior high school student it was a bit indulgent. I opened my phone and accidentally opened the chat interface. For some reason, I had the urge to say good morning. A slap directly on his face stopped Suja's clown impulse. Why are you being so pretentious? Why are you being so pretentious? Do you still want to be a Sigma man? Suja's eyes were firm. How could a man be so useless? Just because he didn't mock him yesterday, did he become a pouty mouth? Damn it! Don't underestimate Sushin. Holding the phone, Suja's eyelids began to feel heavy again. It was true that people feel the sleepiest when they just wake up. Mishka. Muska. Miska. Muska. Mickey Mouse. Very loud, just when I was dozing off, a strong sound of music suddenly came from my cell phone. Tandan initiates a voice call. Wow! Refreshing! Suja suddenly regained consciousness and answered the phone without even seeing who it was. Hey, extremely depressed, good morning. Goosebumps instantly covered his entire body, and Suja immediately became extremely awake from his half-asleep state. It was because these two simple words were so sweet. It is very common for two people to say good morning and good night to each other, but to be honest, it is not very common for them to deliberately call each other in broad daylight. Suja was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously pinched the quilt, looking quite nervous, but as we all know, when people are in a daze, their brains don't work very well, so they may inadvertently say some stupid things. In response to Tang Shinro's "Sweetheart, good morning," Suja's answer was, "Oh, silent, but cold." Why is it cold? A strong chill made Suche shiver, and the direction from which the chill came seemed to be on the other side of the ocean. The case is solved. This is actually a system-based book. Tang Shinro has a system. Good morning. He woke up instantly, and even the young man from northeast China, who had the highest family status, stood at attention at this moment. Hoof, the girl snorted in dissatisfaction, and her meaning was very clear. Mother Tang is very happy that you have woken up, but she doesn't like the speed at which you woke up. Call me tonight. Beep. After leaving these words, the voice call was disconnected, leaving Suja staring at his phone in a daze. Photo of the elderly man on the subway. JPG, what the hell is this? It's so weird. That's why you called me so early in the morning? Oh, it's not early in the morning anymore, help. My youth should be about participating in club activities in a certain flower country, doing odd jobs with hot seniors, accepting shy confessions from cute juniors at night, and then lamenting that I am really a sinful man instead of endless 5-3 homework and endless remedial classes. After finishing the most arduous English tutoring, Suche felt like he had lost half his life. What are you mumbling about? I don't understand a word of it. Abandon. 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 Maybe I'm destined to never learn English well in this life. Suja was a little discouraged. He felt that it was a waste of money and the extra lessons were in vain, and he had to take them. In fact, his foundation is still very good, but his academic performance is too unbalanced. If he can make up for this shortcoming, his bar dancing skills can really become 985. Forget it, it's come to this. Let's eat first. Suja is not a person who likes internal friction. Even if he didn't learn anything today, it didn't delay him and he was still very tired. Tanghulu Rock Sugar Gourd. As soon as I walked out of the cram school, I heard a very deliberate shout. Okay, stop shouting, I know you were seducing me. Oh, did you get noticed after all? Saw Tanghulu, still seducing? Do you want to use Daddy's big Alipay? Talk. Do you want me to swallow hard? Talk. His mind was full of nonsense, but when Suche came to him, he could only say, Master, give me a hawthorn. Okay, 2 for $5. Master, can you sell me one for 2.50? Are you from the north? If you are, I'll take action. The old man selling candied haws gave Suja a sidelong look and said, You'd better not be a local, otherwise you're here to mess things up. $3 and 3 quick. Suche was speechless. This old man really didn't know how to joke. Why did he look so sour when he was just joking? Suja took out his cell phone. It just snowed today. You know what? Tang Shinro's thick autumn trousers were given at the right time. Could it be that this girl really has a system? After taking the hawthorn and preparing to pay, Suja frowned and sniffed it subconsciously. Sure enough, the man's intuition was not wrong. A fresh fragrance mixed with a cold smell entered his nose. Brother, we want to. A very sweet voice sounded. Suja looked back, and his eyes lit up instantly. At some point, a little girl appeared beside Suche. The little girl was wearing a black cotton coat and had long hair draped over her shoulders. Although it was winter, she was wearing a very fashionable pair of pants underneath. They were unfamiliar but did not look cold-resistant and were similar to thick stockings. What attracted Suche the most were the other person's eyes. Those big eyes were sparkling and seemed to be able to speak. Such a wonderful little loli was now grabbing Suja's sleeve and calling him brother sweetly, even though the two didn't know each other at all. Who can resist this? I feel like Lolita lovers should stand in a row and send one to each person, but sorry, Suja is a Sigma man. He has seen all kinds of big scenes. An undeveloped little kid can't attract him at all. In the north, there is actually a secret that after birth, you will automatically sign the 5 yuan 2 mutual aid agreement. This means that two strangers can share the order for the century-old problem of $5 for 2 and save a huge sum of 50 cents each. At this moment, the little girl in front of him was winking at him cunningly, and Suja immediately understood what she meant. Master, $5 for 2, right? The master selling candied haws watched helplessly as the two strangers conspired in front of each other. Combined with Suche's previous remarks, he really wanted to give Suche a shocking blow. Suja was very happy after receiving the candied haws. He thought every penny saved was worth it. He could use the saved money to buy one for Tang Shinro. Pa, it should be all about Three Kingdoms kill. Charge as much as you can, those who speak expensive words will be killed. Thank you, brother. The little girl happily took the candied haws, and then handed over 2 1-yuan bills. The smile on Suche's face instantly disappeared, and the cold wind whistled, as if freezing a world-famous painting. Little sister, according to the 5 yuan for 2 mutual assistance agreement, you should pay me 1 coin yuan. Listening to Suja's serious words, the cute little loli was stunned for a moment. She never expected that someone could completely ignore her cuteness and ask her for 50 cents. Brother, I'm still a child, you can't even be born. Chapter 60. According to the plot, we shouldn't have any intersection. Dai Xiaolin couldn't believe her ears. Why did this handsome brother who looked so gentlemanly start swearing so vulgarly? Her observation would not be wrong. When Suja looked at her, the light in his eyes could not be concealed at all. It was exactly the same as the eyes of those perverted Lolita control freaks, but when the money was mentioned, the expression and momentum of the man in front of me seemed to have completely changed. My God, just looking at his standing posture, I felt that he was terribly strong. Dai Xiaolin pouted her lips stubbornly. She felt that this was not just a matter of 50 cents, it was a huge denial of her charm. Brother, clip, ink makes you fly. Suche's attitude was very firm. Despite the ruthless interruption, he does like loli, but he won't have any improper thoughts about things that don't belong to him. What? What can you get by giving in to her? Wake up, you lick dog. You will only become a topic of conversation for her. Suja admitted that if he had such a lovely sister, he would definitely spoil her to the sky, but a mere stranger. Excuse me, fly up. TSK. You mean stingy guy. Dai Xiaolin was still a child after all. She stared at Suja with dissatisfaction, then hesitantly took out a 50-cent coin from her pocket and put it into Suja's hand. Logically speaking, not many people use cash now, and some people are even too lazy to pick up coins when they see them on the road. However, Dai Xiaolin was very reluctant to part with the 50-cent coin. People who didn't know her would think she had lost 100 million yuan. I am so ashamed of this young man. Looking at the defeated little Lolita, Suzhou raised his mouth with pride. Suffering a loss? It was impossible for him to suffer a loss. Don't tell me that suffering a loss is a blessing. As a human being, you should take advantage of others. If you don't take advantage of others, you will live in vain. Okay guys, now let me show you how to make a string of candied haws in 3 bites. As expected, life is about constantly climbing and challenging yourself. If you complete this challenge today, you can challenge yourself to bite a lighter next. He took 2 bites and filled his mouth completely with half of the food. This behavior made passers-by look at him sideways. He is a handsome guy, but unfortunately his brain doesn't seem to be working very well. The challenge failed, so I might as well bite a lighter. After swallowing the last bite of hawthorn, Suzhou began to jump forward. You ask me why I jump so much? Because if I step on the white squares on the road, I will die. If Qiu Ran saw this scene, he would definitely sigh that the value of Sister in Anne's words is still increasing. Sometimes men are more immature than you think. Woo woo woo. As he was walking, he suddenly heard a sobbing sound, which immediately attracted Su Che's attention. Looking back, the arrogant little Lolita had come back again without me noticing, and she was still wiping away her tears. Hey, what happened to you, little sister? If you're unhappy, just tell me and make your brother happy. Su Che was a person who liked to watch the fun, let alone this annoying little brat. Dai Xiaolin is more or less a tsundere person, but at this moment she no longer has that tsundere mindset. My money is missing. 2,000 yuan. That's what I used to. Wow. I don't even have money to take a taxi home. From her actions just now, it can be seen that this little girl is a bit of a money grubber, and the money lost this time is indeed not a small amount. Suzhou can judge the extreme aggrieved feeling from her crying. Upon hearing this, Suzhou's mentality of training disappeared instantly, and his face immediately returned to seriousness. Don't worry, I'll help you find it. It should be nearby. Dai Xiaolin wiped her tears vigorously and raised her head subconsciously. She thought her brother was very annoying just now, but at this moment he was surprisingly gentle. Feeling the gaze of the little loli, Suzhou hesitated, sighed, took out his wallet, and then took out 2 red bills. Don't worry, look carefully around here. If you can't find it, take the money and take a taxi home. Losing money is a small matter, don't let mom and dad worry. Dai Xiaolin took the 2 red tickets with tears in her eyes and looked carefully at Suzhou in front of her, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her mind. I used to think that he was a man who didn't understand romance, but I never expected that he was such a gentle and kind person. I really deserve to die. I was just talking bad about others behind their backs. Then can you help me look for it? Dai Xiaolin subconsciously grabbed Suzhou's arm without thinking too much about it, but she subconsciously felt that this made her feel safe. Okay, then we'll gather here later. Suzhou stroked Dai Xiaolin's hair very gently. At this moment, he seemed to be glowing. Dai Xiaolin was stunned, her face flushed slightly, then she nodded vigorously. As she left, she looked back every few steps, as if she was afraid that Suzhou would disappear soon. Oh, what bad luck! Seeing the little girl reluctant to leave, Suzhou lamented that he was such a sinful man. Are you a nice person? Just as Suzhou was sighing, another voice suddenly sounded from the side, and he subconsciously turned around and looked. His eyes were immediately attracted by the man in front of him, because he knew this person, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Oh, I remember now. You're the childhood sweetheart. Suzhou suddenly opened his eyes wide, and couldn't believe that he would actually meet this person here. I feel like I'll never have any contact with this person in this life. That's right, this person is the childhood sweetheart of Qiu Ran who appeared in the first chapter. His name seems to be Su, something, childhood sweetheart? Is this how you label me? Su Zhenghao smiled slightly and looked very peaceful. What do you want from me? Oh, I see. You may have misunderstood something. Qiu Ran and I are just classmates. And I have no intention of ruining your relationship at all. Suzhou quickly realized something. The only thing he had in common with this man was Qiu Ran. I saw it when you were walking him home the other night. Su Zhenghao's words silenced Su Zhigan. Why the hell did I feel like I was caught cheating?
But I clearly didn't do anything. Seeing this, Su Jianghao smiled instead. Don't get me wrong, I didn't come to you to talk about this matter, and we don't have any other relationship. I just want to talk to you about some things about Chiu Ran. Su Che fell silent immediately. At this moment he realized that Su Jianghao was not here to call him to task. Instead, he was very friendly towards him. So what was he doing here? And he came to find me on purpose, and she also wants to talk to me about Chiu Ran. Why am I so familiar with her? I have to say that this pair of childhood sweethearts do have something in common, which is that when they talk, they don't care at all whether others want to listen or not. Seeing that Su Jianghao was about to start talking to himself, Suja immediately reached out to interrupt him. Wait a moment. No, who asked you? Chapter 61. How can there be such an upright and kind person in the world? Who asked you? Normally this line is used to complain in one's heart, but Su Che said it today, showing no respect at all. Su Jianghao scratched his head. Why didn't this man play by the rules? He felt really embarrassed when he spoke like that. Okay, I know what you're going to say, but I don't want to hear it. Don't you know that knowing too much about a person's past will lead to consequences? Suja waved his hand and directly refused to communicate with Su Jianghao. But only you can save her. Then why didn't you save him? Suja asked without hesitation, almost using the husky pointer technique. So what kind of existence is Chiu Ran in your heart? Su Jianghao discovered Su Che's extraordinary qualities, so he overturned his own draft and changed his way of guidance. A poor twisted kid with few friends but tasteful hobbies. Su Jianghao was silent. He suddenly realized that he must have misunderstood something. Seeing Su Jianghao like this, Suja sighed helplessly. Whether you succeed or not has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested, but she really likes you. You can give it a try. After all, the bond between childhood sweethearts is very strong. Su Che even went up and patted the other person on the shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement. However, Su Jianghao had a sad face and said with some self-mockery, the point is that I don't deserve it. I can't even get into experimental high school. In their eyes, I am just a pest. Would Chiu Ran care about this? Suja obviously didn't believe it and said suspiciously. She doesn't care, but her mother does. So what? You young people are in love with each other, what can she do? Her mother would go to the school and my house to make trouble, and she would point her finger at my mother and yell at me, a parasite, to stay away from her daughter. The cold wind was howling, but there was no smell of gunpowder in the air. Suja looked at Su Jianghao's miserable face in disbelief, with only sympathy and disbelief in his eyes. No. In this day and age, there are still such super strong parents? Send it. Su Che actually regretted it. He seemed to have learned something that he shouldn't have known. Su Jianghao, right? Yes, Chiu ran her, Forget it. Suja actually wanted to ask about the speculation about domestic violence, but after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, he had already said that he would try not to interfere in other people's family affairs, but according to what Su Jianghao said, we can probably understand Chiu Ran's situation in school. Others dare not say it, but if it was my parents who made such a big fuss around me, I probably wouldn't be able to survive in school. Looking at Su Jianghao, Suja suddenly asked curiously, you actually like Chiu Ran quite a bit, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be so concerned about her. Of course I have a crush on you. After all, we've known each other since childhood, Su Jianghao answered calmly. Then why are you telling me this? Suja asked in confusion. Isn't this a typical male protagonist's redemption plot? Why don't you tell me if you don't trigger the plot yourself? Could it be that Su Jianghao likes married women? And he also likes minotaurs. Su Che's eyes turned unfriendly. If that was the case, then this kid deserved to die. Because I'm sure we won't be together. She comes from a single-parent family, her family environment is too depressing, and the moment her mother insulted my mother, I couldn't accept her. Since you were destined to be unacceptable, then don't get close to her. At least you won't delay her. Su Jianghao answered calmly. Su Che was suddenly stunned. After hesitating for a while, he murmured, Old Su, you are a good person. Su Jianghao felt helpless when a man gave him the nice guy card, but Suja's words were sincere with their relationship. Su Jianghao could naturally accept Chiu Ran's confession and be together with her, but he still resolutely refused because he knew that he could not give her a future and he could not stand her family. Compared with short-term possession, Su Jianghao chose the purest love approach. Since you can't give me a future, Don't bother me, woohoo, I'm so moved. I never thought there would be a pure love god of war in this world. Suja's impression of Su Zhenghao has greatly increased, but he still wants to ask, so what you said has nothing to do with me? Because you can do what I can't do. Su Zhenghao suddenly became excited. Qiu Ran has never had many friends due to family reasons, but you are different. I can see that she is genuinely happy when she is with you, so I think, stop it right there. Seeing that the other party was about to give him the nice guy card if he continued talking, Suja quickly interrupted him. He now understood that Su Zhenghao couldn't stand Qiu Ran's family and was afraid that her mother would take revenge on him later, but wasn't he afraid? I can't accept such a super powerful parent causing trouble for me. Good fellow, I just praised you as a good person and you are here to hurt me, right? You can't redeem yourself, so you ask others to redeem you? No. You are a poet. Sorry, I also come from an ordinary family. I can't stand it if her mother is really like this. I guess I'm just a parasite in her mother's eyes. Suja waved his hands repeatedly. He would not be a sucker. No. You can do it. Su Zhenghao said seriously. He even had an inexplicable confidence in Suja. No. Buddy, where on earth do you get all that confidence from? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known I was so awesome. Suja was speechless. Where did this man get his confidence from? Did he look like a good person? Su Zhenghao smiled slightly and his eyes drifted away. In the distance, Dai Xiaolin came back crying again. It seemed that she was not found. I saw what happened just now. Although you have a sharp tongue, you are really a very gentle person. Now that you know, I believe you will not ignore it. That little girl had a conflict with you, but when you heard that she was in trouble, you still helped her without hesitation. And you, my friend, you are the real man, the real eel. Suja subconsciously looked at Dai Xiaolin behind him, then turned back to look at Su Zhenghao, who had a look of approval on his face, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch slightly. Su Zhenghao just felt embarrassed for the other party, but his trust in him became even stronger. This is a real man, and he is not as good as him. But there are a lot of scammers recently. I'm not saying that the little girl is a scammer. You just need to help her find the money. There's really no need to give her the money. What if, what if, she didn't lose the money? Nothing can happen. Su Che answered firmly. Su Zhenghao was stunned. How could there be such an upright and kind person in the world? Sure enough, he handed Qiu Ran over to him, because I really picked up 2,000 yuan. Suja took out a stack of red bills from his clothes and whispered. Chapter 62. No way? No way? You're not really crying, are you? In the past, transportation was very slow, and some people even spent their entire lives to see through a person, and now, even without a car or horse, you may encounter many births in a day. Su Zhenghao's mood is very complicated now. He really hopes that Qiu Ran can live a better life. Of course, the most important reason is that he is afraid that some of Suja's unintentional actions will hurt the other party. So he didn't mean to blackmail Suja, it was just because Qiu Ran's emotions were too sensitive. But now look, I really like this quote from a famous person, it's all redundant. Suja was very satisfied with Su Zhenghao's expression. This young man had not suffered the beating of society. What? Are you happy to see me? Then I can only say that you are too happy too early. What's wrong, old Su? Why do you look like that? Loud. Voice. Scream. Su Zhenghao, Yin points to a place and laughs. JPG, there are still a lot of bad people in this world. Poor old Su only left these words before he left, and there was even a hint of laughter in his voice. Facts have proved that people can really laugh out loud when they are speechless. Watching Su Zhenghao's departing back, Suja felt it was quite interesting. Old Su was a good person. Don't get me wrong. In the north, being a good person means being able to make friends, not being a partner. After bidding farewell to Lao Su, Suja once again turned his gaze to Dai Xiaolin, who was moving towards him step by step. The little girl's eyes were obviously red from crying, and it could be seen that she was really panicked. Suja immediately smiled as if he were bathed in spring breeze. It can only be said that this kind of face changing is just a basic skill in the Su family. Of course, he was not born with this ability, so there was no way he could swallow up the 2,000 yuan. Although the girl was a little bit bad, Suja's family education did not allow him to do such a thing. After all,
He was considered a good man. Not many people have commented on him like this. It should not be false, but, then again, at first glance, Dai Xiaolin is a little girl with a bad taste. She is a little female devil who relies on her cuteness to do all kinds of naughty things. Since I have met her today, I must teach her a lesson. The end of the little female ghost is definitely to become a cream bubble. BBBBBBBB. Audio effect approved. Just kidding. The bad habit of taking advantage of others should not be developed. This is not just a matter of 50 cents, it is a very bad habit. What? You said I said it myself. If I don't take advantage of others, I will live a wasted day, so what? One thing at a time. Brother, I couldn't find it. Dai Xiaolin choked up and came to Suzhou. She no longer had the smug look she had before. At this moment, she was like an abandoned Hakimi and her big eyes had lost their luster. It's okay, look what this is. He touched Dai Xiaolin's head and smeared a little bit of syrup from the candied haws on his hand on her head, then Suzhou took out a stack of red bills from his pocket. This is. Dai Xiaolin's eyes widened instantly, and there seemed to be light in her big, bright eyes again. The winter wind was very cold, but a ray of sunlight could be vaguely seen shining down. Su Che stood in the sunlight, looking at her with a smile. At that moment, he completely touched the girl's heart. What a reckless little idiot! Take it. Don't lose it again. Suzhou casually stuffed the money into Dai Xiaolin's pocket, then bent down, trying to put himself on the same level as the little Dai Xiaolin. Dai Xiaolin usually hated being lectured by others, but at this moment, listening to Suzhou's nagging, she suddenly felt warm in her heart, just like the big brother in a fairy tale. No, buddy, does the fairy tale have the character of Big Brother? Shouldn't they all be princes? This money is back to you. With a slight blush on her pretty face, Dai Xiaolin handed over the 200 yuan that Suzhou had given her earlier, and presented it with both hands. Su Che smiled and put it away. It was not bad. At least she was the one who gave him the poem. If the other party ate and took it at the same time, then he would really let her fly, collect the money, turn around, and today is another fun-filled day. Wait a minute. Suddenly, he heard the shy voice of a girl behind him. Suzhou turned around and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How does the saying go? A girl's blush speaks louder than any love words. Can you add me on contact? I can treat you to candied haws someday. Dai Xiaolin said this very seriously, then took a step forward and bravely took out her cell phone. But just when Dai Xiaolin bravely approached, she found that the big brother who had cared for her so much before suddenly returned to his previous state. What does that state before mean? Dai Xiaolin herself couldn't understand it. Her appearance and clothes hadn't changed, but she felt like a completely different person. Forget it, I won't add the contact information. I refused without hesitation, and the other party suddenly bent down and leaned forward. It was the first time for Dai Xiaolin to have such close contact with the opposite sex. Even though the other person was very handsome and helped her, she still felt uncomfortable and moved back, but as if she was angry, Dai Xiaolin reacted and immediately moved her little head closer, looking into Suzhou's eyes stubbornly. The two looked at each other affectionately in the snow. After a while, Su Che smiled and said, I'm helping you because you're so pitiful. I would do the same if it were anyone else. Honestly, you little brat. The boy smiled even more brightly, and his eyes seemed to narrow. It's actually quite annoying. It's actually quite annoying. It's quite annoying. Disgusting. Disgusting. Suzhou had already left, leaving Dai Xiaolin standing there in a daze. The other party's last words echoed wildly in her mind, and finally she couldn't help herself. Wow. Woohoo! Many people think that Su Che is not a good person. He snatched the lollipop from his cousin's niece, played house while watching over his cousin, and made himself the armor warrior while letting his cousin act as a supernatural beast, elbowed an old lady in the park, gave positive reviews to Three Kingdoms Kill every day, and supported Sun Xiaochuan on the internet. Of course, the latter may be a bit exaggerated, so rumors stop at the wise, but today this behavior, this is too much. I'm just a little girl. You actually bullied me to the point of crying. Sure enough, in the evening, Tang Xinro immediately gave her evaluation of Suzhou's behavior during the day. Looking at the slightly unconvinced big boy on the screen, Tang Xinro finally understood what it meant for boys to mature late. How could the boy and their family be so childish, grabbing a lollipop, beating up my little cousin like he was a monster, and now, it's obvious that the kid is the spoiled one, and he only knows how to criticize me. Suzhou grumbled in dissatisfaction. The kid was almost pointing at his nose and calling him a jerk. Okay, don't be angry, it's only right to educate her. You're doing this for her own good, great. It turns out that not only girls like to hear nice words, boys do too. Tang Xinro understood this principle very well. It would be foolish to reason when encountering such a situation. The correct answer was to unconditionally agree with her big boy. I finished this bowl of duck soup first, and I felt so positive. Tang Xinro was very happy that Suja took the initiative to share his daily life, but facts proved that it was not too early to be happy. I met Chiu Ran's childhood sweetheart today. Huh? Why did he come to you? He said he could help me chase Chiu Ran. Chapter 63. I want to be the second best person in the world with him, isn't that right, kid? Isn't that right? I haven't been back to China for a few years. Has the domestic atmosphere developed to this point? Why is it that I know every word, but can't understand them when they are put together? Tang Xinro, let's speak Chinese. I was actually quite surprised, but I have to admit that old Su is a good person, at least he is a responsible person. Su Che changed into a comfortable position, lying on his side on the bed, and commented, If you don't like someone, don't mess with him. He is a real man. With Chiu Ran's looks, there are really few people who can do this. Attention. Attention. This is an absolute language trap. How should Tang Xinro answer at this moment? The answer is that a qualified childhood sweetheart would never praise other boys in front of Su Che. Really? That looks a lot like you. Tang Xinro answered, and then she clearly noticed that Suja's mouth on the screen curled up in an imperceptible arc. Oh no, that won't work, so your idea is, okay. Let's stop drinking the duck soup today. Next is Tang Xinro's offensive round. What else can I do? I'll just keep living. It's none of my business. Su Che answered decisively without the slightest hesitation. After a while, he added, the squad leader is indeed a bit pitiful. I'll go back and see if I can help her get together with old Su. Old Su is a good man. He's the person she likes anyway, so even if he's not right, at least he can't be wrong. Tang Xinro was silent. She looked at the screen with complicated eyes, lamenting how the upper and lower limits of a person's IQ could vary so much. She would be the first to disagree that Suja was stupid, but sometimes you have to admit it. Forget it, you should hurry back to your country, you won't be bullied if you were so stupid, right? Go to bed, go to bed. I'm very busy tomorrow. I'll go to the comic convention tomorrow to test her attitude. Suja yawned and pretended to turn off the video. However, the other party did not answer him, but just stared at him. To be honest, it was very cute, but for some reason, Suja felt a cold wind blowing from behind. How can I give up, or can I not get away with it? Su Che clenched his fists, slowly shifted his gaze away, then stretched out his palms and tightly grasped the quilt in front of him. Good night. Very quietly, the girl finally laughed, as if she was mocking Su Che's escape, and she said good night very loudly. Tisk, boring woman, did you take the wrong medicine these 2 days? Putting down his phone, Suja kept mumbling. He didn't understand why it was so awkward to just say good morning and good night. Wouldn't it be the same to type on the phone? Why did he have to say it on video, and what's wrong with me? Why can't I look straight at it? Obviously, so familiar Liming community is the only villa area in Qingfeng. Don't worry, Mom. I'm living very well here. Not aggrieved at all. Lu Sisi was wiping her wet hair while explaining something to her mother on the phone. She is a sensible child, so she would not say something like, I don't need money, I just need your love. Facts have proven that wealthy families do not necessarily ignore their children's feelings, although we do spend very little time together. My mother's care for me is still very heartwarming. For example, in the previous bullying incident, with the intervention of Lu's mother, those kids who liked to spread rumors and isolate others instantly became much more obedient. His name is Suja, yeah. We are very good friends. When mentioning Suja, Lu Sisi's eyes lit up. Unlike the usual shyness of adolescent girls, Lu Sisi introduced Suja openly and without any shyness, even though the target was her mother. What? Give me money? Absolutely not, Mom. Aren't you insulting me? It seemed that they were talking about something, and Lu Sisi suddenly became extremely excited. Suja is not that kind of person. He doesn't like money. You are destroying our friendship. After hanging up the phone, Lu Cece walked to the refrigerator door and opened it secretly like a little mouse. When the colorful cakes came into view, Lu Cece closed her eyes instantly, and then groped forward like a blind man feeling an elephant. However, her touch was so precise that she even selected the flavor she wanted to eat. Eating cake at night will make you fat, but I just touched the milk by mistake. There's nothing I can do. The cake will have no shelf life if it leaves the refrigerator. I can only eat it. I lied to myself. After returning to the room, opening the cake and taking a bite, Lu Cece immediately showed a happy expression. It's so delicious. I'll bring one for Suzhou on Monday. Oh, by the way, bring one for Niu Hao as well. Sitting at the table, staring at the dressing mirror, there was only one item on the tidy dressing table that didn't fit in with the style of the painting, and that was a crumpled opera ticket. Lu Cece picked it up gently, without realizing that she was already smiling foolishly. After laughing for half a minute, Lu Cece picked up a diary on the table and gently opened it. 13th of XX year. I am getting ready to transfer to another school today. I'm going to create a new personality and have a wonderful love affair. Luan will definitely be very surprised. I'm really looking forward to the idol drama-like plot. 14th of XX year. Woohoo, I won't change the character setting. Why are there so many bad people in this world? But there are good people too. The moment he appears, he is like a Superman. And this Superman is too cautious. 15th of XX year. I made a new friend. Suzhou is really interesting and bold. I can't even buy him breakfast. 16th of XX year. Luan has been avoiding me. How is this different from idol dramas? Is the bond between childhood sweethearts so weak? Well, it seems that I am the only one who thinks that we are childhood sweethearts. He seems to just think of me as the daughter of his employer. 17th of XX year. Suzhou seems to like me. What should I do? What should I do? I am such a sinful woman, but he is really a good person. I don't want to hurt him. 18th of XX year. I think I understand. I don't like Shenluan. I just have too deep a filter for him. Today he said he didn't want to be a boyfriend, but I convinced him. He smells so nice and warm. I'm so lucky to be able to transfer here. Does he like cupcakes? I'll bring him some on Monday. Lu Cece kept laughing foolishly as she turned the pages. When she realized her behavior, she slowly picked up the pen. 19th of XX year. I called Jiao Jiao today, and she scolded me as expected. Oh, I really miss the days when I hid behind her. She even asked me who was more important, Suzhou or her Hehe woman. It turns out that it's not just me who can't leave you, you miss me too. But don't worry, I've already made plans. I want to be the second best with Suzhou. Don't worry, woman, the first one has always been reserved for you. Closing the diary with satisfaction, Lu Cece took out her mobile phone and opened Suche's page, changed the remarks, the second best in the world. Okay, Hehe. Chapter 64. Suffocating Guilt-Based Education. Today was destined to be a busy day. After saying good morning to Tang Shinro, Suzhou got up early. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a swaying figure rushing towards him. But who is Suzhou? He is the one who can react to shells. So can you avoid it? Yes, but it's not necessary. Why not avoid it? Because I'm not afraid. Morning, brother. Burying Suzhou's head into her chest, this was Tao Ainan's unique way of greeting. She really liked this place more and more. Everything here made her feel the warmth of home. Sister Ainan is really approachable. He struggled to break free with great resistance, but the next moment Suche was attracted by another gaze. Girls are usually groggy when they wake up in the morning, and Tao Ainan is no exception. At this moment, she is only wearing one slipper on her foot, and the other slipper has long disappeared. The white and tender little feet stepped on the ground, showing a perfect close-up of the food. First of all, Suche is not a pervert. Secondly, any normal man would not be able to help but take a look. But unfortunately, this scene was caught by Sun Yan, who had just walked out. Foot fetish, so disgusting. Sun Yan hasn't tortured his brother for several days. After all, the personality that this kid now displays is too perfect. Now that I have finally got an opportunity, I will certainly not let it go. After taking a bite of bread, Sun Yan looked at her best friend expectantly. Her eyes seemed to be saying, look. This kid has finally revealed his true nature. Quickly condemn him, quickly torture him, quickly ravage him, and quickly toy with him. Feeling the tit-for-tat between the brother and sister, Tao Ainan shook her head helplessly. Alas, there is nothing I can do about them. I feel like living here. My maternal radiance has been radiated a lot more without me realizing it. Nyen nyen, everyone loves beauty. I think it's good. This is also a compliment to me. Su Che nodded vigorously. Yes, isn't this a kind of appreciation? It's perverted, so what do you mean by appreciation? Why have I never heard of any woman who is addicted to these things? Sun Yen retorted unconvinced. However, Su Che was even more unconvinced. That's because the men's football team is not good enough. BBBBBBB, sound effect of stacking armor, Tao Anan set off immediately after breakfast. After all, today could be said to be the first step in her career, and she absolutely could not slack off. Of course, Sun Yen also went over to help, and logically, Suja should have gone with him as well, but Tao Anan deliberately emphasized that he should finish his cram school before going there, and must not neglect his studies because of this matter. Tao Anan usually acts like a doting older sister, but Suja knows very well that she is quite stubborn about things she believes in. So I didn't refuse too much. After all, it was for my own good. Should we give Chiu Ran a call? Although the time had been agreed upon, Su Che thought it should still be confirmed, but after picking up the phone and thinking about it, he finally gave up. Perhaps it was the influence that Su Zhanghao had on him yesterday. He didn't want to have too much contact with the other party now. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. What else can go wrong? Should we give him a call? Although we have already agreed on a time, but when you are struggling with a problem, there is a high chance that there is another person in the world who is struggling with the same problem as you, then your ideas coincide and then you miss each other together. Fortunately, Xiao Ran is a bit of a coward. Although he has convinced himself many times not to be too proactive, when he thinks about it carefully, there shouldn't be anything wrong with making a phone call, right? Just asking about today's work. Yeah, that's right. It's within the normal range. After compiling himself in his mind countless times, Xiao Ran finally smiled. It was really not easy to convince himself. She tiptoed from the bathroom to the room and even looked outside the door. When she was sure her mother was not around, she tiptoed and reached under the mattress. However, as he stretched out his hand, a drop of cold sweat instantly appeared on Xiao Ran's forehead, and the next moment his face turned pale. Looking back in astonishment, Xiao Ran seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Her mother was standing at the door with a sullen face, staring at her with extremely disappointed eyes. She was holding her cell phone in her hand. Although she didn't say anything, she was shaking with anger. Great! Great! No wonder I fell behind in the last exam. It turns out that I saved money to support your education, but now you are so different. Do you think you deserve my kindness? I should have thrown you to your damn father in the first place. Xiao Ran turned pale in an instant, and sat limply on the bed, seemingly having lost all his strength. When people are extremely frightened, they often become dazed, and this state of his mother is also what scares Xiao Ran the most. In fact, she wanted the other party to beat her up and kick her out of the house, but she also didn't want to hear his endless disappointing remarks, which madly stimulated her heart. For a sensitive girl like Xiao Ran, the so-called guilt-based education is the most suffocating. She cannot communicate with the other party and just feels that her breathing is becoming more and more difficult. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to his arm and twisted his flesh fiercely. Feeling a sharp pain, Xiao Ran finally regained the ability to breathe. However, this nightmare will not end. Are you sure you haven't come yet? The huge stadium was already bustling with activity. It was obvious that Tao Anan's publicity was very effective. However, at this moment, the organizers could not even laugh because Xiao Ran, the protagonist today, had not arrived yet. It can't be. The first one to get nervous was Sun Yen. Her face looked very panicked, as if she had thought of something bad. Sister, are you sure? When Su Che said the word sister, it proved that he was very serious. The brother and sister looked at each other, and the worry in Sun Yen's eyes said it all. Su Che was silent, because he also thought of some bad things, but after all, the things his sister described were what she saw, and he did not see them with his own eyes. I'm going to make a phone call for some reason. Suja's heart was pounding. A picture seemed to flash before his eyes. A girl covered in wounds was wailing in pain on the ground. How is that possible? It turns out that you can't eat too much of a good meal. After all, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. How scare yourself? It's all just our guess. After encouraging himself and throwing away all the fantasies in his mind, Suja dialed the phone with a heavy heart. Beep, the phone you dialed is powered off. Chapter 65 is different from what was advertised. RNM. Money back. Why do birds fly? Xiao Ran wasn't sure, But it probably wasn't because of those childish lines. I locked myself in the room, and there were bursts of preaching and knocking on the door outside. Why don't you just kick the door in and beat me up? Why do you have to lecture me? When she said this, it proved that she was already a little numb. Must he make himself feel guilty? Why did he force her to the point where she couldn't breathe? And then he kept telling her about his suffering. Yes, Mom is a miserable woman. She is divorced and it is not easy for her to raise herself. But, if you didn't care about me, why did you fight for me in the first place? Looking out the window blankly, Xiao-Ran seemed to be expecting to see the scene she expected, but all she saw was the earthen wall that she had seen countless times. Like a cage, when the table was opened, a set of gorgeous clothes was hidden inside. Xiao-Ran stroked it slowly, as if he was stroking some rare treasure. A teardrop fell on his clothes, and Xiao-Ran hurriedly wiped it off, as if he was afraid of staining his clothes. It should begin, she murmured silently, tears flowing uncontrollably. Yes, it's just a comic convention, it's not a big deal. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Is it necessary to take it so seriously? But why can't I help it? I am so sad, even scared. Isn't it that I have been looking forward to it for a long time? Isn't it that someone finally invites me? Isn't it that I finally don't have to be alone? Isn't it? Holding the clothes tightly, Xiao-Ran squatted on the ground and began to tremble all over. He choked up more and more until he couldn't utter a word. She thought of Sun Yan, Tao Anan, and him. How will they see me in the future? They will definitely hate her, right? After all, I messed up everything, and I lost everything again. Old Su, can you please hurry up? Can you please, little dog? My Chow. Do we know each other well? You just order people around like this. Ho, I say, am I also a part of your play? At this moment, Su Jianghao was climbing the stairs panting. He swore to himself that taking the initiative to get to know Suzhou was definitely the most sinful thing he had done in the past month. The other party actually asked me to go to Xiao-Ran's house to check the situation. Please, why should I go there with my status? Am I asking for humiliation? To be honest, that old witch was really nasty when she scolded him. Okay, this matter is urgent. At worst I can treat you to a meal later, Su Che urged, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. He had no choice but to find Su Jianghao to confirm the situation. If it was really domestic violence, Suzhou would really call the police. As for why she didn't go by herself? Please, Xiao-Ran has already gone on strike. If she quits again, then Sister Anan's work will be in vain. Although he was also worried about Xiao-Ran, Suzhou did not hesitate about which was more important. At least in his heart, Sister Anan was definitely more important. What a sin! Su Jianghao said, and then hung up the call. She had already arrived. There was no need to lie down at the door and listen. The old witch's voice could be heard almost throughout the entire corridor. He sighed silently. This was also the biggest reason why Su Jianghao rejected Xiao-Ran. How will Niu Mo get along with his family in this environment? If someone marries Xiao-Ran, won't the marriage be a mess? Turning around and going downstairs, it might be a serious situation for others, but for Xiao-Ran it was already commonplace, and even Su Jianghao was not surprised. Hey, nothing happened, just listened and found out that my phone was confiscated. That's it? It's over? It's done, but the person probably can't get out, so your date must be cancelled. Are you sure you didn't hear any other noises? Su Che asked seriously. No. What sound do you want to hear? It's okay, Lao Su, I'll treat you to dinner later. After hanging up the phone, Suzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Xiao-Ran's family environment must be very suffocating, as long as there was no domestic violence, he could not intervene because he did not have the qualifications. People, you just have to find your own position. But looking at the audience who were already protesting, Su Che suddenly felt a headache. The promo worked surprisingly well, but now there's one less protagonist. When he returned to the backstage, he immediately saw Tao Anan and Sun Yan with worried faces. Seeing Tao Anan, Suzhou subconsciously lowered his head. After all, it was he who introduced Xiao-Ran, and now something suddenly happened, and the one who suffered the loss was Tao Anan. Sorry, Sister Anan, Xiao-Ran may not be able to come. It's hard to say, but as a man, the most basic thing is not to shirk responsibility. I had already prepared myself mentally, but who knew that the next moment, the two women in front of me would both breathe a sigh of relief. I'm glad that everyone is okay, Sun Yan said with some fear. Suzhou was stunned on the spot. Could it be that Sun Yan told Sister Anan about Xiao-Ran's situation? The elder sister seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Tao Anan smiled and said, Hey, don't misunderstand Nian Nian, she didn't say anything but,
With a sly smile, Tao Anan narrowed his eyes and said, "You siblings can't keep secrets from me." The two heroes of the Su family will never forget this sad day, the day when they were both taken down by Tao Anan, the bad woman with big breasts and brains. Yunyan, if you and I, my sister and I, attack together, how can we defeat each other? Suche, sister, you were right, Tao Anan. He intercepted Su's camp alone and made great achievements that made the whole world famous. But sister and I, okay, Suche, who was about to say something, was instantly embraced by the other parties. Broad mind and was directly physically silenced. Don't say sorry or anything like that. We've always been family, sister, and the two of us are enough to be the head of the family. Sun Yan, eh? Husky pointing at people edge. Tao Anan couldn't bear to blame Su Zhe, but she couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. After all, she had prepared carefully for so long, and now, if not to mention failure, the result was greatly reduced. To be honest, Suche felt very uncomfortable, and he had no one to blame. Actually, the pot should be Cho Rance, but forget it, the child is so miserable I'm too lazy to blame her. No. I have to make amends. Suja scanned the entire venue, trying his best to find wild, high-quality cosplayers to support the stage. It's useless since we released your promotional video, there are almost no cosplayers here today who are cosplaying as Freelian. After all, no one wants to humiliate themselves. Tao Anan said very frustratedly that this wave of people shot themselves in the foot. Suja did not reply, still scanning the whole place. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he took Tao Anan's hand. Sister Anan, what do you think of that? Tao Anan followed Suja's gaze and nodded immediately, but soon showed an embarrassed expression. This girl is indeed pretty, but this role doesn't fit her at all. That may not be the case. Why is this different from what was advertised? That's right. Where's Fulilian? I came here to watch the trailer. I'm also thinking about collecting stamps. Xiao. False advertising. Are you worthy of us? RNM. Give me back. Sure enough, the side effects of the good publicity came, and at this critical moment, the most grand stage in the whole venue suddenly appeared, and everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. The man in front of them was Xin Meyer in the promotional video, but what about Fulilian? The love of a hero is cautious, because my life is only a small part of Fulilian's life. Suche seemed to be reading a drama, and just when everyone was feeling bored, the next moment everyone was dumbfounded. Xin Meyer, so in order to continue to be with Fulilian, I found Sakata Jintoki from the Yorizuya. Many cosplayers? A white-haired man appeared and picked his nose. For some reason, it didn't seem out of place at all. Oh young man, I can't do your job, but I can introduce someone to you. A very beautiful cosplayer appeared. It is Tushan Honghong. Oh, Tushan Honghong, I do have a way infatuated elf. Wait for another lifetime. Many cosplayers? Not a child, is that right? Is what I am watching the authentic one? Just when everyone was shocked, a blood-red figure suddenly jumped out from under the stage, picked up Suja from the ground and rushed down in an instant. Ah! Master Dao, I did it! I did it! Many cosplayers, oh that's not surprising. Genuine. Genuine. It's just right. Chapter 66, Where is the OOC? It has been like this for so many years, nobody is the one I'm watching the authentic one, but is it OOC? I can't really tell. Suja was also very confused at this moment. The original plan for the comic exhibition was very boring. That was for him and others to perform some small shows on the central stage, walk on the catwalk, take photos, and then go down to collect stamps. To be honest, it's not that interesting. After all, the most interesting thing about comic conventions is that everyone has their own fun. Although it was boring, it was necessary to have it. However, Suche swore that the brother Huazi who came on stage at the end was definitely not arranged by him in advance. Good. It is true that there are always people who are better than you. Suche thought that the ideas of his abstract holy body were clear enough, but he never expected that someone was more abstract than him and chose the style with the most barrage. Tao Anan was stunned watching from the side. With Suche's excitement, everyone seemed to let go and went on stage to let themselves go. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively. Tao Anan was already in tears at this time. Such a harmonious scene seemed to bring her back to 10 years ago, an era without comparison, and everyone truly loved each other. It's back. It's back. The old village is back. Oh my god, this is truly the most talented organizer I've ever seen. It's been a long time since I've attended such an interesting comic convention.
The person who spoke was a very cute girl next to Suja. She was the high-quality wild cosplayer that Suja found from the crowd at a glance, and she was the girl who played Tushan Honghong on the stage just now. It is reasonable for Tushan Honghong to use the giant tree of suffering to help Fu Lilian reincarnate and continue her relationship, right? Where is the OOC? Where is the OOC? The plot has been developing like this for so many years. Is it good? Before complaining, reflect on yourself first. Have you tried hard to watch the show in these years? Has the concentration of two spiny newts increased? Brother is really thank you so much. Everyone don't leave for a while. There are red envelopes. To be honest, Suja initially just wanted to make the situation less awkward, but he never expected that the effect of the show would be so good. As soon as Suja opened his mouth, Tushan Honghong and Sakata Jintoki both laughed. They could get red envelopes by going out to play and show their faces. Where in the world could they find such a good thing? Only the guy who played Brother Huazi looked at Suja in confusion. He seemed to have thought of something and his face turned red or up. This is a script, I thought. Boil. Send. 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 Brother Huazi is going to shut himself up. I finally took you seriously for once, and you guys were so sincere, but you guys made me lose so completely. I feel like I was so awesome just now. Don't be like that. Brother Huazi, your show is the best. Let's go get the red envelopes together later. Suche patted the other person's shoulder comfortingly. What he said was not a polite remark. If it weren't for the other person's abrupt behavior, the situation wouldn't have been so relaxed. After all, just have fun. No matter how crazy you are, can you be worse than that guy just now? Sometimes we have to admit that a good platform is more important than anything else. In just half an hour, countless people came to Suche to collect stamps, but unfortunately, Suche had no preparation and could only take an awkward photo, but he did receive a lot of snacks. The comic exhibition was really fun. He will come again next time. I don't know what happened to that guy, but I guess I'm looking forward to it, right? Throwing a candy into his mouth, Suche thought of Xiao Ran. Although the other party tried his best to conceal his emotions, Suche could feel that he attached great importance to this event. Now that he couldn't come, it must be a pity, right? I shook my head and put the thought aside. What else could I do? Could it be that he rushed into someone else's house, grabbed her hand and pulled her out as if he was running away from her marriage? Stop joking, that's someone else's family affair, and you're not that familiar with the other person yet. Can you add a contact number? A somewhat familiar voice sounded in my ears. I had heard it before, but it seemed that I had not heard it much. Suja looked back and said, wow, isn't this the high-quality cosplayer who saved the day before? To be honest, quite a few people came to add Suja's contact information today, but he usually rejected them. However, Tushan Honghong in front of him was different. Since she helped him out, he couldn't be too rude, but then again, isn't it a bit inappropriate for Tushan Honghong to add Xin Meyer's contact information with an expectant look? I'm boiling. There's a cow. There's a cow. After adding the number 00 and setting the remark directly to Tushan Honghong, Suja found that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. LV Gianni, the girl smiled and stretched out her hand. Suja, if someone who was familiar with Suche saw this scene, he would definitely spit and curse loudly. People who are not familiar with this guy probably really think he is a gentleman. For example, LV Gianni at this time frowny face, he is such a gentleman. He is also very polite. When shaking hands, he just pinched the fingertips. He has self-restraint and politeness engraved in his bones. In fact, LV Gianni is more or less socially anxious. Although she is not afraid of stamp collecting, she is still very resistant to going on the center stage, but when the boy in front of her came to invite her, she agreed without any hesitation. There was no other reason. The way the other party asked her was really hard to refuse. Why aren't you leaving after adding your contact information? Suja's polite smile was about to break. He estimated that if he chatted for a few more words, his abstract personality would be exposed. So Lingzi's intention to poison Suja and make him mute was definitely not just a simple talk. I've seen your promotional photos. They're really well taken. And, you seem even better in person than in the photos. Thank you, Suche replied politely, then took a step back calmly. No, just keep talking, don't lean up. What about that Furlian in the promotional photo? She's so pretty. I wanted to find her to do stamp collecting. Lu Jiani didn't know why, but she seemed to open up in front of this boy. She's busy today, sorry, I have something to do backstage, I have to go first. It's nice to chat with you. Soo-chae waved his hand and prepared to leave. Is that so? Then you go and get busy. I just got the red envelope and was planning to treat you to something to eat. That's not such a rush, although I feel a little irritable, but now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Suja followed Lu Jiani with hope. Even though the other party asked questions about topics that he was not interested in, after all, she invited him to dinner, so what's wrong with chatting for a while? But unfortunately, what delicious food can there be at a comic convention? Hey, there are lunchboxes over there. Lu Jiani's eyes lit up. Facts have proved that cosplayers don't get to eat any good pork, so their eyes light up when they see lunchboxes. Forget it, it's just a box lunch. Suja is not a picky eater, but as soon as he walked into the stall and took a look, Suja was stunned. Looking at the petite figure, he wiped his eyes in disbelief, and then a very disdainful voice sounded in his ears. I'm really impressed by these stinky anime watchers, they are such low-class people, such a bunch of pretentious people. Strangers stay away, and acquaintances get out of here. Really, 1 slap for playing Naruto, and 2 slaps for Yuzuchu. Also, that damn Sin Mel on the stage is the most pretentious. Chapter 67. I really hope that Ursula can go back to the days when he was hated by everyone. Then let's sing together. Dai Xiaolin stood in front of the lunchbox stall, dressed in a very cute magical girl outfit, and took the lead in starting to liven up the whole family. Ana Dano, Taylor Billy, a few cylinders of any support. Wow, Jiao people on that non Yuku no Duomo. It is difficult to describe Suja's current mood. A lunchbox stall is like your mother's cult ritual, with a group of people singing the music of the whole family. It can only be said that Suja's concentration of 2 spine nude is far from enough. Li Jaegon, the god and the devil? Dai Xiaolin was very familiar with this voice, because this voice that made her love and hate it appeared in her dream yesterday. Why are you here? For some reason, the moment she saw Suja, the fearless Dai Xiaolin actually avoided her gaze. This older brother spoke too dirty, and her defense was completely broken, but after thinking carefully, why was she so cowardly? So she stared at Suja's eyes unconvinced. I don't accept it. I really don't accept it. Why do you say she is annoying? I am obviously the most beautiful girl in the world. Sorry, we don't allow stalls here. No idea if it was a natural knack, but Soo-chae always managed to hit Dai Xiaolin's vital point with one blow. You said no, so I won't. Who do you think you are? I'm the organizer. That's right, he is the organizer. LV Gianni echoed tacitly from the side. Wow, crying in 1 second is also a unique skill, and Dai Xiaolin doesn't look like she's pretending. Pucci Suja couldn't help but laugh out loud. He could indeed chase the other person away, but he never thought of doing so. For some reason, whenever he saw this girl, he couldn't help but want to tease her. No way, please don't chase me away. I need to earn money for my family's medical expenses. Dai Xiaolin immediately stepped forward and hugged Suja's arm, and began to rub it for some inexplicable reason. No, what are you doing there with a washboard? Bang! Without hesitation, Soo-chae's head popped and he said seriously, children should not lie. Really, this little money grubber can make up any nonsense just to make money. I turned around and was about to leave. It was fun to tease the other person. Dai Xiaolin was panicking. She thought Suja had gone to find the security guard. She gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, saying with great pain, at most, I'll give you some. Don't chase me away, okay? Soo-chae stopped immediately, but he still said casually, Tisk, how much can a lunchbox sell for? 41 portions, Master Duo? If Suja just wanted to tease the other person before, now he really wants to drive the other person out. You, the poet, you can obviously just rob him, but you insist on giving the other person a box lunch. Suja excitedly pulled Dai Xiaolin's hand and said in a low voice, is your lunchbox cooked? Look at what you said. Can I still sell half-cooked rice? So you put the stuff away? No, it's just the lunchbox that costs $10 a box. Suja was speechless. Dai Xiaolin really wanted to raise the price just by relying on her looks, right? However, the next scene completely refreshed Soo-chae's cognition. I saw a cosplayer who was playing the role of King of Glory Ma Chao. He weighed about 200 pounds and walked to the stall. He opened a box lunch and then Dai Xiaolin started to sing, gently pure miracle heartbeat Mr. Box Lunch become delicious okay Mr. Lunchbox has become super delicious 40 add 10 yuan to enjoy half a minute of insults add another 10 yuan and I can give you a light kick mouth area steamed goose heart for houses, soaring. All the words that were previously used to describe Suche were used by him at this moment. At this moment, there was only one question in Suche's mind, am I really a two-spine newt? Is this the world of the truly strong? It turns out that I am just a lousy anime fan, and my concentration is far from enough. It is hard to believe that Dai Xiaolin's stall is always crowded with people, and some people even pay to be insulted. It's really an eye-opener. It's really easy to make money from the two-spine newt. Suja sighed a bit suffocatedly and felt that Urshulai should really go back to the days when he was hated by everyone. Hee how about it, I'll give you 20%, don't chase me away, it really doesn't work. Dai Xiaolin blushed, as if she had made an important decision. I can take off my shoes and step on you roll. Suja resisted the urge to slap the girl away. He now wanted to overturn the stall. His mind was full of nonsense. Damn it. That was my first time, I really don't know how to cherish it. I didn't even agree when someone offered me 1,000 to step on it. Dai Xiaolin was very dissatisfied. If it wasn't for the fact that Suja had helped her last time and had a decent appearance, she wouldn't have rewarded him like this. Suja said nothing, but he had already classified Dai Xiaolin as a Pomelo fan. Today's trip was not in vain because I gained some knowledge. Suja sat on the ground eating his lunchbox, looking at a group of cosplayers kneeling in a circle in front of a raw stone cosplayer in the distance and fell into a daze. No, are there any normal people here? Don't think too much. If there weren't these people, where would all these good deals come from? Dai Xiaolin suddenly sat down next to Suche, handed him a bottle of oriental leaves, horse urine, and then took a sip of $1 mineral water. Dai Xiaolin was right. This girl actually planned to give herself a share of the profits. It was several hundred yuan. Suja felt that he should not take the money, but he was always hesitant when he wanted to refuse. If this is all for Three Kingdoms kill, why didn't Fulilian come? Something's up, you are so perfunctory. She is the protagonist. How annoying. Dai Xiaolin hated Suja's attitude, how should I put it? He treated her like a little kid. No matter what she said to him, he would always say, children, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Are you in junior high school? Second year of junior high school, so small? How can it be small? It's not small anymore. As if she was stressed, Dai Xiaolin jumped up and stood in front of Suche with her hands on her hips. Suja took a look and thought, you are right, it is indeed small, or even non-existent. What's that look in your eyes, asshole? Dai Xiaolin pounced on him fiercely, but the height difference between the two was too great. Suja simply waved his hand and grabbed Dai Xiaolin's collar by the back of her neck, and the movement of lifting her up was extremely funny. Let me go. He waved his arms as hard as he could, but was unable to cause any damage. As expected, when cute things act fiercely, they can be mistaken for being coquettish. Seeing that Suja was still laughing at her, Dai Xiaolin blushed completely. However, her eyes suddenly turned and she said in a coquettish voice, brother, please put me down. His steamed goose heart. Suja threw the other person out and got goosebumps all over his body. Dai Xiaolin's eyes rolled, and she felt as if she had discovered Suche's secret. He jumped over, took out his cell phone and waved it in front of Suche as if in protest. Hey! Are you not going to add your contact information this time? Do you still want the share? It's bad this girl has completely grasped my life. I don't want anything, but I can want money. Tisk then add one. Seeing Suja finally took out his phone, Dai Xiaolin was like a victorious general, especially the other party's somewhat arrogant tone. Humph man, the more you resist, the more excited I am. Dai Xiaolin opened the communication software and was about to scan the code, but the next moment Suja's phone suddenly lit up. Candy Aganishi, it's a voice call. Chapter 68. So am I also a part of your play? You can question Dai Xiaolin's character, but you cannot question her appearance. As the most recognized beautiful girl in the circle, she has her own pride and confidence. That's why she would do some seemingly abnormal things. After all, no matter what Xiaolin does, she will be forgiven because she is so cute. Until Dai Xiaolin met that man, I would argue with her over 5 cents, but I would stand up for her when she was in trouble. Don't ask me why I was in trouble, just tell me whether I stood up for her or not. It's not like no one has played this kind of trick before, but Dai Xiaolin is sure that the man in front of her really doesn't indulge her, but it doesn't matter. Maybe he is a man with a cold nature. He has this attitude towards himself, so he has to be like this towards others. Hey! Man! Watch your face. Don't make it too ugly. Seeing Suja quickly answering the phone and then pushing her aside like a chick, Dai Xiaolin became completely angry. What happened to your cold nature? What happened to your dislike for any woman? What does your smile mean now? Is someone calling you? Dai Xiaolin's shouting was very recognizable, and Tang Xinro noticed it immediately even through the phone. It's irrelevant. Suja turned around and left in a leisurely manner. Poor Dai Xiaolin, her petite body was grabbed by Suju and thrown several times, unhappy, really unhappy, just like when you meet someone you are particularly interested in, but then you find out that he hates everyone equally, and then the next day you suddenly realize that he just hates you. How could Suju still have the same impatient attitude as before? This change in attitude was really unacceptable to Dai Xiaolin. Let's change the video. I haven't been to comic conventions very often. It's a good opportunity to see what Sister Inen has done. Tang Xinro brought up the video without saying a word, and Suja didn't think much about it. After all, the two of them often exchanged such strange scenes. Although he had never been to Country M, he visited all the scenic spots that Su Che should visit. Let me tell you, Sister Inen did a really good job this time. It has some of the retro atmosphere of the past. Of course, the biggest variable is. Guess who it depends on? Suja turned on the front camera and transformed himself into a boy seeking credit. Who could it be? I guess it should be my sister's credit. Hang up. Hey, look, you're in a hurry again. Okay, great. Tang Xinro felt that she could apply for a job at any large kindergarten in the country. I am 18 years old this year, but I have 15 years of experience in coaxing children. Don't ask. If you ask, I have been coaxing children since they were born. Suja was talking and laughing here, and he didn't notice that there was a dark gaze next to him that was constantly watching him. He was even about to get so angry that he twisted and crawled away. Not bad. Sister Inen must have spent a lot of money. After giving the camera, Tang Xinro's eyes lit up instantly. But, I said, have you looked at the venue? Why are you staring at me? I told you to look at the cosplayer and the venue. Suja was speechless. Isn't this woman too perfunctory? She started praising without even looking at it? Let me tell you, this venue is really quite interesting. I also play a very important role in it. For example, Su Che was just about to claim credit when he suddenly heard a harsh sound of fat squeezing his vocal cords from behind him. Security. Where is the security? Do you have to do this at a comic convention? Where's the security? Where's the security? The security guards are watching too. Shut up, clown. Suja quickly blocked the camera, a rare look of embarrassment showing on his face. What's that? It seems like there's a quarrel. Turn around. I can't see clearly. Tang Xinro didn't understand what was going on. She just heard security guards saying something like that, and then Suja blocked the screen. Nothing to see. A Pogon ran out and was caught by the security guard. Su Che laughed it off. Although he felt that this was very positive energy, he thought it should not be included in his resume. None of this matters. The following is my masterpiece. Suja slowly moved the camera to prepare for the demonstration, and Tang Xinro also opened her eyes wide to appreciate it. Dude, can this cosplay really be tested casually? Trust me, you can do it. Oh my god. That's amazing. This is really awesome. A man looked at the person in the middle who was cosplaying as the original Stone, and his companions who were kneeling around him said enviously. Suja silently blocked the camera, turned around and left without hesitation. Very unique. Tang Xinro smiled awkwardly and could only give this evaluation. Tang Xinro, you have a stupid brain. Come up with some complimenting words quickly. No. That's all unexpected. There are still many normal cosplayers. Suja felt embarrassed and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a red light flash before his eyes. Master Dao, I did it. I did it. About a dozen fire brothers crawled past Sujo in a dark and twisted manner at a very fast speed. Yes, they just crawled past him, and a few small parts exploded as they passed by. Su Che, why not just make a voice call? No, aren't you a cosplayer too? Tang Xinro hurriedly tried to stop him. To be honest, she didn't quite see the embarrassing parts of Suja just now. Suja's mood eased a little. How amazing! This woman didn't expose his shortcomings this time? According to the previous rules, she would probably catch him and laugh at him for half a year. Just as she was about to show off her heroic figure, a very cute but obviously unhappy face suddenly appeared in Tang Xinrou's camera. Dai Xiaolin, you don't want the stall anymore, right? Don't call me by my name in public. Dai Xiaolin blushed, and it was definitely not fake. She had a disease that made her feel embarrassed when someone called her by her full name. The author also has this problem. Damn this man, his expression changed so quickly. She wanted to see who the woman was who could make this man smile like a nympho. Could it be the sister Fu Lilian in the promotional video, forcing her way into Su Che's camera? Dai Xiaolin looked over with dissatisfaction. However, she looked away after just one glance. It was too dazzling, too dazzling. Suddenly, I understood Su Che. It seemed quite reasonable, but Dai Xiaolin still refused to accept it. Even if the other person was very beautiful, she was not bad either. Why was there such a big difference in attitude? Looking at the opposite side with some provocation, Dai Xiaolin expected the woman opposite to show jealousy or hostility, but, wow. What a cute kid. Hello, Poochie. Dai Xiaolin felt like she had received 10,000 points of critical hit. The most painful thing is not that you can't beat others, but that the other party doesn't take you seriously at all. However, the saddest thing is not just that. The hateful man stuffed the phone into his hand, then ran aside and started posing. You came just in time. Show me the full body effect. I don't have to find a place to put my phone. Dai Xiaolin? So am I part of your play? Chapter 69. There are many words that are more touching than I love you. Tang Xinrou, there is something I wanted to tell you a few days ago, huh? Extremely panicked, her heart was pounding. This favored girl had never been so nervous since she was a child. You say it, small clip, have you taken the wrong medicine recently? Su Che. Super angry, Suja covered his ears as he had predicted this. He couldn't read women, but he could perfectly predict Tang Xinrou. You've really been different lately. I'm not used to it anymore. Su Che said it very seriously. It was indeed different, but he couldn't put his finger on it. First of all, the frequency of mocking himself had decreased a lot, and, why do I feel so shy? Like a woman, eh? No. You don't like it then? Suja was stunned in the spot for a moment. That's not right. According to his understanding of Tang Xinrou, she should be furious now. How could she still maintain such a gentle attitude? Looking at the dazed Suja, Tang Xinrou felt helpless. What could she do? What could she do? Being with Suja was like playing Lucky Star. I originally thought of transitioning to the 3rd level of abstraction, then switching to the 6th level after a series of defeats, and then making a big move after returning to China. What happened? Suddenly, several powerful fighters appeared, and she had no choice but to harvest them early. It's actually pretty good, keep it up. Suja tried his best to suppress the corners of his mouth, looked away, and muttered softly, all in one breath. Tang Xinrou was instantly amused. I don't understand, Tanghua accent, why everyone is saying that tsundere has become obsolete. Wake up. It's only the female tsundere who are out of favor. There is a huge market for male tsundere. Where's your partner? Why isn't he here? Come on, look at this pretty lady. Finally, we got back to the point. Tang Xinrou had spent a lot of time trying to make dumplings for this bit of vinegar, and finally found an opportunity that was not abrupt. She encountered something and didn't come. You seem lost? Tang Xinrou obviously noticed Suja's mood change and became nervous instantly. Tang Xinrou was very happy that your partner didn't come, but she didn't like your expression. Disappointed? Not really, I just feel pity. Suja didn't think too much and roughly told Tang Xinrou what happened today. Tang Xinrou became more and more silent, and when she heard about domestic violence, a conflicted look appeared on her face. I think. Su Che suddenly showed a very serious expression, and his abstract temperament disappeared without a trace. Wait a minute, it was a very strange sentence, but Tang Xinrou could instantly understand what Suja meant. According to what you said, she probably won't come. After all, the convention is almost over. There's no point in her coming. Yeah, 99% of the time he won't come, but what if he does? Suja was very conflicted and even felt ridiculous that he actually wanted to wait here, even until after the show was over, because he seemed to be able to see again those eyes that were expectant but pretending to be indifferent. You seem to be able to relate. Tang Shinro's body began to tense up, but her voice and eyes became much softer. Suja smiled and began to look at the screen seriously. Tang Shinro subconsciously looked away because of his sudden seriousness. You may have forgotten that when I was a kid, I went out to play. Something happened at home, so I asked my friends to go first and I went alone. Now I'm not afraid of you laughing at me if I tell you this. Suche's face showed some reminiscence, but also a little embarrassment. Although I said I didn't care, I actually hoped that everyone would wait for me, but everyone just left like that. As Suja was talking, he suddenly laughed and then looked at the girl on the screen very seriously. But, luckily I have you. Fortunately, I have you. Tang Shinro's face turned red instantly. Sometimes, there are many words that can touch people's hearts more than I love you. Yes, at that time, all the friends had left, and only Tang Shinro was waiting for him silently. At that time, Suju was still being stubborn, but in fact, he was already very moved in his heart. Then, what were you thinking at that time? Tang Shinro's tone was filled with nostalgia, and her voice seemed to be softer. If you don't wait for me, I might cry and feel abandoned by the whole world. Suja was very sincere this time, but for some reason, when he looked at the girl on the screen, he didn't look proud or relieved, but a little awkward. Tang Shinro said nothing, but just looked away silently. Yes, I was the only one waiting for him at that time, because other friends also wanted to wait for him, but they were all fooled away by me. Let's not talk about this anymore. So you're going to wait for her here? Well, it must be hard to feel abandoned by everyone, even if it's just a small possibility. The two fell into a brief silence, and Tang Shinro was obviously feeling guilty. Who is prettier, me or her? You are beautiful. The sudden question and the answer without hesitation made Tang Shinro stunned for a moment, and her beautiful big eyes narrowed, proving her master's joy. Your skin is better, and your long hair is a plus. Although the monitor is also pretty, she can only be given 94 points, and you 99 points. The smile suddenly froze. No, my younger brother. Are you still commenting on this? I thought it was an unconditional choice, but I didn't expect that I really look good. No, hee. It's really strange that I'm not happy when people think I'm pretty. It's true that women are the hardest to guess. I got 99 points? So you mean I still have 100 points? Sure enough, any woman cannot avoid this problem, even the Saint Tang Shinro. Yes, who? My mom. That's right, our Aunt BBBBBB, this sentence is chopped off, is indeed 100 points. Tang Shinro shut up instantly. Sister, are you sweating all over? It's so nice to be your friend. You're so considerate, right? That's it, my relationship with her is just average. Suche said proudly. Tang Shinro was speechless. Forget it. With this reaction, he probably couldn't understand other women's hints. Not to mention, aren't you going to the opera tonight at 8 o'clock? Push it away first. I will apologize to her. Tang Shinro smiled suddenly. She felt that it was still a good deal. First of all, the date at 8 o'clock must have been postponed, but now this waiting is probably meaningless. A light of pride gradually flashed in her eyes. Her liking for Suche was not just accumulated over time. The boy's unintentional behavior could really make people's hearts beat. For example, he is willing to spend time and date to maintain a girl's illusory expectations. He is really shining. Okay, I think it's the right thing to do. If she comes, I must comfort her. Dawn community. Lu Sisi once again showed off her talent. The huge princess bed was already piled with all kinds of clothes. Hey, you haven't seen me without my school uniform, have you? Oh no, I think I've seen it once. Never mind that time doesn't count. He is so fascinated by this. Oh my. What am I thinking about? Lu Sisi suddenly covered her face, jumped onto the big bed and rolled back and forth. I didn't notice at all that the phone next to me seemed to light up. Chapter 70. So, what is the price of understanding a person who said Lu Sisi was cowardly? Lu Sisi was so brave. No matter how many times she tried, she felt that this kind of dress was too bold. Lu Sisi blushed and put away the clothes that were not revealing but very revealing to her, seeming to be in a dilemma. If Suche saw this scene, he would definitely sneer. That's it? That's it? Whose child is this? Jadian is not so proud. Beep, beep, beep. The ringing of the cell phone attracted Lu Cici's attention, and she hurried to pick up the phone because she thought it was very impolite to make others wait. Pa, the quick turn in a hurry caused Lu Cici to step on her right foot with her left foot and fall to the ground. Elbow injury 5%. Woo woo woo. I'm probably not injured, but I'm a bit numb. Holding her arm with one hand, Lu Cici walked to the phone with a sullen look. The second best place to make a voice call. Hey? The pain suddenly flew away. Hey, who are you calling a slut? Who are you calling a slut? I have a sweet voice, okay? Cici, I have some problems here. I may not be able to go tonight. I'm so sorry. Boom. Lu Cici's brain went blank and she fell into a daze in an instant, but she reacted quickly and adjusted her state immediately. It's okay, just go do your thing. I'm fine, I'm so sorry. I'll treat you to a movie some other day. It's okay, don't take it to heart. You have more important things to do. Well, that's it. Beep beep beep. Holding the phone that was making a blind tone, Lu Cici was obviously still in a daze. She didn't remember what she had just said. It was all her instinctive response. Half a minute later, she seemed to finally react, and the evidence was her pouting lips. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Actually, I don't really want to go with you. It seemed as if she wanted to imitate the heroine in TV dramas and say some harsh words, but her voice choked up inexplicably halfway through. Why don't you go? Suja, you idiot. Lying weakly on the bed with her head buried in her arms, Lu Cici couldn't help but cry out in pain. Whoa, why is the numbness from the bite I just got still coming back? Why are you bullying me? Lu Cici was really angry. She was looking forward to it, and she had finally mustered up the courage to say it out loud. She was clearly, her eyes were already red, and Lu Cici tried her best to look fierce. Finally, she found her target. It was a gorgeously wrapped gift box on the table. It was obvious that it had been carefully polished by the owner. Rushing over as if to vent her anger, Lu Cici opened the gift box, revealing the exquisite pastries inside. Suja, you idiot. I don't want to bring you any cake. I'll eat it all myself. After opening the box, with red eyes, Lu Cici choked up and stuffed the cake into her mouth with a spoon. The more she ate, the more aggrieved she felt. Wow, why is there no sweetness at all? Even you are bullying me. Cici is such a good girl. She's not angry at all. That's great, it's perfect. Cici is indeed a good girl who cares about others, Suja thought. Young boy, you really don't understand girls. Maybe that little girl has already secretly applied pearls to her behind her back. Tao Ainen gave a different opinion. The comic exhibition was almost over at this time. She naturally sat next to Suja and handed him a bottle of iced Coke. Suja took it with satisfaction and took a sip. It had to be Sister Ainen, who knew that he usually liked to drink some sperm-killing carbonated sweet water. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cici is from a wealthy family and has no shortage of entertainment. I don't think so. Her being sensible shouldn't be a reason for you to do whatever you want. Shouldn't girls like this be cared for more? Suja didn't say anything, but just took another sip of Coke. Although he didn't say anything, Tao Ainen knew that he had listened to her. That's the good thing about her brother, he listens to advice. Actually, I don't quite understand. Why do you want to keep waiting? We're almost done. Logically, she shouldn't be here, right? After all, no one would come to see the show end on purpose. Tao Ainen raised her doubts. Even she found it difficult to understand Suche's ideas, which seemed a bit far-fetched and a bit vague. That girl is very important to you? No, not even familiar. The Coke was almost gone, and Suche felt helpless. And that's why I told you. Don't try to understand other people's affairs easily, or you will be affected by karma. Suche said something very inexplicable, and even he himself was a little angry. After calming down, Suja sat back in his seat and said with a serious face, that girl, she should be unable to hold on any longer. Tao Ainen seemed to understand something, and she asked tentatively, how did you know that? Suja turned around, suddenly smiled, put his mouth close to Tao Ainen's ear, and whispered, Sister Ainen and I actually have superpowers. Tell me. Tao Ainen did not dodge, but instead moved closer, bringing his face closer. This time it was Suja who retreated in a hurry. Sure enough, this was the most realistic performance of the big talker. I can actually read minds, through my eyes. Oh? So what did you see? Expectation, hope, and a hint of despair. Chio Ran's figure flashed before his eyes. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was her eyes. Suja saw expectation, hesitation, and pitiful caution. It seemed that she wanted to touch something but was afraid of getting pricked, or maybe, she had been pricked many times. Suche may really have superpowers. In fact, he can easily understand a person, but what is the price of understanding others? Are you sure she will come? How is that possible? There's a 99% chance that he won't come, but what if? Suche looked ahead. The lively meeting had come to an end. A ray of sunset shone through, but it was not warm. Instead, it seemed a little lonely, making people subconsciously want to escape. My brother is such a gentle person. I don't think this is a compliment, and I don't think many people think so either. Suche denied it flatly and looked quite distressed. Tao Ainen just looked at the boy in front of her quietly, and was a little dazed for a moment. She seemed to understand what he was thinking, and she suddenly had some ideas of her own. I don't know if she was trying to tease or provoke him, but this unstoppable older sister turned Suja's head and then pressed her forehead against his. Don't you have superpowers? Then see what your sister is thinking? To be honest, Suja would usually peek at her bears and legs like a normal boy, but Tao Ainen didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, every time he was stared at by her, he would shyly turn his head away, which was very interesting, and this action is definitely a fatal blow to an innocent boy like Suche, but the trembling look she had imagined didn't appear? Tao Ainen was a little panicked, because Suja's gentle eyes made her want to escape. Tao Ainen felt inexplicably at ease and warm when the boy in front of her suddenly hugged her. She didn't have any strange thoughts. The boy, who had always been her younger brother, was surprisingly tough at this moment. He hugged her in his arms and patted her head like he was coaxing a child. When you are tired, go home. We've always been here. Chapter 71 Redemption hidden in the shadows. People always say that Suche has a heavy idol burden, but who doesn't have some idol burden these days? Don't let go. Hug me again. Tao Ainen hugged Suja tighter with her backhand. She had no other thoughts. She just didn't want the other party to see her vulnerable side, thus destroying her perfect image of an intellectual big sister. Hey, as expected, good-looking people have a heavy idol burden. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. You good-looking guy. If I were 5 or 6 years younger, I would have the courage to fight for it even if I was gentle. After adjusting her mental state, Tao Ainen became the bad woman she once was. Tao Ainen's family is happy, and there is nothing strange about it, except that she is urged to get married. But after graduation, when she works hard in other places and encounters grievances, the first thing she thinks of is the small room in Sue's house. There are the most childish family members, and also the family members who understand her the most. Damn scumbag. I was away for just a little while and you. Dai Xiaolin had just cleaned up the lunch stand when she turned around and saw Suja hugging an extremely majestic older sister. Damn this man, he was so ambiguous with the older sister in the video just now, and that sister Fu Lilian in the promotional video. Damn, what a philandering man. You little brat, you haven't gone home yet? Doesn't your mother want you to go home for dinner? Suche was not panicked by being caught cheating. He gave his family a friendly hug and was afraid of being seen by others? What do you care? You're such a playboy. Tao Ainen's eyes gradually became playful. Brother, this is also you. Hey. Don't. This is not a punishment. Suche immediately covered the other person's mouth to stop the woman from speaking such vicious words. There was constant laughter, but Suche's eyes became more and more serious. He sat on the high platform and looked towards the door, wondering what he was thinking. The crowd seems to have dispersed. It should be over by now. Chou Ren murmured countless times, her eyes dull as she leaned against the door with her legs hugged, and she seemed to have lost the concept of time. She didn't know what time it was, she only knew that it was dark. There was no more preaching voice outside the door, and even the mother might be a little tired. In fact, she has become accustomed to this kind of life. She feels that she is just a tool to prove that her mother is living a good life. She didn't have a cell phone, not even the ability to send a text message or make a phone call, but it was a good thing she didn't have a cell phone, otherwise she would have seen a scene that was even more unacceptable to her daughter. Disappointment, or insults, or even nothing at all. It's as if without myself, nothing can be affected at all. She hugged her head, not even daring to whimper. She couldn't help feeling sad in her heart, as if she had lost something very important. It's over. It's definitely over. Everything is over. Something that I have been preparing for, looking forward to, and dreaming about for a long time is over. What role have I played, being a deserter, being a drag, or even causing considerable losses to the other side? After the mother vented her anger, she actually had an urge to rush out. She wanted to apologize to the boy and take responsibility for the consequences, but she didn't dare. Just imagining the other person's disappointed look made her feel unable to breathe. Standing up slowly, Xiao-Ran tried her best to move her numb body, put on a piece of clothing casually, and suddenly rushed out. The howling night wind made Xiao-Ran shiver. Her body was already very weak after crying, but she did not stop. She has to go. She has to go. Otherwise she will have regrets for the rest of her life, even if she didn't play any glorious roles. Even if it's all over, she has to go, Take a look from afar. Perhaps all that psychological preparation was just an excuse for herself, or, only after everything was settled, would she dare to spy on other people's happiness like a rat in a sewer. The night wind seemed to be even colder, but Xiao-Ran was still standing outside the venue, not daring to go in. And the lights are off, but the door is not locked. It should be time to finish the work. Mustering up her courage, she finally slowly approached and gently pushed open the door of the venue. With a little light, she could vaguely see the entire venue. Even though it was a mess, it seemed better than she had imagined. It's okay. They're all gone. She murmured softly, as if she was glad for her choice. Walking gently, she began to enjoy the scene she had always dreamed of. This could be considered a dream come true, right? She walked slowly, even humming an unknown tune, but somehow, a tear dropped to the ground. Hey! A teasing and frivolous voice sounded from the high platform, which immediately frightened Xiao-Ran. She wiped away her tears in a hurry, having an urge to run away immediately. Are you really here? Suja shook his head and jumped off the platform. In fact, he had 1,000 ideas of a very cool and idle drama-like opening in his mind, but he was afraid that if he was too handsome, the other party would not be able to help but fall in love with him. So he chose to start with Oi, since it wouldn't ruin his character anyway. I just came. The usually rational squad leader had long disappeared. At this moment, Xiao-Ran waved his hands in panic, as if someone had seen his worst side. My nose felt sore and I could no longer hold back the emotions that had been suppressed all day. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I messed up everything. I'm sorry. He bowed deeply, and the girl in front of him kept crying and apologizing. Suche did not stop him nor comfort him, he just watched quietly. This was a good opportunity for him to vent his emotions, and he didn't have to guide them himself. Are you done crying? If you are, come over here, it's time to end. There was no comfort or blame. The boy's voice was exactly the same as usual, still so frivolous. Xiao-Ran raised his head blankly, looking at the other person's back, and had lost the ability to think. One more thing, you didn't screw up anything, but you were late. Late? Xiao-Ran murmured, subconsciously glancing around the empty meeting room that wasn't even lit. What are you looking at? I am not a human being. Am I a human being or not? Suja roared, his eyes gradually falling on Xiao-Ran's arm. There were some things he wanted to verify personally today. Pulling up the girl's sleeve, Suja ran towards the platform. Xiao-Ran had long lost the ability to think and was just being pulled by the other party. I'm still here. It's not over then. After all, I'm the organizer. Tao Anan, who was hiding in the corner, was speechless. He actually said these things in such a good scene. His brother really doesn't know how to coax girls. No. In his memory, he seemed to be quite good at coaxing girls. Walking up to the platform, Xiao-Ran subconsciously looked around. If everything went well, this should be the place where she could realize her dream. However, there were no spectators at this time. However, looking at the boy in the hero's attire, nothing seemed to matter anymore. Hey, I received a lot of free gifts today, small gifts given to each other at comic conventions, but I didn't give any of them away because there were too few. I only prepared one. Suche murmured. Xiao-Ran just listened, his former momentum disappeared without a trace, like a doll that could be manipulated by anyone. It hasn't been sent out yet, you're lucky. But I'm still very unhappy that you're late. Pay attention next time, or I'll really ignore you. Xiao Ran kept nodding, and was so well behaved that it almost broke her character. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Silence, darkness enveloped everything. In the dark conference hall, on the high stage, was the real protagonist of the day. There was only a huge clock in the conference hall that was gently swinging. Looking down along the clock, the brave man leaned over slightly and took the girl's hand. They prepared very little, or even nothing, and there was no Frillian here at all, but, at this moment, they completed the reproduction of the most classic scene. "I've prepared this one for you, you're lucky." A handmade ring was gently put on Xiao Ran's hand. Xiao Ran was completely stunned, staring at the ring. Compared to comic conventions and audiences, this is something she has dreamed of more, something she has always longed for. The picture freezes at this moment. The slow-witted elf does not understand the brave man's love, so the brave man expresses his love unscrupulously, but Furlian was not there at this time, and this brave man seemed to have some other ideas. Pinching Xiao Ran's fingertips, Suja looked along the other's sleeves, which were covered with shocking bloodstains. His expression remained unchanged, and he still maintained the proper mood. Zhao. It's actually true. Chapter 72, Suja. Don't let me catch you, kid. What a sinful man. He is a master of time management. The famous scene on the podium was not completely without an audience, such as Dai Xiaolin in the corner. The little girl was really a little bit broken at this moment. It was over. The image of a cool and warm-hearted handsome guy in her mind completely collapsed. Isn't this just a pure scumbag? Of course, the most important thing is, am I not worthy of her being a bitch to me? I'm not that bad, am I? I'm the most beautiful girl in Qingfeng. Why are you so cold to me? It is absolutely impossible to say that he loves me. After all, today is only the second time they meet, and Suche even said with his own mouth that he hates me. But I really don't accept it. Don't say that about him, you don't know him at all. Tao Ainen hugged Dai Xiaolin from behind and looked at Suja with inexplicable pride. I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times, and when I turned around, he was standing in the dimly lit place. How about you be called Suche? Low-level poets describe artistic conception, high-level poets create artistic conception. Why hasn't Su Shi produced any poems in recent years? Has his talent run out? It was obvious that Xiao Ran's condition was not right, and it seemed that strange patterns were about to appear in his eyes. Suja knew that it was time to end this farce. That's enough. It's over. Everyone go home. Xiao Ran said nothing, but just kept stroking the ring on her hand and stared at Suja's back in a daze. Oh, right. One more thing. Suche suddenly turned around, which scared Xiao Ran. She quickly looked away and put her hands behind her back, subconsciously trying to hide something. Suja was speechless. How could a pretty child be so obsessed with stealing? Did he look down on Mr. Su? It was as if Mr. Su would take back what he gave away. Here. Your appearance fee. After stuffing 20 red bills into Xiao Ran's hand, Suche turned around and wanted to leave. No. I absolutely cannot accept this. Xiao Ran felt a burning pain on her face. Her absence this time had already caused Sister An a great loss. It was good enough that she was not asked to pay compensation. She absolutely could not accept this money. So you're not going to buy a cell phone? As expected of Suche, he crushed Xiao Ran to death with just one sentence. Xiao Ran hesitated, and even though she felt extremely guilty, she still silently took the money. She needed a cell phone because she was more afraid of losing touch with someone than of being embarrassed. It's just a loan. I will definitely pay you back. Xiao Ran said very seriously. Then pay 300 more. Then the boy's voice was fading away. Xiao Ran didn't move. She just looked at the other person's waving hand, which was getting farther and farther away. Her eyes became increasingly blurred, until they were covered by tears and she could see nothing. Li Zhao. F.A. 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 I regret it very much now. Why do I have to pretend to be that? Suche now wanted to chop off his own hands. If he hadn't acted like this in the end, I'm sorry, Prime Minister. I guess I won't be able to support the Han Dynasty for a long time. Prime Minister, please don't blame me. Wow, whoa, in an unknown corner, someone was crying loudly. Yuran Angel looked at the little crybaby on the screen with helplessness on her face. She felt really distressed and helpless.
Alright, stop crying. I told you not to trust men easily, but you just wouldn't listen. Sister Jiao was speechless. I had said before that you shouldn't give so much for a man you haven't seen for many years and who only exists in your filter. What's the result? I have already said that Xin Luan is irresponsible and likes to escape when encountering problems. He is not worthy at all, but this girl still resolutely ran over there. A few days ago, Sister Jiao finally got it and thought she had finally awakened, but then she was trapped by another man again. Ren Anjiao knew that Lu Sisi was not the kind of person who fell in love with everyone she met. After all, there were countless people chasing after her since she was a child. So the fact that he could win her over so quickly could only prove that the bastard named Suja must be something. I think you are a little bit in love. What's there to cry about? Give me Suja's contact information and I will talk to him. No more. Lu Sisi wilted the moment she heard this, and her sobbing stopped. She was just complaining to her best friend on a daily basis, but she forgot that her best friend was not one with a good temper. What should I do if I suddenly feel regretful? Am I not saying bad things about Su Che? Have you become the kind of person you hate without realizing it? Tonic woo woo woo. What? You still want to protect that bastard? Jiao Suju is not a bastard. You don't understand him. He Ren Anjiao. Donnie Yen points to a place and laughs. JPG, why do I suddenly feel like a clown? Bang! Ren Anjiao table HP 100. Lu Sisi's eyes suddenly became clear, and she knew that Jiao was really serious. Lu Sisi, you are in a very wrong state right now. I really have to control you. Yeah, I'll listen to you. Sisi is a child who doesn't like to use her brain, but fortunately, Sister Jiao will not harm her. I don't care whether you like Suju or not, but you will never be valued by a man in your current state. It's the same with being friends. As if seeing through Lu Sisi, Ren Anjiao even added another sentence. Lu Sisi blinked her beautiful big eyes and stared at her good sister intently, as if she was really looking forward to her ingenious plan. Have you noticed that you are too humble? Making friends is about equality. It shouldn't be like this. For example, if he stood you up today, what would you do? Lu Sisi lowered her head and pondered, then said weakly, what if something really happens to them? That's his problem. I don't care if he has problems or not. Even if his second aunt gave birth to a child, it's still his problem today. Ren Anjiao interrupted without hesitation. Don't just cater to him blindly. Show your own attitude. Men hum will only become more aggressive if you don't show some temper. Do you understand? You must show your attitude. That's Suja? Little Su, when we meet tomorrow, you must show your temper to him. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Sisi nodded seriously, her eyes full of determination. She suddenly realized that Jiao was right. This was exactly herself. Beep, beep, beep. Ren Anjiao was very satisfied with Lu Sisi's condition, but she also heard a very obvious incoming call notification, the second best in the world. Sorry, Sisi, I just finished my work. I am really sorry for today. If it is convenient, can you come out to watch a movie? I will go buy the tickets. Lu Sisi, did that brat send a message? Ren Anjiao was worthy of being a woman who had mastered Lu Sisi's user manual. She had already guessed roughly what was going on just by looking at the useless smile that the other party subconsciously revealed. Lu Sisi answered weakly, with a slightly evasive look towards her best friend. How dare this brat come to my door? Sisi. Give him some strength. Humiliate him, ravage him, and toy with him. Okay. Seeing her best friend so excited, Lu Sisi could only agree weakly. Bamboo Bear, then I'll buy some popcorn. When can you get here? Happy Cat jumping around, are you done scolding? Ren Anjiao seemed anxious. Swear again, scold again. Jiao, let's stop chatting. There's still some time. I'll go pack some pastries for Suja. I broke the box before beep beep beep. Ren Anjiao was silent. She looked at the note, the best in the world, on the screen and fell into deep thought. Su Che, right? Don't let me catch you, kid. Chapter 73. There is indeed something wrong with my youth romance story. I say, why are you still following me? Are you secretly in love with me? Looking at Dai Xiaolin, who was still following him, Suja fiddled with his cell phone and made narcissistic noises. Bah!
Just you? Excuse me, but you're pretty annoying, Dai Xiaolin said angrily. Oh? What does mean? Why didn't Dai Xiaolin realize that this word was so irritating before? She quickly jumped in front of Suja, blocking his sight. Where are you going? Liming Community. Do you live in a villa area? No, I was working part-time as a gigolo there, and now I'm serving my sponsor. Looking at the stunned Dai Xiaolin, Suja showed a very vicissitudes of life smile, patting the other person's shoulder. Suja said earnestly, study hard, kid. Work hard to make money. Then you can take care of all the men who look down on you, like me. When you have money, I will play with you every day and let you do whatever you want to me. Suja stuffed the confused Dai Xiaolin into the taxi. It was already so late, and he was a little worried about having such a little girl around. Of course, the most important thing was that they had to go their way. Master, Liming Community, stop at Guiling Road. Okay, young man, are you going to work? The driver looked at Suja's face carefully and said with certainty, well, he is very handsome, it is late at night, and in the villa area, the fact is already very obvious. Oh, my sister still has to go to school, Suja sighed secretly and patted Dai Xiaolin on the head in front of the driver. Okay. That's fine, man. It's about making money. Don't be shy. I will quit when my sister graduates from high school. Then I will go to school and fulfill my dream. Watching Suja chatting very naturally with the driver, Dai Xiaolin's three views were almost destroyed. They are all speaking Chinese, but why can't I understand what they are saying when they are put together? Hey, Shaolin Elbows, what are you doing out? Suja was chatting with the driver enthusiastically. He felt a little unhappy when he was interrupted suddenly. After all, he had to give himself an identity outside. Are you really going to be? That Dai Xiaolin still couldn't believe it. You look down on ducks? No, it's just, I'm going to pick up my friends to watch a movie together. Male or female? Female. Beast. Ignore this girl, Suja is very clear. This is a typical case of secret love and jealousy. Hump, little girl, you are just playing hard to get because you can't get the love you want, ignoring the other party. Suja opened his phone out of boredom and replied to the message casually. By accident, he opened a photo album with a password. When he turned to a photo, Suja's hand stopped and his eyes gradually became dazed. There was a pair of children on it. The little girl was crying with her hands covering her eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice, while the little boy was comforting her. Because he was not very old, he looked very funny. Don't cry, I'll apologize to you, okay? I hate Suche the most. I hate people who break their promises the most. Alas, classmate Xiao Tang rarely loses her temper with me, but that time she was really mad. I vaguely remembered that the two of them had made an appointment to go to the amusement park, but Suja went to the video game arcade with someone else. I coaxed the other person for a whole week before he paid attention to me. Huh? Who is this? Dai Xiaolin was like a follower. Of course, the most important thing was that she was very interested in Suja's perverted smile. It's none of your business. Suja put away his phone and was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. Humph, who cares about you? You must have bad intentions to ask a girl to watch a movie so late at night. I just don't want to break my promise. If you can make amends, try not to delay. Suche suddenly became serious and spoke very seriously. Who would believe that? King of Ducks. Dai Xiaolin said, unconvinced. It's true after all. Suja looked out the window, and a faint smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. People who break their promises are the most annoying. The atmosphere gradually became silent, and it was finally broken by Dai Xiaolin. After all, Suche's sometimes abstract and sometimes handsome posture really made her curious. The transformation is so natural. It is obviously the same face, but it gives people a completely different feeling. Hello, I'm not called Hey, I'm called Duck King. Suja, which one is your girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend, TSK. Scumbag quotes. Dai Xiaolin sneered. Isn't this the usual tactic of scumbags? He doesn't have a girlfriend but has ambiguous relationships with many people. The sister Fu Lilian in the promotional photo, the dazzling sister in the video call, the sister Dalei who was hugging each other, the crying sister who was having a tryst in the night. The light was too dark, I thought there were two people, the rich sister who I am going to date now, and myself, the most beautiful girl in Qingfeng. Sure, Suja, can you not help but hum, even the master of time management wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Believe it or not, they are just my friends. Which one do you like best? If you can't choose, you can choose me. Dai Xiaolin asked with interest. Let's eliminate you first. There was no way Su Che would give this little brat any face, but at the same time he fell into deep thought. Before I knew it, my relationship with the opposite sex seemed to be. There really is something wrong with my youth romance story. Feeling that she couldn't get anything out of Su Che, Dai Xiaolin narrowed her eyes and changed her train of thought. Who was that girl on your phone just now? What? Are you jealous because you found me cuter than you? Bullshit. Who on earth is that, you guess? Suja really liked the other person's angry look. There was still some distance to go, so he teased her a little more. I guess it's the sister I video called today. Suja took a deep breath. AUV has some insight. How did you know that? Look at your reaction. How do I react? Flower maniac, you farted. If you say this, Suja will not accept it. He pinches Dai Xiaolin's face and signals her with a serious look to take back her words, but Dai Xiaolin seemed to have found Suja's weakness, and suddenly said with a smile, You don't like her, do you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So what's your relationship, friend? Good friend. Su Che suddenly added inexplicably. How good? The best in the world. For some reason, I suddenly felt a little irritated. It must be because this noisy child was too annoying. Yo, the best in the world, sarcastic, this kid Dai Xiaolin really deserves a beating. I feel like he should be turned into a cream puff. Hey guys, we're here at Guiling Road, the driver suddenly said. You can go now. He opened the car door without hesitation and kicked Dai Xiaolin out. The world seemed to be quiet, however. The next moment, Suja saw a smug smile on the girl's face. At the moment the car door closed, Dai Xiaolin whispered to the inside of the car, Suja, you said you and her are the best in the world. Have you ever thought about it? Aren't you the best in the world? Chapter 74, Does friendship need to be maintained face to face? I'll ask for my friend dull, silent, speechless. Based on Dai Xiaolin's experience, this should be a breakthrough. It turns out you're not completely without weaknesses. Seemingly very fond of her masterpiece, Dai Xiaolin waved her hand and turned away happily. The winner is decided. Today's victory or defeat? Su Che's defeat. You are just bragging. Did you win? Do you see who I am? This is called Qingfeng's #1 childhood sweetheart. What's wrong with Dai Xiaolin? You can't deal with Dai Xiaolin. You are just bragging. You can only be beaten by your master Su. This is called strength, do you understand? Humming an inexplicable tune, Dai Xiaolin walked into a residential area with few streetlights. At this moment, she did feel a sense of accomplishment, but as she hummed, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. There seemed to be a person standing under the dim streetlight. Dai Xiaolin forced herself to smile again and trotted over. Mom, didn't you say you didn't have to come out to pick me up? The middle-aged woman finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Dai Xiaolin. She quickly stepped forward and held her daughter's hand. Only then did the other party seem to relax a little. Did you have fun today, Xiaolin? Yeah, I'm happy. I made a lot of money. I'll transfer it to you later. Dai Xiaolin seemed to have changed. The originally arrogant attitude of the female ghost disappeared without a trace, and she turned directly into a good baby. Nonsense, where do you make the money? I was selling lunchboxes to a big brother at the comic convention today, and he gave it to me. Dai Xiaolin smiled innocently, and after thinking for a moment, she added, he is a very good and kind older brother. He helped me make money and played with me. He also sent me back today, really? That's a really good kid. The middle-aged woman echoed, and then said cautiously, Xiaolin, Mommy earned another 100 yuan bonus from serving food today. Tomorrow, go to the hospital for a checkup with Mommy, don't want. Dai Xiaolin's emotions suddenly got out of control. The woman didn't dare to say anything more. She immediately shut up and stood there at a loss. After a while, Dai Xiaolin regained her smile. She gently placed her head in the woman's arms and said softly, Mom, I don't want to go. Give all the money to Dad and pay off the debts. There seemed to be some problem with the last street lamp. The only light source in the neighborhood, which was already dim, began to flicker and looked shaky. What a boring kid, not only naive but also childish. He is so self-righteous and makes some messy and childish remarks. Do you think you can break Master Su's defense? Oh, is it actually underestimated? Suche smiled disdainfully and looked out the window quietly. 3 seconds later, Zhao. I said it in vain, I said it in vain. Isn't this just disgusting? When the other party asked him the question just now, Suja didn't know what kind of mentality he was in. It seemed like he didn't think about anything and just said it out loud. He used to think that corny plots like, hello, I'm fine, everyone is fine, were the most disgusting. Which man would care about such things? But now, that figure gradually emerged in my mind, the person I had spent the most time with in this life. I used to hate it when I was a kid and I had to control myself every day, but I seem to have gotten used to it. After entering school, they gradually showed their talents. They hung out together every day and began to dislike each other. Later, she left, but we kept in touch. Kensuche took a long breath and began to think about the problem seriously. He knew that Tang Shinro didn't have many friends, but they were no longer around. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I asked him myself. This guy is quite lonely when he is abroad. Otherwise, why would he keep pestering me? It must be, it's hard to say. His mind was in a mess, and suddenly a picture flashed in Suche's mind. It seems like a figure appears next to that annoying guy. Zhao. Although the figure was only an outline, Suche still tore it apart and refined it in an instant. Damn it. Very unhappy. Dude, what's wrong? The driver clearly sensed the back passenger's irritability and asked considerately. Nothing. By the way, Master, do you think friendship needs to be maintained face to face? Just asking, I don't think it should be necessary. I'll ask for my friend. The driver thought about it seriously for a moment, then sneered, of course you do. There's no such thing as friendship in society. No matter how good a relationship is, it still needs communication to maintain. Don't tell me you're a close friend. Why don't you try not contacting them for a few years? I know you want to say that we're still close friends even if we don't contact each other for a few years, but I can only say that it's because that person is good, not because your relationship is strong. Maybe if you go over and take a look, you'll find that they've already formed a new circle. I can't go back, my old buddies. Let's not talk about it. It can be seen that the driver is also a man with a story, but he has something more important to do now. Hey, young man? Did you hear any strange noises? Like a mouse gnawing at something? Suche, no. I didn't hear anything. Grinding teeth, turning on his cell phone, Suche subconsciously opened someone's communication interface, as if he wanted to speak, but after hesitating for a while, he snorted coldly and put it away. After closing OO and opening the photo album, Suche began to flip through the photos unconsciously. As he flipped through the photos, the sound of grinding his teeth seemed to become clearer. Really, will there be a new circle? Hisu. After letting out a long breath, Suja adjusted his condition to the best. However, as a skill passed down from the Su family's ancestors, it seemed to be ineffective this time. Don't think about it. He turned around and sulked, letting Tang Shinro guess. Meanwhile, across the ocean, classmate, can you add a contact number? Lucky, really lucky, I can meet such a great compatriot when I go abroad. This is simply a good fate given by God. I have a boyfriend. Tang Shinro was fiddling with the computer without even turning her head. The boy felt a little embarrassed for a moment, but he still didn't want to give up because he really liked this one. It doesn't matter if you have a boyfriend, my boyfriend is petty and doesn't like me talking to other men. The girl glanced at the other man, and suddenly there seemed to be a chill in the air. Although they were in the harmonious environment of modern society, the man actually saw a hint of murderous intent in the eyes of the beautiful girl opposite him. No more, the man fled in panic, and suddenly felt that the girl opposite him was not on the same level as him. Shinro, I don't mean any harm to you, and your boyfriend is too overbearing. Delay's best friend thought Tang Shinro was too sensitive, so she reached out and hugged her. However, the next moment, the girl pushed him away harshly. How is he domineering? Where is he domineering? Do you have a problem with him? Lillian was completely confused. What did I say? Why did she suddenly change her expression?
Sorry, Lillian, I lost my composure. Tang Shinro let out a sigh, apologized solemnly to her best friend Huang Ma Dalai, then took out her cell phone and opened a magical little software.
Didn't you go home after the comic convention? This is Where Are You Going? Chapter 75, Socially Anxious People's Scenario Game Master. Wait for me here, my friend will be down soon. Okay, man. The driver was very happy. After all, he didn't have to return with an empty car. Suche shuddered the moment he got off the car. He finally understood why criminals were exiled to his place in ancient times. It was simply not a place for a poet. Hey Cece, I'm at the gate of the community, you can come down now. He was shivering while talking on the phone, but before he could finish his words, Suja saw a beautiful figure running towards him quickly. Lu Cece was wearing a beige jacket and a white knitted hat today. Her petite figure made her look very anxious at the moment, but because of the ice on the ground, the cute girl who should have been very lovely looked funny. Here I come. Sometimes you have to admit that southern girls are really attractive. When they open their mouths, they make a little noise, which makes people feel itchy and highlights their gentleness. Northern girls are also very good, beautiful, and generous. This is the protagonist's personal preference. There is no north-south opposition. Oops, if you're driving too fast, it's normal that you slip and can't stop, right? Suche naturally stretched out his arms to stop the other party. To be honest, the action is very ambiguous, but if you put on underwear, sweaters, vests and coats, there are at least 8 pieces of clothing between the two people. Do you still feel it is ambiguous? It was like 2 bloated balls colliding with each other, but even so. Lu Cece's face turned red. Fortunately, she could now make an excuse that it was because of the cold. You are waiting outside? Suja asked suspiciously. After all, the other party came before he even called. Ah. No, I just happened to go downstairs. Lu Cece rubbed her stiff fingers and didn't feel anything because her mouth was harder than her fingers. Is a taxi okay? Suja asked tentatively. After all, this was the daughter of a wealthy family. If it was a taxi, Suja, do you think my life is very far away from yours? Lu Cece's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and she looked very happy. I take taxis all the time, we just come from slightly different backgrounds. Don't treat me like a weirdo who has never seen anything. Have you ever taken that bus? I've never sat on this one. Damn class enemy. Suche smiled and said, humph. Today, I must make this rich daughter from a wealthy family fall into the mortal world. Cinema Public Exposure Masters Mission Rich Daughter Training Evil Fall BBBBBBBBBB. Sound effects approved. When Lu Cece got into the taxi, the driver was immediately dumbfounded. No, buddy, is your working environment so good? I was thinking that a 200-pound fat girl would come over soon. You call her a rich woman? Is that right? Kids, isn't it? Is there still such a thing? I don't want to work hard anymore. Here, I brought you a blanket. As soon as he sat down, Lu Cece took out a small blanket with a very cute pattern from her bag, and then covered Suja's legs with it somewhat unnaturally. To be honest, Suja was a little embarrassed. After all, when the other person covered him with a blanket and bent down, he had some evil thoughts at that moment. Joie. Suja, you really deserve to die. The car started slowly and drove towards the cinema. Suja subconsciously turned his head to look at Lu Cece. After all, there was only a blanket covering a grown man like him, which was a bit. Lu Cece looked at Suja very puzzledly, her big lively eyes blinked and her mouth slightly pursed, showing an innocent look. Zhao. So cute? You have to admit that in some unintentional moments, Lu Cece's performance is something that many slutty girls can never replicate. If others saw Lu Cece's lovely posture, they would definitely love her very much, but unfortunately, Suche is different. He is a little perverted and prefers to bully cute things severely. Cece, do you still remember our courage challenge? Remember, let's recover tomorrow. Lu Cece hummed softly. Yes, it was Suja who encouraged this little coward like me to speak bravely. He is so nice. Why tomorrow? We can do it now. How do we exercise? Here. Lu Cece felt a little guilty because she saw some evil images in Suja's eyes. It's simple. I recently found something really fun called cosplay. It's really interesting. Shall we try it? Lu Cece blushed and lowered her head. She suddenly thought of some shameful pictures. Could it be, those things? Oh, Suju is really a little pervert, so what should we cosplay? Lu Cece's voice was almost inaudible, but Suju was sure that she agreed. We cosplay as brother-in-law and sister-in-law. The scene is reenacted. You are now the sister-in-law who secretly goes out to play with your brother-in-law without telling your sister. Creating identities in mid-air is a game that is generally loved by people in the social world, but it is obviously too much of a stretch for Lu Cece. There was a buzzing sound in Lu Cece's head, and she froze in place for a moment. While he was stunned, Suche had already started his social phobia behavior. Oh, finally she came out. Your sister weighs 200 pounds. Even I can't stand it. But luckily your sister is not here today. How is it? Are you excited to come out with your brother-in-law? Loudly, the air suddenly choked. The driver straightened up visibly, and even his ears seemed to move up. Lu Cece was completely stunned. Oh my God! Was it so exciting right from the start? How could she respond? Having been a good girl and a good baby all her life, Lu Cece would never dare to be so bold even in her dreams. Don't worry, after I get this project, I will confront that bitch directly. The rain has stopped, it's time to bankrupt that woman. As expected, brother-in-law still likes you the most. Ah? Oh, let's show our cards, we must show our cards. Lu Cece mustered up the courage to reply. As soon as she finished speaking, she wanted to hide herself, it was too shameful, but what is this adrenaline-pumping feeling? Suja was almost laughing like crazy. It was true that I-person was the toy of E-person. It was so funny to see this cute creature. Lu Cece blushing and not daring to look up when he talked about her. At this time, the driver, damn red light, please come and save me. Let me finish listening to this. Send. 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 For Suche, these were all common things. If it were Niu Zi or Ling Zi, they could make up a story about 5 generations living under one roof without any draft, and there would be no loopholes, but these were still too much of a stretch for Lu Cece. Of course, Suja was not just teasing Lu Cece. After all, children with social anxiety need more exercise. Just when Suche put away his playful mind and closed his eyes to rest, suddenly, a very shy but firm voice came to my ear. Brother-in-law. I can't wait any longer. Let's break up with my sister tomorrow. I like my brother-in-law the most. Chapter 76. Don't read. Not suitable for children. Man, here we are. The driver seemed somewhat reluctant to stop the car and looked at the whereabouts of this adult couple with a complicated look in his eyes. I feel that my driving experience in more than 10 years has never been as thrilling as this night. The key point is, I haven't finished listening. Ciao. What happened next? I really want to know. Damn, I feel like there are ants crawling on my body. While he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. After the driver answered the call, his eyes immediately became clearer. What private money? How can I have any private money? Wife, let's not talk about this. I'm going to tell you something big. I just pulled someone. Lu Cece has been in a state of fever since she said that. Oh my God. Is that really something she can say? She didn't think too much at the time, just wanted to cooperate with Suja, but she didn't expect that when she opened her mouth, as soon as she arrived at the place, she rushed out, too embarrassed to see anyone. She didn't stop until she had run a long way, panting. The cold wind made her shiver subconsciously. I can only say that it is really cold here, and my hands are the only part of my body that is warm. Why are my hands warm? Sorry. In panic, she let go of Suja's hand, jumped back to create some distance, and buried her head. She was so focused on escaping that she didn't notice that she was running with someone. Suja didn't feel anything. It was normal for this little coward to run away as soon as he got out of the car, but the other party's remarks in the car did surprise him. Evil progress 5%, how was it? Was it fun? The boy suddenly leaned over and stared at her with a smile, without any ambiguity, as if a good friend was sharing his favorite toy with her. Yeah, fun. After being nervous and shy, Lu Cece became very calm. She smiled and nodded seriously. This kind of feeling of her heart pounding and adrenaline secretion was something she had never experienced in her 18 years of life. Exciting. I can only say it is too exciting. Don't be fooled by Lu Cece's cowardly look. In fact, she really likes to pursue excitement, but she doesn't have the courage to do it alone. Not if Suja hadn't taken her to do something like today, she might never have experienced it in her life. Ha ha, I told you you haven't seen my buddy's expression, it's making me laugh to death. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lu Cece also laughed like a silver bell. She didn't see the driver's expression. She just felt that Suja laughed, and she also wanted to laugh inexplicably. You are quite talented. This brother-in-law and sister-in-law template has been used. Let's change it next time. Okay. Lu Cece lowered her head shyly, but her answer was very straightforward. Next time. I will take the initiative to choose a role. The cold wind blew, making the two people who were addicted to the script-killing game quieter. The script-killing games outside were really weak. Without the script, this was the real script-killing game. But now that things have come to this, let's go watch a movie first. After all, someone is looking forward to it very much. Walking slowly towards the cinema, although it was already late, the flow of people did not seem to decrease. Lu Cece noticed that the people around were all in pairs, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. So what? Isn't she the same? She quietly moved half a foot towards Suja, and her face blushed again because of her bold action. Unlike Lu Cece, Suja only saw the fishy smell of dog food. You bunch of bastards, just show off. I'll drive a mud truck to kill you all someday. Isn't it true that, with my looks, I haven't been in a relationship for 18 years? Is it true that if I play with abstract things, I am destined to be single, hey? I think I complained about this before, right? You will never know how disgusting couples are when they are in the honeymoon period, and couples when they are in the honeymoon period will not realize how annoying they are. As Suche and his companion were walking, they saw a couple in front of them. The man opened his clothes and covered his girlfriend completely with his clothes. Hey! At this time, some children will say, what's disgusting about this? How romantic is this? Suja, you are just jealous, right? That's what Lu Cece thought. She looked at the man and woman hugging each other in front of her, with a hint of longing in her eyes. However, the next moment, Suja keenly discovered that the woman actually stretched out her hands. Isn't that right, kid? Isn't that right? Oops! Lu Cece was startled when her eyes were suddenly covered, but when she realized who the hand belonged to, she did not resist at all and just pursed her lips slightly. Again. Is this another of his little habits? Sure, this simple word made the environment mysterious. Lu Cece seemed to feel a warm current blowing in the cold wind, and her ears felt itchy. My ears turned red instantly. Don't ask, it's because I was frozen. What happened? You can't watch this. It's not suitable for children. Although Suja likes to tease Lu Cece, in Suja's heart, this child is still very pure, and it is better not to let her be exposed to certain situations too early. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Cece hummed softly. Why do I feel like you sound a little bit unconvinced? No. I'm protecting your purity, don't act like you're playing some weird game with me. Bastard. It's really not suitable for children, Suja explained helplessly. Then why can you see it? Oh my god. The little fool can actually think independently? Ouch! Suja gently tapped Lu Cece's head with his other hand, showing his chauvinistic style. Don't ask, don't look. Yeah, okay, then I won't watch. The tough posture shows his masculine demeanor. Indeed, this is what a Dongbai man should look like. The clothes seem to be pulled by someone. Lu Cece, with her eyes covered, carefully pinched Suja's clothes and leaned towards him. I can't see it. This makes sense. Yes, this is how it should be. As if she had found a suitable reason, Lu Cece moved closer to Suze. If they were playing some game, the two walked very slowly. The boy covered the girl's eyes, and the girl carefully pinched the corner of the boy's clothes. There was no ambiguous behavior. They were a fresh pair among many pairs. About 3 minutes later, the woman in front finally pulled her hand out. Suche immediately showed a look of contempt. 10% off? 10% off? Is that okay, little dog? To be honest, if it was me and, with whom, the obstruction in front of her disappeared, and Lu Cece lost the reason to pinch Suja. She opened her eyes with some reluctance, and as soon as she raised her head, she saw the man in front of her tremble. Sky, is it so cold? Chapter 77, There can only be one number one in the world. Although you are not angry, I still want to apologize to you again. This time I really have something to do. I won't do it again next time. Please forgive me. Putting aside his abstraction and irresponsibility, Suja really apologized to Lu Cixi in a very serious manner. After all, he was the one who broke his promise. Whatever you want to see, I'll watch it with you. Lu Cixi looked at the boy, who suddenly became serious, and the smile in her eyes became more intense. In fact, she was no longer angry when the other party asked her to see a movie, but seeing him apologize so solemnly, Lu Cixi felt better. After all, it feels really good to be valued. I am too willful. He must be busy with something important. Lu Cixi, how can you be so harsh to your good friend? Just a few words made Lu Cixi feel guilty, but fortunately Suja diverted her attention. Looking at the densely packed movie list, Lu Cixi became conflicted. Difficulty in making choices is a disease that is now common among the general public and is spreading rapidly. Common symptoms include "I know whatever, I can do anything, I'll listen to you," and it is obvious that Lu Cixi is also one of the victims of this disease. She is a girl with no opinion of her own, not to mention, she wants to take care of Suja's feelings. She is already very happy that the other person can accompany her. How can she just follow her own hobbies? Good friends should understand each other. Thinking of this, Lu Cixi looked at Suju and asked tentatively, "Suja, what kind of movies do you like?" "There are a lot: Mikami, Arena, Ayaka, Suzumu, BBBBBBB. Audio effect approved. Cough cough. Suja coughed twice, and if he wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, the girl Lu Cixi looked at him blankly, as if she didn't understand. Alas, the movies I watch are very diverse. For example, The Shawshank Redemption, Green Book, Mansplaining, The Tuner, and The Kind Sister-in-Law. I like all of these. Lu Cixi felt that this answer could not help her lock on her target, but instead made her even more confused. Then, what is the most sacred thing in your heart? The investiture of the gods. Forget it. I suddenly feel that my decision-making difficulties have improved a lot. Lu Cixi felt that she must seize this rare opportunity to be the decision-maker, but there were so many options before her now. A. Horror movies. B. Romance movies. C. Comedy. D. Three Kingdoms Killing 10th Anniversary Documentary. Oh, it's really hard to choose. Many people would not have thought that. In fact, this little coward is most looking forward to horror movies. Don't get me wrong, she is not very brave, but she just likes to watch them. She is a typical novice but also a playful person, but, looking at the dog couples around showing their love, Lu Cixi felt that it seemed a little inappropriate. If I choose a horror movie, what will he think? Will he think that I am also the kind of bad woman who wants to take advantage of the horror movie atmosphere to throw myself into his arms? Oh my God. That's too indecent. Not this time. Let's talk about it next time. She ruled out her favorite option, and after careful consideration, Lu Cixi chose the most conservative approach. She chose one of the most popular comedy dramas recently, which is about friendship. Very suitable. Friendship, Broken Bowl. Have you chosen? Suja really didn't have any requirements for what to watch, because he didn't really like watching movies. His only admiration for the cinema was for Ken's Wheezy and Chow Pai. If these requirements are not met, it will be meaningless. Well, I've made my choice. What do you think? Lu Cixi stared at Suja's eyes expectantly, as if she wanted to remember every micro-expression of the other person in her heart. Burning Autumn? What's it about? Talk about friendship. Very good. Let's go. Suja didn't react, which made Lu Cixi a little disappointed. She stared cautiously at Suja, who was walking in front of her, or rather, at the corner of his clothes. What should I do if I suddenly want to walk with it pinched? Is it inappropriate? After an intense ideological struggle, Lu Cixi finally gave up. After all, that was too bold. How brave does a person have to be to pinch the corner of someone else's clothes? Lu Cixi did what she said. It was indeed she who provided the popcorn in sperm-killing carbonated sweet water. You have to say it. You really have to say it, but suddenly there really was some artistic conception in it. Hall number 13. Su Che was looking up when he suddenly felt the corner of his clothes being pulled. Looking back in confusion, Suja immediately saw Lu Cixi's curious baby-like eyes. What's wrong? Suja, do you still need someone to help you watch a movie now? Suja narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party in confusion. Why do you say that? Lu Cixi glanced at the nearby screening room like a little hamster, and then leaned close to Suja's ear and said, I'm not going to say it to you. I just passed by and heard people clapping inside. They were clapping before the movie even started. Isn't this a scam? Ouch! This time not only the eyes were covered, but also the ears. Lou Cece happily grabbed Suja's clothes and stumbled forward. Although she didn't know what happened, but, it was pretty good, really? What a crappy place. Is this serious? If it's serious, I won't come here again. I will definitely visit this place again when I have a girlfriend. Suja never expected that watching a movie could be so exciting, and he suddenly had the urge to go back and take a sneak peek, but forget it. After all, it's not good to bring a child with me today. Suja didn't let go of Lou Cece until they entered the screening room. There weren't many people in the screening room, only 4 people, divided into 2 pairs. Suja could understand it. After all, the only reason to come to the cinema at this time was not for chow pie. Thumbs up, Suja, why don't you let me see? As soon as she sat down, Lou Cece asked like a curious baby. Facing Lou Cece's curiosity, Suja just glanced at her, and then, bang! A pop in the head. Ouch! Don't ask him, didn't you not resist at all? I feel a little embarrassed for what you did to me. He turned his head and focused his attention on the movie, but Suja was dumbfounded as soon as he saw the beginning. Come on, Lou Cece, tell me, what did you choose? Friendship? 3-person friendship, right? The more he looked, the more something seemed wrong and distorted. Until he saw the 3 people hugging each other and saying those lines, Suja finally couldn't hold it anymore. The 3 of us are the best in the world. Crack! A corner of the popcorn bucket was pinched inward. Lou Cece was instantly attracted, and then she noticed that Suja's eyes gradually became colder. What happened? Lou Cece asked cautiously, like a child who had done something wrong. Nothing, Cece, do you think this value is correct? The sudden question made Lou Cece serious. She was trying to figure out what Suja meant, but for some reason, a picture suddenly flashed in her mind. What are you thinking about, me, Jiao Jiao, and Suja? Of course, the 3 of us should live in harmony hand in hand. There is no second best in the world. Don't worry about it, they are all the best in the world. It seems pretty good, I think. What a crap thing. How can 3 people be the best in the world? The best in the world can only be unique. Lou Cece was stunned. It was a scene she had never imagined. The boy who was like Superman. Surprisingly, are you angry? Chapter 78. I have never amazed anyone's youth, nor can I be anyone's only one. Suja, are you okay? Lou Cece pointed at the other person's clothes with her finger and asked cautiously. She was a little surprised. After all, this was the first time she saw Suja show such emotions since she met him. After all, among the people she knew, Suja was definitely the type with very stable emotions, but why did this movie give him such a big stimulation? Lou Cece didn't understand. She felt it was pretty good. This movie was about the unbreakable friendship between 3 people. To be honest, she likes it very much. Sorry, Cece, my voice was a little loud. After smiling at Lou Cece, Suja sat in his original seat and remained silent. No. It's totally wrong. Suja was not bragging. He felt that his greatest strength was not even his appearance, but that he could perfectly control his emotions. But that was definitely not in just now. Everyone says that the triangle is the most stable shape, but Suja doesn't think so. For example, the situations described in the movie made him feel subconsciously irritated. How disgusting is it for 3 people to hug each other? Even in the name of friendship, how can there be exactly the same feelings in this world? It's not like that. There must be 2 people who are absolutely unique. Imagine if he were to be put into one of those 3 people. Suja would rather have neither of them. There can only be one and only one person in the world. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work. What's the point of taking a break? Similarly, if there are 2 people, then it's the best. If it's not good, then it's not good. So what if there are 3 people? A strange picture gradually emerged in my mind. It was a pair of children. A little girl was crying and a little boy was coaxing her. Then, suddenly another little boy appeared. Jiao. Get out. Suja tore his imagination apart and refined it in an instant. Suja suddenly realized the source of his troubles and could only say, damn Xiaolin, this naughty kid is fully responsible. Suja, are you okay? A soft voice came from the side. Suja looked carefully and immediately saw a pair of concerned eyes. Let's go out for a walk. Pulling up Suja's sleeve on her own initiative, Lu Sisi successfully controlled Suja's actions for the first time. This time it was Suja's turn to be the fool who couldn't refuse others. He didn't even know how he was pulled out. He just felt his mind was in chaos. You can't help it? I'm afraid. This young man, envious seeing the two people leaving early. The rest of the audience showed envy. What else can they do if they leave early at this time? And the fact that they brought the opposite sex to watch a comedy movie late at night only proved that the progress bar was not enough, so they envied Suche and the others even more. When the cold wind blew, Suja calmed down a lot. He was really too irrational. He clearly came out to accompany Lu Sisi this time, and he had no right to throw a tantrum. Lyra's smooth finger naturally pressed against Suja's mouth. Although it only lasted for a moment, the touch still startled him. Lu Sisi felt like she had used up all her courage today, but it was good, because it was not like the beginning of the school year, and Suja did not spoil her funny. Do you know what a concept god is? Information Jiraiya, go home to Watergate, healthy ferret, bold Lu Sisi, why are you unhappy? Tell me. It's a rare tough tone, but with Lu Sisi's sweet voice it doesn't seem tough at all, instead it sounds a bit cute. Suche didn't know what to say, or perhaps he himself felt a little confused. What on earth are you unhappy about? Everyone has their own circle. I hate others interfering with me, but what am I thinking now? Why should I be the center? Such a thought is too selfish. I have never been anything special. Actually, I have always been quite childish. Suja looked up at the sky, trying his best not to let Lu Sisi see his gradually dimming eyes. My youth was so quiet that I didn't even realize it was about to end. At an age when I should have been full of vigor and vitality, I lived a stagnant life. I never became a highlight in other people's youth, and I never owned anyone's youth. And it seems that I can't be someone else's only one. Youth is worth gold, but it is worthless. It's me, Akiu. On the other side of the ocean, a girl sneezed violently. Normally the temperature in the room was very warm, but Tang Shinro couldn't help but shrink her body. At this moment, she was lying on her side on the bed, staring at the little red dot on her phone like a salted fish, and she seemed to have lost all her means and strength. Why haven't you gone back yet? I really want to make a phone call. The girl, who was capable of releasing murderous intent at any time, now sounded as aggrieved as an abandoned kitten. And why do I feel a chill on my back? 18 years old is a good age for emo. It can only be said that Suju is optimistic enough. If it were someone else, he would probably have been unable to resist opening a certain Eun app. What Suche said was all from the heart. Although his personality may seem abstract, no one really likes to hear others say things like your husband, your husband. It is true that they don't care, but it is also true that they feel pent-up depression. Facts have proved that if a boy has never been confessed to by a girl during his adolescence, it will indeed become a lifelong regret and he will lack self-confidence. Suche is no exception. The boy also yearned for some scenes, but they would gradually fade away with the passage of time. People will eventually be trapped by things that they could not obtain when they were young. Lu Sisi listened quietly, and an expression of joy gradually emerged on her face. Of course, she was not gloating, but when a boy is willing to tell you his true feelings, it proves that you have left a mark in his heart. Gathering up her courage again, Sisi stood on tiptoe, stretched out her hands and pinched Suja's face out. Suja was stunned for a moment. I am Chao. The opposite of Tian Gang? Look at me. Tell me everything that makes you unhappy. Oh my god, this Lu Sisi is so brave, but she found the right time. As Suche was in a vulnerable state. Suja looked into the other person's eyes and suddenly gritted his teeth. What the hell is the best in the world? I don't care. What are 3 people? If I'm not the only one, I'd rather not have it. I've figured it out. Why do I have to waste my time? This is not my style. I'll question Xiao Tang harshly when I get home tonight. She'd better tell me the truth. After saying this, Suche resolved his internal conflicts, but he suddenly discovered that Lu Sisi, who had been trying to comfort him, suddenly withdrew her hand. She was seen pinching her clothes in an extremely awkward manner, with her head lowered, not daring to look into Suche's eyes. Suja was puzzled. Didn't you ask me to tell you? You're not happy after I told you. And it has nothing to do with you, right? At this moment, Lu Sisi's heart was in a mess. Oh no. Did he know that I had located the second best person in the world? Did he look at my phone? How could this happen? When? What did he mean by that? The only one, the best in the world, angry, furious. 3 people are not enough, oh I understand. Suche was furious because he couldn't become my number 1 in the world. Chapter 79. There are no competitors here? I have the advantage. The best in the world, with Sundara, I don't want it, 3 people don't accept it, I want to be your only one, oh my god. If this isn't a confession, what is this? As I said before, the behavior of 2 people going out to watch a movie together is really too ambiguous. Oh my, how could this happen? How did he know? So he was stimulated by this. Is he really dissatisfied with my arrangement? Suja is very good, and I don't mind being the best with him, but what about Jiao Jiao? Lu Sisi was very conflicted. She was not the kind of child who would forget her friends for the sake of a beautiful woman. In her heart, Sister Jiaojia was definitely the most important. Emran Anja was the best in the world, temporarily, but Suche is obviously making a fuss now, because he can't be the best in the world, so he's crying and making a fuss. Woo 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 woo, so pitiful, what's that expression on your face? Suja, who had adjusted his mentality, was confused at this moment. Wasn't this girl very brave just now? Why did she suddenly become a little coward? Could it be that her courage just now was overloaded? Really, you asked me to say it casually, but you were unhappy after I said it, and you're blushing like a bubble teapot. Suja didn't understand why, but today was his problem, so whatever the little coward did today was right. If you get beaten, you must stand at attention. If you apologize, you must have an apologetic attitude. I'm sorry, Sisi. Did it cause you any trouble? Although I don't know what happened, it's definitely right to admit defeat first. Now that things have come to this, I'll apologize first, No, I think it's fine. Who knew that after a simple apology, Lu Sisi instantly became anxious? No. I'm just getting into the mood, don't be scared. I didn't reject you, nor did I say you don't have a chance. At this moment, in Lu Sisi's eyes, a progress bar seemed to appear above Suja's head. It was completely full just now, and then immediately returned to the state of 20 or 30 people the next moment. No. I can't handle it when it's full, but you can't go back to 0, can you? Lower it a little bit, around 80 or 90 is just right. Give yourself some buffer time. Suche, you big fool. She prepared herself mentally as quickly as possible, but Sisi's heart couldn't help but beat fast. It was too exciting. It was really too much for her, but, walking aimlessly with Suja, this feeling is really good. Suja, are you serious about what you just said? After walking for a while, Lu Sisi murmured in a weak mosquito-like voice. Ha? What did you say? Suja's mind was now full of questions he would ask when he got home in the evening, and he could not remember clearly what he had just said. That's the best in the world. Lu Sisi seemed to have used up all her courage. You mean that? As if he had thought of something, Suche's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Of course, that's very important. After all, I've already done it. If she can't do it, then wouldn't I be at a loss? Humph. I don't accept it. If classmate Xiaotang is not, then I'll hold her and jump into the Pacific Ocean, this heartless and hateful woman. Suja didn't have any strange thoughts, he just simply felt that the two had known each other for so long, and he shouldn't let a slutty bitch who he had only known for a year or two take his place. This had nothing to do with love, it was a matter of conscience. Yes. That's right, he has already done it? I haven't done it? Is he hinting at me? No. Is this an explicit statement? Lu Sisi's heart felt like being struck by lightning, but it seemed that being struck by lightning was quite comfortable. Did I become the number one in his heart without realizing it? Lu Sisi thought carefully and began to recall everything around Suja. I have communicated with Niuhao, and it is said that Suja had a good impression of me from the beginning, but the sister Zhuge Ling around him has a very good relationship with him, but it seems that they are just bad friends, and he has no thoughts in that direction. Although Suja is a good guy, he doesn't seem to be very popular with the opposite sex. Those girls definitely didn't realize what treasure they missed. Fortunately, I found it first. I'm so lucky. But his squad leader seems to be interested in him. I think her name is Chiu Ran? I was a little worried about what he said before, but now, she subconsciously looked up at the boy walking side by side with her. The other party also realized it and gave her a gentle smile. Lu Sisi quickly looked away, but felt a little proud in her heart. Sorry, Chiu Ran, I think I'm a little ahead, so it seems that there are no other girls around Suja, so it seems reasonable that I am the best in the world in his heart. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. The more I think about it, the more reasonable it seems. It turns out that I just need to interact more. Interaction is the fastest way to increase favorability. Looking at the girls around Suja now, I forgot the beginning, the middle, and the end. Anyway, the advantage is mine. The corners of Lu Sisi's mouth slowly curled up, and then, just keep an eye on Chiu Ran. No one else should be a threat. Hiss, the cold wind blew, making Lu Sisi shiver. Lu Sisi looked at the couple in the distance putting clothes on their girlfriends with some envy, and felt a little longing. After all, girls of this age are obsessed with these love aspects. Are you cold? A gentle voice sounded in my ears. Yeah, Lu Sisi nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice, with anticipation flashing in her eyes. It's cold, let's go home, let's go. Lost version, the light of expectation dissipated. On the way back in the car, Lu Sisi was very quiet the whole time, and Suja even covered her with a blanket. He is so thoughtful. Suja, what is this girl laughing at? Is she freezing? This blanket is too cartoony, not for a man, give it to her. The night seemed to be getting deeper, but the wind seemed to have died down a little, at least making the picture of the two people standing outside look more beautiful. Thank you, Suja, I am really happy today. There were stars in Lu Sisi's eyes. Although she liked to imagine things, she was not lying. She was really happy tonight and had many rare memories. Don't say that, I already agreed. Suja felt a little embarrassed. He felt that standing someone up was a very rude thing to do, so he came here tonight with the intention of apologizing. As for Chiu Ran, there was no way. If he didn't raise his hand, Suja was afraid that she would be in the meeting room tomorrow morning. Then, go to bed early. Suja seemed a little anxious, but Lu Sisi didn't seem to notice. Take the blanket and cover yourself. It will be cold when you go back home at night. He lowered his head and lowered his voice. This is my personal blanket. What did you say? Ah. Nothing. Goodbye then. The driver was about to curse. Young couples are really the most annoying thing. Hey! Wait a minute. This time it was Lu Sisi's turn to get anxious. She called out to Suja and seemed like she wanted to say something, but immediately backed off and her little face turned red. But fortunately, Suja is the sinner tonight, so Sisi still has a very respectable status. Don't give up. Suja, Even though I can't do it now. But, you have a chance. I'm actually looking forward to it too. A girl's blushing face doesn't necessarily mean love, because it could also be caused by the cold. For example, Suche didn't understand at this moment. Seeing Lu Sisi being inexplicably shy and running away, Suja's mind was full of questions. What are you talking about? Chapter 80. A real man can control his desires. Huff, huff, huff. I said it out loud. So nervous. So exciting. As soon as Lu Sisi returned home, she threw herself on the big bed and rolled around wildly. Outside, she could explain it by saying it was cold, but when she got home, it was obvious who was the coward. Lu Sisi, you can't be so heartless. Even if Jojo is the best in the world. Read the Good Friends Declaration every day, and read it twice more today. Although Suju is very good, he cannot replace Jiajiao's position, perhaps out of joy to share, or perhaps out of some strange mentality. Lu Sisi called Ren Anjiao's video. The call was connected quickly, and a cold and arrogant beauty wearing suspenders immediately appeared on the screen. You answered the call so quickly. You haven't slept yet, Jiajiao? How can I sleep if you don't come back? Girls shouldn't stay out so late in the future. Although she was scolded, Lu Sisi still smiled sweetly. It was really good to be remembered by others. It's okay, Jiajiao, I'm not myself, I still have Suja Ren Anjiao. Could she say that she would feel more at ease if that boy was not around? Look at your silly and happy face. What? Are you feeling the love you've longed for? No, we're just good friends. The girl's blushing face told it all, and this time she couldn't make the excuse that she was cold. You are such a loser. Lift up your collar. Renan Jiao ordered sternly. Although she didn't know what Zhao Jiao was going to do, Lu Sisi still did as she was told obediently. Very good, no strawberry marks or anything like that, oh my. Zhao Jiao, what are you talking about? We are really just good friends. Lu Sisi was about to blush. Why was the other party so aggressive? But, as if she had thought of something, Lu Sisi suddenly looked at Renan Jiao in the video very seriously and said firmly, Zhao Jiao, we will always be the best sisters in the world. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. This should have been a very touching sentence, but after hearing this sentence, Renan Jiao immediately sat up, and the vigilance in her eyes was obvious. Lu Sisi, it's past 12 o'clock now. You're telling me this all of a sudden? Hee, are you touched? Do you know what you look like now? What? It's like I just came back from eating outside, and now I'm trying to make up for my sneaky behavior with guilt. Most teenage boys have had the experience of coming home late and being blocked at the door by their parents, but Suche was different. After all, his parents were not around. You know what? It feels really good to go home in style late at night. As for Sun Yan, Humph, the old woman has no face in front of him. If she dares to say anything, he will definitely make her return in defeat. I tiptoed to open the door. As for why I did that, it was of course because I didn't want to disturb others' rest. Crunch, the door was gently pushed open, and the lights were off. Sister and the old woman should have been asleep, but when the door opened a little more, Suja still saw a faint light, coming from a cell phone? Brother? Why are you back so late? He knew who it was by the voice, and the moment Suja opened the door completely, a holy light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes and almost blinded him. Dazzling. It's so dazzling. If love had a color, it would be blue, but if purity had a color, it would definitely be blue and white stripes. Sister, and what are you doing? Although he was reluctant, Suja still covered his eyes. After all, he still felt that his personality could be saved. Tao Anan looked dazed at this moment, as if she was woken up in the middle of sleep. Of course, the director quickly showed the source of the holy light. Who can resist seeing an E-level sister standing in front of you in underwear and a blue and white bowl when you just get home late at night? Oh, I'm going to the bathroom. Tao Anan didn't seem to be shy at all. She was still confused, as if she was talking in her sleep. I'm going back first. Although they are siblings, they are not related by blood after all. It is absolutely impossible to say that Suja has no strange fantasies at all. There is nothing shameful in a man's instinct, as long as he can restrain it, and Suche is the man who can control himself. Sister Anan is actually blue and white. I didn't expect her to be so pure. She's quite cute. Suche's face was slightly red, although he blocked his eyes. But who the hell turned off my aim? Brother, a confused voice came from behind. It was different from the usual Sister Anan. Usually, she was very opinionated and cared a lot about her sister's identity, but this time her voice seemed a little soft. The strong touch on his back made Suche stand at attention instantly, not daring to move. Exciting. Too exciting. He is a normal man, and he can eat 3 bowls of rice just by imagining that scene. Sister Anan, Yusha, the sound was still very light. Tao Anan hugged Suja from behind, and the sound sounded like she was asleep. Stop it. Chow. If you keep going like this, I will have to respect you. What is the greatest respect you can show to a woman? Answer, shudder. Sister is leaving tomorrow. The soft murmur cleared all the yellow waste in Suja's mind. He turned around subconsciously and saw Tao Anan, who was still sleepy. Don't look like that. The comic convention was a success, and I'm going out to talk to an investor. Seeing Suja stop laughing immediately, Tao Anan hugged his head into her arms. There were no more random thoughts in his mind, and Suche really felt unhappy. When are we leaving? I won't tell you. It will save you from losing sleep. After touching Suja's head, Tao Anan let go of him and turned back to the room. It's just a business trip. Don't drop your pearls at night. Facts of proof that people can control their lust. After learning this news, Suche lost those strange fantasies. Tao Anan's existence was very natural, so natural that Suche thought that there should be such a person in the family. It was indeed unhappy that a family of 3 suddenly had 1 less person. Woo, why can't Sister Anan stay and the old woman go out on a business trip?
Suche thought viciously. I'm in a really bad mood today. The heroic words he said before going home had almost disappeared at this moment. He had promised to question Xiaotang harshly when he returned home, but after arriving home, he suddenly became timid again. After opening Suja stared at the interface and made himself laugh. Sure enough, people will laugh out loud when they are speechless. After thinking for a long time, I finally came up with only one. Il is not as good as Pinocchio. Tang Shinro, withdraw in 1 second. I have to say, it's really tutor. No, that's too stupid. Fortunately, I withdrew quickly. Before he finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly vibrated, seemingly in a hurry. Candy Egg initiates a voice call. Oops, was I seen again? Suja answered the call without any hesitation, let out a long breath, and adjusted his momentum to the best. This question relies on momentum, and the tone of the first sentence is very important. Tang Shinro. Serious, A simple hum completely destroyed the momentum that Suja had previously gathered. His arm holding the phone even trembled, and he looked very embarrassed. Cunning. Too cunning. How can such a tone, like that of an abandoned kitten but with 3 parts of longing, 3 parts of grievance, and 4 parts of understanding, be expressed in one word? The scene was a bit hazy. It had been many years since Suja had heard someone act like a spoiled child. He vaguely remembered that the last time was when you were 8 years old? Chapter 81. The naughty little girl will play herself to death. If you have creatures like Greengage and Sister, then they are generally divided into 3 stages. The first stage, I love you the most. We want to be together forever. The second stage, why don't you have a partner? Stay away from me. The third stage, who in the family understands? BBBBBBB armor stacking sound effect. Of course, it is impossible to be so absolute. In short, such a relationship usually drifts away, until, when the older appears again, the damage will be fatal. I vaguely remember that the 8-year-old classmate Xiaotang would sweetly call himself brother Suja. The 18-year-old classmate Xiaotang would only pierce Suche's head with black soil and then pat his head hard and shout, hush. And now, Suche seemed to have returned to that time and space. Did I hear it wrong? Not sure, I have to listen to it again to believe it. Why are you back so late? Confirmed, it's not fake. It's still that aggrieved voice, with a little bit of blame, but, Joie? Why do I feel so good? Am I really a pervert? Suche was unwilling to admit this fact, so he forced himself to boost morale again. Tang Shinro. I want to tell you something very serious. Serious? You are so fierce, Suja. No, this Tang Shinro is too much, isn't she? How can I play with her if she's not good enough? I can't stand up to her anymore. Ciao. The girl on the other side of the ocean turned over weakly. The grievance in her tone was not pretended at all. Unhappy. Really unhappy. He came back after fooling around for so long, and he was so fierce when he spoke. He also went to such a sinful place as the cinema. I don't know who he went with. Hey, how come it got out of control like this in such a short time? Tang Shinro subconsciously kicked the doll in the corner with her white and tender feet, as if she was punishing Suja from a distance. As the saying goes, the first push is the best, the second is weaker, and the third is exhausted. After being forcibly interrupted twice, Suche could no longer muster up his morale. This was a problem with his skill setting, and it was definitely not that he was reluctant to give up. Are you feeling uncomfortable? After asking cautiously, Suche began to test the other party's attitude. I'm in a bad mood. The girl's voice became more resentful. So, did you have a conflict with your friend? No. Did a male classmate confess his love to you? It's so confusing. No. Which handsome guy do you fancy? There was no answer, but the girl who had been like a dead fish just now jumped up from the bed gorgeously and revived with full health. Tang Shinro narrowed her eyes, stared at the phone, and suddenly a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. No, I don't know what happened. But it seems, the real advantage is in me. Why don't you speak? Suche asked calmly, without any urgency in his tone. Even Master Su said it's gone. You don't believe it, right? No handsome guys, no suitors, no men, no males. With full of energy in her voice, Tang Shinro said something that seemed incomprehensible without hesitation. That's right, she did see through Suja's little thoughts. Logically speaking, she should be able to use a little seduction here. Hey! At this time, many naughty girls will take action, make up some stories, give the other party a sense of crisis, and then take the initiative. But Mr. Xiaotang's evaluation is stupid, pronounced in a clear and loud voice. Just play.
One day you will play yourself to death and then you will be quiet. Tang Shinro dared to say that no one in the world knew Suja better than her, including his mother. Suja seems to be happy and doesn't care about anything, but he is an extremely sensitive child. If you reveal some ridiculous information to him, he may really become desensitized to you in an instant, and you will never be able to coax him back in your life. Tang Shinro would not do such a stupid thing. Extra actions would not attract the other party's attention, but would only attract more slutty bitches. Today's little Tang duck soup, someone who truly loves you will not let you feel a sense of crisis. The fake master of love, the ultimate manipulation, the ultimate pulling, the ultimate emotional output, the true master of love. Do nothing and wait for your rival to do something stupid. Hey, why are you telling me this? Who asked you this? Suja's tone of disdain came through, but Tang Shinro could confirm that he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. You know me, I'm usually quite withdrawn and don't have many friends. A weak tone came through, with a bit of pitiful freshness. Suche smacked his lips subconsciously and suddenly felt like ants were crawling on his body. Hey, friends, it's useless to have too many of those things then, but then, don't you still have me? Suddenly I understand Lu Cece. Sometimes the character of a coward can actually be borrowed and used. Why aren't you talking? What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? His tone gradually became serious, and Suche seemed to have forgotten what he had originally intended to do. Oh, it's nothing. It's normal to feel bad when you're alone. Tang Shinro snorted twice, and her voice became more aggrieved. I suddenly thought of myself leaving my hometown. I am a loner, I don't have many friends, let alone friends of the opposite sex. I don't have any hobbies. I just like playing games, but no one is there to accompany me. Today I stayed in the dormitory all day and no one talked to me. I suddenly felt sad and missed home. No. Buddy, Suja just lay down, put the phone to his ear and spread his hands, as if he had lost all his strength and means. Or you could just kill me? Tomorrow play with me for a while. I've already bought the game and put it in your inventory. A weak voice came from the other side, sounding a little longing, a little expectant, and a little cautious. No. That's not right. This shouldn't be the case. Suja's expression suddenly became serious. He picked up his phone, and his momentum suddenly rose again. Tang Shinro. You're a little weird. The girl's smile froze on her face. Damn it. Was it really too contrived? Damn it. It should have been gradual. Attention. You have alerted the caretaker. But I like it. After letting out a long breath, Tang Shinro felt relieved by these words. You haven't played games with me for a few days, and you didn't say goodnight to me today. I'm unhappy. I'm in a bad mood because of you. This time her emotions were truly released. Tang Shinro smiled and nodded her head. She was so confused. There is no need for so many tricks between them. Woman, is it true that you can't live without me? The familiar and narcissistic voice came again, causing Tang Shinro to rub her brows helplessly, but this humorous gesture only lasted for a moment, and the next moment she seemed to feel the boy's rapid breathing. Tang Shinro. Let me ask you. Are we the best in the world? The girl's breathing also became rapid. She stared at the phone with wide eyes, and her fingers subconsciously pinched until they became engorged. Is he the best in the world? Iron. Chapter 82. You asked me when I would return, but I didn't know. You teased me with sweet words. As expected, you still can't do it? As expected, you still can't do it? Although separated by an ocean, the boy and girl had the same idea. What can we say about Suche? He usually gives people the impression of being open and unrestrained, but at certain moments, this alone is already his limit, and even in extraordinary performance, the beating of his heart seemed to speed up several times, and Suja suddenly felt a suffocating feeling as if he was being entangled by a python. That's for sure. Fortunately, the other party did not put the strain on his heart for too long and quickly gave him the answer he expected. The corners of Suja's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, well, my charm can't be that bad. After all, we have been together for so many years. Even if there is some slutty bitch, it is impossible for her to replace me so quickly. Hey you, my childhood sweetheart, really make me happy. Why are you asking this suddenly? The girl's simple question made Suja behave himself. Yes. I was just thinking about how to question, but I haven't figured out the reasons for the questioning yet. This that I gradually, Hongwen, damn it, why am I so passive in the landing phase recently? Schwa. Forget it if you don't want to say it, then don't say it anyway. You are the best in the world in my eyes, but it's hard for me to say it in your eyes after all. How can I compare with someone as popular as you when I am such a loner? Tang Shinro's tone returned to normal, but she could still hear a hint of teasing. Wait? What did she just say? Suche immediately sat up from the bed and said, the best in the world. What, you? I guess I'm number one for now, don't get me wrong. I'm a funny guy after all, you know. Suche stuttered, hey. As your witness, this is what she said. It's not me who said it's the best in the world. Hee hee poochie. A silver bell-like laughter came out, expressing the girl's truest feelings. Although my answer was a little clumsy, it's barely acceptable. After all, this kind of personality is pretty good. Suja, isn't that what you want to ask me tonight? Good boy, you like to ask questions, don't you? Now you have played all the cards, right? Now it's Tang Shinro's turn. Play. Of course not. I was just asking. Of course, Suche would never admit it. Even if he was at a disadvantage in the battle line and even if he didn't have enough cards, he couldn't give up. Master Su can allow you to be unable to fight, but he will never allow you to not be tough enough in words. If you can't fight and your words are not tough enough, then what are you playing for? Yeah, I knew that unless something happened, you wouldn't think of me. Oops, it's that feeling of deja vu of Bai Yue Guang again. Damn Tang Shinro, you used your ultimate skill as a normal attack. A little bit, I care a little bit. Suja took courage and acted bolder, finally hearing the answer she wanted. Tang Shinro, who had always cared about her image, rolled wildly on the bed twice, holding the phone to her chest. She felt the accelerated beating of her heart. Yes, even the attacking side cannot remain completely calm. The atmosphere seemed to become a little weird. Neither of them spoke, but both held their phones close to their ears. Suja felt that he should stop here today because he had really reached his limit. His mind was in a mess and he needed to log out and review the situation, but if he was really asked to hang up, he was inexplicably reluctant to do so. After all, this limited edition of the 8-year-old spoiled child, Xiao Tang, was really rare. Fuck. When did I become so indecisive? How can a man like me be controlled by a little girl? No. This is definitely not me. What are you afraid of? What haven't you talked about over the years? Why are you so embarrassed? Just say whatever comes to your mind. Suche felt that he should break the silence, but, dead brain, come up with something. As he was pondering, the young girl took the initiative to break the silence. She whispered softly, as if lulling him to sleep. Suja, It's getting late, go to bed early. Wait a minute. Don't hang up. Facts have proved that impulsive speeches are usually made without thinking. Suche spoke out without any hesitation this time. The girl's hum was accompanied by a strong smile, as if she was saying, start your performance. Just by hearing this tone, Suche knew that he had taken the bait. This bad woman is really, with no way out. Suche instead let his mind go blank. After letting out a long breath, a very important question actually emerged in his mind. Are you coming back for the new year? Very quietly, what did you say? The girl seemed not to hear clearly, or maybe she did it on purpose. Hang up. Hey, so insincere. Tang Shinro hurriedly tried to stop him. Damn it, he almost got into trouble. Then will you come back? The volume went up a tiny bit, but only from a very quiet BB to a quiet BB. If Nyozi, Lingzi and others saw this scene, they would definitely feel like the sky has fallen. Brother, your current posture makes me sick. To be honest, when she heard this question, Tang Shinro couldn't help but open the champagne. Of course, this was just to express her mood. Teacher Tang would not make such a stupid decision as opening the champagne in advance. It's been very busy this year. Even during the holidays, there are still many things to do. Oh, then you go ahead and do your work, your future is more important. Don't worry about me, I will go pick up the small firecrackers left over by others during the Chinese New Year. Why did I hear the unhappy voice of a little kid? Silence. Tang Shinro was not teasing the other person this time. She really had a lot of study plans. After all, Xiao Tang has a lofty ambition, which is to be able to support 2 people by himself in the future, so that the following situation will not occur. Frowny face. Tang Shinro's boss, Mr. Suja, you don't want Miss Tang Shinro to lose her job, right? Then take over. BBBBBBB, audio effect approved. Facts have proved that the Minotaur link is not only something that men should consider. Women also have a great psychological burden. If Suja gave himself to a rich woman because he had no money, Tang Shinro would absolutely not accept it, but, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, there really was nothing she could do to him. It's not impossible to go back, but I need a very, 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 very important reason. Tisk. Suja made a disdainful sound. He knew without thinking that this was another hook. Are you kidding me, woman? Do you really think I'm a cockroach? Can a straight hook bite me? Can you bite? Can you bite? Can bite? What's the reason? How should I know? If I knew, wouldn't I just go back? For some reason, Tang Shinro always felt that today was an opportunity. Suja seemed to be in a vulnerable state for some reason and his armor could be easily broken. If she didn't take this opportunity to make some progress, she could quit the game. This woman has a bad taste. Suja gritted his teeth and clenched his toes subconsciously. Well, I think, okay? I'll go back. Why? Suja was stunned. No, this was a bit too sudden, wasn't it? So easy? You're not busy anymore? Busy? But, the girl seemed to have returned to the age of 8, and her voice was filled with a hint of admiration. That's enough reason. After all, it was you who invited me, brother Suja. Chapter 83. Baidu is still reliable. Seeking love to generate electricity. First of all, I'm not a sister con. It's just that the white moonlight in my heart called me brother sweetly at the best age and the most appropriate time. You can't tell anything at the age of 8, and the throbbing in your heart doesn't count. Men all have that tendency to some extent, and everyone can understand it. Finally, I really am not a sister con. Hey, I'm so excited for no reason? Am I really a pervert? Suche was certain that he had suffered a crushing defeat tonight and had completely lost his resistance. After all, the 8-year-old figure was too much, but, the goal has been barely achieved. Then it's a deal. I'll stay for 2 more days after the new year. For some reason, Suche suddenly let go and returned to his former nature, just like when he was a child. Are Auntie and Lao Dang back? Suja added, as if he had thought of something. They probably can't go back. Business is at a critical juncture right now. Tang Shinro covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't feel offended by Suja's address, because anyone who knows their past thinks it's her father's fault. That's not so good. Suche felt a little embarrassed. Wasn't this breaking up the family? Hey! You just invited me. How can you be so undecided? I'm just afraid that my aunt will be unhappy. Suja smiled awkwardly. Tang Shinro's mother has been very kind to him since he was a child, almost like his biological mother, so Suja cares a lot about his aunt's feelings. As for his dad? Humph, old dang. No cards at all. Oh, how pitiful. All alone. Don't pretend. Have you ever considered yourself an outsider? This time Suche was merciless. This girl would never stop pretending. To be honest, she knows the structure of my home better than I do. Sometimes when I can't find some small parts, I have to call her to ask, whose house is this? Hey, if I knew you were coming back, I would have doubled the amount of New Year's goods this year. It's really abominable that I, the eldest son of the Su family, actually want to take advantage of you. How can I stop? Suja was speechless. If his parents knew that Tang Shinro was coming back, they would probably go crazy again. He was speechless. Was this girl so favored? She was the first in his family, the second is Suja, and the third is Sun Yen. Didn't expect it? The old woman was really the most shameless one, but the Su family definitely didn't favor boys over girls. It was definitely because Sun Yen was very naughty and really deserved a beating. When talking about the real couple at the helm of the Su family, Tang Shinro proudly puffed out her not small chest. In fact, this is what makes Tang Shinro so confident. Hey, I also want to go back quickly. After all, I need food. Makes her cry like a lizard. Puff. Suja really couldn't help laughing out loud, and this was also the thing he teased others the most in daily life. Should we say that the white man's rice is what the poet eats? And this little fool can't cook. Oh. He is so stupid. Suddenly I felt proud again, and the points I made in my skill tree were still very useful. Oh, a few days ago I made boiled pork slices, spicy chicken, pickled pepper chicken feet. Suja. Very good. Suja gradually regained his rhythm and won back a game. From the sound, you can tell that his defense was really broken. Although Xiao Tang is a girl from the north, her taste is typical Sichuan style and she simply loves spicy food. Now it is hard for her to eat white food every meal, but at least she doesn't have to worry about weight issues. Then can you prepare all these for me when I get back? Well, this time the voice was really a little pitiful, and it was definitely not fake. Suja could even hear the sound of slurping saliva. I suddenly want to change into a dress. It turns out that men who can cook are the most handsome. Oh, there's no sincerity. Brother Suja, I want to eat. What do you want to eat? I want to eat you. The meal I made. She hurriedly tried to remedy the situation, but after 2 seconds, Tang Shinro's face turned pink. How could her reason? It's gradually becoming unclear. I can't do it anymore. My cabinet moved. I don't want to chat anymore. Damn, what happened to my heart? That sudden tremor just now. Suja. Suja. You are such a loser. How can you be so obsessed with your brother? But she probably didn't notice it, right? After all, I didn't say anything. Suja felt that it was time to end it. If he continued like this, he might lose face. The girl didn't seem to be invincible, and the sentence just now had used up all her courage. Suja, Good night. No one hung up the phone, and the atmosphere became even weirder. The two could only hear the increasingly rapid breathing in the microphone, as if they were waiting for something. Finally, Suche let out a long sigh and mustered up his courage to say one last thing. The girl seemed a little surprised and expectant. Help me conquer the battlefield tomorrow. Beep beep beep. Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Suja's mouth twitched. No. Rude. Do you agree or not? You must fight. This is really important to me. Damn it. Damn it. An elegant Oriental woman completely abandoned her image in front of her foreign roommate, picked up the doll on the bed and started smashing it. Too much. I was really looking forward to it. I didn't expect it to be. What a man with no emotional intelligence. Tang Shinro puffed up her cheeks and muttered softly, showing off her little woman's nagging to the fullest. Really, the last sentence is very important. Even if you don't say something too romantic, it should at least be. I kept talking to myself, but ended up making myself famous. Tang Shinro lay flat on the bed, her white and tender feet moving up and down, as if she could calm herself down with the rhythm, but it's not bad. Gradually she revealed a silly smile like a fangirl. I can only say that today's gains were very unexpected, except that I did not confess to myself at the end that I went to the cinema, which was a bit of a flaw, but since he could have such an obvious emotional outburst, I guess hiding the truth must be in my favor, right? Tang Shinro didn't want to ask the other party these questions directly. First, she wanted to give the other party enough freedom and didn't want Suja to feel constrained by her. What? You mean the magic little software? If you don't close it, it's not open. Of course, the most important thing is Xiao Tang, but she also has her own pride. The situation under forced control and coercion is not what she expected in her heart, but Suche was indeed a little strange tonight. What on earth stimulated him? Tang Shinro was still very curious. After hesitating for a while, she opened the most versatile Baidu in the world. Search frowny face at midnight. My boyfriend suddenly burst out with true love and forced love. What's the psychology behind it? Xiao Tang clicked the search button with anticipation, a slight blush on his face. Although it's a bit of a clickbait title, but no matter what, it shouldn't be too much to use the title in advance, right? Well, the search results are out. Baidu search. If your boyfriend suddenly bursts out in love in the middle of the night, it is very likely because he has just done something to offend you. Studies have shown that people often feel extremely guilty after betrayal, which gives them an urgent urge to make amends. Chapter 84. Just change his sister, who cares? Oh, it feels a little hot. This is not a joke. Suja really feels a little hot now. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned. I was as excited and nervous as when I had my first injection, afraid that I wouldn't be able to pee in the future. This girl, she seems to be quite pretty. Pa Suja slapped himself for making such useless remarks and covered his head with the quilt. He would wake up tomorrow and be a Sigma man again. Hey. Don't sleep anymore. Go out and celebrate the new year. There seemed to be a familiar whisper in my ears, very soft and very pleasant to hear. There seemed to be the noise of firecrackers mixed in, which was a bit noisy, but inexplicably made people feel at ease. No. Sleep a little longer, Suja mumbled in a daze, then turned over. Hey, I really can't do anything about you. A familiar voice rang in his ears, and then Suja felt a weight on his body, and then a warm touch touched his face. Suja suddenly woke up as if he had been electrocuted. He tried to see the other person clearly, but he just couldn't open his eyes. I am Chow. The strange bed is pressed? Oh my gosh, where did this come from? Is this still a daily urban life? After struggling for an unknown amount of time, Suja suddenly sat up from the bed. He was breathing heavily and his hands subconsciously reached forward. There was nothing but the ticking of the alarm clock. After letting out a long breath, Suja began to daydream. What did I dream about? How could I dream about her? And in my dream, she was. Suja frowned tightly, and couldn't believe that he would have such a dream. Most men have had similar dreams, but the images are usually vague. Doesn't such a concrete dream mean impossible? Absolutely impossible. Suche shook his head wildly, expressing his strong condemnation for this behavior of bullying his own brother. Wait a minute. Put these aside for now. Suja reached out and touched his face. The touch was definitely not fake. It was too real, too real. I rubbed my hand across my face, and it seemed that some part of it did feel a little warmer. I'm going to blanch. I don't want to play anymore. My cabinet really moved. Looking around, the sky was beginning to brighten. Suche finally calmed down when he saw the sunlight. You don't even know if it's the level of bed pressing in the dream. Actually, it's not impossible. Okay, Suja admitted that he was really hungry and could eat anything. I'm almost not sleepy anymore, so I'll just get up. A hand reached out to the head of the bed, and Suche was subconsciously startled because he touched a bulging envelope just under his quilt. Taking out the envelope, Suche could tell what was inside at a glance. The envelope exuded a faint fragrance, which was pleasant and familiar. As if realizing something, Suja's mouth pursed, and then he silently opened the envelope. What caught my eye was a stack of red bills with a piece of paper on top. The handwriting on the paper was very beautiful. From the handwriting, I could feel that the owner must be very sweet and soft. Brother, sister is leaving. I'm afraid you won't want to leave, so I won't say hello to you. We were very successful this time. As expected, my brother is the best. You should get along well with Nian Nian at home. Of course I know my brother will give in to her. I've left 5,000 yuan below. I know you won't accept it if I transfer it to you, but you are not allowed to refuse it now. After all, making money for you is one of my little dreams. You can buy clothes, delicious food, and spend it on little girls. Okay, I might be a little jealous, but don't spend it on that Three Kingdoms game. Although I haven't played it, I searched it and found that it's a scam company. After I checked it out, I gave it a bad review. Violent, that's it. Remember to think of me, you hear me? Next time I come back, I want to eat the pickled fish made by my brother. Oh, Suja sighed silently and stared at the stack of money in his hand in a daze. This is the first time I've been so unhappy after receiving money, but I touched my face and wondered when Sister Anan left. Damn it. What a pity that it was the old woman Sun Yen who would rather leave. I'm sorry, Prime Minister. Although I now have the military funds for the northern expedition, it's only this time. I can't help you. After washing up, he called Tang Shinro first. Sure enough, the 8-year-old spoiled little Tang Bao is a limited edition. Now don't say there is no Suja. Gigi Suja even heard a little bit of resentment. The words suddenly seemed to turn into Lindayus. Although there was no obvious sarcasm, there were still a lot of inaudible mumblings. Suja didn't hear it very clearly. He probably just heard something like betrayal, immorality, make amends, guilt, and so on. However, Xiao Tang was still very reasonable. At the end, he added that it was her problem and told me not to take it seriously. Suja didn't care at first. Women are the creatures who love to imagine things the most in this world. God knows what stupid marketing account Xiao Tang looked at after hanging up the phone yesterday. I feel that those marketing accounts that promote gender antagonism and poisonous chicken soup should be thrown into the pigsty and then be severely ravaged by dozens of fans. I walked into the kitchen with a heavy heart. I had originally planned to make something delicious for Sister Anan before she left, but I didn't expect her to leave so early. With an unhappy sigh, Suja gradually turned his attention to the noodles. Although it doesn't taste good, it should be enough to feed pigs. Boil some water. Next, do you want to beat an egg? Forget it, I'm not in the mood. Suche was a little uncomfortable with the quiet and deserted home. If it were any normal time, Sister Anan would have started helping me by now. Although she mostly does it by herself, she can still do things like beating an egg or peeling an onion. Of course, the most important thing is wow. My brother is awesome. My brother's eggs are so round. My brother is the best. He smells so good. Let me have a bite first. I can't help it. Come on. Those who say that emotional value is useless, get out of here, I will give you a hammer. Really? It ruined my mood for learning English. Suja was stirring the noodles with chopsticks. Sister Anan had left. Xiao Tang didn't know what happened this morning. Old woman. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat, I stir. I stir. Stir, Suche, in a bad mood, muttered to himself and even wanted to throw a toad in. Creaky, the door was pushed open. Su Nian obviously didn't get enough sleep. She was seen wearing pajamas, yawning, revealing her exquisite curves, but unfortunately, no one in this family appreciated her. Ah, brother, what do you want to eat in the morning? A hashtag sign gradually appeared above Suche's head as he was stirring the noodles. Without any hesitation, he shouted to the back, just change my sister. Who cares? Su Nian? Chapter 85. Are you two going to kiss secretly behind my back? Pa humph. Throwing a bowl of noodles on the table, Suche directly carried his bag on his back. Su Nian looked at the bowl of noodles on the table and fell into deep thought. Looking at her aggressive brother, she suddenly felt a little bit at a loss as to what to do. Isn't he always been so brave? Didn't and have too many courage buffs at home during this period? Or was he addicted to the pin hao qua? I don't want to eat this, Sister Su Nian said with a smile. Don't want to eat? If you don't want to eat, get out. Suju indulged her bad habit? He just taught himself grappling skills a few days ago. I want apple pie. You look like that apple pie to me. Feeling Suja's attitude, Su Nian subconsciously lowered his head, his eyes gradually dimmed, and he seemed very lost. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and Su Nian said in disappointment, Brother, do you think Anan is better? Do you want her to be your sister? Su Nian's voice was a little choked, and her nose couldn't help but twitch twice. She looked at Suja aggrievedly. Suja looked at her expressionlessly, yes. Okay. Do you really think that my sister won't be sad? Su Nian, could you please stop causing this? There are no outsiders here. Suche had no reaction. You are right, but the fight for the crown prince has always been like this. The atmosphere froze, Su Nian's expression changed instantly, and he pointed at Suja like a husky. Good boy. Did I give you too much face? You even jumped on it. If you show off again, I'll let you fly. Old woman. It's shit. Suja didn't hesitate, grabbed his school bag and ran out. He knew that this woman would never be able to break through his defense. After all, his perfect face-changing skills were only 1/3 of what his sister had learned sitting on the electric scooter without brakes. I returned to my boring life. Lao Su, what did you do over the weekend? You didn't come out even when I called you. I always felt like you were doing something big behind my back. Niu Zi frowned and realized that things were not simple. Go away, who has time to play with you guys? I'm either busy having romantic trysts with pretty girls or watching midnight movies with pretty girls. How can I have time for you? Pucci Niu Zi didn't even shake his head and just laughed out loud. Lao Su, it's okay to lie to your brothers about some things, but it's meaningless to lie to yourself. Silent, speechless Niu Zi began to sweat coldly, because according to his experience, if the other party was bragging, he would definitely start to refute him vigorously now, but the other party just didn't say anything. Masaka. Niu Zi suddenly had a bold guess, but this guess was too bold for him to believe. Haha, Lao Su, you wouldn't, shouldn't it be? Haha, stop it. Speak, I dug up Suja, you deserve to die. Turn your phone to silent mode and listen to Niu Hao's voice breaking through the defense. Suja laughed wantonly. Wait? Why wasn't that the sound of the defense breaking? Instead, it was the sound of the wind? No, brother Niu, why are you speeding up? Lao Su, what do you think people live for? Zhao. I'm just bragging. Break. Break. It would be a lie to say that you are not afraid. It is true that a man who has been single for too long should never be provoked. That's not right. Aren't I single too? After arriving at the destination, Suche was completely sweating. Well done, good boy. It's not unfair to call you brother Niu. Niu Zi finally became proud. Something was wrong with Lao Su recently. If he wasn't hit hard, he would probably fly away. Humph. Are you going to behave yourself now? I am almost like this. I can joke with you and be very easygoing, but if you touch my reverse scale, I will let you know what true darkness is. This is a wolf with a child's face. On the surface, it is simple and innocent, but in fact it is smooth and transparent. You can't calculate me, because you have been arranged by me from the beginning. I am a chess player, and you are just a chess piece. If you disobey me, you will know what cruelty and darkness are. I have never lacked thundering means or a heart of a bodhisattva. I have both Buddha and devil in my heart, but I have sealed the devil deeply, leaving only Buddha. I wanted to face everyone with a heart of a bodhisattva, but some people insisted that I unseal the devil in my heart. Then I want to ask you, when you face a real devil in the world, can you still calm down? No. Who changed the Nyozi code? Where are the hard-working players? How come they are talented? Putting on the mask of pain, Suche decided to eat a few more buns. Suja. A clear and pleasant voice sounded. Looking in the direction of the voice, the two saw a beautiful girl jogging towards them. Nyozi's brows frowned instantly. No. 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 No, he was used to being treated as an NPC, but this was definitely not the state a socially anxious person should be in. Although Suja had improved his great bond last time, it was not enough. While he was thinking, the girl had already run over. Without any hesitation, Lucisi directly hugged Suja's arm, and it seemed very natural. The corner of Nyozi's mouth twitched instantly and he suddenly began to sweat profusely. No, you two wouldn't kiss secretly behind each other's backs, would you? Hey, I got it. Winter tips: girls can use the slippery roads as an excuse to be intimate with their favorite boys in winter. Men should not try this, as it is easy to get into trouble. Even though it was just a hug for a short while, Lucisi's face still flushed. It was indeed a bit bold for her. But it was winter and she could use the excuse that she was cold. I really love winter. Suja didn't have any other thoughts. It was normal that the car couldn't be stopped in the slippery road in winter. He was very hungry after the fright and now he just wanted to eat. According to the usual assignment, Suche should have avoided suspicion. After all, the crackdown on premature love in the third year of high school was very strict, but today, as soon as Suja sat down, Lucisi leaned over directly. Although she seemed a little shy, her movements were definitely not slow. Nyozi was sweating even more profusely. He really didn't believe you if you said there was nothing wrong with these two people. Suche, you really deserve to die. He was friendly and praising in his heart, but on the surface he still had to give face to his brother. Nyozi tactfully went to buy things, leaving Suja and Lucisi sitting in their original seats. Suja lay on the table, not thinking much about it. He was indeed in a bad mood today. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Cici was very happy. After all, even a love idiot knew that this was definitely a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Nothing. Isn't it normal to feel unhappy on Monday? It's crazy to go to school like this. Suja forced a smile, but then suddenly froze and looked towards the door. What's wrong? Nothing. I think I saw a figure. Outside the breakfast shop, a sneaky figure patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we were not discovered. What do the 13 rules of love say? Oh, the first one. Create a chance encounter. Chapter 86, not bad. This is the only opponent. My name is Nyo Hao. I swear I didn't do anything, but I was suddenly kicked like a dog on the roadside. Seeing that Lucisi even made the careful action of feeding the baby, even if Nyozi was slow-witted, he should have realized that something was wrong. What's that expression on your face? Suja looked at Nyozi in confusion. This kid was acting strangely today. Of course, Suja didn't feel anything when he ate the steamed buns that were delivered to him. After all, he was stroking his head frantically while holding his phone. Oh, Nyozi. I seem to hear you say something just now. Roadside? I'm warning you. Don't bring XX into the mix. You know, XX has always been my home team. There were still many glances coming her way, making Lucisi look a little uncomfortable, but she still did not stop approaching, because she suddenly realized, wasn't this part of the challenge of courage? Going to the front alone to buy buns or something is simply too weak. Now she has a more daring way to challenge. Of course, as a child from a wealthy family, although she still maintains a pure heart, after being influenced by her surroundings, Lu Cece also realized what she should do. By the way, I brought cake for everyone. When the buns were half eaten, Lu Cece suddenly took out two exquisite small gift boxes from her school bag. Nyozi and Suja were instantly attracted to them. This is too exquisite, right? No. This packaging looks so good that I can't bear to eat it. Looking at the small gift box, Nyozi subconsciously fell into deep thought. Ba. What a lowly thought. This is what Grandpa Nyo should eat. But he actually has his own? Damn it, I didn't expect that NPCs would also add new codes. Oh, it's so beautiful, it's quite expensive, right? Suche took the cake and looked it over. After checking the packaging, it should be very expensive and not very filling. Listen to my command. Get on board. Sell it to the people of Shanghai at 10 times the price. Cece seems to be from Shanghai. Oh, that's not surprising. Lu Cece avoided Suja's gaze. She always felt that the way he looked at her was a little strange, as if he was looking at some strange creature. Really, this man's thinking is so hard to guess. Not bad. How chi. Nyozi didn't care about that. He just opened it and ate half of it. Okay, he approved Lu Cece as his daughter-in-law. Look, men are so easy to satisfy and accept others. It's so beautiful, I have to show it off to the class. Suja put the gift box away with a smile. He didn't like sweets, so forget it, just give it to Lingzi. As for politeness, there shouldn't be any special meaning in taking out a small cake casually, right? For example, you find a Ninja Scroll exchange voucher halfway through your meal? Oh, it's very ordinary. Lu Cece felt a little embarrassed, but she still agreed with the thinking of the little boy Suja. After all, the little girl was also expecting this. After the meal, Suja would try not to let Lu Cece pay if possible. Although he kept talking about meal tickets, Suja actually calculated the bills very clearly. He liked to take advantage, but he didn't like to take advantage of acquaintances. On the contrary, for his own people, he was always afraid that he would pay less. I swear that when I have money in the future, I will go to the south to spend the winter. I shivered as soon as I went out. This Freljord is really not a place to be trifled with. Suja. Do you want to go to the south? I know it very well. You won't feel sleepy if you mention Miss Cece. After all, you can click anywhere on the map and Cece can arrange one-stop service for you. To sum up, my house is quite big, you are welcome to come and play, and there is a convenience store next to it. You can buy delicious food, and you can go to sleep directly when you are tired. As for whether there are any good deals, this remains to be verified. Suja? As I walked out of the breakfast shop, a voice that was 3 parts puzzled, 3 parts surprised, and 4 parts calm came from the side. The 3 of them turned back subconsciously, and the expressions of 2 of them tightened. Why is Chiu Ran here? According to the usual time, she should have been in class a long time ago, right? Wow. Jindeshi Mud Duck. Ahahaha. Yeah. Suja looked the other person up and down very seriously. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Su was just worried about the kid's mental state. But looking at the other person's calm face, Suja was slightly relieved. Fortunately, it should be recovering. Unlike Suja, Lu Cece was not so calm. Yesterday, she had reviewed her past and made plans for the future. And this classmate Chiu Ran would be her biggest competitor in the future. This is not a coincidence, she came here on purpose. It's rare for the little fool to have some understanding of his own, or rather, women's intuition is a passive skill that everyone has, and when you stare into the abyss is surely also staring into you. Chiu Ran's eyes were on Suja's arm. She keenly discovered that Lu Cece subconsciously moved 1/3 of her body towards Suja after she appeared. Although it was very hidden, she still caught it. According to psychology, this was a subconscious declaration of sovereignty. The opponent tried to grab Suja's arm at least 3 times, but he was probably too timid and did not launch a complete and effective attack. But it's okay. This is the only opponent. But it's okay. This is the only opponent. The 2 girls looked at each other and gave their final summary in their hearts. Haha, class monitor. You're going to be late. Suche said this with a laugh, perhaps with some personal agenda in mind. It's okay, I said you're late only if you're late. Subconsciously stroking the ring on his finger, Chiu Ran raised a confident smile and walked forward. I am Chow? What an arrogant statement. Su Che couldn't find a direction to complain for a moment. No. As the head of the class cadre, is it really okay for you to do this? Is this really how the Game of Thrones is played? Is it just Xiao Ran, or are all the class leaders playing this way? Su Che sneered at this behavior. No. He must be severely reprimanded. Squad leader, then I will surrender to you. Can you please not remember me for being late in the future? Don't interrupt. This is really important to Su Che. Xiao Ran said nothing, and took another step forward, keeping parallel to Su Jia. Why do you say parallel? Because Niu Zi had already stepped aside tactfully. Of course, the girl pushed up her glasses and actually looked a bit cheerful under the warm winter sun. Shit, it turns out that people who talk big are the ones who know best how outrageous what they say is. Su Che just wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but he didn't expect that he would actually corrupt the leader of Class 2, Grade 3 of Experimental Number 1 Middle School. I won't be late. If you come into class with me every day, you won't be late. The girl's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. It was a fierce attack, but Su Che had no reaction. Hey? What the hell did you attack? Chapter 87. Don't leave during lunch break, I wanna have a good chat with you. What's that expression on your face? Who said attacking a hammer? Xiao Ran felt that his attack was very effective, pulling Su Jia's sleeve and making him move 0.01 mm towards himself. Xiao Ran felt that this was another big lead. Su Jia felt that the monitor was strange today, but he couldn't put his finger on why. But it was okay. The fact that the kid was a little more cheerful proved that his efforts were not in vain. Of course, if he could pay attention to Xiao Ran Masua's fingers, he would understand the general reason for the change. Xiao Ran has obtained the ability of the Ring of Redemption. True love plus 0 bond plus 0 favorability plus 0 confidence plus 1000. Lu Sisi was silent. She suddenly realized that her opponent seemed to be more aggressive than she had imagined, but as a rich girl from Shanghai, she would never do such a thing as pulling each other's hair, because such behavior would not only reduce her charm, but also reduce her favorability, especially Su Jia. Lu Sisi already has her own understanding of him. Although he is usually laughing and joking, he is a very thoughtful person. If you are nice to him, he will remember it and will also silently give you extra points. Thinking of this, Lu Sisi took a step forward, looked at Xiao Ran and said sincerely, Xiao Ran, would you like to have lunch together? This time Xiao Ran couldn't be fooled. From the look in his eyes, there was indeed no such tea-like feeling. It was a really sincere invitation, but what was it for? Her face flushed slightly and Xiao Ran felt a little embarrassed. She is a relatively simple person. Even if she racked her brains, she would not have too many cunning thoughts. And it is precisely these shallow kindnesses that are most damaging to her. Okay, unexpectedly, Xiao Ran agreed directly. The most shocked person here was Su Jia, because he knew very well what kind of person Xiao Ran was. She had a strong self-esteem and didn't want strangers to approach her. She was very averse to actions like taking advantage of others, but today, I can't figure it out. I absolutely can't figure it out. Only Niu Zi, who was watching from the side, showed a prophetic look with disdain on his lips. Are you going there for dinner? I am too embarrassed to point it out to you, Su Jia. I dug it up, damn you. When they returned to the classroom, they were actually a little late. Logically, the discipline committee member should have come out and shown himself at this time, but when he saw Xiao Ran next to Su Che, he immediately backed off. Xiao Ran, logically speaking, a disciplinary committee member of your level has no authority to investigate me. Look. Anxious again, Su Che, monitor, look at my homework. There are not so many audiences in life, and the classmates actually had no reaction to the two of them entering side by side, alas. But there are always those who have no fart voice and always want to find something to do. I say Lingzi, I'm a pretty lady, can you please stop looking like a nympho when you smile? Su Che was speechless. Why did he feel like he was being peeped at by a pretty girl? Humph. Zhuge Ling snorted disdainfully, as if to say that I don't have time to care about your trivial matters. But these were all appearances. The moment Su Jia sat down, a white and tender little hand pinched his collar, and then Su Jia saw a pair of big eyes approaching rapidly. I sent you a private message on TikTok. Why aren't you watching it? Lingzi was very angry. For a brother, this was unbearable. You can ignore me, but you can't deny my taste. I saw it. Didn't I reply to you? I sent you a sad video and you sent me a haha? So what? Everyone has their own understanding. He. I think you are the same. Halfway through his words, Lindsay saw a gift box that was extremely gorgeously packaged. Wow! So pretty! Facts have proved that women are visual animals, even Lindsay is no exception. Suja only cares about price and taste, but Lindsay seems to be very interested in packaging. Give it to me? Lindsay looked a little suspicious. Dad loves you. Suja began to pack up his notes. Zhuge Ling's gaze immediately became strange, and his eyes towards Suche became extremely vigilant. I say, Zhuge Ling, are you a bitch? Suja said that this look was too hurtful. Is he that bad? I put aphrodisiac in it, go to the side. Ah, yummy fuck you, hey don't be angry baby, you are the best mua, I'd rather be fed to a dog. As expected, the useless Lindsay can be solved with just a piece of cake. It feels like if I give him some small favors, I can turn him into my own RBQ, BBBBBBB, audio effect approved, just a joke. After all, Suja had put a tube of mustard in Lindsay's Rougiamo before, so it's no wonder that the child is so vigilant. Hey Lindsay, what's the plot of that novel recently? You have to admit that tomato novels are a bit magical. You may feel that some of the plots are shit at first glance, but you always have the urge to keep reading. Suche didn't read it, but that didn't stop him from being curious. When this was mentioned, Zhuge Lingshin Cake paused for a moment, then said unhappily, you don't mention it. I'm not updating anymore. TSK, how can she be so popular with this attitude? She's lost her perfect attendance. That's a shame. I was expecting the protagonist to torture the clown. Suja felt a little emotional. It turned out that the god of pure love just couldn't stand the injustice in the world. Bang, there was a sound of tapping on the table. Suche turned around subconsciously and saw a white and tender hand tapping gently on his table. Homework. Xiao Ran pushed up her glasses. She noticed the movement of Suja's hands just now. She didn't expect that he actually liked this? Suja was numb. Actually, he is a good student, even a little ambitious, but he spent too much time questioning Xiao Tang yesterday. Homework? He wrote a shit. That Suja raised his head and looked at Xiao Ran's face somewhat awkwardly. From this angle, he could clearly see her slightly trembling eyelashes already. Without any further communication, Xiao Ran handed the homework in his hand to the class representative and turned to leave. The class representative was so confused. No. I'm still here. Is this how you play the Game of Thrones? Susuyu. Zhuge Ling covered his mouth and looked at Suja in disbelief. Honestly, it was normal for Lindsay to make a fuss, but right now you could only read one meaning from her eyes. You gave it to her? You really gave it to her? Get lost. Suja no longer paid attention to this funny girl and subconsciously stared at Xiao Ran's arm in silence. Although he was wearing a school uniform, the scene he saw last night was still shocking to him. Xiao Ran. The voice was not loud, but the girl turned around immediately. He stared into Suja's eyes intently, without any dodging. Suja hesitated for a moment, then a very serious expression appeared on his face. Go to the back playground during lunch break. I have something to tell you. Chapter 88. I think there is no need for this, right? Has it come to this? Zhuge Ling covered his mouth exaggeratedly. Damn it. What on earth did you do behind my back this weekend? As we all know, the back playground for lunch break generally has different meanings in schools. That is an absolute forbidden area of the sect, and creatures that have fallen into the devil's way will be refreshed periodically in the forbidden area. Dogs and bitches, just kidding. Even in a key school like Experimental No. 1 Middle School, who knows how many people's youth that back playground has carried, just like the rooftop in Japanese comics. It is definitely the birthplace of famous scenes that will become legends, but it's not necessarily a complete deification. I heard that a few years ago there was a student who was cheating on several women at the same time, and then a few girls conspired to cause a bloody incident in the back playground, but all we can say is that the accident was all publicity. Since then, the back playground has become even more famous. Some students would even silently pray for the favor of the former senior Neptune before confessing their love. No, he is not dead yet. Why are you praying to the bull demon? Xiao Ran responded softly with a word, then turned and left, as if he didn't hear it. Turning around and walking out of the classroom, Xiao Ran stopped immediately. I don't feel well, I need to go to the bathroom. After saying something to the class representative who was delivering the homework, Xiao Ran rushed directly to the girls' restroom. It was almost time for class and there was no one in the bathroom. After looking around, Xiao Ran began to breathe heavily and his face began to turn red. After turning on the faucet and flushing with cold water, Xiao Ran finally recovered a little from the shock in those words. So soon? I'm not ready yet. Touching the handmade ring on his finger, Xiao Ran carefully took it off. I can't wear it when I'm in class. If I lose this thing, she's really going to go crazy. Holding it in her palm, Xiao Ran subconsciously looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, she blushed and gently put her face into her palm. It smells like him. After all, he wore it for so long. I say, Susu, did you really give it to her? Zhuge Ling still couldn't recover from the shock. All this happened too suddenly. She insisted, do you have to give it to me? Li Ho, why are you shouting so loudly? Suja looked at the other person speechlessly. Why was this woman so startled? This attracted the attention of several people nearby. Zhuge Ling subconsciously made a hushing gesture, then moved his head towards Su Che with a strong sense of stealth. Susu, what's going on? You can't be, That's too exciting. Are you so curious? Suja stared into Zhuge Ling's eyes. He could see that this woman's gossipy heart was burning. Lingzi nodded vigorously, with a look of desire on her face. Hey, I won't tell you. Your mother, Lu Cici's good mood today ended after she entered the classroom. Although I have found my goal and direction recently, I have to admit that life in my class is really painful. The only person who can be called a friend is Niu Hao, but I have to avoid suspicion and don't want to get too close to him. All I can say is, there are gains and losses now. There is obviously no one targeting me in the class. After all, that day I couldn't help but show off my power a little, but the side effect is, now everyone in the class is very polite to her. In short, it is probably impossible to make close friends. Forget it, I don't care anymore. With a slight smile, Lu Cici's mentality became much calmer. As long as she had Suja, it was enough. She really didn't care about anything else. But I was still grinning foolishly when a gentler voice suddenly came to my ears. There was a hint of uneasiness in the voice and it sounded very nervous. Oh my god. That's exactly me. Lu Cici was so familiar with this emotion that she could empathize with it very well, but as soon as she turned around, the expression on her face immediately became awkward. Student Mo Yun? It was her? Lu Cici was a little surprised. Suja had reviewed what happened that day with her, so she knew that Mo Yun was generally reasonable. However, it was impossible for Lu Cici to have a good impression of her. After all, the incident was caused by her. Can we go out and talk? Originally, she didn't intend to pay attention to the other person, but after a few words, she felt that the other person was about to cry. Lu Cici's character actually had great flaws. If Suja was here, he would definitely laugh at her and make her cry even louder. But when Lu Cici saw the other person like this, she couldn't bear it, so she got up and followed him out. Immediately, there was the sound of whispering behind them. Lu Cici was already used to it, but Mo Yun was obviously blushing. She had never experienced such a scene before. Humph. I can't be weak anymore. I must be ruthless this time and I can't let Suja look down on me. The little coward had made sufficient psychological preparation in her heart. Although she enjoyed the protection brought to her by the man, she also understood one thing: if a person always gives unconditionally, then sooner or later this person will collapse. True love is a two-way journey, so she also hoped that she could become Su Che's protection. Don't count on me, sorry. As soon as they reached the corner, the girl's sobbing could no longer be stopped. Mo Yun simply bowed to her whole body. Her sincere attitude scared Lu Cici so much that she took a step back. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, and I have nothing against you. Although I know it's too late to say this now, I still want to apologize to you. I shouldn't have backed down. You can hit me or scold me. The tears flowed into her mouth and tasted salty, but Mo Yun still breathed a sigh of relief. She was not a bad person, and she did not receive any punishment for this incident, but just this little bit of pressure almost made her collapse. How miserable Lu Cici must have felt at that time. Sure enough, it felt much better after she said it out loud. She accepted it even if she was slapped today. Looking at the girl sobbing in front of her, Lu Cici's momentum instantly dropped. As a girl, she could feel the other person's torment. As expected, still can't do it, forget it. Perhaps I can protect Suche in other ways. For example, even if he fails in the competition in the future, he can still use his connections. Suja, you don't want to. Just kidding, Cece is not that kind of bad kid, forget it, it's all over. Lu Cece muttered softly and turned her head away. Mo Yun raised her head suddenly, with tears still on her face that she had not had time to wipe away. Really? Really? I forgive you. Lu Cece smiled, causing Mo Yun to subconsciously freeze in place. Sure enough, this girl is really good, damn it, I should have deserved to die before. If you have nothing else, go back to class, it's time for class. Lu Cece didn't want to stay too long, as she would be hard to explain if others saw her. Can I? Mo Yun hesitated, causing Lu Cece to turn her head subconsciously. Can you call Suja out? I also want to apologize to him in person. Lu Cece's smile froze instantly. I guess, there's no need for this, right? Chapter 89. That winter, I never saw snow, and you never saw me. Okay, you're waiting for me here, right? For some reason, Lu Cece subconsciously became alert, as if her secretly hidden treasure had been discovered. Looking at Mo Yun's very sincere eyes, Lu Cece's subconscious told her that she was probably overthinking it. But I just don't want other people of the opposite sex to get close to me. Moreover, Mo Yun's appearance can at least score 90 points. Then I'll ask him later. After a brief evasion, Lu Cece brought up the topic. Xiao Ran is actually a pretty good girl. I can only say that my hard work has not been in vain. Suche had always thought that Xiao Ran was an absolute selfless person. Even if he became her good friend, she would definitely be the kind of person who would sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice, but I never expected that after triggering a certain bond with her, this girl would become inexplicably easy to talk to. This was very much to Suche's liking. After all, he was a person who would only help his relatives and not others. I can only say, a girl who doesn't collect your homework really gets you a lot of points. What's even more amazing is Xiao Ran's face. His icy temperament makes him look like a cold-blooded judge, but he is willing to give you some privileges just for you. How can I explain it? My political commissar squad leader will never be this cute. Well, this is typical of watching too many bad anime. Of course, Suche did not only watch this one. For example, the abstract girl at the next table started elbowing me from time to time. Susu, what's going on? Do you really want to confess? Zhuge Ling is a really noisy woman, but you have to admit that Lingza has some capital and she is really good at acting like a spoiled child. If it were the Suche of the past, he would probably also feel a little emotional, but sorry, after recalling the 8-year-old limited edition little Tangbao's coquettishness last night, Suja's resistance in this regard has been maxed out. 10% off? That's not cute at all. Su, are you not interested in women? Obviously, Lingzi became famous. Hey, I'm in a hurry. Suche knew how to break people's defenses. These 3 simple words made the girl even more popular. Tisk, forget it. I don't really want to know. So you really can't tell me? That's not right? It seems like there are a lot of steps missing. Looking at Lingzi's eager eyes, Suja silently took off his glasses. He only wore them when he was in class or playing on the computer. I can't do anything about you. Tell me quickly. It's really hard to stop women from gossiping, but unfortunately Suche can't tell everything. I used to hate Xiao Ran. Suja began to pick out things to say. This guy is very old-fashioned, very cold, and not very respectful. Suche seemed to have recalled the time when he had recommended roles to the other party. And then? Later. Suja subconsciously looked forward, his gaze fixed on the other person, and his eyes gradually became gentle. Later I thought this kid was actually pretty good. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to get in touch with her. Yes, actually, she is not a lonely person. If you are willing to approach her, she may be willing to give her everything. At least, she is more sincere than most people. Generally speaking, pure people are generally not disliked by others. It feels a bit like redemption. Lingzi was obviously excited. This was really becoming more and more like the plot in the tomato novels she read. So you want to be with her and be the light in her life? Why do you understand that? I don't like her. The back playground was a bit quiet. After all, only a few people could come here. Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if no one was around. She was still a little worried about being caught. I didn't do anything? Why am I panicking? I don't understand why I'm worried about being caught in premature love. I've never been in a relationship before, but looking into the distance, I saw a familiar figure slowly walking towards me. His breathing became increasingly rapid and Xiao Ran clenched his fists. Thank you, if only I had known you earlier. Xiao Ran's eyes were a little dim, but immediately brightened up again. After all, it was not too late now. What should I do if he? Xiao Ran's mind was in a mess. After all, there was almost nothing else to talk about in the playground. I say, why are you running away? Can't you wait for me to come with you? Suche silently handed over a bottle of Coke and took a sip himself first. We come out to talk about something, but you have to make it seem like it's shameful. Xiao Ran didn't say anything, but just opened the Coke silently after finding a random place to sit down. Suja looked towards Xiao Ran and patted his side. A blush instantly appeared on Xiao Ran's face, but she immediately leaned over and sat down next to Suja. Being so close to the other person, Xiao Ran could even smell the unique fresh fragrance of the boy. It is definitely unique, not the smell of laundry detergent. It smells so good. Don't be nervous, just chat casually. Suja looked up at the sky. Although it was freezing cold, the weather was at least good and the air was fresh. Xiao Ran didn't look at the sky, she just silently stared at the boy's profile. That winter, I never saw snow, and you never saw me. Are you okay? The boy's voice seemed much softer, like the morning sun, bathing in the cold wind. Here it comes. It's the same attitude again, and the damn tenderness again. Xiao Ran didn't dare to look at the other person's face anymore. She pinched the corner of her clothes and said softly. That's good, don't have any regrets, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Suche seemed to be hinting at something, but Xiao Ran obviously didn't hear it. I have no regrets. What did you say? Nothing. Suja was speechless. Why were you whispering to each other when there were only two of us? Xiao Ran. What do you think of me? It's coming. Is it coming? My heart was pounding and I felt like a deer running around. You are fine, ah? That's your evaluation. I thought you were at least a close friend, Suche responded exaggeratedly. Well, it's just barely possible. I still can't hear it clearly, but it doesn't matter anymore, because Suche suddenly stood up and stood in front of Xiao Ran very solemnly. The sunlight fell, shining on the snow, and also reflected the boy's smile, as warm as a little sun. Xiao Ran, do you still remember what you said to me at the beginning? What did you say? Xiao Ran was so confused that she couldn't remember what she had said. Damn it, what on earth had she said before? It was over. Would he be disappointed if she couldn't remember? Was it an important memory between the two of them? It seems I have completely forgotten, but it doesn't matter. You guys are really worrying. Suche shook his head helplessly, but there was no blame in his tone. Xiao Ran felt that her tear glands were beginning to fail, but she gritted her teeth tightly, not wanting to ruin this unforgettable scene. She mustered up her courage and raised her head slightly. The boy seemed to reach out his hand to her, like a ray of light illuminating her darkness. Xiao Ran, aha. Starting today. Aha. I promise to help you catch up with Su Jianghao. Chapter 90. Having a childhood sweetheart is like having a criminal record, there is no if in life. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Just like how Xiao Ran feels now. It's like he peed in the bed. It's very uncomfortable, but you have to admit that it's warm, but a little bit coquettish obviously. I have entered his heart and it is worth him to do something for me, but where the hell did I go? Is this still a heart? At this moment, Xiao Ran finally understood what Suche meant by remembering what he had said. That's right, what you saw that day was real. His name is Su Jianghao. We grew up together. I like him, so I wanted to confess to him before the college entrance examination, but no. Who asked you? Shua. I think this is what you remember. Xiao Ran's body began to tremble slightly, and he seemed to hear an extremely piercing roar in his ears, as is dead. Did you choose it yourself? Idle. There's no need to be so excited, right? Suche clearly felt that something was wrong with the child. You have to admit that Su Jianghao's conversation that day did affect Suja. Xiao Ran is a good girl, and Suja thinks good people shouldn't be pointed at with guns, so, hey, I'm soft-hearted again, then help her, isn't she? Loving her childhood sweetheart the most, that was what she told herself at the beginning. Xiao Ran was very anxious, but Suja told her not to be anxious and to speak slowly. However, after opening her mouth, Xiao Ran still didn't say a word. No. No. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Ran's heart was almost filled with garbled words. Facts have proved that people cannot speak when they are extremely panicked. She wanted to explain something to the boy in front of her, but she didn't know where to start. What should I do? What should I do? Could it be that Suja has never liked me? Impossible. I remember it very clearly. Although it was very vague when we took the set photo, the look in his eyes when he looked at me was definitely not fake, and, touching the ring in his pocket, Xiao Ran clenched his fist unwillingly. It must not be like this, it must not be like this, oh. That's right. As if he had thought of something, Xiao Ran's eyes suddenly lit up, as if a drowning person suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. She is now frantically looking for evidence that Suja had feelings for her, and you know what, she actually found it. After all, that day was the turning point of everything. Suja came forward with a pack of tissues to comfort himself, and there were bubbling sounds on his lips. That proved that Suja was at least interested in me, otherwise why would a boy suddenly come up to chat with me? Fortunately, there is still a chance. Next, I just need to find a chance to change the stereotype of childhood sweethearts. Suddenly I found that the beautiful word childhood sweetheart suddenly became like a criminal record not capable of accomplishing anything, but capable of causing trouble. Autumn. On the third floor of the cafeteria, Nyozi sneezed violently, then sniffed unhappily. Who was talking about me behind my back? Classmate Nyo Hao, do you want me to go get you some medicine? Cece started to have some bad thoughts, suddenly realized that classmate Nyo Hao should be able to grasp a lot of first-hand information about Suche, right? No need, but Nyo Hao looked at Mo Yun beside Lu Cece strangely, not a buddy. How can someone still support the enemy? Is that right, kid? Is that right? I'm here to apologize to Suju and ask for his forgiveness. Mo Yun immediately took a step forward, feeling as awkward as a primary school student in military training. Forget it, I don't care, just ask Lao Su what are you having for lunch today. Nyozi was obviously much more relaxed. After all, it was normal to eat his son and daughter-in-law's food. Order whatever you want. Lu Cece handed over the menu directly, but her eyes were a little vague. Suja asked Xiao Ran to go to the back playground? When Cece heard the news, she felt like the sky was falling. Isn't it? Jime, your progress is so fast, humph. You know whether it is on or not. If she followed the style of Tomato's novels, she should go to the scene and then become the villain who gets slapped in the face for pretending to be awesome. But she didn't want to do that. Although she was extremely nervous, Lu Cece still tried to be as calm as a rock. Stay calm. Stay calm. Boys like rational girls who don't make trouble. This is a plus. Don't worry, Susu is very slow, nothing will happen. Lingzi was grateful for the favor. Seeing Lu Cece's distracted look, she comforted her softly. Alas, I feel sorry for the squad leader. I hope that the bloody incident of that year will not be repeated on the playground this year. Let's go, let's eat. Don't be so twisted when communicating with me next time, I don't like it. Gently tapping Xiao Ran's head, who was standing there in a daze, Suja simply completed his unique friendship-making ceremony. This girl is okay, never mind, one poor little thing can be driven away, and two poor little things can be walked. It turns out that there are still many good people in this world. Oh. Xiao Ran still looked absent-minded, but he had obviously become much more well-behaved. That casual comment I made back then wasn't wrong. Looking at Xiao Ran, who had become more obedient and even had a different facial expression, and then casually took off the glasses that sealed his beauty, Suja inexplicably felt a sense of accomplishment. No, you are really the contrast. An ice queen in front of people and a wrong little white rabbit behind their backs, hey? It's really embarrassing without glasses. The big eyes blink as if they can speak. Xiao Ran followed silently. Her mood was very complicated. In just one short lunch break, she experienced the great joy of life, then the great sorrow, then the great sorrow, then the great sorrow, then the great sorrow, then the great sorrow. Tonic, I take tonic and become a bad girl. I feel like I'm completely behind schedule now, eh? Wait a minute. It seems that Lu Cece also has a childhood sweetheart, right? As if he had thought of something, Xiao Ran suddenly raised his head. Fortunately, it's not completely extinct, at least we are still on the same level. Thanks to our childhood sweethearts, we all have a criminal record, and we all have a bright future. According to science, there are 3 types of brain circuits in humans: normal people, abnormal people, anime watchers. The third type is the most abstract. A classic example of this kind of person is someone who puts himself into a virtual world of two spine newts, and after fully daydreaming, he secretly sighs, "This is absolutely me." But the person watching the anime would never realize it. Despite being at a disadvantage, Shio-ran suddenly remembered a niche anime he watched a few days ago. The situations of the male and female protagonists in the play are similar to hers, but the female protagonist takes this opportunity to get closer to the male protagonist, and finally makes him unable to extricate himself. The motivation is not important. What matters most is the time spent together. With a slight blush on her face, Shio-ran suddenly remembered that the heroine in that animation used the excuse of practicing to practice kissing with the hero in private. What will it feel like? He quickened his pace to keep himself parallel to Suja's, raised his head and looked at the other's profile. Suche's lips seemed to be soft. Chapter 91. I still find you annoying. Ahahaha, pork rib soup is here. Ah. These dishes are all here? Why don't you eat them? Lao Su, no one dares to eat it. After all, everyone has eaten enough dog food. Shy, nosy, you just like to joke around. Come on. Eat them while they're hot. As soon as Suche entered the private room, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Aren't we here to eat? It seemed that Lingzi was the only one at the table who remained relaxed, while the rest seemed to be a little worried. And his eyes turned to Mo Yun beside Lu Sisi. Isn't this right? Hurry up and take a seat. I ordered some dry pot chicken from the kitchen. It will be here soon. Lu Sisi jumped over and took Suja's coat and hung it up first, allowing Suja to experience the feeling of warlord separatism in ancient times. Change clothes? Yes, I will. Yes, I will. She naturally pulled Suja to her side. Of course, Lu Sisi would not ignore Shio-ran and immediately asked him to sit down. But why does this girl seem to be in a bad mood? Isn't the back playground a perfect place to brush up on bonds? Why do I feel like I've been killed? Lu Sisi didn't understand. This was not what she had imagined. Sometimes you have to admit that after experiencing certain events, the human retina will automatically evolve, thus forming a filter for certain things or people. Take Suche now, for example. Although he is still in an abstract posture, he is extremely majestic in Mo Yun's eyes. I had wanted to apologize to him as soon as he came in, but he just glanced at me indifferently, and the little bit of courage that had just risen up disappeared without a trace. There was 3 parts of doubt, 3 parts of disgust, and 4 parts of disdain in that look. Mo Yun adjusted his body and mind, and tried his best but was unable to win. That Lu Sisi was the first to stand up and want to say something. She had to avoid suspicion as soon as possible. If Suja hated her because he hated Mo Yun, it would be a loss. Let's eat first, but she was interrupted by Suche just after she said one sentence. She could only sit down nervously and began to regret it. Wow, as expected, Suja doesn't like this woman. Will he be hated now? Hey Susu, spiritual elbow, what do you think Mo Yun? Will he like Lu Sisi? Ha? Extremely shocked. Suche thought of many answers, and even narcissistically thought that the other party might have a crush on him, but he had never thought of this answer. Eating won't stop your mouth. How is that possible? Sisi, I can guarantee that you are absolutely straight. Zhuge Ling seemed very dissatisfied with Suja's perfunctory answer. She looked at Mo Yun, who was tense all over, and then looked at Lu Sisi, who was hesitant to speak, and muttered in a low voice, "Pasta is straight until it gets wet." The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Suja winked at Niuzi, signaling him to come out and tell a joke to cool everyone down, but Niuzi pretended not to see it. A hard-working player like him will probably be treated as a background as soon as he appears on the stage. FW. Rich man, Suja cursed inwardly, but fortunately Niuzi was not the only one at the dinner table this time. Susu, why did you take so long? Is there anything you can't tell me? Lingzi is not just here to liven up the atmosphere, she is really gossipy. When this was mentioned, Shio-ran's eyes immediately dimmed again. She lay on the table, feeling relaxed as if it was good to be alive, and it would be okay to die too. This posture immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Suja, what exactly did you do? Suche said he didn't do it. If he did, he would be in trouble. If you want to know these things, you have to move forward. Niuzi took a sip of soup and decided to start a small group. Lao Su. Tell the truth, what did you do over the weekend? I always feel like that's the root of all evil. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table held their breath. After all, the bond between Suche and certain people changed too quickly. Judging from the time, it was on the weekend. But Lingzi was a little confused. Why were the three women at the table blushing? Are you blushing for a bubble teapot? Could it be? Suche on the weekend for BBBBBBB, audio effect approved, pot. Suche hit Zhuge Ling hard on the head, and he could tell at a glance that the other party was not holding back his fart. Suche drank the soup slowly and said disdainfully, "Weekend? Of course I'm going on a tryst with the girl. After all, this is youth." He actually admitted it. That's right, it was me. He actually admitted it. That's right, it was me. Fortunately, no one can read minds, otherwise we would hear the same words twice. Lingzi and Nyozi were naturally very disdainful. Damn, if they got along well and started pretending, then they would be bragging. "Hey," I said, "could you please stop elbowing me?" Suche was speechless. What bad habit did Zhuge Ling have? Man. Very loud, Zhuge Ling. I'm warning you for the last time. This is really not funny. Man, no, did someone provoke you? Why do you have to be so nasty? What's going on? He hasn't scored a single goal in the last few years. Can't you blame him? BBBBBBB, armor stacking sound effect, very good. Lingzi usually feeds cats and dogs, but after hearing this sentence, it feels like all the merits of 10 years have been wasted, but Lingzi was still very useful. Once interrupted, the atmosphere at the table gradually became lively, but the more this happened, the more uneasy Mo Yun became, because everyone deliberately avoided her. She felt completely isolated. Pinching her pants, Mo Yun felt like crying, but she felt more regretful. If she couldn't bear this, how miserable Lu Sisi must have felt at that time. Suche was chatting and laughing, but he was always paying attention to Mo Yun's emotions. Very good, did he finally empathize with her? Suche should not be considered a good person. He was on the opposite side of me before, so it is not completely unforgivable, but he must also suffer a little. But you should be prepared to be tortured when you apologize, instead of saying, "I've already apologized, what else do you want me to do?" Seeing that the little girl was about to cry, Suche knocked on the table. "Hey, you can say whatever you want to say now." As soon as Suja opened his mouth, the entire box fell silent. Mo Yun always felt a little strange sitting here, but since Suja didn't say anything, no one else said anything either. The boy's tone was a little harsh, but to Mo Yun's ears it sounded like relief. Stand up and stand at attention, like an elementary school student. "I'm sorry. I really want to apologize to you. It was all my fault before." He bowed all the way, which showed some sincerity. His eyes were slightly red, but he tried hard not to cry. Everyone's eyes turned to Suja, waiting for his reaction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suche stared at the other person, not knowing what he was thinking. I don't know how long it took, maybe 1 minute, maybe 3 minutes. Mo Yun felt that his psychological endurance had almost reached its limit, and at this moment he finally heard the young man's calm voice. "I can't convince myself I still feel for you, girl, it's really annoying." Chapter 92. My feelings towards her are complicated. Cry? You have to count the time when you cry. Suja didn't think her remarks were excessive. After all, she came here just to apologize. If she couldn't even bear this, then she should just leave quickly. It was as if he was begging her to apologize. Do you think you are Lu Sisi? I am not a delicate duck king. I have strength and means. Moreover, Suja felt that he had been restrained enough. If it weren't for Mo Yun's upright attitude, he would have directly, +3, you know what I'm going to say, the saying that birds of a feather flock together is indeed true. Usually, after such a scene occurs, 1 or 2 saints will appear and criticize Suche, saying things like, "She is just a girl, can't you be more magnanimous?" Fortunately, Suja was relatively successful in making friends. Everyone at the table just watched coldly and had no intention of speaking out. If it were them, they might be more gentle, but they would all respect Suja's decision. There is no need for any reason to support this kind of thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How could a little girl who usually only knew how to study endure such a scene, especially Suja's disgusted look, which made Mo Yun feel torn in her heart? Being disliked, is this phrase so serious? In fact, it is worse than being scolded by the other party. Buy me a week's supply of taro poppers. The boy's tone seemed to soften a little, and this sentence made Mo Yun subconsciously raise his head. What? Aren't you going to apologize to me? Oh. Okay. Mo Yun seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and began to nod desperately. Take your trash with you when you leave the house. Go and buy the bill. Lingzi on the side couldn't help but twitch his mouth and asked, why are you eating and taking things at the same time? But, it's really like his style. Mo Yun was a little confused. To be honest, this meal was very expensive, but she breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Does this mean you have forgiven me? After picking up the garbage, Mo Yun walked carefully to the door and said in a trembling voice, so you don't hate me anymore? Then I forgive you, the boy emphasized. So do you still hate me? I forgive you, but I still hate you. My nose felt sore and I suddenly wanted to cry again. Seeing the other party running away, everyone in the box finally breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere is really heavy. It's okay, Lao Su. You are the real Sigma. If it were me, I would have been unable to help but forgive you. Nyo Zi was very convinced. After all, a real man will admit his shortcomings. I understand. After all, you are the contestant with the child's last name. Suja said disdainfully. Eat. The atmosphere is much smoother. Zhuge Ling doesn't care about that. How Chi? Ai Chi. Suja he thought the matter was over, but the next moment Suja felt his sleeve being pulled, and when he turned around he saw a pair of tearful eyes. I really didn't know you hated her. I just wanted her to apologize to you. I didn't know you. Sorry. I should have told you earlier. Lu Sisi was almost crying. Would Suja hate her because of this? Would he ignore her? Would he? I don't hate her, however. The boy's next sentence made everyone stunned. Suja was somewhat helpless at this time. He casually took a tissue to wipe the little coward's face. He explained helplessly, Mo Yun doesn't have any bad intentions, and she's been very nice to me, and even treated me to a meal. I have no reason to hate her. Then you. Lu Sisi felt that her brain was not enough. We'll talk about this later. Go comfort her now. It was becoming more and more confusing. For the first time, Lu Sisi began to question Su Che's orders. I don't want it, you hate her, so I don't want to care about her either. The little coward pouted and subconsciously grabbed Suja's arm, as if he was a little animal that was about to be abandoned at any time. It is not clear what Suja means, but she will not contact anyone she doesn't like. Yo-ha? Bang! A sudden burst of brain made Lu Sisi's eyes clearer. Suja said in an unquestionable tone, go and have a good talk. I'm really not angry anymore. Don't you believe me? Oh, I'll go. Seeing Suja like this, Lu Sisi instantly wilted. Without any rebuttal, she ran out of the private room. Although she didn't quite understand, it didn't matter, it's just Suja's mission. Oh my god. Who made my Sisi like this? Lingzi widened his eyes. Why did it feel like the world was accelerating? Look at what you said, something that comes easily. Su Che smiled and picked up the soup bowl and took a sip. Oh, it's so delicious. You want Lu Sisi and Mo Yun to be friends, so that's why you said that, right? You're even willing to make them hate you in order to create space for them? A cold voice was heard, and Su Che looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chiu Ran's very serious gaze. Su Che had no intention of hiding it and said bluntly, that's right, after what happened last time, Sisi is having a hard time in the class. It's good to have a simple girl who is willing to approach her. This Mo Yun is good. She doesn't have any bad intentions. Let her break down and then comfort her. I should be able to win her over. Actually, such girls are pretty good. They don't have too many twists and turns in their minds. At least they won't be bullied. Hey Susu, you are so vicious. Hearing Suja's thoughts, Lingzi instantly revealed an expression of disgust. This guy doesn't look like a good guy. So you don't hate her? Chiu Ran seemed to be very concerned about this matter. Why should I hate her? There aren't many reasonable girls these days. Suja did not forget that Mo Yun had originally intended to compromise, but was dragged down by the gossips around him. But if you do this, she will hate you. So what? I don't care, Suche said nonchalantly. Ichio Ran was completely silent. After hesitating for a long time, she stared at Suja with burning eyes and said slowly, "You were so nice to lose Cece. Oh, that's all 78 buddies." I have to admire Suche's train of thought. You can always come up with something new for me. Mo Yun is indeed a simple girl. If this matter is just over, then it will just be over, but if Lu Cece goes out now and shows her acceptance, it will definitely leave a deep impression on the other party. After all, Suja has already played the role of the bad guy. Although Suja was not a woman, he understood women very well. He knew very well that life would be very difficult if there was no one to talk to during breaks or go to the toilet together. These things sounded ordinary, but were actually very difficult to endure. As for how he treats Lu Cece, well, to be honest, Suja's feelings towards Lu Cece are a bit complicated. He wants to have a baby girl named Lu Cece. Don't get me wrong, he wants his future partner to have a baby girl named Lu Cece. Therefore, if the two of them explore this issue in a more profound way in the future, the following scenario may occur. Suja, Cece, I want a daughter. Lu Cece, really? Extremely surprised, Suja, yeah really, I've wanted this for a long time. Lu Cece, then come on, I'm ready. Shy, Suche, okay. Then you can yell. Lu Cece? Chapter 93, no matter what, I have to go back and play games today. There is always such a kind of people in this world who do not need to bear too many responsibilities but also live in a confused state. You cannot judge whether they are good or bad because everyone has their own pursuits. Lu Cece is such a person. There has always been a figure dominating her life trajectory, but she does not feel disgusted. Instead, she shows a dependent attitude. Not everyone has lofty ambitions. Many people actually prefer to be a little fool, although I don't understand why. I always feel that Suja is doing this for her own good. Moen seemed to be really broken down. At least Cece had rarely seen Suja say such harsh words. Actually, he didn't say anything, did he? It can only be said that this man is too gentle at ordinary times, so saying that he hates him is a contrast. Mo Yun had actually already noticed Lu Cece's figure. She was very panicked, but she no longer had the strength to cry. No way, are we still going to chase and kill him? Mo Yun cried even more sadly. Did Suja send someone to chase and humiliate her? Woo, I really regret what I said here. A pack of tissues was handed over. The owner's voice was very sweet, but it was obviously filled with a little emotion. Even if Suja asked me to come, if you dare to say something bad about Suja, I will not treat you well. Lu Cece was thinking in her mind, trying to find a way to make her posture appear more ferocious. Thank you. Mo Yun took the tissue stupidly and suddenly wanted to cry even more. She didn't come out to humiliate herself even though she had done something so excessive. She is really an angel. Of course, Lu Cece's image was not so glorious, but Suja's guess was correct. His brutal behavior greatly lowered Mo Yun's threshold of being touched. In short, break defense. I'm sorry. I really, stop talking. Lu Cece moved her little head. It's all over while I still can't bear it. Actually, I originally planned to learn from Suche, which is really cool. But seeing a girl crying in front of me, Lu Cece still couldn't bear to bully her, as expected. Useless stuff. Maybe you can only scold yourself more harshly. Lu Cece felt helpless. You, don't blame Suja. He actually, when her thoughts came back, Lu Cece subconsciously wanted to defend Suja. It's okay, I don't blame him, he's right. However, Mo Yun's answer stunned Lu Cece. Although it's a bit fierce, at least it makes me feel a lot more at ease. And I really think he's a good guy, and everything he does is for his friends. Lu Cece slowly turned her head and suddenly found Mo Yun much more pleasing to the eye. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She just liked hearing others praise Suja, which was even more comfortable than hearing others praise herself. There is a sense of accomplishment when a rare treasure is admired by others. Yes, Suja is the best. Yeah, I really envy you. Mo Yun wasn't exactly flattering. She looked at Lu Cece with genuine envy. After all, which girl hasn't fantasized about a scene where a boy stands up for a girl, and Suche is really handsome? Right, let me tell you. Suja. Kidney deficiency always occurs after overwork, and atheism always comes after a series of setbacks. Chiu Ran is very confused now. Is this right? Doesn't Lu Cece have a childhood sweetheart? And they're in this school, why did Suche treat her?
I couldn't understand it. I really couldn't understand why I had suffered 2 consecutive setbacks in such a short period of time today. Subconsciously reaching into her pocket, Xiaoran touched the ring of redemption that could give her courage. Why are you so nice to Lu Sisi? She obviously has a criminal record. Xiao Ju would steal glances at Suja from time to time, and Xiaoran's mouth began to pout slightly. You women form friendships so quickly. You know everything about each other in a matter of minutes. After looking at the message sent by Lu Sisi on his phone, Suja smiled and sighed. Capture a reading companion maid. Call it a day. Not fast. Suja looked at Xiaoran, who suddenly spoke, seeming a little confused. I say women don't form friendships quickly. Xiaoran pushed his glasses and said seriously. I just said it casually, don't take it so seriously. Suja smiled awkwardly. As expected, in front of everyone, Xiaoran returned to his dull and cold demeanor, which was completely inconsistent with the cute and silly character he displayed in private. Is she really the queen of contrast? I feel like I've heard this word before. Alright, the bill has already been paid for. Everyone, please feel free to do as you please. Suja waved his hand. This apology was compensation to him. Then there should be no difference between Imoyun paying the bill and him treating him, right? Pucci, who knew that when Suja opened his mouth, Lingzi laughed out loud, which made Suja very dissatisfied. Why would this girl do such a thing to sabotage others? Seeing Suche's malicious gaze, Zhuge Ling quickly explained, don't get me wrong, Susu. It was just that the way you pointed out Jiangshan just now reminded me of the general, so I couldn't help it for a moment. General? Suche was stunned, and then a strong music rang in his ears. You came from Dandong in exchange for my white skin for life. I wanted to eat Cantonese food. You drop salt and I drop vinegar. Chaos Han people, pay attention to the bowls and pots. The bowls are broken. I can't help it. I can only say that I really can't help it. With the general's blessing, Suche felt like he had instantly gained 200 pounds. Ah! General! Niu Zi jumped up to cooperate, but couldn't wipe away a single tear. It was suggested that he be sent directly to be a close observer of the nuclear bomb. Report to the general, today I ate Korean fried chicken, drank American Coke, wore Korean jeans, and looked at Park Chae-young's photo album. Xiaoran seemed a little embarrassed watching the scene in front of her. She felt like she couldn't fit in. But when she looked at Suja, she saw his encouraging eyes. Should I say something? Although it was very abstract, Xiaoran envied this atmosphere very much. She wanted to join Suche's world. Looking at Xiaoran with a smile, Suja was actually looking forward to her change. For some things, one can only guide her, but whether she can really get out of it depends on herself. Feeling everyone's encouraging gazes, Xiaoran finally raised her head bravely. Carrying the title of the two-spine newt, she couldn't lose. Isn't it just a general's joke? What's so great about it? Do you think she can't catch up? Now. The moment of annihilation. Who the hell are you? Husky pointing at people. No. Niu Zi was speechless at this moment. Why was such a conservative and cold girl more abstract than him? He didn't accept it. He really didn't accept it. Alright. Stop messing around and go back. I haven't written my apology yet. I have to do it in front of the whole school tomorrow. Suja stretched lazily. He was very satisfied with Xiaoran's changes. Slowly, he should be able to help her integrate into any place, right? Suja. As they walked out of the private room in twos and threes, Xiaoran suddenly called out to Suja. Niu Zi and Lingzi left tactfully. Although they wanted to listen, there was no shelter around. Looking back, I suddenly felt that the girl's face had changed. Her cold temperament disappeared instantly and she turned into a pitiful little fresh girl. No. Who did you learn this state-changing skill from? Did you steal my Su family's secret book? What's wrong? Suja spoke with a smile, instantly giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Are you the only one who can change? Just cancel the abstract gesture. I'm going to buy a cell phone tonight. Can you come with me? The change of attitude is still very lethal. For example, the girl no longer dares to look Sujo in the eye. No. Suche answered without any hesitation. Why?
Because we're going to play games tonight. Chapter 94. Once you have accumulated enough bonds, just attack directly. Are you serious about taking a half step back? Such a small action can cause so much damage. Xiao Ran felt like he was on the verge of suffocation. He had lost 1 game in a row, and then 2 games in a row. And now, synthesizing 2 stars in a row. What is sad is not being rejected, but being rejected without hesitation. How can this be? We just went to the back playground together, and we just refreshed our bond. We said we wanted to be each other's best friends, but why? Suja was a little confused at this time, and was his answer really too much? There's clearly not a single dirty word in it. And, Xiao Ran, is this your style of painting? He stared at him pitifully, with strong expectations in his eyes, just like the abandoned Hakimi. Hey, it's not that I don't want to go with you, I really have something to do tonight. Suja said helplessly, if I stand Xiao Tang up tonight, Although I don't know the consequences, I always feel a chill in my back. Then what do you want? Xiao Ran asked stubbornly. Playing games perfunctory. Unlike other girls, if it were Lu Sisi, she would definitely make a wrong sound and then go home at night and secretly hide in the quilt and cry. But Xiao Ran took a step forward, got very close to Suja, and stared into each other's eyes stubbornly. She was not a girl who made trouble for no reason, but she would never accept such a perfunctory reason. You should die knowingly, right? Even if you said you were going to accompany Lu Sisi? I have an appointment with someone else. A simple reason, but sufficient. Xiao Ran wanted to ask more, but she was afraid that if she continued asking, the other party would get annoyed with her. The two walked forward side by side. To be honest, Suja felt that when there was no one around, Xiao Ran was quite cute, well-behaved, sensible, and able to keep a calm mind. People who were friends with her would actually feel very comfortable. It seemed that he also realized that Xiao Ran was in a bad mood, or perhaps he felt that he had rejected her too many times today, and Suja felt that he should make up for it. Hey! I have a great idea. Xiao Ran. Why don't you let old Su go shopping with you? It can also help you bond. The girl's body froze immediately, and then she subconsciously clenched her fists. Don't get me wrong, the person she wanted to hit was herself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran sadly discovered that she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. I thought I had some advantages before, but today, Lu Sisi, humph. You know whether it is on or not, no. I feel like the accumulated bond is not enough. If I go up now, I will probably be defeated, and most importantly, name, Xiao Ran, age, 18, bond, class leader, best friend, fragment 1/40th, item, ring of redemption, true love +0 bond +0 favorability +0 confidence +1000, entry, childhood sweetheart, Suche's favorability +0 Suche's bond -20 Suche's affection -100. Childhood sweetheart's case record, the one with this debuff has a natural bond with the pure love god of war of -100, natural attraction of -100, and a chance of triggering a special event of -80%. Damn it, why was I so rude in the first place? I tried the sweetness of love, but the crime on my criminal record was real, which caused me to fall behind so much. Now, whenever Suja encounters trouble, he pulls Su Zhenghao out as a shield. Xiao Ran tries his best but cannot defeat him. Think again. Is there any way to break the impasse? What should I do? What should I do? Ouch. How stupid. Suddenly, Xiao Ran had the best excuse. I don't have a cell phone, I can only contact you. Gently pulling Suja's sleeve, Xiao Ran said timidly. I think it's true. Suche slapped his forehead. How could he forget such a simple cause and effect relationship? Then, tonight, no, I want to play games tonight. There's nothing I can do, squad leader. People who break their promises are the most annoying. Suche still shook his head helplessly. Xiao Ran's eyes immediately became lost, but he looked towards Suja with more attachment. As expected, men who value their promises are the most handsome. Oh, never mind. Tomorrow. I'll go with you tomorrow. Suja did not dare to be too casual with Xiao Ran. After all, this child seemed rational, but he was actually the most worrying one around him. Seeing the other party grabbing his arm, Suja's eyes slowly softened. Forget it before she can adapt to this dangerous world. I should keep an eye on her after all. This girl is not annoying. Suja smiled slightly, not caring about the other party pulling him inadvertently. I don't feel anything. It's just a subconscious action of an insecure person. As mentioned before, Suche's preferences for the typical Jiangnan water town, gentle and well-behaved, and at this moment Xiao Ran is well behaved, to be honest, and it feels good. Xiao Ran finally smiled. It seemed that he didn't hate her, but he really had something to do today. Tomorrow, they would go shopping alone, have a drink after shopping, and it would be too late. Look. This is a typical example of being fooled by watching anime. Wake up, girl. There are not so many special events happening in the three-dimensional world, but even so, Xiao Ran wanted to struggle a little longer. After all, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and she didn't want to give up any chance to be alone with Suja. Suja, how are you going to get home tonight? What's wrong with being with Nyozi? Suja thought about it. He was supposed to go shopping for groceries today, but Sister Renan left. Woo, never mind, just deal with it. So, can I take the bus today? Xiao Ran raised her head. She really liked staring into Suja's eyes. Unlike Lu Sisi, who was shy, she thought that without frequent physical contact and eye contact, when would she be able to accumulate enough energy to establish a bond? Why? Suja was a little confused. Stay with me. Suche never expected this answer, which was a very ambiguous statement, but he could not see a trace of evil thoughts in Xiao Ran's eyes, as if he was simply narrating a very ordinary thing. I want to talk to someone. Xiao Ran never looked away and appeared very confident. From this perspective, Suche seems a bit artificial. It is obviously just a simple confession of grievances between friends. What are you thinking about, kid? Okay. Then come with me to the mall. I'll buy some groceries while I'm at it. Suche did not think much about it. There is a saying in China that goes, since you are here. Xiao Ran finally showed a happy expression. I'm so happy that we can spend more time together. There was no intention of letting go of Suja's clothes. The girl smiled sweetly, appearing graceful and elegant. Back in the classroom, Suche immediately put on a mask of pain, for no other reason than this was an English class. If you say that Suche was a complete poor student, he would not agree. After all, he was able to ride on his Chinese teacher's bike to go to class, but, thinking about that stubborn old lady, Suche felt a little scared. In the eyes of that old lady, her reputation is no less than that of the Chinese national football team. Stack Nima. I'll just open it. FW, rich man. Sure enough, as soon as he walked into the classroom, Suja noticed a scrutinizing gaze. It's numb. Suja immediately broke out in a sweat. He really couldn't think of any way to escape except to become virtual. Suja, go back to your seat. Class is about to start. A cold voice sounded in my ears. I saw that Xiao Ran, who was so cute just now, had put on glasses without me noticing. Under the gaze of classmates, she became old-fashioned and cold. Not, sister, who can react to your change of expression? Chapter 95. Come on. Command me as much as you want. My name is Suja. When I woke up one day, I found that the English level of the world had dropped 1,000 times, and I am representing Dragon Country in an English competition all over the world, which is a world competition that can influence the destiny of our country. And just when everyone saw me and mocked me, I resolutely pushed Xiao Ran away and walked in front of everyone's eyes. Suja! What on earth have you done? Without Lord Xiao Ran, how can we fight against other nations? Zhuge Ling stamped his feet and glared at Su Zhe. Suche laughed and said, it's very simple. I'm the class monitor, right? After saying this, his aura finally showed up without any more concealment. Peak level 4 cultivation. In an instant, the examination room fell silent again. Suche said nothing, but took a step forward. He glanced at the crowd and suddenly chanted, abandon. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene took a deep breath. What did he say? What did he say? It's a word. It's actually a word. The instructor of the 10-nation joint examination changed his expression in an instant. This boy has the potential to be an emperor. It seems that we must not keep him. Just when Suche was about to take action, the scene in front of him disappeared instantly and he returned to the English classroom. Ha. These Shinsu are so easy to fool. Suja. 25. You are the worst student I have ever taught, bar none. Zhao Mingwan looked at the student in front of her with complicated eyes. It was hard to imagine that she was the one taking the exam with a pen in her hand. Suja smiled awkwardly, took his test paper and slipped back. As expected, his first priority now was to uninstall the Tomato novel on his phone, as it was responsible for at least half of the 25 points. What bad luck! This is all the fault of the lucky dice. Suche unhappily broke an eraser dice in front of him. It was all because of him that his English level had reached its lowest point. I really envy you. You don't have any internal friction at all. To be honest, it was a bit disgusting to hear Zhuge Ling say this, but Suja glanced at her test paper with a score of 82 and remained silent. No, are you really learning it? Xiao Ran, 138, what happened? There are so many basic mistakes that should not be made. The old lady seemed to be in a bad mood today, but this also proved her fairness and justice. She would scold Suja, the brat, but even if a core disciple like Xiao Ran made a mistake, she would never tolerate it. Xiao Ran took the test paper silently without any change in expression, but Suja seemed to be able to sense that her mood was becoming a little lost. Do I really have superpowers? But Xiao Ran's performance may have been affected by recent events. Sigh, it's really, hey, that's not right. I got 25 points while the other person got 138. Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, Suche subconsciously revealed the anger of a class enemy that he equally hates anyone who speaks better English than him. Zhuge Ling, if you have to fart, just fart. Obviously she noticed Lingzi's gaze. How can I put it? Can you imagine a beautiful woman showing a slutty expression? Susu, this is all your fault. Oh, mine? Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes. It really makes me laugh. You really throw all the blame on you, Master Su. Suja, you are so slow. Do you feel that someone likes you? There are many people who like me? Can you feel it? Zhuge Ling was speechless. Sometimes you have to admit that it is really impossible to communicate well with this man. So do you have someone you like? Oh, you found out. Ling, actually, I've liked you for a long time. Before he finished speaking, Zhuge Ling immediately felt that his hands were caught by the other party. His hands were clasped together like sandwiches, wrapping his hands. But unfortunately, the dream in the hearts of thousands of girls, the attitude of young Master Suja at this moment only made Lingzi feel disgusted. Get out of my way. First, fuck. This is disgusting, get out of here. Sure enough, when it comes to abstract ideas, Suche is better. But it cannot be said so absolutely. We can only say that Suche took the lead. If Zhuge Ling had taken the initiative in this wave of operations, he would have pushed the opponent away with disgust. But, subconsciously looking at Xiao Ran's method, Suja always had some bad thoughts in his mind. That girl, no matter what wrong she does, it will probably be magnified infinitely, right? Suche sighed silently. There was nothing he could do, after all. It was someone else's family affair, forget it. Now he is a friend I recognize, and he is the kind of good friend who is willing to abandon his principles and give me special treatment. If the other person has any requests that are not too excessive, try to satisfy her. Taking out his mobile phone, Suju opened Niuzi's chat interface. Il is not as good as Pinocchio. Buying vegetables, Nyo-sun, one look. The communication between men is so concise. I really don't understand what those girls are talking about every day. If it were a sensitive girl, she would probably have to explain to her bestie at length why she suddenly didn't go out with her tonight, and then she would have to assure him that she was really going to buy groceries, and not to cheat on him, then submit a 3,000-word best friend declaration to prove that the relationship between the two is unwavering. Are you tired of riding a horse? Alas, I suddenly feel that Xiao Ran has another advantage. This girl doesn't have